Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need Nyquil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with Nyquil Intense Flu. Nyquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
Nyquil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever. Homes are sitting longer, prices are falling. Have you inherited a home and want to avoid the stress and hassle? Call Wedgwood Homes first to discuss your options. Inheriting a home can be overwhelming. Probate paperwork, multiple heirs, property taxes, repairs, and maybe even an existing mortgage. With Wedgwood Homes, there's no need to clean or clear out the house, and no repairs or updates. We buy as is and provide a reliable all-cash offer with no commissions, no hassle. The Wedgwood Homes team can guide you through the process with experts in probate, trusts, and shared inheritance. Wedgwood Homes offer is firm. No last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Let Wedgwood Homes ease the process so you can help your family move forward. Call 415-888-9432 today for your free, no-obligation cash offer. That's 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or WedgwoodHomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
San Francisco, high of 57, overcast with showers at times.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com.
At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Wake up! It's time to...
Hello there. Welcome into the Morning Roast on this wonderful day after Christmas Day, December 26th of the 2025th year since the year zero. It's the worst way to say the year. Good morning to everybody out here, though, on this wonderful December 26th. Good morning to all the firefighters, cops, and nurses and doctors who have been working overnight or working on Christmas Day. Good morning to all the employees at Chase Center who had to go to work yesterday, as well as all the employees at all the other NBA and NFL games that took place yesterday. While we were all happy enjoying our Christmas days, they were working hard to make sure that those sporting events were able to come together in grand fashion like they did. A lot of great games yesterday. We will be talking about them as well as talking about those Warriors. Good morning to our guy behind the glass today, Cam Williams. He's going solo dolo behind the glass today, so we'll make sure to have a very complicated and complex show for him to make him run around like a chicken with his head cut off there behind the glass. Love you, Cam. Usually he is our network coordinator for Warrior games, so the reason all those Warrior games come in so crystal clear and beautifully over the air, part of that is because of our wonderful engineers here at 95.7 The Game who are not in the building today, which sucks because so many things are broken right now. But Cam is also part of that as well. Good morning to everybody else there on the roads. Drive safely. The roads are still wet, even if the sky is not. And, of course, the most important good morning, the last good morning I'm going to give out. I saved the best for last. Good morning, Carter Chickering. How you doing, man?
Good morning, Sam Lubman. How are we?
I'm doing...
You have a good Christmas?
Yeah, it was a pretty solid Christmas. I'm a little bit irritated right now because I come into the studio here in this day after Christmas and just so many things are not working right now. Our clocks aren't working. Our headphone jacks aren't working. We're not rolling on sound on anything. But the good news is there are 0 engineers here in the building who are here to fix it. So I had to put on a different hat. And yeah, that's Cam Williams, by the way. Kills it with the SpongeBob drops.
He does, yeah. At least we got the day off, though, Sam. That's pretty rare around here.
It was. We did get the day off. Of course, we still did have to, quote-unquote, work because the Warriors did play yesterday, a 126-116 win over the Dallas Mavericks. Klay Thompson was back in town. We're going to talk about that a little bit as well as a lot of other fun sports stuff that happened over the last 44 hours since you and I completed our show on, what was it, Wednesday? Today's Friday, right?
Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, it's not only a Friday, it is actually a football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studios. Yeah, a lot of fun sports happened over the last couple days. Starting off a little, I say fun, and then I immediately pivot into that Cal game.
I was just going to say, Sam, I had to miss it, so you give it to me. What happened here?
Oh, well, you missed a classic Cal meltdown there, Carter. I wasn't really able to watch a lot of it either. I only saw the fourth quarter. The rest of it I was following on my phone. I went out to my aunt and uncle's place in Martinez for Christmas Eve. Kayla and I made the drive out there, and
nice.
We get there, and my aunt, she likes to put on an event. You know, she's from what I heard, ever since Thanksgiving, she's been driving everyone in the house crazy, trying to put everything together for Christmas Eve. And got a shout out to you, Monica. You did a damn good job putting that house together. The house was absolutely beautiful. We get there, and the TV's set up in the living room. They have a very, very big TV at my aunt and uncle's.
Critical.
Oh yeah, it's always great. Whenever I go over there as a kid, there's always like a NASCAR race or a football game on there, and oh yeah, that TV.
I don't even
booming.
like going to people's houses that have small TVs.
Oh yeah, no, it's why even like TVs are so cheap these days. Like you have no excuse.
100%.
If you have a small TV, you keep it in the kitchen.
No, I won't be coming over if you have a small TV.
Well, yeah, no, obviously big TVs in the living room. Small TVs are for the kitchen and the bedrooms and the bathrooms. Like the places.
The bathrooms, 100%.
Absolutely. And she has on the TV this little Christmas backdrop, like a fireplace and stockings and stuff like that. But I notice it's paused. So I'm thinking, does just no one care about this? So I asked my cousin, hey, is anyone going to lose their mind if I put this Cal game on? And he's like, well, Monica might. So I'm like, all right, you're good. I'm not going to bark up that tree. So we're good. Yeah. So I missed most of it. I was watching on my phone. We got home in time for the fourth quarter, just in time to see another classic Cal meltdown.
So you saw the opposite of what I saw. I've watched the first 3 touchdowns, 21-0. And then was not able to watch the rest. And I just couldn't believe the text that started coming in my phone. What a Cal finish, and I figured what that meant. And I was right.
So my dad and I, we always have this game when it comes to Cal football. The way they rip your heart out. We pretend to rip it out of your chest, and you kind of let your hand beat a little bit as if that's your heart beating in the hand. That's what Cal does. And then they just smash it. But yeah, Cal was up 21-0 on the Hawaii Warriors. Warriors scored 22 points in the fourth quarter. Those last 2 touchdowns they had were incredible. They had their backup quarterback in for the last touchdown. Hawaii did. That's how bad it was on that one there. Because I guess their starting quarterback had his helmet come off the previous play. So obviously you have to go out, and so the new kid comes in, throws a touchdown pass. Corner safety for Cal, no idea where the ball's going. Just
great.
The last 2 minutes, just a masterclass of what not to do on defense.
Your heart-throbbing thing you just did there when it comes to Cal, it makes me think of, honestly, I think the Kevin Riley game was the worst loss I've ever experienced as a fan of any sport. I mean, truly.
Really?
The
worst
really
loss?
Yeah, I think so. After LSU had lost that day, and then for Cal to take the field to take the number 1 seed.
I remember that night vividly.
How could anyone
Carter.
forget it?
It was freshman year of high school. I was at our homecoming dance that night. And so this was before Twitter was a thing. So the only way to get updates was my friend Daniel, his dad was at the game, so he's texting us updates. Yeah. And we're on the phone, and Daniel's on the phone trying to find out what's going on. He's all hopeful, and then you see his face just,
yeah.
And it's like, Cal just blew it again. And
it does the one thing you can't do, run up the middle.
Oh, God. So this one was not as painful, though. JKS, 28-39, 343 yards. He balled out. Then, of course, there was a big fight after the game.
No.
There's one clip that's going around online now. Go check it out in the Twitter sphere. I think the offensive lineman on Cal goes up, to one of the kids on Hawaii and just sucker punches him right in the face.
Oh
no, it was about as bad as it could possibly get.
It was a Cal kid, not a Hawaii kid?
It was a Cal kid, unfortunately. So, yeah, Tosh Lupoy, you have got your work cut out for you when you get here.
No.
So.
All right, well, I've got to go back and watch, clearly. Goodness.
Yeah, no. So, anyway, that's how the things went on the 24th. And yesterday, though. Carter,
wow, what a day.
Oh, so many games going on. Godspeed to you if you were able to somehow watch all of them across 3 different streaming platforms, whether it be TV, whether it be Netflix, whether it be Amazon. I hate how we have to watch sports these days.
I'm with you, Sam. The part that sucks is just the switching back and forth, right? So once you're on Netflix, it's hard to go back to your cable television then to watch the NBA games. Whereas back in the day, it was just the back button, and now it's a whole load-in screen and everything, and you're wasting 5 minutes just transitioning between the two. It's exhausting.
Literally, it used to be you press one button and you're back to where you need to be. Now you have to press like 5, 6, 7 buttons. Then again, that's where they get you. It's the loading screen.
Yeah, it's the time in between. It's not like the difficulty of doing it, but the loading back in Netflix every time, it's not worth it. So you have to pick one.
So that's one problem you have to deal with. You're just sitting there in silence while you're waiting for it to turn. And of course, with the weather yesterday, everyone's internet's on the fritz.
Right.
So again, drive safely out there. I actually got home to Oakland last night. Power's completely out in my building. And it was just like, well, this is just a terrific way to end Christmas Day. But got it back on. I was about to pack up and head over to Kayla's, just spend the night there because she had power and stuff. And literally right as I'm packed up, power comes back on. It's like, all right, well, I guess I'll just unpack again and just stay here.
Power being out's fine until your phone runs out, and then you're like, this sucks.
No, power out is fine until you realize the internet goes with it.
Yes, exactly.
I'm living in a little house on the prairie there last night.
Yeah.
But one of the games that took place yesterday was the Golden State Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks. And Carter, this was the conclusion of a 3-game homestand in which the Warriors went 3-0 on said homestand here. A very pretty eventful homestand, I would say, especially being what happened on Monday night. Kerr talked about that after practice on Wednesday, calling it not his finest hour. We will get into that. But again, Warriors 126-116 winners over the Dallas Mavericks. Steph goes for 23 points, despite 2 of 10 shooting from 3-point range. Klay Thompson makes his not first return to Chase Center, but it's always fun to see Klay back in the building. And you saw him on the court. That's about all he was, really, though, was just on the court.
Yeah, he's old. I mean, let's call it what it is. Klay looks a little washed. There's no doubt, and we saw this coming, I think. The writing was on the wall. The writing was on the wall for the Warriors. Obviously, he still holds qualities that I think are impactful on a basketball team. It's just the ability to shoot and be actually a threat standing there on the arc. But, this is not the Klay Thompson of old. There's no doubt.
So last week we reread that Anthony Slater story about how everyone regretted how things ended with Klay and how he had to walk out the door and how they look around sometimes and it's just like, why isn't Klay here? And there was a clip I saw of Steph and Draymond both double teaming Klay, and it's just like, what's going on here? And I saw so many comments. It's like, what, is Klay wearing a Halloween costume on Christmas Day? Like it still doesn't feel right. That being said, though, that article came out, and in it, there was a little blurb about how, there is an openness of some sort for Klay to reunite with the Warriors. I love Klay. He's always going to be one of the greatest Warriors of all time. I will always hold him in the utmost respect, and he will have a statue outside of Chase Center one day. You're going to go into Chase Center, you're going to look up at those rafters, and you're going to see number 11.
No doubt.
Hanging right there next to number 9, next to number 30, next to number 23, next to Al Attles, next to Chris Mullin, next to Wilt Chamberlain. Love you, Klay. I think I'm out on a potential reunion there based on what we saw last night. He was a ghost out there at times. He had a couple moments, but he had, I think, one catch and shoot 3. It's like, hey, I remember that. I'm like Leo DiCaprio, like, oh, look, there it is. That was about it, though, and that's just the harsh reality of this league and Klay Thompson.
I got to be honest about the whole Slater article. I just am not seeing where that all stemmed from of him returning to the Warriors. It's quite clear he has bad blood with the front office at this point, right? What is it that is telling you that this guy wants to come back here? Because I personally, having monitored the situation, see no inkling of that. He's dating Megan Thee Stallion. She lives in Texas.
I don't think she was there yesterday either, unfortunately.
No, she wasn't. But clearly a big part of his life is now in Texas.
She was there. She was
there.
Yeah,
Ooh, and that right there is the voice of Cam Williams. Sweet, sultry voice that it is. I might just have Cam sing for us.
That voice sounds good.
Sing a little Barry White there, Cam.
I don't know his music off the top of my head.
Not bad, Cam.
I kind of like that. Okay, so she was there. They didn't show her on the camera, though I guess so, because I guess Klay was taking her around the bay on the boat.
Look, I just think, Sam, for me, like, it's such a non-topic. He's not coming back here. He's going to come back here, and he's going to sign a one-day contract to retire a Warrior.
Exactly.
That's what I think will happen at the very, very, very tail end of his career after kind of some of this breeze is over with his discontent with the front office. I don't think he has interest in coming back here. I think he'd rather be in L.A. if he was going to leave teams still. He grew up in L.A., and obviously, for a professional athlete, most of them want to live in LA. Let's be just honest about it. I just don't see there's not much here for him anymore. You know what I mean? And the Lakers right now look closer to a title than the Warriors. That's just fact. I mean, they're younger than we are. So
what about a Jonathan Kaminga for Klay Thompson trade? Let's just burn everything down. Nothing matters, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's someone you can get on the floor, right? So.
Yeah, well, that's true. Klay did actually play, whereas Jonathan Kaminga got, let me count this up here. 1, 2, 3, let me go. Carry the 1, -6. 0 minutes yesterday for Jonathan Kaminga. Another DMP based on the decision of the coach. But yeah, no, Klay Thompson is just, it's frustrating to watch. Klay, 7 points off the bench. Again, did hit that 1-3, 1 of 4.
Why would the Warriors want him back?
There's no other than nostalgia.
It's just nostalgia. And look, if you're going for nostalgia, you're not going for winning.
No.
I mean, that's
what the Giants, that's what the Forever Giants did.
Yeah, it's just in any sport. And it's just, I don't get it. I really don't get where the article stemmed from. I just, we love Slater around here. Slater has more knowledge in his pinky finger of what's going on down there than we do.
He's one of the most tapped in out there.
100%. For me, it makes less sense than Luka going back to the Mavericks. I mean, truly. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. It's about as equivalent as that.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you can't go home again.
And he doesn't want to be here.
Especially at this point of his, honestly, it doesn't even make basketball sense either. Yeah. Because if you're going to bring a guy in, you want him to be able to, contribute and do things. Even off the bench, he just does not look like a guy who could be an asset on a night-to-night basis if you're trying to win basketball games. Sure, he's going to have moments. He's going to have a game in a week or two where he goes off for 17 off the bench with, a couple clutch threes. And, again, Leo DiCaprio, oh, there he is. No, those games are going to be further and further and far between than each time. And
and they're going to be more and more dependent on someone else setting those games up for him.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be Klay setting them up with his 11 dribbles anymore going forward.
No, again, it was a catch and shoot that he had, but again, it's just, he doesn't have that burst. He doesn't have, it's all just not there anymore. And it's tough to see.
Yeah.
Because again, we know how good he is. This is not a knock on who Klay is as a player or anything like that. We know that he is a made man. But at the end, no matter how great you are,
age will get you.
Exactly. I mean, even Kobe Bryant, one of the 5 greatest players of all time, in my opinion. He's honestly, I put him in my GOAT conversation more than others.
LeBron.
Even LeBron, you're seeing it this year.
You're seeing it.
And honestly, you see it sometimes from Steph Curry this year.
Yeah, I mean, you are. And look, there's nothing bad about saying this, right? That's just the way. It's a linear line, like sports are. You're young, you hit your peak, and then you get old, And no one's ever beaten that, and it's not ever going to happen. So I just think, this whole notion that he wants to come back. We also need to remember, Sam, he signed for, we offered him, $22.5 million.
We offered him a lot of money.
Yeah, he signed for 16 with the Mavericks, which to me is a big screw you. I understand the taxes, right? You get to keep more of your money down there. But I bet you that it would be pretty close as far as what you're financially compensated with the tax situation here if you're getting $7 million more per year,
Yeah.
So,
and also part of the reason why Klay took less money was he thought he was going to a much different situation. He thought he was going to be playing alongside Kyrie. He thought he was going to be playing alongside Luka. He thought he was going to be playing alongside a team that was just a year removed from a run to the NBA Finals.
But Sam, you know what I would say to that? Look at Kevin Durant. He thought that too. The grass is not always greener on the other side.
No.
And I think there are so many instances in sports where you're in a good situation or what maybe was previously a great situation and turned into a good situation with the Warriors. And, that's not good enough for you. And more than often than not, that comes back to bite you in the ass. And I think it did with Klay Thompson.
No, I mean, I get there's a point of that. But at the same time, I do look at the situation that he was going into, and I understand why going to the Mavericks last year was an appealing thing for him. I mean, you look at that team they had the previous year. Again, Luka and Kyrie leading that, but you had a lot of other good players on that team too, whether it was Lively, whether it was Maxi Kleber. Seth Kerr's on that team as well. Seth's been on every team.
But,
now, it seems like.
Sam, you know what he underestimated? He underestimated how much of an impact the sale of a team can have.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get new owners in there, you just have no idea. They could blow the whole thing up.
But
and that's what happened.
Who could have possibly seen me in the Kyrie injury? That was just such a freak thing. You can't see that coming in. Again, who sees them pivoting off of Luka the way they did? No one in the NBA saw that coming, much less Klay Thompson. So I can understand where if Klay is like, you know what? It's not working here with the Warriors.
The Lakers would love to play there. Just don't see it right there. They just got LeBron and a bunch of who's-its, what's-its. That's going to be a middling Western Conference team. Looking at the Mavericks, who wouldn't want to play with Luka? Who wouldn't want to play alongside Kyrie? Probably more people to that second.
I would not want to play with Luka. I absolutely would not want to play with Luka. He might be the last player I'd want to play with, in fact.
Oh, even over James Harden?
I think they're both pretty in the same boat.
Okay.
Yeah, I just I mean, when you hold the ball 75% of the game, I don't want to play with you.
That's true. Well, again, I mean, Klay's game isn't really predicated on him holding the ball. It's just getting a shot in the corner here. And even then, Klay would have been the third or fourth option on this theoretical Mavericks team. I get the logic as to why he chose going there. And I do kind of feel bad for him because I think I don't know if he was going to have a ton of success with that iteration of the Mavericks. They probably would have gone some playoff runs. He would have had some moments. Maybe there's a game 6 where he goes off. It was an interesting and understandable choice to make to finish out his career. And then the whole thing just went kablooey, and none of it was his fault. He didn't go in there and cause any of those trades to happen. And so now it's like he's kind of stuck in Dallas. And when I say stuck in Dallas, that's a pretty generous thing to say for someone who, because of this move, he's now dating Megan Thee Stallion. So at the end of the day, Klay the Thompson, I think he's pretty happy in life. And he even mentioned, being in love makes the game a little bit better. So I'm happy for him in that sense.
I guess I don't know. I think that the whole thing that, he did that interview last year or at the beginning of this season said, would you have chosen to sign with the Mavericks had you have known Luka was going to be traded? And he said, don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me.
Oh, no, it's a completely unfair question. I mean, I don't think he would have done it. That's completely again, things happen the way they're supposed to happen as I go philosophizer on you. But yeah, that's a completely unfair. It's a fair question, but just it's not a fair spot to be put in. So that's Carter Chickering. I'm Sam Lubman. Cam Williams, he is behind the board today. And we got Nick Friedel, cousin Nick. He'll be joining us this morning at 9:20. So we'll talk a lot of Dubs with him. He had a lot of interesting stories this week, especially about Draymond Green and Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, what he said at practice the other day, we'll get into that. Is he taking the fall for Draymond Green? That's definitely not the first time we've heard that. All that and more is going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Sorry, never mind. It's actually coming up. The game is brought to you by Safeway. Looked at the wrong read. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Safeway. More Warriors and some Niners talk as well on the other side. Take it away, Cam.
Head to Safeway this week for the Signature Select 80% lean ground beef mega pack. 6 pounds or more, just $3.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
All right, Bay Area, lock in because the clock is ticking on the Ford Final Days year-end sales event, and it's happening right now at Saramonte Ford. And trust me, you do not want to miss this. Right now, you get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on top of all other offers on brand new 2025 Fords. That's real money, and it gets even better. How about 0% APR for 60 months on Saramonte Ford's most popular rides? We're talking F-150, Explorer, Escape, Mustang Mach-E, Lightning, Transit vans, and Super Duty trucks. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Yeah, sit with that for a second. Every new 2025 Ford in stock qualifies, and there are more than 5 to choose from with that extra $1,000 open bonus cash. But don't wait. This deal ends January 2nd. And when it's over, it's over. Get to Saramonte Ford right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. Final days, big trucks, bigger savings. Saramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Valerie from Fremont. Upon calling RNS, the receptionist was able to schedule a service technician for the next day. Edgar showed up in a timely manner, assessed the problem, had all the parts and new openers with him.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Toyota-thon is on, and you know what that means. Unbeatable deals on your favorite fuel-efficient Toyota models. Right now, for a limited time, get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4. Or shop the industry's best lineup of hybrid and electrified vehicles with 19 models to choose from, including the 36 mpg Grand Highlander Hybrid. These are the deals you've been waiting for. Hurry! Toyota-thon ends January 5th. Toyota, let's go places.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's Cars with a K.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
.39 seconds to go. Warriors a 2-for-1 look here. Butler pulls up, finds Horford. Wide open top side. Got it. The gravity of Butler that time set up Al Horford for his third 3. Thompson will pick him up. Ball goes to Horford. Left alone above the break. 4 for 4 for Al with 1.6 to go.
Yo, what do you do? It's your boy P-Lo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
What's up, P-Lo? It's a weird way to say Sam Lubman and Carter Chickering, though.
Very weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they somehow made my name Japanese.
God, this is such a good bed cam. I need this one. Thank you, Base God. Oh, my gosh.
Damn, killing it back there on the board. This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Sam Lubman, Carter Chickering here on the Morning Roast here on this happy Boxing Day, by the way, to anybody who celebrates. I don't know if anyone else.
What's that?
I'm not sure. I was not prepared for that follow-up question.
Maybe it's like putting all your stuff back in the boxes to return it?
Yeah, return. There you go. It's some sort of Canadian-British holiday or something like that. I don't know. You think Jake Paul celebrates Boxing Day?
I guess he's carrying the sport right now, so I guess so.
Well, that's true. Yeah, he's got a couple jawbreakers that he's working on, too.
Yeah.
You think he goes up to people's like, happy Boxing Day.
My
jaw's wired shut.
I'm 6'8" and 300 pounds. I wouldn't get in the ring with Anthony Joshua. No way. So I've got to tip my hat to him.
I didn't see any of that fight. I just saw the memes of like the meme I saw is like, what's the guy's name? Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
And it just shows how tapped in I was on it. Yeah. And I see the picture of him like with the fist coming back and, cocked. And there's a picture of Jake Paul's face.
Smiling.
And the caption is just like, when you realize he's not going to follow the script. And it's just, then the next picture is just,
That's pretty funny, actually.
The next picture is the jaw just getting completely rearranged, just like,
oh, his mouth was so nasty. Yeah, it's just nightmare stuff.
So, yeah, happy Boxing Day. That's definitely not what Boxing Day is all about. I might throw it back to you in a second, Carter, and then I'll Google what Boxing Day is all about. And maybe before the end of this segment, we can solve that mystery together here as a show, because that's what we do here on the Morning Roast. We're also talking about the Warriors, who definitely were boxing out the Dallas Mavericks last night, at least to a degree. Again, a 126-116 win for the Warriors last night, surviving a 26-point onslaught from Brandon Williams off the bench. He was balling yesterday. Like what seen from him. Cooper Flagg, 27 points. Pretty good day for the rookie. And, what did you think of Cooper Flagg yesterday, Carter? It was the first time the Warriors got to see him up close, and I see why he was the number one pick.
Yeah, he's a baller. I mean, what else are you going to say? The guy's a stud, and he's a stud in the making. And I do think, though, Sammy, one thing that's evident is, look, allegedly people think that the NBA gave them that pick, right, because they traded Luka Doncic. I'm not afraid to say it. A lot of people think that, and it's
just coincidence how the ping pong ball bounced around.
We can play some of our UFO theme music here and put our tin hats on. But I think that if that was the case, I think that Dallas got screwed in that trade, because I think that team that they had there was catered to be around Luka Doncic. It's not catered to be around Cooper Flagg. And Cooper does a lot of the things that Luka does, right? Really good handling the ball and can score and assist and rebound. He's a triple-double guy just like that. But it just doesn't feel like he has figured out yet how to maximize that roster the way Luka had, and who was able to drag that roster really to the finals as kind of the only stud on the roster. So, and look, I'm not being critical of Cooper Flagg. He's incredible, and this is not his fault at all or his problem. It's what the Mavericks had for him, and they gave him, right? And he has injuries on the, Anthony Davis goes out in that game. Kyrie Irving's not there already. This kid has a ways to grow. He's going to get better. I just wonder if the team around him is kind of the strongest fit for him right now. I think that they need to do something with that roster to kind of help him out a little bit.
Well, no, it's clearly it's going to take a while. There's again the Mavericks. They're 12-20 for a reason, and part of it is the injuries. They're not quite there yet. They're going to have to basically reconstruct this entire team around Flagg in a way that best suits his skill sets and his needs. Kyrie Irving probably not going to be a part of that. Anthony Davis probably not going to be a part of that. You look, though, around the rest of that roster, though, you do have other guys that you can kind of keep around here. Whether it's Nembhard, whether it's Christie, whether it's Brandon Williams, he's 26, so I don't know how much longer they hold him around. They have some pieces, but no, they're going to have to build more substantial pieces around him, and that's just something that's going to have to come in time.
To be honest, though, Sam, I would actually want to keep Kyrie Irving if I were them, because I think that Post, to me, looks just more ready to be a forward than he does to be a point guard right now in this league. I think he's very good at being a point guard just in general, but it just feels like he is having an easier time flowing as a forward and not taking on that responsibility of running the team, so to say. You have a guy who is, one of the best point guards to ever do it, really, in the history of the game. So, he's coming off of a big injury, but I feel like Kyrie's shown us when he's come back from injury, he's still a dude. Well, I just don't think you throw him to the wayside.
Yeah, and the truth is, the ACL injury is not the death knell that it used to be. It is one of those things, you get an ACL injury. It's like when Klay had his ACL injury in Game 6. You felt pretty good that when he came back, he would be Klay again.
Yeah.
Things didn't change until he had the Achilles injury. That's the one that, the fact that Kevin Durant is playing as long and as well as he has after his Achilles injury is not talked about enough about how miraculous that is.
Achilles won't kill your height.
No, it will not. It will not. But again, the ACL is just not the tough injury that it used to be. So Kyrie, he should come back. That's why when, again, different sport, but everyone's writing off the Chiefs for next year. It's I don't know, man. ACLs heal pretty well. So
he's going to play next year.
Yeah.
He's not going to be out the full year. Watch. I mean,
we're talking about Mahomes in this case.
He'll be back. You're right, Sam. You nailed it. That's not a nail in the coffin anymore. You know what I mean? And I mean, you look at a guy like Nick Bosa, you know?
Well, that's going to be number 3. That's a little bit of a different situation.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Second one, so that's a little bit different than your first ACL injury. Kyrie's had another major injury at one point too, right?
I want to say he's done this before. I don't know if it was the same. I could be totally off base on that.
That might be, that might be a Google
obviously
search.
The concerning part is, Sam, is like when, you brought up KD, like that's a guy who relies on his height to get his shot up. It's not really a quickness thing, right? He can beat you off the dribble with long strides because his step is so long.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to change either when you have a major injury like that. But when a thing like quickness, shiftiness, and speed, that can change. And so I'm not saying that that's going to happen to Kyrie. I'm really hoping it doesn't. But, I think this guy's good enough, basically, where even if he takes a half step back, he's going to be really productive.
The last 2 years of his career, that's a good presence to have around Cooper Flag. So, all right, again, I'll go along with that. Again, so they have some pieces now to put around Flag. But again, we're talking about guys who are injured and guys who are going to come back from injury. And that, of course, leads us to Anthony Davis.
I was just going to get there.
Just classic Anthony Davis game yesterday. He was looking pretty good early on, though. He did get only 3 points, 3 rebounds early in that game. Most of it coming in that first quarter there. Exits in the second quarter with a groin injury. Did not come back because they just wanted to be safe. Listen, like Shasky talks about this a lot. He wants the Warriors to go out and get Anthony Davis. And I understand the reasoning behind that. The Warriors are small and old. They need someone who is big and younger. And he fits that need. It's one of those things like I never really played 2K all that much, but if you could turn injuries off, you make that move. Unfortunately, in real life, you can't turn injuries off. And yesterday was everything about why I would in no way, shape, or form want Anthony Davis on the Warriors. It's, we're frustrated enough with Jonathan Kaminga not being on the court. He's making $22 million. Can you imagine $54 million sitting on the bench every night because he's not healthy enough to get in?
I was just trying to look at what he makes, and I figured it'd be up there in the 50s.
I mean, think about it. The Warriors could trade Draymond and Kaminga or put them together in a package. That still wouldn't be enough to offset the salary for Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I'm trying to run it through here on the trade machine. I've been in your boat, and, I'm one of the most critical people here at the station when it comes to injury. It's like, I love you as a player. You might be great. Ricky Pearsall, you're one of them. But you got to play. I don't care how good you are if you're not playing. I really don't. It means so little to me how good you are if you're not playing. And I think, Draymond, for instance, you might be great, dude. But, if you can't stay on the floor because you can't control your emotions, I don't really care. You're not that good then, So, look, the Anthony Davis thing is a phenomenon that now the Lakers have put up with, and they got sick of it, clearly. And the Mavericks are finding out that maybe this was a huge mistake. If I'm the Warriors, I'm not considering moving for Anthony Davis if they want serious draft capital. Maybe one pick, and that's it. You're done. Anything past that, I'm good.
That's just not something I want to touch the 10-foot pole. Again, the Mavericks played 32 games. He's been healthy enough to play in 16 of them. And again, when he's on the court, he's great. But again, it's when he is on the court. That's kind of the tricky situation there. So we'll get into this more on the other side. Al Horford, I want to talk about him a little bit. Cam came back with the highlight there. That was kind of the Al Horford I think the Warriors were expecting last night or yesterday afternoon. So I want to talk about that a little bit. And then Steve Kerr said on Wednesday that he did not have his finest hour this week. Take a wild guess as to what he is talking about when he says that. While you're mulling that guess over in your head, I'm talking to you, the audience. We're going to take a break. We'll get into it on the other side. Again, Nick Friedel, he's joining us at 9:20. We'll get Cousin Nick's thoughts on all the fun things that have been happening around the Warriors this week. All that is brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Excuse me, can you tell me where?
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. but Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. So skip the guessing. Go with the experts. Remember, Dolan's knows. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit DolanLumber.com.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or BigLou.com.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Horford turnover. Horford the other way. Dribbles, great bounce pass to Butler, who flies in for a two-hand slam. A little elevation sensation for Jimmy Buckets, and it's 98-87. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
It is the Morning Roast, but there's no Joe Spadoni or Joe Shasky. It's actually a Sam Lubman and a Carter Chickering edition of the Morning Roast, and those sweet beats that you're hearing on the radio side are provided by one Cam Williams, killing it back there on the board. Red light is on his mic, but the mic is not on. We got all sorts of things malfunctioning in the studio this morning, but we press on through the adversity. That is what we do here. Carter, again, that was Tim Roy on the call yesterday as the Warriors beat the Mavericks 126-116 on Christmas Day. 23 points for Steph. And Steph Curry, usually you always count on him for a great performance. Sometimes, though, Christmas Day for a while was not really a guaranteed good day from Steph. He's had a lot of clunkers on Christmas Day in his career, though. Last couple years, he's actually done pretty well on Christmas Day. He had 33 against the Suns a couple years ago on Christmas Day. That year they won the title. 38 last year against the Lakers. Of course, they lost that one, though. So good day from Steph overall yesterday, but really good day from Al Horford, Carter, especially in that first quarter. Horford yesterday, 14 points off the bench, 12 of those coming in the first quarter. We went 4 for 4 from three-point range there. And, I was crushing Al Horford on Wednesday, Carter. 39-year-old center, he doesn't really have much left in the tank. Why would you go and add an old guy to an already old team, especially a guy who can't play back-to-backs? And coming off the sciatica issues, that looked like the Al Horford that Mike Dunleavy probably expected to see for this team yesterday in that first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well, and 4 of 6 on threes. That's kind of, what more could you ask, right? As kind of just a spot-up shooter, big man in the corner. Look, good game. I'll give him that. I was never a fan of this signing. I'm still going to stand by that. I just wasn't. Yeah. And I think that, everyone was clamoring, you need a stretch 5. You need a stretch 5. Well, I just asked those people, what did you look at Quentin Post as? That's literally what they drafted in Quentin Post. So, and you're getting more defensive production out of Quentin Post than you are out of Al Horford. So, great game from Horford. And yeah, it obviously clearly helped the Warriors too in that first quarter. They kind of get that 10-point cushion because of Al Horford. So,
well, especially because early on, Steph was not feeling it in that first quarter. Again, 0 for 2 in that quarter. Did go 5 for 5 from the line in the first quarter. That's where all of his points came from. Jimmy was also scoreless from the field. Both Steph and Jimmy combined for 8 points, all off free throws in that first quarter, Carter. So I'm not going to sit here and say that 26-year-old Al Horford has finally arrived, but he did his job yesterday. That's what you needed him to do. You needed him to come in, provide some three-point shooting off the bench as a big man. Would have liked to see a little bit more rebounding from him, but this is a low bar to clear. But that might have been one of Al Horford's maybe his best game so far as a Warrior, which that's such a sad sentence.
Well, that's the thing is, Sam, what you just nailed it. It's just he's done so little here that he could have, done half of what he did yesterday. Probably still would have been his best game. Yeah. So, and you brought up the word efficient. I've been in the boat kind of what, why they've been accumulating all these losses for me is because, yesterday Jimmy Butler was really efficient, right? He wasn't overly shooting by any means, and he, I thought, just had a really nice game. He only had 10 field goal attempts, and I've been one of the ones here who's been just calling on him to shoot the ball more. And I know he's not, he's not a scorer. That's not necessarily his thing, but he's a star, and you don't get to be a star without being a decent scorer at some point in this league. But I actually thought I was okay with the game he played yesterday with only 10 attempts. He was 50% from the field, which is really good. For someone who's not constantly just dunking the ball, basically. And, these are the games I want to see. My problem with him throughout this season has been And, Warriors fans, I think, got on him previous to maybe the last 3 or 4 games of like, dude, we need to see more of you for $55 million. Like, everyone's been very clear about that. Like, this isn't enough for $55 million. So what we saw him transition into becoming more of a scorer, right? And looking at the basket more instead of looking at everyone else. If I'm going to go down, I want to go down swinging. And going down swinging to me is not catering to try to make your role players better when you're the star player. It's trying to include them in the game, sure, but they should not be the focal point. You're the focal point. And I think Jimmy has shown a lot this year that he was catering too much to guys like Moses Moody and role players on this team, really, to try and get them going at his own sacrifice, basically. I think these last stretch of games where they've done really well here, Jimmy's looked for himself more. And he's realized, look, I'm the star here. These role players need to be supporting me as much as I'm trying to support them. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something Steph always has done well, right? Is no, this is my time. Let me go get this bucket right now. And so it's been nice to see Jimmy. Yesterday was really the first game I noticed where maybe scoring first wasn't his thing, right? But he was looking at the basket. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
there's more aggression from him yesterday.
There's just more aggression, and the efficiency shows it, right? It's not like this lackadaisical 5 of 10. It just, it was
a smart 5 of 10.
Yeah, your eyes weren't tricking you on the court. Like, you could just tell he was being more aggressive, and it's just there more. So that is my positive. Yes, they're on a 3-game winning streak, but for the bigger picture of things right now, that's why I have some faith that this is going to pick up.
Yeah, no, again, we're reacting to the Warriors' 126-116 win over the Dallas Mavericks. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. You can also text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. All this, also this segment here, brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Again, Jimmy Butler, 14 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists, so very close to a triple-double. And, absolutely agree with what you're saying there, Carter. There was a little bit more of an aggressive Jimmy last night. Again, love the 9 rebounds there. He's impacting all parts of the floor. I think it's so easy to point at the point total and basically judge the body of work off of that. I agree. Would like to see some a little bit more than 14 points, but on a night when Steph just wasn't really feeling it in that first half, you need Jimmy to kind of be that stabilizer. And again, 5 points from Steph in the first quarter and the second quarter as well. Jimmy started to get to the bucket a little bit in that second quarter there. But I do like that when Jimmy does direct the offense, again, maybe he's not getting himself involved, but he does find ways to get Moses Moody good open shots and find ways to get GP2 good open shots. Like, that is good. That is positive. I do like those contributions there. But I am in agreement with you. I want to see Jimmy just taking the ball and say, get out of my way. Let me do my thing.
Right. I want you to be Jimmy Butler, not Draymond Green.
That's a very good way to put it. We already got one Draymond Green, and that's one Draymond Green too many. And then,
dude, last year, Sam, there were so many plays where he would dribble under the hoop and go from one side of the key to the other and not even look up if he could do a reverse layup. You know what I mean? And there was so many occasions where it would have been an easy either foul or 2 points, just by a simple reverse layup on the other side of the hoop, using the rim to protect the ball. And so you're just not seeing that as much this year, thank God. And look, if I'm going to go down in a game, Sam, I want it to be because my star's having a crappy game, not because Moses Moody's having a crappy game.
Especially when your star is trying to force Moses Moody and he's still, having a crappy game.
And we're not picking on Moses, buddy.
No, we're just using him as an example.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I'm going to go down, I want it to be because my stars are swinging, not because, Brandon Pajemski's swinging.
Speaking of stars who are swinging, Draymond Green. Again, a pretty, Draymond Greenish game from him yesterday. 7 points, 2 of 7 shooting. Had 5 rebounds, 3 assists, so another triple single for Draymond. That's a little off the cuff there. Honestly, I did not hate the game that Draymond had yesterday, especially in the fourth quarter. There's some sequences that I liked where, again, it's just when he gets into directing the offense mode, you do kind of see where the offense starts to flow a little bit better when he's trying to, not do anything with the ball. When the ball is not really going through him, or he's just kind of facilitating there. There's some good stretches there earlier in the fourth quarter that I really liked. I thought he set up GP2 for a pretty good dunk late in the fourth as well. GP2, by the way, had the basically the night lay-in late in that game. That was like, all right, good, we can finally put this one to bed. But this was another fun, interesting week for Draymond Green. Again, we talked about him leaving the bench on Monday night against the Mavericks. It's Friday, and we've had a whole gameplay, and yet we're still kind of talking about it. Why are we still talking about those? Well, Steve Kerr, after practice on Wednesday, more or less kind of took the blame maybe for this latest blow-up between him and Draymond. Here's what Coach Kerr had to say on Wednesday.
Monday night was not my finest hour, and that was a time I needed to be calm in the huddle. So I regret my actions in that exchange, and I apologized to Dre. He apologized to me. Both apologized to the team. These things, they happen, especially when you get two incredibly competitive people like Dre and me. So over the 12 years we've been together, this has happened occasionally, and I'm not proud of it. So we had a great chat. I care so much about Draymond, and the relationship we have is like family. And like family, you go through ups and downs. And
so again, he calls it not his finest hour, says he could have handled it better. Basically saying they've had it happen before, which is true. We do know it is very well documented that these things have happened in the past with Draymond and Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, We've seen him and Draymond get into it a lot in various different ways. Of course, there's the infamous Oklahoma City Thunder game back during that 73-win season where they kind of got in that spat during halftime. We saw the Kevin Durant, Draymond Green one. Carter, when you hear Kerr talk about that, though, saying it's not his finest hour and basically kind of taking the fall for what happened there, what's your reaction to that?
My reaction is I knew that this is exactly what was coming from this whole thing, is that the weekend would go by and then they'd make up and we'd move on, because it's happened 100 times, it feels like. And I really do believe Steve Kerr when he says, like, we're like family. Like, I think that he and Draymond are very, very close. I think that Draymond supports him in a lot of ways that we as fans look like at Draymond is overstepping. And what I mean by that is like being in the war room. Like, I think that a lot of people looked at that as like, get out of the war room, dude. You're not going to be part of the future rendition of the Warriors anyway. So why are you drafting for them? And I think Kerr looks at it as like, you're here to support me. Thank you. Like, you're here to help me do my job. And whether that's, on the court drawing up plays, whatever. So I think when they butt head to head, it's hard for both of them. Like, they both feel like they support each other in so many ways. And I can see where things would boil over with Draymond. And I'm shocked that Kerr, it doesn't happen more between the two of them, frankly. I think he'd be a very hard person to deal with at times.
Well, absolutely. Again, they're both very fiery, intense personalities, which is going to cause some things to clash. Again, Kerr knows how this is. I mean, he was on those Bulls teams. He was on those teams with Rodman. He got into it with Michael Jordan as well when they were onto it. So Kerr understands that kind of fire. And Kerr has talked in length about this in the past about how he has to, different players, he has to talk differently with them. He mentioned early in his first year where, Klay did something during practice and Kerr, gave him the old shouting treatment, and Klay kind of shut down after that. Kerr realized that if he's going to talk with Klay, he's got to do it in a different way than, maybe he would talk with Draymond. And I think there's one school of thought that says, oh, you're soft if you can't get yelled at by your coach. But I think there's another school of thought of one of the things that makes Steve Kerr such a great coach, and we've had so many people come on the station and reiterate this, is the ability to work with other people. Working with other people, how you work with other people, the relationships you build with other people, it matters. Whether it's on a basketball team, whether it's, here at this station, it's how you work with people matters. And sometimes the way you interact with one guy to get the best out of him is going to be very different than how you interact with another guy. And so while, Steve had to take a more measured approach with someone like Klay, Draymond was someone who he needed to kind of get in there and say, hey, bleep, 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 let's get this thing together. And we played that little breakdown on Wednesday, Carter, and how legit it was. I kind of thought that breakdown was pretty legit. It was coming after a stretch where Draymond was frustrated with the refs. Dre goes over to the bench. He's clearly stuck in that moment that just transpired on the court. He's not mentally in the huddle. And I think Kerr said something like, hey, man, you got to, get it in gear. And that's what set Draymond off. And maybe Kerr looked at that as a situation where he should have done one thing with Draymond instead of doing what he did do. And that's what set Draymond off. And, I can respect Kerr for saying, yeah, maybe I said the wrong thing to him. Dude, at the end of the day, you're the coach. Like, you run the huddle, not him. And when you let him walk off the court like that, in that manner, and then take the fall for it, you are not the reason why Draymond Green walked off that court. You are not the reason why Draymond Green blew up like that. Again, you have these spats, call it a family thing, blah, blah, blah. When you make excuses for him like this, it's just a continuation of basically what we've been seeing for the last 10 years. Draymond does something, and then it's just some semblance of, well, that's just Dre being Dre. And while the Warriors, the guys within the building might be content with that, and they know more about this situation than we do, on the outside looking in, especially the fans, however much say they have on this, it's tiring.
It's exhausting. I think, look, Sam, everyone is, different, right? So maybe the way I say something to Cam would be different than the way I'd say something to you. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to get across the same message. You know what I mean? I'm sure you could go back in high school, all the way back to Moses Moody's high school tapes, and I'm sure there's video of him yelling at someone or standing over them after dunking on them and showing fire that we just are not accustomed to Moses Moody having in a Warriors jersey. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, though, every single one of these guys has that in them, I promise you. Because guess what? You don't get to the NBA without having that fire to some degree.
You got to be a jerk to some degree.
You do not get to that level of playing without it, I promise you. And Draymond, his fire is what brought him to the NBA, really, and is what has given him a Hall of Fame career. So, you can try and suppress what Draymond does, right? But then at the end of the day, you're suppressing the reason you hired him,
Yep. And so, well, two things I have to say about that. The first thing I'm going to say, Carter, is that you are listening. Well, you're not listening, but the people out there in the audience are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It is a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. Nick Friedel, he'll be joining us at 9:20. At some point, probably in the 8 o'clock hour, there is a football game on Sunday night. I was just told that Carter will be there in the VIP section. You're doing the coin toss, Carter? Is that
Yeah, I'm doing the coin toss, Sammy.
Cool, I could just make stuff up and people might believe it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we will talk a little bit of Niners, Bears, probably in that 8 o'clock hour. But Carter, usually when I see stuff on social media, it's just abject nonsense. Every now and then, though, much like a blind squirrel finding a nut, you do find something when you're doom scrolling on Instagram that kind of sticks out. And I saw this post. It said, when it comes to deal, because everyone, it's Christmas time, so we're all going to deal with our families. And there's always that one person in the family that's like the problem person in the family. And basically this thing, the caption was like, when you have a problematic family member, everyone else in the family will avoid confronting that family member to try and keep the peace. They don't want to rock the boat, especially around the holidays. But what ends up happening is the only peace that is kept is the peace of the problematic family member, not of the rest of the family. Everyone else is constantly living in angst and frustration, while the guy who's the problem is all happy, hunky-dory, thinking nothing's wrong because, well, if something was wrong, someone would have, confronted me on it. Like, no, that's just... And then what ends up happening is everyone around them becomes frustrated, and the person everyone's frustrated with keeps going about their business as is because, well, why would they change? No one has said anything to me. That's kind of what we have here with Draymond Green still, is that everyone's on the outside looking in. Now, again, there are things that go on within those halls that we are not privy to. Bonte, he shed some light on it this past Tuesday, and we talked about who was it, Horford, and who was the other guy that went down the tunnel after Draymond to check on him. I'm spacing on it right now, but there's more going on obviously than we know of. So I'm not gonna sit here and say I know everything, but we've seen 10 years of this for the most part. Every time Draymond steps out of line, everything seems to be done as a way to try to mitigate what he did, downplay what he did, or just, slap on the wrists, quick 1-game suspension, let's try and move forward and then just put this in the past and just move on from it and never really confront it. And it's coming to a point where I think we passed the point long ago, to be honest. When the performance on the court is dwarfed by the nonsense off of it, you've lost me. And for me, that point, for me, that point was the punch, but it's been building up. This dude, we got so out of control, granted, slightly different situation, but he had to watch an entire NBA Finals game from a suite at an A's Rangers game while Game 5 was happening just 250 feet away in Oracle Arena. And, we parse it as like, it was LeBron's fault, it was Kiki Vandeweghe's fault. The fact of the matter is, it was Draymond doing too much that put him in that situation. And that was the start. The Warriors have, for as long as Draymond has been here, lived and died by whether or not he has his head fully in on the game, fully in on the situation. And it's come to a point where it's like, dude, you're just not good enough for us to live and die by you like that.
Well, the Warriors have, in the past, thought that they cannot win without Draymond Green. And now that has changed, I think. I'm not sure that they've come to that realization yet, but I think we all know that you take Draymond Green away from this team, how vastly, vastly different would it be? It won't be as vastly different as if you took it away from the 2016 Warriors. We know that. So I think, we've reached an inflection point here, and you nailed it, really, which is this worth, all the trouble, all the off-court stuff here? Is this play on the court worth all this off-court crap? And I think Steve Kerr would argue it is, because I think Steve Kerr will always be in Draymond's corner. But I think as a fan, it's just exhausting, right?
Absolutely. No, and again, I think for a lot of people, we passed this time a while ago. Even still, though, there's always going to be the apologists for him. That's just Dre being Dre. And you mentioned, the Warriors, weren't as good with Dre off the court. There was a time when that was true. What we've seen this year, and the inflection point that I think that you're kind of talking about as well, or part of the inflection point that you're talking about, is this week, this homestand specifically, was the first time that I can truly remember where there was just like this unanimous, understanding, or this unanimous, we're all unanimously seeing a much better team when Draymond was not on the court. Like, the last time you can go back to a time when the Warriors actually looked a little bit better when Draymond off the court was against the Kings in the first round a couple years ago. Draymond stomping the yard on Domantas Sabonis, ends up missing, I think it was game 3 he missed that one, and then, he was moved to the bench for that one, and ended up being a great move for the Warriors. It kind of got him back into that series. They won game 4. Thank God Barnes missed that shot. And it propelled them to ended up winning that series, a very hard-fought 7-game series. You're starting to see the cracks of the whole you need Draymond on the court argument. Now, there's going to be times where he helps them be good on the court. But the thing that always kind of saved Draymond Green's ass was the fact that when you take him off the court, things go down. And you could be as much of a jerk as you want in life, unfortunately, but if you're producing, in your field, if you're getting the job done, people are going to look the other way, because that's just how business works in any work of life, in any industry, especially in entertainment industry, which sports is a form of the entertainment industry. But this week you saw a bit of a switch in that. No, that's not really the case, Draymond. We can live without you on the court. We thrive without you on the court even.
Yeah, I honestly think, Sam, there's not enough going on the court for me to just feel strongly about even talking about Draymond Green. Right now, to me, it's like, you're in the headlines for the stuff I just don't care about, which is not the stuff on the court. So until he wants to get in the headlines for stuff he's doing on the court and the production he's having, I'll give him props. Yesterday, he only had 2 turnovers, so that's good. We're headed in the right direction, but I'm so tired, personally, of talking about his antics off the court and his stuff with Kerr and yada, yada. It just doesn't matter until, this team needs to win games. You're 500. I don't want to hear about your crap off the court. Yep. I don't care. And so, just figure it out. Let's move on and let's go. Either you're here to play basketball or you're here to distract. There's only 2 paths.
Again, we're still talking about the fallout of the latest Draymond Green, Steve Kerr spat. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr more or less takes the blame for what happened between him and Draymond, calls it not his finest hour. They did have a discussion with the team. There were some apologies made. We'll get into a lot of that on the other side. Plus, Steve Kerr said something else at practice on Wednesday about Draymond Green, and he opened up the can of worms that I think a lot of us want to. It involves Draymond Green and the bench. We'll get into that and more on the other side. Cousin Nick, again, Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider, covers the Warriors to the Athletic. He'll be joining us at 9:20. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number to call. Text in the Boxer and Gerson Worker Injury Attorneys text line. Want to hear from you, Dumb Nation. Steve Kerr taking the blame for Draymond. How do we feel about that? Is anyone going to come to Kerr's, come out and say that Kerr did the right thing? Who knows? Find out on the other side. All that is going to be brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
On January 1st, tolls will go up on all bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
All right, Bay Area, lock in, because the clock is ticking on the Ford Final Days year-end sales event, and it's happening right now at Saramonte Ford. And trust me, you do not want to miss this. Right now, you get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash, on top of all other offers on brand new 2025 Fords. That's real money, and it gets even better. How about 0% APR for 60 months on Saramonte Ford's most popular rides? We're talking F-150, Explorer, Escape, Mustang Mach-E, Lightning, Transit vans, and Super Duty trucks. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Yeah, sit with that for a second. Every new 2025 Ford in stock qualifies, and there are more than 5 to choose from with that extra $1,000 open bonus cash. But don't wait, this deal ends January 2nd, and when it's over, it's over. Get to Saramonte Ford right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. Final days, big trucks, bigger savings. Saramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 and 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Pajemski drives, comes down the paint, kicked it over to Melton, right corner. The three is off the rim. Rebound, Richard, back to Melton. 2 for a quarter. It's up and good. Butler's got the board. Throws the ball ahead. Melton will bring it up top now to Butler. He'll go to the corner, get some spacing going, takes a jumper and knocked it down. It's a 3.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Coach, what's going on? It's actually Sam Lubman and Carter Chickering. Cam Williams on the board, pressing all the buttons with some just absolute bangers on these rejoins. You might need to start using Cam's board now, Carter.
Cam, I missed you. I'm glad you're here.
Anyway, it is, again, it is the day after Christmas, Boxing Day, which, according to this really quick Google search I did, but then didn't pay off the T's on, it's the day after Christmas Day. Boxing Day was once a day to donate gifts to those in need, but has evolved to become a part of the Christmas festivities. It originated in the United Kingdom and is celebrated in several Commonwealth nations. So yeah, I guess just an extra day to give stuff to people.
See, that pisses me off, Sam, and I'll tell you why. Is because this tells you why boxing's dead. Why is the WBC not hopping on that, saying why don't we put a massive fight card together? You know, it's just
what's the card they have put together when Jake Paul is your biggest boxing name right now?
Yes, yeah, but it seems to me that of course the sport's failing when you have people who don't even think of easy things like that.
Yeah,
I mean that seems simple.
That's actually, it does feel like it's right there on a silver platter.
It seems right there on a silver platter. You put up a huge card that goes 5 hours of the day. You have almost no sports competition today. I don't know.
You make a lot of sense with that one. Actually, I can't
I'm
shake
a big
a
boxing
stick at that
guy,
one.
so I mean I enjoy the sport. I'm not as tapped in as I'd like to be. But
I tried to get into it in the past. I'll never forget the infamous. What's my guy's name? De La Hoya Mayweather fight in 06, I want to say.
God, that was a long time ago.
I know, that was like, when that fight first came out, there was so much hype around it. Mm-hmm. And it's like, you know what? Like, I want to get into boxing. I actually just started watching the Rocky movies at the same time, too. So I'm like, feeling it, and, it's so you get into that mood. And it's like, let's watch some actual boxing here. And that was the first time I'd actually seen Floyd Mayweather fight. And yeah, if you want to get into boxing, don't let Floyd Mayweather be the first fight you see.
No.
That is a lot of dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
No, I was a big Floyd Mayweather fan, though.
Oh, I hated him.
I was a big fan. I met him at the Summer League, at NBA
really?
Summer League. He was sitting for the Warriors game, and so I went up to him, and I was like,
hey, can you read this?
Yeah, I said, hey, can you read my jersey? No, I was in the 8th grade, and he was just super cool, super nice, took a pic with me, dapped me up, so I will always be a Floyd Mayweather fan. Yeah. Love this. Yeah, Boxing Day. The WBC needs to get on this.
Yeah. I remember it was the Canelo fight he had years ago as well as no one was just like, I was rooting so hard for Canelo to knock him out. And this is the thing about Mayweather. He's a defensive fighter. And that's just, it's not as sexy to see. I want to see dudes just bludgeon the heck out of each other. So I tried to get into boxing. Unfortunately, I probably didn't do as good of a job at it.
You sound like a UFC guy more.
I didn't really like UFC either.
Wow.
See, it's just
a lot
like
of bludgeoning in the UFC.
You see, but that's just too easy though. At that point, you guys are just fighting. Like I want some nuance to
maybe
my
slap
fights.
boxing.
I've seen that actually. Yeah,
the slapping thing. I'm
or
not
chess
into
boxing
that.
was the other one.
Oh yeah,
you box for 2 minutes, and you go play chess, and then you box a little bit, and then you go play chess, and it's just
wow.
That's too much wear and tear on the brain right there. I don't
know. I'm out on chess boxing. That's for sure.
Yeah. Anyway, Warriors played on Christmas yesterday. I believe it's their 13th consecutive time playing on Christmas Day, and that's obviously a big part because of Steph and Curry. Only the big time teams get to play on Christmas Day, and it used to be they do the finals rematches on Christmas Day.
Yeah,
and
right.
It was Christmas Day and Martin Luther King Day were always the finals rematches. They kind of went away from that after 4 years of Warriors Cavs. Then they just made it Warriors LeBron, and I can't remember the last time they had a NBA Finals rematch now on Christmas Day. Do you like they kind of got away from that, or do you like they just kind of let's just get some premier matchups together regardless of where they matched up in the finals last year, like Thunder Spurs. That was I didn't watch much of it yesterday, but that sounds like it was a great one. Spurs now 3-0 against the Thunder this year. That's a fun matchup there.
Did you see what happened last night?
And the Nuggets game, I did not see. The power was out at my place last night when I got home. So any sports watching,
they went into overtime. Do you know what Jokic's stat line was last night?
Probably something really stupid and ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, it's like some video game stuff. 56 points. He had 16 rebounds.
Only 56?
Yeah, 56, 16, and 15. I mean, it's unbelievable what that guy can do. Anyone who says, well, it's because he's on the Nuggets, like, yeah, forget you. You don't even know.
Honestly, we all know how great Jokic is. He's probably the most boring, amazing player ever. Wow, what a line. Anthony Edwards himself drops 44, but doesn't really do a whole lot else.
Yeah, I also had a problem with he and Chris Finch at the end of that game. I saw kind of the end.
Oh, what happened there?
Well, they both got technicals. They were down. It was 133 to 130, and they're within 1 minute left in overtime. And they both, I think Ant got 2, and Chris Finch got 1 technical. They just give up 3 free throws. They're down 3 points. I mean, probably 40 seconds left in the game.
Well, hey, I'm just glad the refs made their presence.
Steiny's got to call Chris. I mean, come on, dude. Finchy, you got to be better than that. You're a coach, for God's sake.
Anyway, we are talking about the Warriors again. They did win 126-116 over the Mavericks. Steve Kerr earlier this week taking the fall for Draymond Green. A lot of different angles we can go here this morning. So we're going to kind of wrap up some of our thoughts here with this Draymond Green thing here a little bit. I want to talk about the starting lineup, though, because it does involve Draymond Green. Draymond is still in the starting lineup. Finding consistent starting lineups has been tough for Steve Kerr this year.
This feels real now, though.
This current one that he has, Steph, Moses, Quentin Post, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, that's been the starting lineup the last 4 games. They're 3-1 in those games with this lineup, including the last 3. That quintet, according to the notes that the Warriors send out after every game, 3-2 record this season. Prior to the last 4 games, the Warriors had used 8 different lineups in 8 games. You need consistency if you want to be good in this league. When guys don't have consistent roles, don't know when they're going to be starting or not. Again, part of that was injuries. Draymond Green was in and out of the lineup. Jimmy Butler's been banged up this year. Steph Curry's been banged up this year. But the Warriors are as healthy as they really have been all year long right now. And so that's the starting lineup there. I guess this is a 2-parter here. 1, do we like that starting lineup? And then 2, if you were to take one person out of that starting lineup, at what point do you take Draymond Green out of that starting lineup? So let's start the first. Are you liking this lineup of Steph, Moses, Post, Dre, and Jimmy?
I think you got to give it a little runway, right? It's been so recent. I think right now to rip Draymond out of it would be a mistake without kind of letting it breathe and seeing what you got. You finally settle on something, it feels like, and then to rip Draymond out of it would just be like going against what we've all been calling for, which is just a consistent lineup. Please, Steve Kerr. And This kind of looks similar to the one that they had when they were so successful last year at the end of the year, right? With Moses Moody in there. I think it was pods instead of posts last year.
That sounds about right.
But that being said, we are all clamoring for the size. Post has the size. He can stretch the floor with the shooting. But on top of that, obviously, which we've mentioned, is he's been phenomenal on defense throughout this stretch of the season so far, this 32 games or whatever it's been. So you got to keep Post in there, I think. What I've really been impressed by him is I think him meeting people at the rim is happening more frequently. And it's not always resulting in a shot being blocked, but what he does a really good job of is he jumps straight up to contest shots. So when they're calling a foul on him, it's pretty rare under the rim because he's actually 2 hands straight up. He puts his hands back, which you're supposed to do, because if you go over it all like this, it's a foul. I mean, at all. So, and the YouTube can only see me doing this, but he does a really good job of staying vertical and just using his size basically to either distract shots or block them instead of swiping at people. So I would like to see Quentin Post remain in that starting role. There's no doubt. Not saying he has to finish, but I would like to see him start.
No, again, because getting off to good starts has been a bugaboo for the Warriors this year. And one of the things I liked about this win yesterday, it's the win you're supposed to have. And those are not always a guarantee. I mean, the Warriors have lost so many games this year to opponents who, frankly, are just lesser than them, whether it's all those Blazers games, that Bucks game where they didn't have Giannis, anytime they lose to the Kings. Honestly, that Suns game in Phoenix last week, I thought they should have won that one too, and then they fell apart at the end there. Too many games this year the Warriors should have won. They've tricked away, in part because they get off the slow starts. You're playing behind the entire game. You exert all this energy turning a 20-point deficit into a 2-point lead, and then the other team responds with a 10-2 run or something like that, and now you're just really basically right back to where you were a few minutes ago. I do like Post getting there because there's also a little bit of an offensive boost that Post brings as well. Again, you mentioned the stretch 5 aspect of it. When Post and Al Horford are both in their games playing really well, you have basically 2 dependable stretch 5s there. I like Horford's defense a little bit more than Post. I mean, again, you bring a good point. He did have some good moments there yesterday. There's times where I need to see more aggression from Quentin Post on defense. Right. He's a little bit wiry, so it's kind of tough, especially against those bigger players in the league. And I think that's why there's always going to be a bit of a cap on what Quentin Post can do defensively. I don't think he's ever going to be all anything in the NBA, which is fine. You need role players. Role players matter too. But to your point, though, Carter, good day from Post yesterday. Need to see more of that. I do like Moses Moody being in the starting lineup.
Yeah, I do.
It's been very up and down for Moses this year. He got off to a great start. It looked like he was going to be completely outperforming the contract that he was given. But he's gone through some slumps this year too. But I do feel like he is right now the best option to start alongside Steph Curry in the Warriors backcourt. He does a lot of the things the right way. When he's got that shooting stroke working, he is a very good complement next to Steph. I feel like he's just the highs are good with Moses if he can control the lows, like compared to something like Brandon Pajemski, where I feel like can just be all over the place.
Yeah, it's exhausting.
With Moses, when he is on, it's far more consistent. We've played this game sometimes in our pre-show discussions where if you could take who on this team do you want to still be on this team when Steph is gone in a couple of years? Moses is at the top of my list. I don't know if he's not a build around a team guy. He's probably going to play on 0 all-star teams. Probably won't be all anything, but he's just a good, solid player to have on your team and in your starting lineup. So I do like having Moses there as of right now in this lineup.
Sam, does it concern you that I would say that there's no one I feel that strongly needs to be here after Steph Curry?
That's not a good sign for the current state of the Warriors.
I really don't feel that's just the way I feel. I don't feel like there's anyone I'm going to put on a cape right now and have a long lecture with you on why they should be here post Steph Curry.
I think you can make the argument that, there are certain guys who I think I would like to have around. Moses is one of them. I wouldn't mind having Quentin Post hang around.
Mine would be actually, if I had to pick one, it'd be Pat Spencer, probably.
I'll be honest.
This is a backup point guard.
Yeah.
Pat Spencer.
This is a backup point guard. I think that Steve Kerr doesn't protect Pajemski from himself sometimes.
Yeah.
And he protects Moses Moody from the team, meaning if Moses is shooting really, really badly, Kerr won't play him anymore. You know what I mean? And he'll rip him out of the game and he's done. Like, Pods doesn't get that. We've seen it over and over again.
That's a Kerr issue, not a Moses
No,
Moody
absolutely. It's a Kerr issue, and it's a Pods issue. It's an everything issue, right? It's just, my point is maybe I would feel differently about Pods if we had that, right? If Kerr was...
If he had the same kind of short leash that Moses had. And
I think he needs it sometimes.
It's been a frustration with Moses getting him to this point. I was at the game a couple years ago where, remember there was that stretch, I think it was not last season, the season before last, where just Moses could not get onto the court at all. Like, the dude could literally find like the answer to all things basketball if he wanted to, and Kerr still wouldn't play him. And there's one game that was out a few years ago where, in the middle of the game, you start hearing it was like the end of Rudy, Moses, or Moody, Moody. And it's just, we all were begging for him to get on the court. He finally does. It's just, I've never been at a game where the entire crowd is cheering for the coach to put this guy in off the bench. But that's how, we've all seen the promise that Moses Moody can bring in. He's not some all-world changing player, but role players matter. Role players help. He is the kind of role player who I think can help a team, I don't know this team, but help a team get, into a deep playoff run. I'm going to stop short of saying that he can help a team win a championship, because Moses Moody is not what's going to elevate this team to that level. But he's a guy that, I would like to hang on to into the next generation. Another guy I'd like to have hanging on to in the next generation, if possible. I liked what I saw from TJD yesterday. The lob threat there, I think he's a better interior defender at times than Quentin Post can be, just because he's a little bit beefier. He can bang around with some of those bigger centers that this league has. And honestly, I really like TJD and Pods together coming off the bench. I thought they were a good, really 1-2 punch lob threat there. So are those make it or break in any team? No, but you need role players. Those are guys who I would kind of want to have around for whatever the post-Steph years look like, unless they have trade value.
I think TJD, people love to crap on TJD constantly, right? But I think that the bottom line is he plays better than people give him credit for when he's actually out there.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I think, back to your thing about people wanting Moses Moody, I think that there's a vast difference of people love, who you are off the court matters, as we've finished talking about Draymond Green. You know what I mean? And when you have Pods saying things like, I'm the white Shohei Ohtani, and some of the other ridiculous comments that he's stated, like, that doesn't endear you to people. Or I want to be, I want to be better than Steph Curry. Like, those aren't endearing statements to the fans, right? And you see Moses Moody, this quiet guy who, does what he's told, is, seems just grateful on the mic when he's there to have the minutes he does. He endears himself to the fans,
but not to Kerr,
through his persona, right? And I think that's why you see people chanting for Moses Moody. It's not because, we're so infatuated by his play necessarily, but it's because we want to support this guy, right? We like who he is. And that's why we see people do the exact opposite with Pods, is tearing him down, right? And saying, this guy needs to play less. And I don't think they're wrong when they say that, by the way. But I think that the actual, who you are, how you're presenting yourself off the court, it matters.
Yep. This hour is brought to you by Freedman Bank, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about the Warriors starting lineups right now? What changes do you want to see to that? Does Draymond Green need to be in that starting lineup? Honestly, we're going to get into Draymond in and out throughout the show here. If you guys out there in the audience have thoughts on Draymond Green and on Steve Kerr basically taking the fall for the latest spat that happened on the sideline between him and Draymond Green, would love to hear your thoughts on that. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. When it comes to Pods, is he kind of in that same situation that where Draymond Green was, where as long as the stuff you see on the court outshines the nonsense off of it, you'll tolerate it?
Do you feel like the nonsense off the court is detrimental to the team, though?
Here's the thing. So with Draymond, with his nonsense...
There's no doubt that his nonsense is detrimental.
Oh, no, absolutely. So like the Draymond nonsense, whether it's getting, suspended for a whole finals game, whether it's, screaming at one of your star players on the bench, so much so that it's part of the reason why Kevin Durant ended up leaving the team, whether it's getting kicked out of games because you're in a bad mood and then you see the entire defense fall apart afterwards, whether it's punching Jordan Poole a moment that more or less is we're going to look back on and say, yep, that's the moment the dynasty all came to an end. Yes, Draymond Green's nonsense has absolutely started to dwarf the production on the court. With Brandon Podziemski, though, as annoying as some of the things he says is, yeah, I'm just going to go play baseball at age 40. Yeah, I'm the white Shohei. Yeah, I want the keys to the organization. It's fun for us to talk about. A lot of people roll their eyes at it. I don't think it's really detrimental to what we're seeing on the court, though. He's still in the games. He's not getting thrown out of these games. He's still, at the end of the day, putting what he needs to do for the team above all else. I've always said about Brandon Podziemski, he's not as good as he thinks he is, but he is still a solid player. He is a guy that can help a team compete in the NBA. I like him as the first or second guy off the bench. I liked him in that second unit yesterday alongside him and TJD. I think him and DeAnthony Melton were good on the court together as well. Pods' nonsense, I don't believe, has dwarfed his on-court performance so far. That's because, again, he's just saying stuff. He's not really doing anything. He's not punching anybody. He's not getting thrown out of games. He's just giving eye-rolling quotes, which, yes, those are annoying. And this is going to sound like I'm trying to cape up for Pods here. He's a solid, okay player. At the end of the day, I think he's playing well enough to where I don't like the eye-rolling comments, but it's not taking away from what he's doing on the court. His on-court performance is still, I think, greater than whatever nonsense he might be doing off of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I want to touch back on a Jordan Poole thing you said and just get this off my chest, too.
Yeah, go for it.
If we were counting on Jordan Poole to continue the dynasty, I think the dynasty was already done. I'm sorry, but this is a guy who was traded by the Wizards. So this notion that people have of Jordan Poole, I think, is completely off base. He's a good player, guys. He's not a great player. He's not an all-star. He's not.
But again,
He's
you talk about needing guys. Again, it's just not just star players that win championships.
You're right.
You need guys around him. Jordan Poole, I don't think he was going to be the next Steph. He was not going to be the centerpiece of the next great Warriors team. They were going to have to, figure out a way to build, bring a better talent in. But he was going to be a supplement. He easily could have been the maybe the second or third best player on the next great Warriors team. Probably the third best player.
On what side of the ball?
Probably more on the offensive side of the ball. But hey, remember, Steph,
I would say only on the offensive side of the ball.
Steph's defense was not very good early in his career, too. He became a better defender as he aged. It's not crazy to think that Jordan Poole, if he never gotten punched, could have developed in a similar way on the defensive side of the ball. He's never going to be Steph Curry good. But he was always going to be, I think, just a good player to have on this team. And if you had paired him alongside, the theoretical potential of Jonathan Kaminga, the theoretical potential of Moses Moody, the theoretical potential of James Wiseman. You look at those four guys together who were all on that 2022 championship team, you had to feel like, you got four young guys here where I don't know if any of them are going to be all NBA, legit superstars, but you got four young players here who are going to grow into four very good basketball players and provide this team with an opportunity to compete in the post-Steph years. Jordan Poole was going to be somewhat the leader of that. And Steph even said it during that playoff series, like, that dude's the future right there. And then he got traded.
You just can't. How can you call a guy the future, though, who has no interest in playing defense?
I mean, how many?
Steph had interest in playing defense. Doesn't mean he was good at it.
I mean, at some point, Poole was going to have. You say Poole wouldn't be able to develop that interest. I mean, we've seen a lot of superstars throughout the league refuse to play defense, and it's still, they still have teams where it'll be competitive.
I think, though,
Kyrie didn't play defense for the longest time.
But have they gotten over the hump? James Harden never got over the hump.
That's true.
I mean, I could go down the list, right? There's just so many.
But he gets you into that conversation. That's the first part of it.
But the Warriors have won these championships based on defense a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason Moses Moody's playing.
No, he plays defense.
Yeah, it's not because of his offense necessarily.
Yeah.
And I just and I'm not even getting on you, Sam. I just mean, in general, I think that this, the way we elevate Jordan Poole to this pedestal, to me, is just nuts.
This
is a guy that was traded by the Wizards.
It's this either-or thing here where he's either going to be the absolute lock-in face of the Warriors for the future, Jordan Poole was going to be, or he's just not that guy. there is a level of in between. It's the nuance of it. The NBA, the N stands for nuance.
People legitimately look at him as though the real successor to Steph Curry.
He was not going to be the capital THE successor to Steph, but I did see Jordan Poole as one of the guys who were going to lead the Warriors into the next generation.
No, and he was a nice piece.
Yeah.
Right?
And all that went away when Draymond punched him.
And on top of that, what makes you more angry about the Jordan Poole thing, too, for me, is, and we talked about this in our last show, is what Dunleavy was thinking to trade him for a guy who was 39 or 40 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's not even the worst part. You attach a first-round pick to that? I mean, come on. You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that to me, I still cannot get over. It's just one of the worst trades. And then on top of that, you basically let Chris Paul walk. You don't get anything in return for him.
Again, I gave Mike Dunleavy my Kohl.
No, I should have given him nothing, is what mine should have been, instead of a small candy cane.
I mean, again, the Jimmy Butler trade, again, great trade. Love how it's been working out, but it does not offset a lot of...
what it doesn't offset is the Kaminga contract, right?
Yes.
This guy has now not had 3 DNPs in a row.
I think Jonathan Kaminga is... I don't see how he gets on the court again unless several people are going to need to get injured, and it's going to have to be a break in case of emergency situation. I want to talk about Kaminga in just a moment, but we got the coach in Vallejo on the line. He's got some thoughts on these young Warriors here. Coach, how was your Christmas, man? How you doing this morning?
Happy holidays, Coach.
Hey, happy holidays, guys. Merry Christmas. And after 70 years, these Christmases are starting to seem the same. But it was good. My topic and your topic is a very sensitive topic and a very personal to me because I can no longer root for Steve Kerr for the treatment that you guys have pointed out, the double standards of Podziemski and the way he has treated Moody and Kaminga. Okay, especially Jonathan Kaminga, fine young man of African descent. Okay, and he can't do anything right. And I agree with you, it will be impossible. I mean, they'd have to be short of men before Kerr can put him on the court. I haven't seen treatment like this since the way Al Davis treated Marcus Allen. In Marcus Allen's heyday, remember, he would just stand on the sideline. It hurts me to see Kaminga in the black jersey every game, which means he's not even considered to be a part of the rotation. Then Kerr throws out that BS saying, oh, well, I've talked to him and he understands. You know, it's not about the money at certain points. The young man wants to play, okay? And he appears to be a fine young man. And so, therefore, I cannot root for Steve Kerr. I cannot cheer for Steve Kerr. And the Podziemski thing, Kerr created Podziemski. Kerr gave him the keys to the car when he was a rookie. Kerr made him seem he was better than the other guys that were on the championship team, meaning Kaminga and Moody. So I guess you could tell by the emotion in my voice, I'm pretty hurt by that. I've been a Warrior fan long before Steve Kerr ever got here, okay? I was there under Al Ados. And so it hurts me to even try to cheer for this team, and I have a bunch of Warrior gear that I refuse to wear anymore because of Steve Kerr. But, guys, thanks for listening to me, and please pass this message on to Guru because he knows me and he understands where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Appreciate you,
Thanks, Coach.
It's a good call there. I mean, again, that's his feeling, that's his opinion. I think I'm always going to, stand behind Kerr just because of the resume there, what he's done with this team. But at the same time, it's, Carter, the ends are always very difficult. The end of the Bruce Bochy era, it got pretty gross there to a point where in 2019, I was ready to see him go.
Yeah.
There was just too many times where late in games, you got a lefty coming in. Oh, I'm going to stick with Brandon Crawford because he's my guy. It's like, no, dude, you got righties on the bench. Go to them. And I love Crawford. I love Brandon Belt, but I didn't want to see them against lefties late in games, and Bochy refused to change there. There is a part of me that thinks that if Bochy had stayed on, he would have been in a similar situation as to what we're seeing with Steve Kerr right now, where he would be stuck in certain ways wanting to do things, and there would be a desire to see something new done. And that wouldn't have been done, and we would have seen, I think, a rising frustration with Bochy that would have gotten not very good. And this is Bruce Bochy, one of the most beloved people in Bay Area sports. We played the Christmas Carol game on Wednesday, and we talked about when we played with Draymond Green. What if the three ghosts visited Draymond Green on Christmas night? And the way we did that, we talked about, what made Draymond so lovable once upon a time, what makes him so frustrating now, how will we talk about him in the future? Maybe let's just really quick. It's the day after Christmas, but nothing matters. It's our show. We're going to do what we want. We'll do a quick run through here with Kerr. Like in the past, obviously, what made him so easy to love is he unlocked this team in a way that no one else had. Obviously, Mark Jackson instilled the defensive identity. Kerr took this offense to the next level and made the Warriors better than any team in Bay Area history outside, the Bill Walsh Niners. And so it's easy to fall in with him there. Is the frustration, you hear what the coach in Vallejo is saying there, he can't support Steve Kerr anymore. Does it start to dampen the accomplishments that Kerr has had in his time here with the Warriors, or are we able to kind of separate that and saying, yes, Steve Kerr, 2014 through 2022, the gold standard. Steve Kerr since then is just a completely separate version of Kerr.
I don't think you can ever take anything away from a guy who won 4 championships. I just think that, so many Warriors fans forget where we came from. And I'm serious, like back in the day, I really thought, and I think you and I have talked about this, that the We Believe Warriors would be the high mark of my life for the Warriors.
That's what I thought.
I'm not kidding you. The high mark of my life. That Baron Davis dunk, I still remember where I was sitting. You know what I mean? And I just remember thinking, this is it. And the next year, then they win 50 games and don't make the playoffs, or 49 and don't make the playoffs. Yeah. And it's like, well, I knew that was it, so I'm not even disappointed,
Well, you knew it was going to be blown up when they traded Jason Richardson for Brandon Wright.
It just all hurt, right? And you were like, well, that was worth it.
We did it,
Yeah. And
I still got my We Believe t-shirt somewhere.
And I'm serious, when they won in 2015, for a couple weeks, I was watching the post game afterward, and it's just jaw dropped. Because I just never thought I'd be watching fireworks go over Oracle Arena like that for us winning the NBA championship.
Exactly.
And so I think if you're doing that to Steve Kerr, where you're washing out everything he's done and taking this new image you maybe have of him and planting it over his face of that's his permanent image to you, that's on you, I think. And clearly you weren't here for the hard times, because this was a dumpster fire. And we were the Hornets at one point. I mean, maybe. Honestly,
we were the Warriors were the dumpster fire of all dumpster fires. There was, Carr, just the fact they were in the conference finals was a lot to me.
Yeah,
they did the gentleman's sweep over the Rockets that year, and there was a time in my life before that where I just figured the best that the Warriors will ever do was get gentlemen swept out of the West Finals like the Spurs or something. But we'll always have that great game 4, like the Sleepy Floyd to Superman game. That was at one point the high point in Warriors history after that 75 title. Those were the kind of moments we were scraping for. And Steve Kerr just opened up this whole new world of what could be possible for the Warriors and what we can enjoy.
Well, I think it extends more too, Sam. There's people who do this with Joe Lacob, where Joe Lacob's a crappy owner. And it's well, we actually just came from one of the crappiest owners in sports, Chris Cohan. I mean, that was actually one of the crappiest owners.
And you want to see if you want to talk about a crappy owner, just look up Highway 80 in Sacramento,
Yeah, and he and Chris Cohan to me are very similar.
Look at 3rd and King Street.
Right.
I'm a little
with you on that, Sam. I am with you.
Joe Lacob has spent so much money on this team to try and keep them good. He has made it clear that he is going to spend to keep a good team on the court here. But the thing with Kerr is, and this is where I do kind of understand where the coach is coming from here, is there gets to a point where, you've done a lot of great over the years, but I think it's kind of like with Draymond Green. We all know how great Draymond once was, but there comes a point where the nonsense of it all starts to dwarf what's being done right now in the moment. So I agree with you. What's going on right now doesn't take away what has been done, but it does kind of further reinforce the point that I think a lot of Warrior fans are trying to make, where it's time to go in a different direction with this team.
No, I mean, you're right, Sam. I think
at the head coaching spot. That's what I mean.
No, I think you're right. I think obviously though in the NBA, I think it's really hard to bring in a guy after you've had Steph Curry here. This next rendition isn't here yet, right? No. They're still on the old guys. And I think to kick Kerr out the door and bring in a new guy is going to be impossible for a new guy to establish his culture in here when the old guys are going to look at him and be like, dude, We just won 4 titles.
What's the worst?
Just sit back.
What's going to be the worst shoes to have to fill? Warriors point guard or Warriors head coach?
Like, it's not like the NFL, right?
Yeah.
Like the NFL, that makes a difference. And what I mean by that is like Ben Johnson comes in, he takes over the Bears. Culture is changed, done, and
well, Bears also they're a younger team, so they kind of need to be molded. The Warriors are just so set in their own ways that you need to kind of flush all of this out before something else new can grow here.
But also just like your play calling in football, for instance, like the coaching really, really matters. Whereas to basketball, it's a little more nuanced as far as like how much a coach really steps in and matters. At the end of the day, the NBA is run on star players. Let's call it what it is.
Well, it's how you manage those star players that matters. And that is where Kerr, I think, has the edge above a lot of other coaches. And that, like, I don't know what other coach out there, maybe Eric Spoelstra, is kind of getting, again, it's a wild thing to say, but the production out of Draymond Green that you are able to get.
No,
to be
you're
able to get guys like Jimmy Butler and bring him in and acclimate him into this locker room. Again, Jimmy was with Spoelstra in Miami, and Jimmy kind of started to look around and realized, I don't think they're serious about winning here. You bring him in here. It's not easy acclimating stars into situations like that. That is where Kerr, I think, separates himself from the others. But
where Kerr also separates himself in the other direction is figuring out lineups.
Yeah.
He's awful at it. I mean, let's call it what it is. He's awful at it.
I mean, again, part of it, I think, is the roster construction. But again,
this is kind of every year, Sam.
Yeah.
It's
been the last few years. Yeah. Well, I think that first championship team he had was the perfect team for him. He had the perfect amount of size, perfect amount of youth on that team. Your 3 best players were on the younger side of things. It's at a point now where I think it'd be hard for any coach to figure out a way to consistently win with this roster. You consider the deficiencies that it has. Now, I know there's some guy out there screaming at the radio, it's Steve Kerr who helps make this roster. It has to blame him. At the end of the day, the buck stops with Mike Dunleavy. He's the one who builds this roster. He's the one who's tasked with constructing this roster in a way so that Steve Kerr can win with it. Kerr's not making great decisions with this roster. I will agree with that. But again, you have to play with the roster that you have at your disposal.
Well, Sam, really quickly, I guess my thing is like, and maybe you feel this way, is like you have preseason in the NBA. Okay, there's your time to work with your rotations. The preseason's not long, so I'll give you some leeway. Okay, I think by November 15th, you need to have a starting lineup. Like, you need to know who your starters are going to be for the year.
You know what? It's December 26th, and it seems like we do have a starting lineup. And, it has the Warriors in. Hopefully this lineup works. Hopefully in 2 weeks from now, we're not blowing it up again and putting Melton or Will Richard in because now we're just throwing stuff at the wall to see what works. This current starting lineup is working. Let's just kind of ride it and see how it goes these next few weeks. They got a very good stretch coming up here, Carter.
That being said, I want to be clear. I understand that they have had injuries. It's hard when you have injuries, right? You're plugging and playing. But when you have an injury, it should be simple. This guy's your backup regardless. This guy's who's coming in for you off the bench. You know what I mean? So I guess he's starting today. And it's not like that with Kerr. I mean, he's going 12 deep with different starting lineups.
And it's very quick rotations, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been, I think what he did against the Suns, he did it because they have a high, flying, they have a very fast-paced attack. They want to give guys rest, yada, yada, yada. But no, that's, again, another very legitimate gripe with Steve Kerr is when you don't have consistency, and that is where, I think Eddie Johnson, he said this on the show the other week, where Kerr's kind of failing with the communication here lately.
I can't name another team where the head coach is looking at the 12th man and throwing him into the starting lineup
for serious minutes too.
Yeah, I mean, I really can't, and I'm not like.
And those 12 guys, and that 12 man's always someone in their mid-30s.
This isn't just like bag on Steve Kerr hour. It's just reality. Like, I really cannot name a team where, randomly on a Tuesday, he's looking at the end of the bench and going, you know what, you're going to start tonight. That's a hard way to go to work and operate when you never know. If I came in here every day and I didn't know whether I was running the board, whether I was going to be in the chair, or whether I was going to be picking up the phone calls, I'd be a lot more stressed going to work.
What's worse is when you come in, you find out literally, minutes before or an hour before, hey, you're going to be getting a bigger role tonight.
Right.
It's you need to know this is for any sport, football, baseball, basketball, hockey. Guys, these athletes, they're creatures of habit. They're like
humans.
To know, they are human beings. I think we forget about that sometimes, that there is a human element to this. I got the injury report here in a couple minutes. We got Burns and Fremont. He is really loving our Christmas Carol thing that we've been doing here. I think he wants to do his own little Christmas Carol thing.
Give it to us,
Burns, how you doing today, bud?
Hey, man, I don't know what's more annoying, me having to come to work the day after Christmas or to hear part 2 of the Christmas Carol. Guys, I'm going to help you guys out a little bit today. First of all, just
wait, hold on, Burns. We have to come to work, too, so we're all in the same boat together.
I know. We're all in the same boat, so I'm annoyed. Listen, I caught the little Christmas Carol yesterday. Oof. Yeah, that one needs to be packed up for never. Listen.
Sounds like someone could use a little Christmas Carol treatment themselves. Clearly the ghost failed you last night, Burns.
Listen. First of all, what did Bruce Bochy do after he left the Giants? Just curious.
Took some time off, and then he got to take over a very good Rangers team, and he won a World Series. But again, he took some time off there, Burns. That's the key part there.
I understand you guys have already mentioned, it's the front office, and probably if we kept Bruce and, got the front office correct and got some players for him, he would have won.
Sure, we can always go with that theory.
Hey, now moving on to basketball. Give me a coach, because you guys all want to get rid of Kerr, and you can say you don't, but the whole, I don't know, that's a little
people are
propaganda
saying
for 95 say it, 95-7 the most, but just give me a 4-time NBA champion player. Give me a 5-time NBA championship coach. Throw in 2 gold medals, why don't you, too? And then I'll start to listen about replacing Kerr. I mean, give me a break.
So you want Eric Spoelstra?
This is who is that? I don't even know who that dude is, dude. Give me a
you should
break.
do this thing. It's called Google, Burns. Go check it out.
He couldn't hold Kerr's basketball bag, dude. Come on, dude. I mean, give me a break.
But you don't know who he is.
Burns. I am not in that boat. Don't put me in that boat. I am absolutely not in that boat. So you cannot speak for the entire umbrella of 95.7 The Game. That is completely unfair.
Yeah, and neither one of us, Burns, are saying that Carter and I, we're not saying get rid of Steve Kerr. We're acknowledging the reality.
Not in that boat.
Yeah, but hey, I love that he tries to put those takes on us.
There are people here that feel this way. Look, we get these calls a lot. Why do you or why do you, why are you having this trouble? You guys all bag on pods, yada, yada, yada. We all at this station feel completely differently. We're
allowed to have different opinions. We're not a hive mind here.
We argue behind the scenes at this station constantly. We're in screaming matches. You guys just don't see it.
I just liked how he hated that Christmas Carol bit.
Yeah.
Imagine hating it. I don't know. Someone could have used the Christmas Carol.
I am absolutely in the boat of Steve Kerr needs to finish out this rendition of the Warriors, and they need to have a mutual parting ways like Jerry Sloan did, at the end of his tenure with Utah. I just think bringing in a new coach at this point to be with Steph Curry is it's not going to do much for them. I just don't think. And I think you do need a new head coach for the next rendition. I think Kerr will fall on deaf ears the next rendition. That's just my feeling. Oh. So, Burns, that is not the way I feel at all.
Yeah, but, he likes to put thoughts on us.
Okay.
I can't wait for Burns to call in next week. We'll have a fun time when I screen his call. First things first, to do the injury report. Hey, the 49ers, they got a football game on Sunday night. We'll be talking about that a little bit in our 8 o'clock hour that's coming up in just a matter of moments. But the 49ers had a pair of important players out of practice yesterday. Tight end George Kittle missed practice due to the low ankle sprain that he suffered this past Monday night, which should not come as a surprise for 49er fans. We talked about it at length on Wednesday. And wide receiver Ricky Pearsall missed yet another practice due to his PCL and ankle injuries. Both are questionable for Sunday night against the Bears. Probably going to see Kittle more likely than Pearsall, but oh man, wouldn't it be great to have both of them on the field. That was the injury report, which was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live on the Odyssey app, the free Odyssey app, that is, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it is a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. All right, so we were just talking about Steve Kerr there and how everyone still loves him. Burns is a big-time fan of Steve Kerr, and I love how he just didn't know who Eric Spoelstra was. That's a fun one there. A big part of the frustration, well, you know what? Steve Kerr did talk after the game last night. I want to play this here, just where the Warriors are at, because we always talk about how Christmas Day is kind of the unofficial start. of the NBA season. We're 31 games into the season now, but now it's for real.
Also, Sam, are we giving credit to 2 gold medals?
Hey,
if you don't win the gold medal, that's on you, dude. You have the team. I mean, come on,
you still got to do it. I mean,
Coach Burns, that is so soft. I'm sorry.
Coach K failed to win a gold medal in 04.
Yeah, you know what? And that was a blemish on his career is having a silver medal. I'm serious. That is so soft if we're bringing up gold medals.
Like, come bronze.
On. In 10 years, we can bring up gold medals when the rest of the world's caught up. They're not there yet. Come on.
I still give Kerr credit for putting, he still has to run the team out there, call the plays. And
the only thing I give him credit for is dealing with the horrible American fans that were calling for Jason Tatum. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, because that was going to make a difference.
Yeah, so stupid.
31 games in the season. Coach, where the Warriors are at?
We're at right now. I feel like we're in a good place. We have a rotation. We're healthy. Getting Al back today was huge, the way he shot it in the first half, just creating that separation. But our centers are all playing well. I think QP, it's funny because, QP has not shot the ball well, but he's played really, really well defensively. And so to have Trace out there doing the same, defending, blocking shots, and then to have Al, suddenly we have, a pretty big front line should we choose to go big. And but multiple options off the bench. So I like the way we're playing, but now we got to go on the road and keep it going.
So, again, we're kind of looking at where the Warriors are at right now. They got the full roster together. Kerr says all the answers are on this roster. Does it feel like, again, with the way the schedule is going to start to open up this next road trip here, you got a tough one in Toronto on Sunday, but then you got the Nets and the Hornets on the road, come home against OKC, yikes. Then you got Utah, the Clippers, and then Milwaukee. We'll see if the Warriors can bounce back there after losing to them without Giannis last time. Then Kings, Hawks, Blazers, Knicks, Hornets, Heat, Raptors again. All of those at home where the Warriors are 10-4 this year. Overall, Carter, is the Warriors more in a positive place right now or more in a negative place right now? And do you feel like the arrow is pointing up, as John Lynch would like to say?
Oh, I think you probably should lose all those games, right? For the way they've been playing against bad teams. I mean, a
lot of them are at home. They do play well at home.
Well, no, I just mean, so the Raptors are actually better than people give them credit for. They've been pretty good this year, but you have a lot of bad teams ahead.
Yeah, Knicks are also pretty good in there, but for the most part,
the Warriors have not done well against bad teams. Mm-hmm. And this is a thing that's kind of plagued them for, they've always played, it feels like in the Steph Curry era or in my lifetime, they've always played down to competition and up to the occasion, meaning on huge games, they will show up. And so you really hope that you're looking at, I think, for, let's say, the next 9 games, Raptors, Nets, Hornets, Thunder, Jazz, Clippers, Bucks, Kings, Hawks. I mean, what you want to do is win 7 and lose 2, right? You're probably throwing the Thunder out. I mean, that's going to be a tough game.
I don't feel good about this Toronto game on Sunday. On the road in a tough environment.
That.
Yeah,
you can win that, though. That's winnable. What you don't want, though, is to slip up then against the Nets, the Hornets, the Jazz, the Clippers. You got to beat the Bucks this time, and the Kings and the Hawks. I think the Hawks
beat the Blazers at some point, too?
See, I didn't put the Blazers in there for a reason because I think that the Blazers just simply have their number, and you
still got to figure out a way. It's just not a very. They're not a very good team. You're a better team than them. I get that. Maybe if they have something, then that's on the Warriors to figure out what that something is.
Yeah, but in basketball in general, it's just like last year we saw it. The OKC couldn't beat us without Chet. They just couldn't.
Yeah,
and they're a better team, obviously, right? But. Just,
well, that's without a player, though. I mean, the Warriors fully healthy are still struggling against the Blazers.
But clearly, they have the formula that beats what we have. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think, Danny Avdija and plus the size with Klingen, it's just, it doesn't work for them. They just present so many problems for us. We've seen other instances of this. I mean, you remember, as we bring up the We Believe Warriors, that Mavericks team just couldn't beat the Warriors. They were 0-4 against us in the regular season. I love this notion
of comparing that Warriors and Mavericks to this year's Blazers and Warriors.
It's true, right? You like that? So, I mean, that was a 67-win Mavericks team, and they couldn't beat us once all year, really. So, I just think that it's clear to me, and it was clear to me kind of after the second game. It's just the Trailblazers are a horrible matchup for the Warriors, really.
You can't be tricking these games away. If the goal is to get that 6th spot, which is going to be really difficult to do that. By the way, the top 6 in the NBA, the top 6 in the West, it's going to be very hard to unseat one of those teams. I mean, obviously your top 3, Thunder, Spurs, Nuggets, that's your triarchy at the top. They're not going anywhere. Your next 3, though, Lakers, Wolves, and Rockets, of those 3, the Lakers, they're 19-10, Wolves 20-11, Rockets 18-10. Of those 3, the Lakers are probably the team that you're looking at as the one that would kind of come back down to earth a little bit. Yeah. Even still, though, that's not something to bank on. I mean, the Warriors got to have to play well themselves, but getting into that top 6 in the West right now, the Warriors are 3.5 back of the Rockets for that 6th
I would
spot.
also be surprised if the Rockets didn't have some sort of injury throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
Just because
I don't like sitting around and playing when someone gets injured game because you can't really predict that. It's just so random.
Well, it's not a game necessarily. Like, you can always predict that the 49ers are going to have an injury in training camp, for instance.
I think we're a little bit negative on that.
That's because we've seen this for years, right? And I think that the Rockets have some players where I just, I'm not going to hold my breath and be like, oh, the Rockets will be out because of this. But I was the one at this station who said the Clippers wouldn't be in it this year, who said that they would not make the play-in tournament. And that's what they're going to do, is not make the play-in tournament. Everyone ridiculed me.
They're even older and slower than the Warriors right now.
The reason I said that was because they can't stay healthy. We saw them be really successful last year because it was the first year we saw them stay healthy. And they've fallen apart because guess what? We can guarantee that team every year is going to have someone not be healthy. I mean, it's just true. So, I guess,
again, I look at those teams, and I mean, Lakers, Timberwolves, Rockets, then, of those 3 teams, which of those 3 do you feel like has the biggest injury question mark?
I just think the Rockets, like KD's had injuries in his career.
He's 37 years old. Yeah. He's playing on a
Thompson,
bulky
the way he plays will get injured eventually, right? That's just the way he plays. He's a high flyer who has the ball in his hands a lot. He's a huge part of their team. And they've already sustained a huge injury with Fred VanVleet. You know what I mean? So the other part of it is, how much is that going to hurt them down the line? Yeah. So I've been saying, and Evan and I have talked about this quite a bit, is like, there's those 3 point guards out there that everyone's talking about. Ja, LaMelo, and Trey. Mm-hmm. And you would have to think that the Rockets are going to be in on one of those guys. I would just have to think that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And you could probably make the salaries match with VanVleet. He makes a lot of money. So if I'm the Rockets, I'm absolutely looking at that. I mean, so we'll just see.
Awesome. We got one last call here before we go to break, and then we'll get into some Niners on the other side. I want to get a little quick Jonathan Kaminga conversation too. Get a little Kaminga crisis. And before we head out for the day, let's talk to Matt in the city. He's got some thoughts on the game yesterday. Matt, how are you doing this morning, my man?
Great, guys. I hope you guys all had a very Merry Christmas. But
you too.
What I want to say. Oh yeah. What about yesterday's game? Every time the Warriors went with that 4-guard lineup, I don't know, things got a little wobbly. I really think we should reconsider, that not playing without a center. And I think I'm kind of through with Draymond at center. I think the Warriors would be a much better team if we just kind of embraced a little bit of a larger lineup. I don't know. I just want to get your thoughts on that. And last thing is, we got to address our needs in this coming up trade deadline. We could use a stretch 4 and maybe a better on-ball defender, or maybe a longer defender out in the perimeter to help. And that's all I got. And great show, guys.
Oh, thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you.
See, Burns, it's not that hard. No, I love Burns. He calls in a lot. We traded some back and forth there. We'll make up the next time he calls in. I like what Matt had to say there, especially about the trading, getting the needs there. I agree with the size thing. I like to see more posts and TJD on the court. Problem is they're only so good in terms of where they're at in their career right now.
No, I'm with you. I want to get into that on the other side a little bit about the size thing. Because I'm in the boat with you as far as I would like to see more size out there. I've been clamoring for this all year. But I'd like to get in the bigger picture of it definitely on the other side.
Well, again, this goes into the best way to acquire size for this Warriors team is through a trade. And you have trade chips, but again, this is where I look at Jonathan Kaminga. I'm gonna find the drop, and we'll play it on the other side. What are you getting for him? It's not just about the salaries matching. Matching the salaries is the easy part. It's getting another team to look at his salary and be like, yeah, no, I want that guy on my team. That might be a little bit difficult, so we'll get into that on the other side. Nick Friedel, 920. Cousin Nick covers the Warriors for The Athletic. He's our Odyssey NBA insider. Maybe he knows how to fix the Warriors. He's as tapped in as any, so we'll talk to him then. And then we also got the Friday crossover today, Carter, at 9:48. We got Evan Giddings coming in with Ken Luttrell.
Oh, God.
Making this might be his on-air debut. I'm not sure. He was chipping in with Dan the other day, but we're going to have Ken in studio with us, which means a lot for us. No, I don't know about people out there in the world. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tarek Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and want to win, visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance. Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies, right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Flipped it to Curry, doubled right to TJD for a two-hand slam coming right down the lane. Williams got there, but nothing he could do about it. Pass by the Mavs, stolen away by Horford. Good hustle as Williams threw away. Pajamski, lob. Jackson Davis with a two-hand rim racker. Gives Golden State a 4-point lead.
Yes.
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Liar! Yeah, Trace, you gotta lie like that, say it's the wrong host, saying it's Spadoni and Shasky when it's actually Lubman and Carter.
We need a Jan and Mountain View rejoin.
Listen, Jan and Mountain View. We're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Well, I like Pat Spencer. Yeah.
That was a 3-4, somewhere in there.
I love Jan.
Yeah. She's the best.
We need more callers just call in and do the rejoins right on air. Like Adam in the city's got it right. He just calls like, all right, guys, here's what I take. All right, now let me do a rejoin for you. And then he just does it. Like, we need more callers who want to call in.
Yeah, just a PSA. If you ever call in and just do a rejoin, we will cut it. You'll be able to hear yourself on the show.
Absolutely. You know, if you want to just say on the phone when I'm screening your call, hey, Sam, I really want to do a rejoin right now, and be like, buddy, I cannot wait for you to do your rejoin.
Yep.
I want them all, you know, because then we get all sorts of fun people calling in and fun ways to say it. I mean, this is the one that Adam did when he called in one day, just kind of do it.
You know, we got Rafael Devers, we got Adamas, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Look how confident he is there on that one. Of course, there's one of the all-time ones here.
Now, back to the Morning Roast.
Hey, Dumb Levy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe.
I'm not going to play the whole thing, but sometimes you just say funny things on the air like Nick and Berkeley does. What's he up to today? Why isn't he calling in?
I hope he had a good Christmas regardless of what he's up to.
I hope he did too. Hope he got a new phone for Christmas. You know, the other guy I want to hear from Brian Palo Alto. I want to hear what Brian's Christmas was like.
Yeah, I wonder what Christmas was like.
Like, do you think he hands out the presents on Christmas?
I don't know. I saw it.
Like, all right, son, here's your Christmas. Here's your present, but, you know, you just weren't good enough, so I'm going to give you a smaller present.
He wasn't too pleased about Draymond Green, huh?
Oh, of course. He's never pleased about Draymond Green. He's not pleased about Jonathan Kaminga either, which means, of course, we have to play our
Kaminga Crisis!
Wouldn't mind hearing from Big Smooth today either.
I love smoothies. Smoothies, if you're out there, call in.
Just all of you guys call in. 888-957-9570. We're going to put a bow on this Warriors conversation. Going to jump to some Niners talk in just a few minutes here. But we're talking about the best way to upgrade this team. And what was our last caller right before the break? Matt in the city. He said he wants more size on this team. The Warriors have an avenue to add some size to this team through a trade. And coming into this season, they had a very, in theory, attractive trade chip in one, Jonathan Kaminga. 6'7", lengthy guy, got the athleticism, has all the talent to be a good player, but it's just not going to happen here. But the amount of DMPs he is getting of late, I'm starting to wonder what kind of value, if at all, he is going to have on this trade market once the deadline, the January 15th deadline passes. We've talked with Nick Friedel. We're going to talk to him again in about 58 minutes on the River Islands guest line about it. And he's been saying a couple times, don't be surprised if January 15th comes and nothing happens. And yeah, that's probably to be expected. But now I'm at a point where it's like, forget matching the salaries. Just in terms of other teams looking at Kaminga as an asset worth giving up something big for. You probably passed this point a while ago. I don't think he has much value now in that department. And I know you're like, oh, Sam, way to catch up and get on board with that one. But no, it's maybe last year he had some value, but he got hurt, so that kind of made it hard for them to move him or not. He is completely healthy this year, but any team that gets him, they're going to be buying at a very, very low price. You're going to be getting him when his value is at the lowest. And whatever you get back from him, is the biggest addition you get from the Jonathan Kaminga trade just going to be the subtraction of him off the roster?
Yeah. It feels
like that's where we're at now.
The biggest addition you get from Jonathan Kaminga will be that we don't have to talk about him anymore, about a guy who doesn't play. I mean, honestly. The amount of time this market has spent on Jonathan Kaminga is unfathomable, frankly, to me. I think that it's hard for people when you see a guy who's drafted 7th overall, who has all the athletic talent in the world in a sport that really matters how high you can jump and what your specs are as far as your wingspan and your height. And this is a team that's clamoring for size. He's 6'8". But it's just not working. It's just not. And, we've already found now it's December and that contract was a bad contract. Like, that's wild. Say that out loud.
Got to such a great start, too. I'm not going to lie. The first 2-3 weeks of the season, I really thought, he didn't figure out he's going to be here for a while way, but he figured it out in we should be able to get something very decent for him at the trade deadline.
So let's do this exercise, Sam. It's like,
all right. Is it a Christmas Carol exercise?
No, it's not. Anyone that thinks that he's getting something decent back for Jonathan Kaminga, remember what the Kings offered for him?
Refresh my memory.
Well, one of them packages was Devin Carter and Dario Saric.
That was not a very good package.
No, it was not. And now we're into...
Didn't one of them have Malik Monk in them?
Yeah, one of them was Malik Monk, and they wanted it to be, I want to say it was Kaminga and a pick for Monk, or else it was the other way around. I'm not really sure, but... They couldn't get along.
Honestly, if it's the other way around, if it's Monk and a pick for Kaminga now.
That seems pretty obvious, and you should have done that, right?
I would probably do that now.
Well, they didn't value Malik Monk, apparently the Warriors didn't, which, I'm sorry, you're going to tell me Malik Monk couldn't get minutes on this team?
You're gonna say that Malik Monk has less value for this team than Jonathan Kaminga, who has literally zero value?
Exactly my point. Yeah. And I just, if you're talking Dario Saric and Devin Carter were his trade value before the season started, how much lower can you go than that? I mean, Dario Saric barely played when he was on the Warriors. So Devin Carter's not a very good player. I mean, let's call it what it is. If the goal of the game is to sprint the court as fast as possible, he'd be great, but that's not the goal of basketball.
No.
So, so I just they've tanked his value. He's tanked his own value. Who knows what his actual value should be. And I can tell you this for sure, Sam, wherever he goes next, he will be more successful than he was here.
Oh, absolutely. I think part of it's going to depend where he goes. if he gets shipped off to, the netherworlds of the NBA, whether it's like Charlotte or Washington or the Kings, I mean, he might have good nights. I don't know. No one's going to know because no one's going to be watching him. So it will depend where he goes. But if he's going to one of the better teams, I don't know what you're getting off of those better teams. Because, I mean, those better teams are going to want to bring Kaminga in to help out what they already have. Like, it's just the Venn diagram of, teams that are going to want Kaminga versus teams the Warriors could be willing to trade Kaminga to. It's just the crossover is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. We'll ask Nick Friedel when he joins us at 9:20 just what a realistic expectation for that is. But it's just going further and further and further south when it comes to what Kaminga can bring for this team. And this is where I do kind of get on Steve Kerr and the Warriors front office for just the complete botch job that they've done with this talented kid. They can say that everything's good, that it's not personal, it's not this, it's not that. On the outside looking in, though, what we see is just you have some sort of an option there that can help you on the court. And I'm sure there's fans out there saying that, no, he's not an option to help you on the court. I refuse to believe that someone with his skill set and his tools is just useless.
Yeah.
Like, this is on the Warriors to figure it out. And he's got 9.5 minutes of game time played, 1 shot on 5 attempts in the Warriors' last 7 games.
Do you think that, let me ask you personally, do you think that Kerr gave him a fair shot this season?
This season,
he said that he was going to,
really try to work it with Jimmy.
Yeah, he's like, forget that stuff I said, and I'm really going to give it a shot, yada, yada. Do you think he did?
I think he did at first, but this goes into, again, I mean, those first few games, he was looking really good. He had 5 double-digit games in the first 6 of the year. He looked exactly like the Kaminga that we thought he was going to be. But then this kind of goes into what we were talking about Moses Moody in the last hour versus Pods. When Moody or Kaminga screw up, they get the leash tightened and yanked off the court, whereas Pods can go out there and kick the ball all over the place and get rewarded with more playing time. I just think is Kaminga, he was in a situation where as soon as he got hurt, he missed a bunch of those games in November. Kerr never really gave him a shot to kind of get back in the groove of things, and ever since Kaminga came back from injury, he's played 5 games, started one of them, and he's broken double digits once. Now it's a 10-point game he had against New Orleans in his first game back. I don't know if it's just a situation where Kaminga just wasn't fully healthy trying to get back on the court or what, but I do not see that Kerr did anything really to get Kaminga back into a groove when he came back from injury. And so now if I'm another team, I'm looking at what he's done this year, and I'm saying, the numbers say he's not that great. So we're not going to give you all that much. We're not going to give you a high pick. We're not going to give you a great player. We'll give you a fringe player that we're cool getting rid of. But if it comes down to the Warriors having to accept an imperfect offer for Kaminga and just getting rid of him just to get rid of him, or they just kind of hold on to him because they don't like any of the offers, what's the better situation there? I guess it's just getting rid of him. But like if the Jonathan Kaminga situation ends, the Kaminga crisis comes to a close by it's just get rid of him just to get rid of him, get nothing in return. I mean, I'll be happy that he moved off of him, but I'll be really pissed off if they move off of him and get nothing of value in return.
Yeah, I mean, that will be the mark if they botched it. There's no doubt, because at one point you did have value, and you let that value slip away. And look, the whole thing's a sad ending.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's sad for the Warriors.
It's a tragedy.
Yeah, it's sad for the Warriors in the fact that you spent the entire offseason dealing with this contract. I mean, you had a week, I think, of the offseason, really, where you didn't have this contract looming over your head, and it completely derailed your offseason. You weren't able to do anything, basically, until he figured out what he was doing. Mm-hmm. And because of that now, I mean, as we said, we're in December, and he's not playing. I mean, so you just derailed the whole offseason for that.
And there's absolutely cases where they could use him, and it's just refusal to even try, like to keep trying. Because what else are you going to do between now and then? You can't make his value go any worse. Oh, what if he gets hurt? Okay, then he has the same value then that he has now. I think hurt or healthy, he clearly has the same value around the league. Maybe you have nowhere to go but up with Jonathan Kaminga at this point.
Wait, Sam, he was the only DMP against the Magic, too. on the whole team. I mean, that's crazy to me. You know what I mean? Like, that's just nuts. You're going the entire team,
But
and
it's
he
not
doesn't
personal.
get to play. Yeah, I don't know. That just seems pretty harsh to me. And you're telling me you can't give him a couple minutes. You know, Shasky and I feel very much the same about this. Is like, you can't look at him for 5 minutes out there.
Yeah.
That's going to be so detrimental to the team.
Worse players who have been bigger malcontents have still been able to find their way onto the court in this league. I refuse to believe that there's just nothing out there that he can do.
Especially on a team that's just searching for lineups endlessly where you're going to 13 men. Like, sorry, dude. If you're going to 13 men, Jonathan Kaminga should be on the floor at some point.
It's just, I don't see how it could really make things all that much more worse at this point. Let's go out to Oakland, talk to our guy, Leroy. Leroy in Oakland. How you doing today, my friend?
Man, Carter, Sam, man, y'all killing it, man. It's so
thank
good
you,
to hear
Leroy.
guys.
Leroy, my guy.
Man, my boss was on my heels because I'm at work, right? I'm driving the patrol thing. He trying to see if I'm on the phone, so I found me a little cut to call y'all where he can't see me.
Good, man.
Awesome.
Hey,
you
look,
should have used a
guys.
fake name then so your boss wouldn't tune in and hear you.
I know he's probably listening to some classical station. But anyway.
Okay.
Man, the Warriors remind me of an old car that I had. I kept ignoring the little signs, and my engine blew, and I had to get a new car. The Warriors' engine has blown, and it is time for a new car. Carter, the Warriors ignored Draymond's antics. Sam, they ignored Stephen Curry is getting old and needs younger players around him. Carter, they ignored that they needed size to compete in the Western Conference. And I could go on and on, guys. But last thing, Carter, Sam, check out this lineup the Warriors could have had. I dream about this lineup. Stephen Curry, LaMelo Ball, Alperen Sengun, Jalen Johnson, and Jimmy Butler. We can dream, but wow. Hey, Merry Christmas, guys, and have a Happy New Year.
You too.
You too, Leroy. Happy holidays.
Bye, Leroy.
I want to pivot into some Niners talk here in a minute, but Leroy brought up the LaMelo Ball thing, and I'm, to my dying breath, going to stand by the fact that I like that the Warriors drafted James Wiseman over LaMelo Ball. It's so easy to look back in hindsight and say they made the wrong move there. And yeah, in hindsight, which is 2020, when you know the future, and it's very easy to make these decisions. The Warriors were in such a crazy situation.
I know what you're saying there. That makes sense. I know what you're trying to say.
You just had Klay go down to an Achilles injury hours before the draft. And the Warriors were in such a unique situation where, again, but prior to that injury, the Warriors were going to be starting a delayed season with a healthy Steph, with a healthy-ish Klay, and a healthy Draymond Green. And there was an expectation. I mean, they were still, it was 2020, so we were what? They were around 30 years old when this happened. Draymond was probably in his late 20s. Steph was 30. Klay was in his late 20s. So all three of those guys are still in the prime of their careers. And what was the one thing dating back to 1975 that the Warriors have always lacked?
a
legitimate center. They've had it ever since the Robert Parrish trade. It's been the Warriors' own version of the curse of the Bambino. The Warriors just not.
I'll give Bogut some credit in that, but
no,
yeah.
they've had flashes here. They had the Chris Webber for a second.
You haven't had a dominant. Yeah,
you could rely. Like Andrew Bogut was great. No, I'm not dogging on Andrew Bogut here. Andrew Bogut was probably the Warriors' best center
for sure.
Post Robert Parrish. Zaza Pachulia did a great job, but he was more just of a guy who's going to get in the way and give the ball to guys who need to shoot the ball. I'm talking about a legitimate, big-time rim-running center who can maybe knock down a three on one side, play good defense on the other, a franchise center that you could build around for 10-plus years. As great as Bogut and Zaza were, those were not franchise centers that you could build around. And that was what I feel like the Warriors were kind of like an extra credit mode. They had so much talent on that roster, in theory, going into that season with Klay coming back. The one missing ingredient they had always had, they never really needed because they were winning without it, but they never really truly had was that franchise center. That was your opportunity to get your franchise center and check off the one real hole that you had on all those championship teams was that franchise center. And so I will stand by that in that moment, at that time, based on everything, the information we had up until that pick was made, the James Wiseman pick was the right pick. Now, it all went downhill afterwards, and that's what happens when you botch a pick.
The position was the right pick.
It was the right. We had no way of knowing that. Well, I mean, in hindsight, again, it's all 2020, but Wiseman had all the talent and tools to excel at the NBA, so we thought, and he was also going to be going to one of the best situations in the NBA. Remember, this is 2020 at the end of the year. Warriors were still light years ahead. They were still one of the best run organizations in basketball. If there was ever an organization that could take the unformed lump of clay that was James Wiseman and mold him into the franchise center that they needed him to be, yeah, I absolutely believe the Warriors could do that. And it just it went off the rails way too quickly. And it was just a classic old-fashioned botching of a pick.
There's a couple things there, though, Sam. And sorry to interrupt you. It's just what they wanted when they picked James Wiseman. They hoped they were getting Alperen Şengün.
Yes,
let's call it what it is.
And if it had worked out, I mean, if I don't know if it was he had the MCL injury, it was hard for him to adapt to the league. If he was able to overcome those things or just not get hurt, if it worked like the way the Warriors wanted it to.
Yeah, I think part of that, though, is, and I'm going to be honest, I think part of that is Steve Kerr's system, too. And I'm not saying Steve Kerr's system is the reason that
how do you mean by
James
that?
Wiseman was a bust. I'm not saying that at all. James Wiseman was going to be a bust regardless, it looks like to me.
Yeah.
But what I mean by that is I think that Steve Kerr, we all clamor for big man, big man, big man. At the end of the day, Steve Kerr runs this motion offense. And his motion offense, to me, seems like it does not know how to incorporate a big man in it, because you're basically trying to, at the end of the day, get a layup or a wide open shot in motion offense. You're passing so much, you're cutting to the rim, right? When you have a big guy planted down there on the block, it makes it really hard for people to cut to the rim and slash the rim from the three-point line, which is what a motion offense entails a lot of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you have an extra defender down there on the big guy. So your rim protection's kind of planted down there by the center who's down there and taking up that space. So I don't think that Kerr put those two together. And when you saw Wiseman in the games, you would see it too. Their really only way to get him incorporated in the offense was to have him post up. And when he was posting up, it's hard for people on the strong side of the ball to then cut to the ball because you're just taking your guy toward Wiseman, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it all had to be weak side cuts. And I think that Kerr has this strong commitment to a motion offense at all times, where I think sometimes a pick and roll offense for this offense clearly looks like it works better.
Yeah.
You have potentially one of the best pick and roll players ever.
I mean, again, this was the easiest players to do it with, but the Steph KD pick and roll was incredibly lethal.
Look
when
at
he
the
was
Jimmy
there.
and Steph pick and roll.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I mean, it's some of their best offense.
Do you think Kerr, again, this alternate reality of James Wiseman, how much do you think Kerr adapts his offense if James Wiseman shows more promise early on in that rookie year of his?
I don't know. I don't think James Wiseman was good enough.
Again, it's the alternate universe where James Wiseman was as good as we thought him to be. It's always going to be a what could have been, and I get everyone who says we should have gotten LaMelo Ball, but let's also remember LeVar Ball and Steve Kerr did not like each other. LeVar Ball called him the Milli Vanilli of coaching. Kerr was not a fan of LeVar, and this was back when LeVar Ball was in the spotlight more often. He's faded away since then. He's had some health issues as a part of that.
Not to the health issues, but thank God
he's fading away. Yeah, it was. God. And there was, again, we forget what was being said at the time. The consensus around the Warriors, just don't draft LaMelo Ball because we don't want LeVar Ball hanging around here. That was what it came down to, and that's how LaMelo went to the Hornets. The really interesting one would have been if the Warriors got the number one pick, and they had to choose between Wiseman and Anthony Edwards.
I don't think that they would have had it. I think that everyone knew that Edwards was the guy. And Klay just went down. I thought that was an obvious pick if they got the one. I really did.
Did they think they would have gone? I'd be honest, if they had the one pick, there was a part of me, because with Anthony Edwards, if you're going to be the number one overall pick, my base expectation is then when you were in college, you got your team to the tournament. And I don't think he got his team to the tournament that year. So that kind of made me side-eye him a little bit.
You have to remember, though, Wiseman had some scary stuff with him, which is he played 4 games in college.
Well, he had the thing where Penny Hardaway was his coach. They had some something improper that you're probably allowed to do now.
There's a recruiting violation.
There's a recruiting issue, yeah, something like that. It's probably something that if Wiseman was playing 5 years later, it wouldn't have been an issue. But that it robbed him of his college season.
And you can point to me and say, well, Kyrie Irving played 8 games, and then he was the first overall pick.
I think Kyrie's a slightly better player than James Wiseman.
Everyone knew Kyrie Irving was that good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the bottom line.
Yeah, Wiseman was definitely a guy who needed a year. He might have needed 2 years at college to really get ready for the NBA. But again, the Warrior, it's just to kind of put a bow on what Leroy said there, he wishes he could have had LaMelo Ball. I don't play that game that we could have had LaMelo Ball conversation because it ignores the reality of where we were in terms of evaluating this team in this future.
Or the reality that LaMelo Ball could be getting DMPs on this team.
Well, that's the other thing. Now, based on what we know now, do you really think Kerr would have rolled with LaMelo Ball? And imagine, Kerr's benching LaMelo Ball, and then LeVar Ball starts tripping.
A guy with that attitude and toward the game and just this, I'm going to go out and shoot these runner threes and all this stuff. That is just so not Steve Kerr's type of player. You know what I mean? That he would have found a way to give him DMPs, probably.
They would have found a way to blow him. God, that's light years ahead, no more, it seems like.
As much as they would need him just for the scoring, he would have found a way to give him DMPs.
Sunday night, you're going to be at Levi's.
I am, yeah.
Why are you going to be at Levi's on Sunday night?
I'm hoping I'm going to be at Levi's this Sunday, and I'm hoping that all goes well this Sunday, and I can be at Levi's then next Sunday, too.
Boy, what's going on at Levi's this Sunday night, though?
There's a big game, Sam.
Oh, who's playing?
Game.
Who's playing in it?
Well, us and another historic franchise, the Chicago Bears.
Ooh, okay. Well, you should talk about that game.
Yeah,
it's kind of a big one. And I want to talk a little about Kyle Shanahan. Part of him, I think he's taken a lot of the pressure off of this team. I want to dive into that a little bit. But, can the Niners beat the Bears? Oh, let's talk about that on the other side. That's brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers? Or the best fish and chips or around? 7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life? Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops? Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs. I knew he would. Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The holiday season is a time of giving, and for the 17th year in a row, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to give back. From now until January 2nd, get a great vehicle and support a great cause. Because with every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru and Stevens Creek Subaru are donating a minimum of $325 to charity during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, happening now at Stevens Creek Subaru. And if that's not enough, buy or lease any new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru until December 31st and receive 2 Sierra at Tahoe season passes from Stevens Creek Subaru. So you get a great deal on a new Subaru, get 2 free season passes to Sierra at Tahoe, and help some great charities at the same time. It's a win-win-win at Stevens Creek Subaru. Located on Stevens Creek Boulevard near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Just 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Jimmy gets it down to Pajemski. Pajemski down the lane. Finds Melton. He'll let it fly. Off the rim. Tipped out by Flag. Goes to Butler. To Moody. Steps into a triple. It's up and good. Moses Moody. From way downtown, he's got 12 points.
Dub Nation is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shashky on 95.7 The Game.
Moses Moody. How you doing today, Moses? I know you're always ready to give us a rejoin. It's actually Sam Lubman and Carter Chickering who are in here on this edition of the Morning Roast on this Boxing Day, Friday here. Lovely day here in San Francisco. The sun is out. It's not raining anymore. Still drive safe out there. The roads are still probably a little wet. Driving home from Martinez last night where I did Christmas dinner with my mom, going down 24. Yikes, there are some big old puddles driving there. So didn't hydroplane though. So whew.
Everyone be careful.
Yeah, big win on that one there. We've been talking a lot of Warriors all morning long there. That highlight again, Tim Roy on the call. Cam Williams, the one behind the glass pressing all the buttons today. He has been absolutely killing it with the rejoin songs today. But we're going to pivot off of the Warriors here because we got a pretty big football game on Sunday night between the San Francisco 49ers and the Chicago Bears. This is matchup, I think, at the beginning of the year, we all looked at as the Niners should be able to take care of business here. The Bears aren't very good. And turns out the Bears ended up being pretty good. They started off 0-2, losing to the Vikings and the Lions, and they have gone 11-2 since then. They've lost in Baltimore to the Ravens. They lost in Green Bay against the Packers. So 3 of their tougher losses, again, at Detroit in week 2, have been on the road. So the Bears are beatable on the road, but they got some other pretty good wins on their ledger as well. They got a good win over the Steelers, and then they beat the Eagles the next week as well. So this is not last year's Bears team, Carter, under Ben Johnson. They are a much more formidable, scarier team than the one we saw last year.
No, I mean, they've learned a very good system under Ben Johnson. They pound the hell out of the ball, man, this team does. They have one of the best offensive lines in football. So you better be ready for a strong rushing attack coming at you this weekend. And from what we saw against the Colts, I think you're going to see a big game from Tatum Bethune and D. Winters this week. Otherwise, you're not going to win this game. Unless those two really come out ready to go, I think you're going to have a lot of trouble winning this game.
Well, again, all eyes are on, stopping the run there. They did a great job shutting down Jonathan Taylor last week until the Niners kind of sold out to make that happen, forced Phillip Rivers to beat them through the air, which he was not able to do. The running back duo we're going to be seeing this weekend on Sunday night, DeAndre Swift, he's approaching 1,000 yards. He's having a great year. It's the number 2 running back, Kyle Monangai, the rookie out of Rutgers, 7th-round pick. He has been very good this year. He is the thunder to DeAndre Swift's lightning. And I know a lot of this because I grabbed him in our fantasy league, Carter, and ended up being a huge pickup for me in our league. Did absolutely nothing for me in terms of actually getting me somewhere. I'm in I think the 5th place game against Dibs this week. By the way, a quick sidebar here. How's the championship week started yesterday with these Thursday Christmas Day games? You're in the title game against Grandy, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I don't understand how in a 16-team league, Grandy's team can be this good. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure what other people were drafting. I mean, frankly. So, not a good start. He had 50 points yesterday. 3 players, Aaron Jones, CeeDee Lamb, and Dak Prescott made up about 50. And he's 65% to win. So I'm still in it, but I need some big. I need CJ Stroud to have a big game this weekend. Let's put it that way. He's kind of he's my quarterback, and it's not really one of the higher tier quarterbacks you can have in fantasy. Let's put it that way.
All right, well, and that's enough of our fantasy football segment there. Grandy just wins too much.
We'll keep you updated on who
you can't
wins
win
the
knockout and
title.
Fantasy. It has to be one or the other. That's what we might
I'm hoping, Sam, because Grandy won knockout twice in a row, that now I can win fantasy twice in a row.
That's the other thing. We need more variety here. You guys are winning too many things here. So we'll talk about just again how comfortable Niner fans are feeling about this game on Sunday night against the Bears. It's gonna be a tough one. Bears, one thing they do a lot, they intercept quarterbacks a lot. They lead the league with 21 interceptions. They force 10 fumbles. Their plus 21 turnover differential is the best in football by a wide margin. Their 31 total turnovers are the most in football. Next is Jacksonville with 28. They take the ball away a lot, and they don't give it up. 10 total giveaways for the Chicago Bears this year. This is a very sound team when it comes to holding on to the ball. Very good team when it comes to taking away the ball. And it's just, when it comes to what we're going to see from Brock Purdy coming off an incredibly stellar game against the Colts on Monday night, he now has another big-time primetime game. It's just, can he keep the ball in his receiver's hands and not the other team's hands? We talked to Brian Baldinger earlier this week and asked him, what kind of problems is this Bears defense going to provide for the 49ers?
You're going to get a team that leads the league in takeaways, and they just keep coming. I think they got the lead by over 5. So they're in the 30s right now, takeaways. They lead the league in interception. All right, so they're in the passing lanes. They've got thieves back there, okay? That's on defense.
So hearing all that, again, the Bears, they intercept a lot of passes. They can still get burned through the air, though. That is, it's like their weakness is also their strength. So if you can connect on these passes, you could succeed, but you got to connect on them. How comfortable are you feeling about this game right now, Carter?
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. They've had a lot of interceptions this year, and their pass defense is decent, but you know what's not decent? Their run defense is not decent. It's not good. They're 27th in the league in yards per game allowed.
131 yards per game allowed.
And after the game we just watched the 49ers have, is there any other game you'd feel more confident in going into as far as my run game's at the highest it's been all year? I mean, you know what I mean? I think this matchup, I think we are going to present some really tough situations to the Bears. And yes, they've had a tough schedule. I mean, they're in the NFC North. They see the Packers twice a year. They've played the Lions. But I think that the 49ers are going to have some things for the Bears that is going to make it hard for them. I think that Christian McCaffrey is going to have a big game, I expect. And I have to think deep in my heart of hearts that Kyle Shanahan wants to show that he's the true offensive wizard. And kind of put Ben Johnson on, watch this, buddy, hold my beer. So we'll see. I think I expect the Niners to win this game, though. I really do. At home, Purdy's been playing really, really well. The real concern, I guess, really is you're good at running the ball, right? If you're the Bears, you have a very good offensive line. On the other side, the flip side of that, you have a quarterback who loves to leave the pocket, right? So you're getting attack up the middle with your run game and that strong offensive line, but then your quarterback's also able to keep plays alive and get out of the pocket and hit those sidelines. That's a lot of field to cover, right, for the linebackers. So you need to keep Caleb in the pocket. That is critical to this game. And that's
going to be incumbent on the pass rush there to keep things bottled up.
You have to. The edges need to be ready to get him to step up in the pocket and not step out of the pocket.
It's going to be very incumbent, again, on Bryce Huff and Keon White to maintain that outside contain there, keep Caleb in the pocket. Thing about the Bears is, again, they had the great turnover margin. They're very opportunistic on defense. And they've had a lot of late-game heroics. Again, the most recent coming in that Packers game, Caleb getting that walk-off touchdown there in overtime. What that tells me, Carter, is they're just having a year where a lot of things are just going right for them. They've been gotten a lot of breaks. Sometimes when you're riding hot, everything just breaks your way. And part of that is getting Ben Johnson's putting them in position for things to go to break right. But that also means there's an element of chance there that the Bears have benefited from. And it's going to be incumbent on the Niners to basically create situations there where the Bears can't have things go their way. And the last thing I want to see is having Caleb Williams have the ball with 2 minutes left and a chance to tie the game or take the lead, because that's where the pressure is going to mount up the biggest. And when it comes to, the Niners getting those clutch sacks, it can happen. But again, it's a tough thing to kind of sit back there and make it actually happen. And again, they have been opportunistic. This Niners defense has been with turnovers. Don't believe me. Here's just ask Brian Baldinger.
You've got to take some possessions. Okay, so Jair Brown on a kickoff last night gets the ball out of Amir Abdullah's hands, punches it out. Perfect punch. You could tell that they practice it, not just defenders, but special teams. You watch. Even offensive players I've seen now working on the peanut punch in case there's a turnover to punch the ball out. You could tell that they're working on it. So he punches the ball out, and Tongas gets on top of it. They got a takeaway. D got the pick six. Like, all those things are showed up, but I feel like there's going to be a formula.
Again, that was some horribly cuts right there. Shout out Sam Lubman for cutting that one there. But again, this Niners defense lately, they have been opportunistic in the turnovers. But again, I feel like it's not a thing I'm going to sit back and be like, well, that interception's coming. That forced fumble's coming. They got a big break on the kick return against the Colts, where Brown knocked that ball out there and set up a very short field for the Niners. You're going to need things like that to happen, though, on Sunday night. The 49ers are going to win this game.
You need so stars bring, guys like Fred Warner, Nick Bosa are guys that bring it every game. That's what makes them stars, right? I mean, Nick Bosa less than Fred Warner, let's say, as of the last couple of years, but neither here nor there. That's what a role player is, right? Is that every once in a while they can give you some pop. And that's what the 49ers have gotten, is some pop here and there. Last game, we get, huge contributions from D. Winters on a couple plays. And I just sporadically through the season, also Upton Stout, another great game there for him. Collins, we saw flash with that huge goal line fumble in the Rams game, and then has another big fumble in this game. So, if you're getting great contribution from guys who are supposed to give you periodic contribution, and you're getting a different guy to do that every game, sure, it can subsidize your defense for a little while. I just have questions coming down the stretch of, they have, 5 games left here, potentially? Yeah. It depends on the 1 seed, obviously. So that's a lot of games to be able to count on that, and they only get harder. So I think that Saleh has done a fantastic job given the cards that he's been handed. I mean, you couldn't do a better job than what he's done. Mm-hmm. But that being said, I think he has a lot of work ahead of him to try and figure out how to manufacture pressure when you don't have guys that can necessarily bring pressure every play. And I've said this, I said this last show. I think Bryce Huff has lost a step since the hamstring thing.
Understandable.
I think that's really hindered them. You're not seeing that hugely fast rush off the edge and the quarterback being forced to step up in the pocket toward your D tackles. So we'll see. I mean, we'll just see. I'm very nervous about what their offense can do to our defense. But going into the Colts game, everyone said Jonathan Taylor would run it down their throats for 250 yards and 3 touchdowns.
He's one of the best out there. That
simply didn't happen.
Nope.
So let's just head into this game with some caution prior to jumping on this train that they're going to just run it down our throats.
Hey, that's going to be the make or break here. Can the Niners offense stay on the field, too? Really quick, though, you are listening 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, in HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It is a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. Nick Friedel will be joining us in roughly 20-ish minutes, about 18 minutes, actually. We're going to talk a little bit more Dubs with him. Right now, we are talking a little Niners-Bears. He's got the Ghost Report coming up in just a moment. We'll be getting to that soon. But yeah, can the Niners... You bring up the deficiencies that the Bears defense has in the running game, and then my first thought is, all right, it's going to be a McCaffrey, Brian Robinson game. That's what we're going to be seeing here. And Christian McCaffrey, I brought this up on our show call the other day. We talk about how Baldy say it here. He should be in the MVP discussion. This is the year for me where I think McCaffrey's kind of solidified his Hall of Fame candidacy. Like, You look at the numbers, you look at the performance. He's put some incredible numbers up. I won't bore you with those details, but it's when you watch him play right now, you could just tell by the way he plays, he is a Hall of Famer. And so that's what I think this season has kind of been the season has locked him in for that someday. I don't know what ballot he gets in on. I honestly don't care what ballot he gets in on. I just know that he will be wearing the gold jacket and giving a speech at Canton someday.
I'm wondering, Sam, and I wonder if you've wondered this, he's had, we saw at the beginning of this year, it seemed like he was having trouble running the ball and not, getting yards after the catch. And they were trying to basically get him in situations where you could dink a small pass into the second level of defenders. So you then are already past the linebacker. You're past the D-line, right?
Yeah.
You're starting to face the linebackers. I'm starting to wonder now. Obviously, I think there was a problem with the holes. I think the offensive line has picked it up hugely in the second half of the season.
Offensive line's been incredible in the second half.
And we'll get to that during the Ghost Report for me. But that's a tease. But I also think, I'm wondering, we had Jerry Rice on, and he said that he didn't feel right on the field for 2.5 years after his ACL tear. Obviously, medicine has changed, right? And this was a different injuries. But I'm just curious, maybe, do you buy into it all that maybe Christian McCaffrey, like the spider webs are coming off a little bit?
He's been getting better and better throughout the year.
Yeah. And
with those first couple games, you could tell the burst wasn't there. He wasn't, there were certain, those outside stretch run plays where he wasn't able to get around the edge and get upfield. There were a couple times throughout this season where it's just like, man, 2 years ago, McCaffrey breaks that off. I don't think he doesn't have that same burst, that same speed that he had a couple years ago. but he's almost turned into like a power back this year. He's so hard to take down. The amount of times that he just gets absolutely rocked on a hit, and we all clench our booty cheeks thinking like, oh no, that's the end.
Yeah.
And he pops right back up and keeps going. For us watching as Niner fans, he bounces up like that. We're like, all right, let's go.
Yeah.
When you're the other team, and Baldy's brought this up, it's going to be demoralizing. Like, that guy is just impossible to slow down and stop.
Right.
And he wears them down. And the Bears, they're pretty good on third down. They're 38%. Their defense, third down conversions, that's was in the top. That's 12th best in the NFL, just below the Niners. So the Bears are good at getting teams off on third down, but if the Niners are going to win this game, I think it's going to be a situation of the less that Caleb sees the field, the better. And so if you can rattle off these 10, 12, 13, 14 play, these 8-minute long drives that Kyle Shanahan is so good at doing, and do it with the ground game, the less that Brock has to really use his arm in this one, I think the better. And this isn't me taking a shot at Brock Purdy. This is me acknowledging the fact that the Bears are doing a lot of right in that secondary right now. They are able to force turnovers to happen. Can the Niners take themselves out of situations where, they need to kind of be in desperation, throw the ball mode? And the performance of Christian McCaffrey is going to be a big part of that. Got the Ghost Report coming up. But first, let's go out to our guy Richie in Queens. Richie's feeling pretty good about the Niners on Sunday. Richie, how you doing, man? Oh, interesting.
Richie.
Interesting points there, Richie.
Richie, you there?
Nope. All right. Well, we tried. Thanks a lot, Richie. Try again next time. Maybe when we talk Giants, we can get him on.
Honestly,
here.
To go with you on the McCaffrey thing, is like, I hear you on the, Shasky's been really on. I mean, that he's lost a step. I think you feel that way to some degree. I'm wondering if partially he's maybe hasn't lost a full point in his step, but maybe a half point in his step, and then a half point in his vision.
I mean, is it crazy to think that maybe he's maybe lost one kind of step and maybe gained a different kind of step?
Well, I think that it's just very hard to be out that long, and then you step right back on the field, and that game speed, you can't manufacture that in practice.
No.
You really can't. When you're down at practice too, you see it. It's not as fast as the actual game.
No.
And those holes, they open quickly and they close just as quickly. And if you're a half second late or a half nanosecond late, you're not going to hit that hole. And so I'm wondering if maybe it's taken him a while to recalibrate to the actual speed of being able to see those quick holes and shoot through the hole.
I think we've probably seen that a little bit earlier in the year. Now, though, I think it's just...
I agree.
He is the player that he is. The vision is there. The mind is there. The body is there. The burst maybe isn't the same as it used to be. But it's kind of like, even Steph Curry and as he ages, is still better than 98% of all the players out there in the league right now. Even McCaffrey, if he's lost a step, but he's gained some power there, he's still in the top 5% of running backs in the league. So with that being said, Cam, do we have our ghost theme ready here for the Ghost Report? Oh, there we go.
Nice.
It is time for the Ghost Report, brought to you by Ghostwood. I probably should have waited for that drop, actually, to start this. Your neighborhood brew pub and... let's start over. It's time for the Ghost Report, brought to you by Ghostwood, your neighborhood brew pub in Redwood City. All right, so we're talking about the guys that the Bears should be afraid of this week. Carter, I'm going to let you go first on this one.
Yeah, Sam, my guys that the Bears should be afraid of are the offensive linemen. Because
love hog mollies up front.
Yeah, I've got to give credit where credit is due, man. They've been incredible. They down the stretch of the season here, they've been really, really good. If you go back and watch that Colts game, I mean, he was in a clean pocket the majority of that game. So I wanted to tip my hat to them. I think that they're going to show the Bears this weekend that they are the premier offensive line in that game. I think it'll be a big game for Brock Purdy, I hope. And he seems to be flowing as long as this offensive line's flowing, which is usually a thing in the NFL.
There you go. I think the guy that I'm going to say the Bears need to fear is, we've been hyping up Christian McCaffrey these last few minutes, but I'm going to point at the head coach, Kyle Shanahan. I think Shanahan wants to make it known that, hey, Ben Johnson, you might be the up-and-coming dude. You might be the creative offensive genius. Look at me. Kyle Shanahan, I am the genius. Look at me. I'm the genius now. And Kyle Shanahan, again, I've been such a skeptic on Kyle Shanahan, and this year has completely shut me up on that. I have a hard time really finding any sort of flaw with Kyle Shanahan right now, other than, stuff we've already hashed over in the past. But This has been his Mona Lisa this year, what he has put together. And Shanahan, he wants that 1 seed badly. He wants to keep this team as fresh as possible. He does not want to have to get on a plane at all for the rest of this NFL season. I think Shanahan's going to be in his bag with some of these run plays he's going to call. I think we're going to see a lot of really long drives here. I think this is going to be kind of a similar game to what they did against the Falcons, where the run game was clicking so well in that one. I think he's going to run it down the Bears' throat and just keep that offense off the field. The less Caleb sees the field, the better. Chicago Bears, you should be afraid of one Kyle Shanahan going into this Sunday night game. Again, that'll be on NBC. And that is the Ghost Report, which is brought to you by Ghostwood, your neighborhood brew pub specializing in quality craft beers and cocktails and great fresh food, plus ice cream sundaes with a whole cherry on top. Anyway, we've been talking a little bit of Niners here. Going to wrap that up right now because we do have Cousin Nick on the other side. We get to talk a little bit more Dubs with him. I know, more Dubs talk. We haven't done enough of that this morning.
The best voice in sports, beside Cam, of course.
Oh, we got to get Cam and Nick talking to each other at some point.
God.
Oh, the amount of baritone. And then we get Mark Willard to call in, too.
Oh, my gosh. What is going on here?
Just the baritone symphony going on right now. So all that and more. And also got the crossover with Evan and Ken coming up at 9:48. We'll be chatting with them. Evan, of course, now one of the voices of the Warriors. We'll talk to him about all the stuff that's gone on with we'll talk to both of them about all the stuff that's gone on with the Warriors this week. What do they think about Steve Kerr falling on the sword for Draymond Green? I'm sure they will have some thoughts, and I don't know, maybe we'll make fun of a New York team just to mess with Ken a little bit.
I'm going to spend the entire time making fun of his teams.
There you go. I mean, he makes it so easy by rooting for the Dolphins, Knicks, and Mets.
So weird.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Saramonte Ford. Hey, Bay Area, heads up. The Ford Final Days of the Year-End Sales Event is now on at Saramonte Ford. Get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on new 2025 Fords, plus 0% APR for 60 months on the Ford F-150 Explorer, Escape, Mach-E, Lightning, and the Super Duty. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, 9-0. All that ends January 2nd. Saramonte Ford, right off of 280, or online at SaramonteFord.com.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or WedgwoodHomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at freedmansappliance.com today.
he's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Down the floor, Melton to Pajemski. Pajemski waits. Off a screen by Butler. Butler, the catch, comes right down, throws it out. Richards, open three left side, knocked it down. He has such a great rhythm with his shot. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
That's Tim Roy there, but it's Sam Lubman and Carter Chickering on this edition of the Morning Roast. Nick Friedel will be joining us in just a moment. He had a long night of partying and celebrating after that Warriors win last night, so we'll see if he's getting out of bed. But love...
He was up all night?
Oh, yeah. He's a hardworking guy, that Nick Friedel there. So we'll be hearing from him in just a moment. I mean, I shot him a text and, hey, we're talking to you soon. He didn't get back to me, so I guess we'll find out. But I want to give a quick shout out to one of the people here who work at Odyssey, Sarah Kawaguchi, SK, texted me saying, hey, you and Carter are doing great. I'm listening. So thank you very much, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah.
Part of our Santana Roast squad here at Odyssey and 95.7 The Game. So
she's the best.
Oh, every jacket she wears just looks so comfortable. I always tell that. Like every time she wears these jackets, it's like that is the most comfortable looking jacket I have ever seen. So she is really good with that. We're going to go out to one of our favorites, though, while we wait for Nick to pop up here. Going to talk to Mitch in New Jersey. How you doing, Mitch?
Hey, Mitch.
How you doing? I'm Sam, Carl. Thanks, Tim and Kohl. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Festivus to you all and families, everybody out there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mitch.
Yeah. I heard a rumor before I get to my bonus point that Bo Bichette can play anywhere except catch or pitcher.
Well, except the Giants.
Just food for thought, 49. The Giants got money. 49ers, I think the key to victory, they got to stop Caleb. My USC boy is coming. He's coming around. They're gonna win that division somehow. And the defense, I know they don't have They don't have Nick Bosa. I hope he gets some sacks. I think he doesn't come to play. It seems like he comes alive in the fourth quarter, so that'd be the key. But we have to get a lot of sacks to win this game, and hope it's gonna be a good one.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Mitch. We got to let you go right now because we got Cousin Nick on the line, which means time, Carter, to hit the open for Nick for Dell, which we always play when he comes on the show. We're going to hit it in 5, 4, 3. Go ahead and hit it. Oh, the Kelly Oubre back and forth never gets old. On the River Islands guest line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Nick, man, I'm so happy to see you on the screen with us. Rocking the Bucks hat today. I love it. How you doing today, buddy? How was Christmas Day at Chase Center?
That was one of the quietest crowds I can remember at Chase.
Really?
And if we could fix that echo, Mr. Loveman, because I've got myself coming back at myself, which we need to.
That sounds like a job for Cam to do behind the scenes, unfortunately. My hands are tied here on air, Nick.
But I think the biggest thing is when you go back and look at that game, they found a way. And so often when you watch this team, we're seeing a team that is trying to go through these different parts of the season, and they're not looking like themselves all the time, and they're getting into close games, and then they're finding a way to lose it at the end. And when you watched them yesterday, you saw a team that was like, all right, we're going to make a few plays. And, I mean, Dallas, they wanted no part of being there. Davis, he was out of there quickly. I mean, you should have seen how fast he got out of the locker room yesterday, guys. He wanted no part of that whole experience. Klay was like, guys, there's some sunlight left outside. He talked to the media for about 2 minutes in the doorway. He was gone. It was just it was a strange kind of experience. But with the way the Warriors have been this year, they'll take any win they can get. They've got 3 in a row, and now you get them into this 3-game East Coast swing. If they can pick up a few of these, maybe finally they find some momentum we've been talking about all along.
All right, do we get rid of that echo, by the way?
Oh, yeah, we're good now, baby.
Awesome. All right.
Nice. Yeah, Nick, it's interesting you say that. You could kind of sense the TV. It seemed a little dead in there. I think when you hold a 10-point lead the whole game, it probably quiets the crowd. But I'm curious, right off the bat, Nick, I think we've seen a different Jimmy Butler in these last few games. And so I just want to know, you've known Jimmy since early on with your old days. And I want to know, with your days with the Bulls, have you seen a new Jimmy Butler in the last week or 2 weeks?
Whoop, did we lose him here?
There you
There
are.
we go.
I can hear you, Sammy. I can't hear my man Carter.
Is our mics not working here with Carter?
Nick?
I can't hear Carter.
Oh, that's weird. Well, you know what? I'll ask the question that Carter just asked in terms of just, are you seeing it? What was a different Jimmy Butler now than the one that you were seeing with the Chicago Bulls?
I think Jimmy looks like a guy who got the message in the last week or so that he needed to be more aggressive within the framework of the group. And I think the key with Jimmy is he's just getting the ball more. And when you watch Jimmy Butler and you see a guy who can get to work offensively the way he can, it takes so much pressure off everything else that they need to do. We know what Steph can still accomplish on a regular basis. When Jimmy is getting the ball and being more assertive, it gives them a different identity within what they need to do. But when you watch this group, guys, that's the problem. It's like Steph is Steph, and he can still play at an unbelievably high level, and Jimmy can still be at a really high level. You look at the rest of the offense, you go, oh boy, okay, who else is going to step up in times? I mean, yesterday it was Melton who hit a few shots, and it was Pods. Somebody else has got to pick up some more of the slack, because Steph and Jimmy, for as great as they still are, they can't carry it every night. You're playing against a team like Dallas, who isn't very good and didn't look like they wanted to be there too bad. That's fine. You start playing against better competition again, the same issues are going to be more pronounced.
How do Nick, can you hear me now? Are we good?
There you are, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, yeah. There you are, Mr. Carter, and the whole Warriors get up. I mean, Shasky would be so proud of this outfit. Like the hat. You look like you're going out to play on the back nine later on.
Shasky always says he's the biggest fan at this station, and it just pisses me off to no end. So I have to go in extra gear every time I'm in the chair. But Nick, so I'm curious, man. I think DeAnthony Melton's brought something totally new to this team. And I just want to know, through your basketball eyes, like, what are you seeing?
When you watch Melton play, you see a guy that Steve Kerr absolutely loves. And Carter, if you have Kerr's trust, he's going to put you out there. I mean, it's very clear, especially in the last few weeks. Kerr will put anybody out there who he feels gives them a good chance. We saw Pat Spencer get some run. We've seen Pods in and out of there. Will Richard, here he comes into the rotation for Buddy Hield. To the point about Melton, though, I think the thing that Kerr likes is he can defend and he can hit an open shot. And if you can do that and you can be in the right spot on the floor, you're going to be out there and you're going to find a way. I think in those first few games when Melton came back, he looked really solid, but he was on a minutes restriction. I think he's still right about there. They're not going to overwork him in the middle of December. Where the Warriors need Melton to be ready is when they get into the March and they get into those April games, because as we know, guys, there's no guarantee with the way they're playing right now that they're going to be in the playoffs. They've got to keep winning these games. In the short term, though, Melton has looked really solid, and he's starting to find his own rhythm after being out for a year. I think he can really help him, Carter. And when you watch Melton's progression, I think he's going to look a lot different 2 or 3 months from now, because he's been playing more than he does in these first few games since he's been back.
Nick, it is a day that ends in Y, which means we have to ask a question about Draymond Green. We have all seen the spat heard around the world. Everyone's kind of downplaying it. Jimmy said he likes it. He likes a little confrontation. Steph kind of shook it off. Steve Kerr took more or less the blame for it. Draymond didn't really seem to have that big of a deal with it. Everyone's saying it's not a big deal. Is this not a big deal? Is there any reason to look at this as a major concern? Or is this kind of one of those things where, sometimes a little spat on the sideline can kind of unify a team and kind of give them a little bit of a boost going forward?
Sam, I think the way the group handled it post-game Monday is about as well as you could have in the moment. Now, the key to all of this, guys, is that Draymond talked at the podium and answered the questions right after, because it could have festered and it could have been something that we talked about on all the shows and it would have gotten all in the news cycle. The best thing Draymond did in the whole back and forth of all of it was sitting there saying, hey, look, this is what happened. We're going to get through it. I thought his best answer, Sammy, to your point is on Monday I said, Draymond, why do you think this won't linger? And he goes, because none of the other ones have. And in a lot of ways, he's right, although I would say there are people out there that go, well, the Jordan Poole one, it lingered
Well, there's some
for
lingerings.
a little while after. And then, he left. So aside from that, the way Kerr handled the press conference post-practice on Wednesday, guys, I've been covering the league for close to 2 decades now. I've never seen a post-practice press conference like that in my life. Because not only did he say, look, this is my fault, I apologize to Draymond, Draymond apologized to me, we all apologize to the team. What he said was the Warriors are where they're at. And he verbalized what everybody felt and what they knew and what we've all talked about, but he verbalized the words fading dynasty. And he was honest about it. I've never seen a coach in all my years be that open. And it's why Kerr has the respect internally that he does. It's why he's the best with the media that there is going in the league. But I was curious to see how everybody would perform yesterday in that Christmas game off of what happened. And they looked fine. And as Steph said last night, hey, we got through it. Everybody's kind of in a better place. So I don't think that particular episode with Draymond will linger. Sam, the much bigger issue to me is that when you watch Draymond, especially since he came back off the foot injury in that Portland game a couple weeks ago, he is not playing well. That is a much bigger problem than he and Kerr going back and forth. Draymond, anybody who has watched Draymond for all these years, they know all the different things that he can bring. They know that he can still be a force defensively. Guys, when you start looking at these numbers on offense, it is rough right now. I think Draymond knows that, and I think he understands why teams are defending him differently and why it looks the way it looks. But as we're moving forward, I think the much bigger issue that we're going to be talking about a few weeks from now isn't Kerr and Draymond getting into it and how everybody did or did not come together. We'll see. The issue is the Draymond offensively is just not in a good place. And it is very clear night to night that is a real issue for the Warriors as they're trying to find their way back into consistency here.
Yeah, again, it seems like he walks off the court on Monday, they immediately go on a big run to close the game. It's these last few games, it's kind of been a departure from what we've seen in the past, where when Draymond goes off the court in the past, that's kind of been the Warriors take a step back on the court. These last few games, we've kind of seen it where it's kind of been the opposite. Jimmy kind of brought up the other day that, the ball goes better, the things go better when the ball goes through him, and Draymond, he's alluding to the fact that Draymond wasn't on the court there. Are we simply now in a situation where the Warriors are just kind of better off when Draymond is not on the court versus, when he's off the court, or is that kind of a little too extreme to be going to that characterization there?
That's too extreme. What the Warriors need, Sim, is to find a balance to bring the best out of Draymond when he is out there, because they're not going to win and they're not going to get to where they want to go without him. He is part of the fabric of this team. He is the guy that sets the tone, especially on that defensive end, and takes the biggest challenges and can change everything on that end of the floor. What they do need to figure out is how to continue to use him in spots where the offense doesn't look like it's just kind of meandering through things. Because when you watch the way they play without him, to what you're asking, the ball has to go around faster because they don't have the trust in the defense that they would if he were on the floor. I think the pull for Kerr and the thing that the coaching staff has to figure out is a way to use him less and maybe give him an extra night off or two and have him ready for those games later in the year where he has to be out there and be that defensive force. So anybody who sits there and says, oh, they got to trade Draymond, I'm not going to that point because they have to have him on defense to give the look that they need. When you look at the numbers, though, guys, at this stage, they're like third in defensive efficiency And they came into the game, at least yesterday, 21st in offensive efficiency. Now, that's not all on Draymond on either end of the floor, but where this team needs help is on offense. And you can't take Steph off, and you can't take Jimmy off for the big moments because they are the creators that this team needs. You can use Draymond a little less in these dog day games of the regular season and prepare him for those bigger games down the line. But I'm not buying, and I kind of laugh now when I hear, get him out of here. Draymond defensively can still be an absolute force. It's just that his deficiencies on the offensive end are more pronounced now because he's not the same player he was even a couple years ago.
So, Nick, I'm going to throw a question in there just because you brought it up. Their efficiency, I saw that this morning, and their net efficiency between those two is like 2.4, which would put them at like 9th in the NBA. When you look at the other top 10 teams, all those teams are in the winning category, and they're not just one game over. They're 5 or 6 games over. Can you point your finger to anything specifically why are the Warriors the outlier on that list?
Because, Carter, they went through the motions way too many times in some of these early season games. And the two that pop up to me, and I'm glad you brought up that stat because I think it's really telling. And I tell you, it's what the organization is holding on to because they're saying our numbers are better than what we have shown. And to Kerr's credit, he always uses the Parcells line, you are what your record says you are. He tells his team, look, we are what we are right now, a 500 team. But when you talk to people in the organization, they'll look at that number that you just mentioned, and they'll say, no, look at what is really going on here. We are better as a group than our record says we are because the numbers say that we can back up what we need to on a nightly basis. But to your question, the games that pop out to me, clear as day, the Milwaukee game against the Bucks when they're playing without Giannis, the Pacers game in Indiana where like half the team was hurt, and it was like Siakam and a bunch of other guys, and they rolled them in the fourth quarter. You can't be losing those games and then look down at the schedule and go, we're kind of 500. We should be better. You have to beat teams that you should beat. And what's happened now all season long is, and we all know the pattern, anybody who's watched the Warriors, and there are a ton of diehards out here in the Bay, every game is close. I mean, every game going down to the last 4 or 5 minutes is close. They just don't have the firepower that they used to. So you're watching a team and going, all right, like, let's see what happens here. And whoever makes a couple shots at the end, that's who wins the game that night. If you're the Warriors, though, and you still have the talent that you do have, and it feels like, I don't think the rotation is set, but it feels more stable than it has in the last few weeks here. If you can stick to that and you can keep winning some of these games, you're going to be in better shape. But you should absolutely not be losing these games to teams that are playing without their best player or that are playing hurt. You look back on the season and you go, that should never have happened. And I think with where they're at right now, that Portland game at home from a couple weeks ago, there are always reasons why it should be better than it is.
That was a great answer, Nick. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Nick. Nick, always great talking to you on the show. Love having you on. And have a great rest of your holiday season, man.
Guys, it's always great to be with you and to see you both running the show. I love it, and keep doing your thing.
Nick, let's get a beer soon.
Hey, I'm finally going to be here in January, my man. This is the craziest damn schedule I've ever seen.
You got a long homestand coming up.
We'll make it happen next month for sure.
Yeah, we'll get you in studio. No, let's do it again. Carter and I are doing the show next Friday. We'll get you on again next Friday morning and chat with us again then, too.
All right, I'll see you there. Have a good one, guys.
Appreciate you, bud. Love you, man. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And yeah, I agree with him, man. Gotta beat the teams that you need to beat, and that's kind of why I like yesterday's win. It was a win over a team that the Warriors should have beat. So,
and that's honestly, it's much easier, or it's harder said than done. It really can be. I mean, in pro sports, like
They're
these are
paid
all
too.
pros, right? Like anyone can show up on any day, and we see it in the NFL all the time. And that's why the Niners sit where they sit, frankly, is because they have beaten every team in front of them that they should
have
beat.
beaten. All right, Cam, are we ready to go to Fast Five? All right, let's hit Fast Five then. All right, let's get our final thoughts in here really quick before we get Evan and Ken in here. Carter, what do you got?
Sammy, what I got today is I am really, really excited for our crossover. I'm excited to have Ken and Evan in here, talk some smack with Ken, exercise Evan's big brain, hear some new words, and I'm thrilled about it. We get to have a crossover, with our guys.
It's going to be a fun one.
The producer crossover.
It'll be a good one there. Cam, what do you got back there?
I'll say this, the Warriors need to keep on grinding it out. They need to make some trades. Yes, they are having some success right now. Keep running with these big lineups, have certain players come off the bench, and let some of these young guys get some run and continue to prove themselves and grow. And let's see what happens, and let's see if they can keep it moving and shaking and earthquaking in California.
Oh, wow, I have to follow that up.
You hear that voice?
I have to follow that up?
Honestly.
I should just not have a final thought. No, my final thought is, remember, I don't know, what about a good Christmas Day jerseys? First off, I hate the Mavericks green jerseys. It made me think they were playing the Celtics yesterday. But remember a few years there was during those Cavs Warriors matchups, they had the solid maroon versus the solid blue. And I
know what you mean, yeah.
Christmas Day used to mean something.
I liked the sleeve jerseys. I think I was by myself on those. But
the Chinese New Year slates were goated.
Yes, but the sleeves were sweet. And I'm sure the players hated them, but they looked really good.
Something to me, man.
Those were good jerseys. It's just jerseys in the NBA. I know it's a tired old tale, but it's just so messed up. We've lost our way when it comes to alternate jerseys in the NBA. Just wear your normal jerseys, or just can we get proper Christmas Day jerseys? When the Mavericks are wearing some random green jersey that no one knows why they're wearing it, and the Warriors are wearing their standard home jersey, it's what are we doing here besides wasting time trying to sell jerseys? That's my
even the commercials, the Christmas Day commercials suck now too.
I didn't pay attention to the commercials.
They used to be so good back in the day. They always show the famous one of them shooting in all the baskets with the jingle bells.
Yeah.
And they just put no effort into it nowadays.
Oh, why do we even bother anymore? Nothing matters. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee, one consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. A double guarantee right there. The crossover with Evan Giddings and Ken Luttrell, that is coming up next, and that's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level, on every job, without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Dude, what's with that voice? Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio. Bro, people say you have a great face for radio. Oh, you have a radio face.
Guys, not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jacks.com.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And explore and escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present the fourth quarter game changer, Danae LaBragna. From day one, Danae's brought passion, leadership, and unstoppable energy to every brand she touches. Thank you, Danae, for everything you do to make our team shine.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes uncomfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more to feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step in and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. It's no Spadoni and Shasky. It's Lubman and Carter. Sam Lubman, Carter Chickering. Joined by Evan Giddings and Ken Luttrell here for the morning crossover, which you're going to see all four of our shining faces on YouTube once we switch that over there. Awesome. Good to go there. But, yeah, how you doing today, guys? Good morning.
Hey,
how was
Merry Christmas,
How
fellas.
was the, happy Boxing Day. How was Christmas for you guys? Evan, how'd your Christmas go? Well, you were working
I was
on
at
Christmas,
Chase Center, so it was about as good as the Warriors, which was a little up and down.
And, Klay, Steph, Dre, all good to be back in the same building. Had some fun afterwards, dinner with the fam. But more importantly, give it up for Ken Luttrell, everyone.
I'm burying the lead here. Ken Luttrell making his in-studio debut. Let's go.
All right. Come on,
Kenny.
Act like we've been there.
All right, anyway. All right, then fine. We can act like we've been here. Yeah, Ken, so break down this Warrior game for us, please.
Honestly, I didn't really watch much of it because I was with my family. But I heard.
Sunny Guru coming up from 10 to 2.
Just a regular day.
Well, how was Christmas first off? By the
It
way?
was fantastic.
What did Dean get for Christmas?
He got a bunch of toys that he's probably never going to remember.
Like what kind of toys?
He got a couple of dinosaurs.
Ken's a father, everyone.
Yeah, I got 3-year-olds. So, yeah, enjoy that.
Were there any of them he freaked out at when he opened and
no, he was like,
"What's you suck?"
He goes, "What's the next one? Where's the next one?"
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he didn't even oh yeah, that's it. Oh, okay, all right. Where's the next box? He was grabbing boxes that weren't even his.
I like his style.
Yeah.
What kind of dinosaurs did you getting?
Just the typical ones, the Tyrannosaurus, the pterodactyl.
I love the pterodon.
Yeah, it's been it's been very eventful. But yeah, I was whipping it up yesterday, guys. I was cooking a 10-pound prime rib.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, reverse sear.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now, where did you find the inspiration for this? Have you always been a prime rib man on Christmas, and have you always been the guy to do the prime rib?
That's a great question, but no, actually, it was actually my wife's family because they live down in Southern California. When I used to go spend time with them at their house, they would do prime rib, and it just kind of inspired me to start doing it. And then I saw a version of a recipe online they were like, well, this is the way you want it. If you want that perfect medium rare all the way through the fat cap, because sometimes it gets a little gray on the outside. So they figured it out, but worked like a charm.
This is a man who knows his way around some meat.
There you go. You got to know your meat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I've smoked a couple of meats around you guys.
I know you have.
That's true. That is true. And the Warriors, they smoked the Mavericks a little bit yesterday. Warriors seem to have found a consistent starting lineup. It seems Steph, Moses, Post, Draymond, Jimmy. 4 straight games they've had this lineup after 8 different lineups in 8 different games. How are we feeling, Ken, about this new starting lineup here?
Honestly, I like it. Yeah. So far, so good, right? I mean, this is the longest win streak, or tied with the longest win streak they've had all year, which is 3. And then now they go on the road to Toronto, Charlotte, and where else? But
Toronto, Brooklyn, then Charlotte.
Sorry, yes. So it's like, okay, let's see how we can work with this, because I mean, these are the teams you're supposed to beat, and then maybe you can gain some more chemistry, more traction with a lineup like that. But I mean, if Quentin Post can do all the right things, they finally have the size that they need, especially at the center position, and Draymond doesn't have to get upset anymore.
Yeah, I feel like the roster's it's kind of rounding into form a little bit, and obviously that's on the the shoulders of 2 pretty injury-prone players, as we've come to find. I think that's Melton, Horford, but it sounds crazy, but like those are their 2 biggest offseason acquisitions. I mean,
no doubt.
This summer it was all about Kaminga and his contract and what he was going to be paid, with the promise of, well, we're going to bring Horford in on that taxpayer mid-level, and DeAnthony Melton's going to come back at some point in November or December off the ACL tear, and he's going to be the same player that he was for the 6 games that they really liked him last year. So, I think that this team is we knew that there is not a bunch of help coming in between now and the deadline, or whenever Kaminga is eligible to be traded should they choose to do so, but you're seeing a couple of players that are veterans that Kerr obviously feels comfortable playing. And also, I know they're not the all-star version of themselves, especially Horford, but they play both ends of the floor. And the Warriors don't have a ton of dudes that I think are like true sort of two-way players. So I thought it was really great for Horford to knock down the 4 threes in the first quarter. And to be honest, after they got that lead, they sort of just rode that the rest of the game. They didn't really separate. They were never up by more than 20, I mean, more than 17. And that's a Mavericks team, especially after Davis goes down. It's like you got to win that game. So, I thought it was kind of a ho-hum, blue-collar win, but the Warriors haven't had a ton of those this year.
Can't really shake a stick at any win the Warriors are getting this year when they've dropped, embarrassing games to the Bucks, the Blazers, the Pacers. We were just talking about DeAnthony Melton with Nick Friedel in our previous segment, and he brought up a good point that, Melton has earned Kerr's trust. And when you earn Kerr's trust like that, you're going to be seeing a lot of time. And I love what we saw from Melton yesterday. He was a guy who, coming off the injury, I wasn't really sure what to expect from him. We saw snippets last year, but not enough for me to get a sense of what he'll bring to the table. But it's just everything he does out there. I think they call him Mr. Do Something. Every time he does something, I really like kind of what we're seeing here. And then, shout out Al Horford. Finally having the kind of game that it seemed like the Warriors were, intending for him to have when they signed him in the offseason.
Are you, Evan? You're the voice of the Warriors around here. So
for one day.
Well, that counts. I think we got to give credit where credit is due, right, Ken?
He's on the up and up.
I noticed there's one stat here that's just stuck out to me. We didn't even talk about it during our show, Sam, which is,
content.
Content, yeah. Save it for later.
Back pocket.
So 3-point attempts for the Mavericks were 14 yesterday.
I couldn't believe it.
You saw this, right?
I couldn't believe it.
For the Warriors, it was 50.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the discrepancy. It's a 36-shot discrepancy. Does that concern you going forward for the Warriors to be shooting 53s with the team they have?
No, just because it's 2025. What was more concerning is the Mavs did not seem intent on hoisting any shot beyond the three-point line like it was 2005. And I know that Jason Kidd is an old school coach, but I think it was at halftime they were 1 for 9. It's like, what era of basketball are we playing? And I know that that's not necessarily how they're built. They're not a volume three-point shooting team, but you got to shoot threes. And honestly, if they had taken, 10 more, made a cup, they might have been in that game.
100%.
So I thought it was really strange that the Mavericks just didn't feel like they wanted to shoot a three-point shot. I think the Warriors, and they've always been a high-volume three team, their three-point rate has gotten increasingly higher in recent years. I think if you're going to use the word concerning, it's because there's not a ton of other options, but that's where Jimmy Butler does come into play. I think he allows them to get more free throws. And then they have a couple of guys who are at least willing now to shoot some mid-range shots. But you also can tell, Kerr said something yesterday before the game that was kind of an insight as to why they probably shoot so many threes, which is if Curry or Butler's on the floor and you're taking a mid-range shot with anything less than 5 seconds or 7 seconds on the shot clock, that's a bad shot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just philosophically what he believes, which to your point is probably why they're getting up 50. I feel like they missed a lot of open ones.
Yeah.
I feel like they missed a lot of open threes yesterday that probably makes that a 20-point blowout instead of a 10-point win.
I think one thing you're seeing this year that is the reason for their struggles, if you want my opinion, is they're not getting open. They're not getting easy buckets anymore. It just doesn't happen, and we've seen the pace of this team slow down. They used to be one of the fastest moving teams up and down the floor there were. And obviously they're old now. They can't do that anymore. So you're not getting easy layups and fast break, right? You're in the half court set the majority of the game now. So that stat for me is more representative of this is more of a half court team now.
Well, doesn't that rely on because you guys were talking to Nick Friedel about trust? Doesn't Kerr need to trust his young guys more? Getting up and down the floor and being able to make those tough shots.
See, I'm with you, Ken. And they're not running enough for me, the young guys, necessarily.
I agree. And I honestly, to tease that, I kind of that's kind of what I wanted to talk about today.
Yeah, Ken wants to fight me on something.
Yeah, Steve Kerr's trust.
They're fighting.
Yeah, so, we'll get into it later. But, yeah, I mean, if let's see what we got. Let's see. I mean, again, we go in circles with these conversations. Let's see what you have when it comes to the young guys. Make a solidified choice.
Is it partially you think there's an effort to try to get into your half-court sets every time, therefore to slow it down because the offense has been struggling?
No, I actually think it's not just for the Warriors. It's for a lot of teams. That the response to if offense isn't generating points is to just play faster.
Right.
But the issue is the Warriors can't really play faster with all their older guys.
100%.
I think that's what gets Draymond into trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what gets even some of the young guys. You can see when Pajemski's playing too fast, he just starts throwing the ball away. And that's when they become more of a turnover-prone team. I think yesterday it's probably a byproduct of the Mavericks. That's not a very good squad, especially when they lose maybe their best player. I know Flagg's been playing well, but AD's really good and has killed the Warriors in the past. So I just feel like the answer for them, we still haven't seen it yet, but yesterday you saw, and you've seen over these 3 games, Kerr has, to his credit, picked a rotation and kind of stuck with it. And it's been working against some not-so-great teams or some compromised teams, but that's who they're playing coming up. Toronto's not a bad squad, but then you get Brooklyn, Charlotte, and then you get 10 of the next 11 games at home. So, I think the Warriors are actually in a decent position just by virtue of the schedule and the teams they play to pick up some easy wins, which they haven't been getting this season.
No, I like that you said that because I do want to kind of get into that a little bit. But first things first, I want to let everyone know that you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It is a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. We'll do some Niner thoughts in just a moment. But, Evan, I like how you said you like where the direction with the Warriors are kind of in right now. They always, that Christmas Day is kind of like the official start of like the real NBA season, even though we're, 31 games into the season. I love to kind of just go around the room and get your guys' thoughts of just, it seems like this is the healthiest they've been all year. Kerr has a starting lineup that he likes. He seems to be figuring out rotations that he likes. This is a guy that a couple weeks ago said, we have all the answers on this team. And I think a lot of people kind of rolled their eyes at that. Now, it's still an imperfect roster. They're very small. They're still very old, so you're going to have issues with that. But when you look at the road ahead here over this next month, you mentioned that 8-game homestand in January. I look at, Ken, do you feel like the arrow is starting to point up on this Warriors team right now, or is there still a level of wait and see you need to go with here?
Yeah, again, I don't think there's enough evidence right now. I mean, so far from what we've seen recently, yeah, but. And to what Evan was talking about, listen, you're playing teams that you should beat. I mean, they got a couple of games sprinkled in that I kind of want to see with this rotation with the Thunder coming up, and then I think like in mid-January they got the Knicks coming up too. So it's like get some chemistry with those low-level teams that you're facing off against, even especially on the road. And then when you play the big boys, maybe we could see how battle-tested you really are, especially when it comes to this new face lineup.
I mean, I'm with you, Ken. I need a little more time too. I will though maybe sit more on the fence and say I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that these are old guys and maybe they're just saving their energy for December. And if they want to give me that spiel, I'm good with it. Sure. I just I think that I think this team is a little better than a play-in team, just a little bit. And I think that we should see them fall into one of those last seats there above the play-in.
Well, I think that's kind of it's like a double-edged sword here, so to speak, where it's like, on the one hand, and Nick said this, where, with Draymond Green as an example, where you might need to rest Draymond an extra game or two to keep him fresh on defense because you're just, offensively, it's just, nothing's really working for him right there. But on the flip side is when you take him off the court, it does hurt you defensively. This whole rest now to get you fresh later argument, it makes sense when you remember the run they went on last year. But at the same time, you don't want to almost rest too much to a degree because you don't want to have to be in that desperate sprint you were in last year to where you're having to go on this massive run just to maybe get the 6th seed, then you fall short of the 7th seed. The balance here is, I don't know where the answer is on that balance, though.
I don't really know how they're going to crack the top 6, to be honest. I mean, maybe if J.J. Redick keeps ripping his team and the Lakers keep sliding.
He went in on them yesterday.
By the way,
they don't care enough.
Who does in December? I mean, Jesus, LeBron's on your team. Luka Doncic is on your team. How is DeAndre Ayton is on your team. Of course your team doesn't care about basketball on December 26th. Or 25th.
How about LeBron's I need a Christmas day off one of these years.
Hey, J.J. Redick.
It's time to hang him up. I'm sorry.
I actually missed him saying that. He actually say that.
But you know what? To his point, he's been playing Christmas Day for 20 straight years.
No, he has.
I kind of want to be on his side about
that. But then he
also
also said that he's watching more golf on YouTube than he is basketball. It's like, dude, just hang him up. Just hang him up.
Got to get the tempo.
Well, it's like, Ken, so you're talking about Jimmy Dean earlier. He loves...
Easy.
Sorry, Dean. He loves his 3-year-old. He loves all.
I thought you were talking about the sausage sandwiches.
No, that's just what I call his kid.
Okay.
Me and Dean are boys like that.
Okay, I'm caught up now.
He has all these presents that he's opening, and they're brand new to him, right? He's a youngster. Kids love toys. He's not. He is new to this. Our age, it's like, I need some new boxers, some wool socks, and I got my brother a pet can because he has a dog. toys are not anything that I'm getting up and just absolutely floored by, unless it's something super personal and it's a well thought out gift from someone that I love. Christmas Day is not a big day for LeBron James in year 48. Like he's not getting up for this game, and you getting out rebounded by a Houston Rockets team that, oh, by the way, is the best at that in basketball, to me is not about your players not caring. It's about you not being as good as the team that dominated you yesterday.
No doubt.
If you had to pick one of those teams in the top 6 right now, I mean, it sounds like Lakers. If you had one of those pick these top 6 teams in the West to fall out into the play-in so the Warriors can get in, is the Lakers the best bet? Or do we are all on that?
Well, I mean, the Lakers got a pretty good lead on you right now. Like, this is the thing, is it's not just being 4 games back of a team, it's you have 4 teams in front of you. Like, I don't know, when I look at baseball is a little bit different because you'll have a 3 or 4 game series against that specific team you have to leap.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in basketball, you don't tend to play those squads all the time. The Warriors, oh, by the way, have already lost some of the initial tiebreakers over Minnesota. Phoenix, they're right there with. Houston, they've lost to. So it's like you're not just going to have to jump those teams. You're going to have to be a full game ahead of them. That's why I think the Warriors, and I think they could make some noise like last season, but to me, they're looking like a 7-8 squad. And to be fair, in the West, that's not awful. I mean, there's some really good teams out there, but I just think it's going to be difficult to envision this team making a real large run at the end of this year to get into the top 6.
I was saying to Sam earlier, I think the Rockets are going to fall off at some point. They're going to go hit a rough patch, I'm telling you. I just am feeling it in my bones. I think that they're going to have, whether it's an injury, there's someone that's critical as part of the team. I just have a feeling the Rockets are not going to maintain
But isn't that everybody, though? I mean, I guess, are you waiting for Kevin Durant specifically? Because, like, he's always had
Maybe you're reading between the lines.
Yeah, just because but, again, with the way they're playing, they have a good mix of youth and veteran leadership that I think is working. But with Evan, when talking about, how would the Warriors get into that 6th spot? I mean, they can't even. They're struggling to face teams with the Suns, who are kind of like neck and neck with them. I know they had just had a win. There was back-to-back games, but you still got Dylan Brooks as your sworn enemy right now.
We can say, though, let's say this: if this stretch of basketball through these first 30 whatever games has been the Warriors' worst stretch of basketball, they will be in that top 6.
Well, you better hope that that's the case, though.
No, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think if that was their worst stretch of basketball, they're going to crack the top 6.
So it can't get any worse. So if they're doing the way, I get what you're saying.
It can't get worse, for God's sake. Come
It
on.
can only go anywhere but up. We got a couple minutes left here. There is a football game on Sunday night, Niners-Bears. Just really quick, are we feeling confident about the Niners' chances on that one? Bears, they're late game heroics, doing pretty good this year. I don't want Caleb to have the ball late. Just how are we overall feeling comfort-wise on that one?
We're going to get into it sometime in the next 4 hours.
And sorry, what time is the kickoff show on Sunday for those who want to listen?
Oh, it should be. Well, actually, I do have to figure this out. So there's a Warriors game on Sunday.
Okay,
They play at 12:30 against
yeah.
the Toronto Raptors. So typically it's 2 hours before. So me and Lo would usually be at Laughing Monk at 3. I got to double check to see if we'll be starting right at 3 just because of the Dubs game. But we will be out there at Laughing Monk before the game.
Gotcha.
Come on by.
Free shuttle?
Free shuttle.
I think
Free
I'm coming, Ev. I think I'm going to come have a couple beers there.
I don't know if we can get on the free shuttle. But yeah, you can absolutely have a libation or two.
We can Uber.
Yeah, yes, we can. To
Waymo
a
now.
place
Yeah,
several miles from the stadium.
Take 101.
Just stay awake in the Waymo. But yeah.
Okay, so I feel like Carter's gonna not like this.
Probably not.
But we can get out to the rest of this. No, Zach just got on me to tell me I'm Waymoing. No, you're going to give me a ride. So that's we're going to lock that in. Aren't we entering the Super Bowl or bust portion of the season?
Don't go there.
I kind of think we are.
Elaborate.
Yeah, please explain.
This is the time of year where your team, who's in the playoffs, either makes you feel like you're on top of the world or they let you down. It's just how it goes in football. I'm serious. Like, whether you think your team is a Super Bowl contender or not, if your squad that you enjoy watching football is in the postseason, you are ready to be hurt again. That's the portion of the season we're in.
You don't think Niner fans can get delusional and say, "Oh, we're going to run the table"?
No, that's my point. This is the part where everybody starts to get delusional.
Yeah.
And whether you win or lose, you feel let down when your team falls short.
Well, I think the most interesting.
I know Carter loves this part of football.
Is like, couldn't they fall to as low as the 7th seed? Is that possible?
It doesn't matter. They're in.
That sounds right.
It
Yeah.
doesn't
No,
matter.
I know. I'm
They're
just
in.
saying they could either go from the 1 seed, right, win out, get the 1 seed, or just fall as low as it's just kind of like
a wild card.
The fact they have the 1 seed in play,
disgusting.
if they have the 1 seed in play and somehow fall to the 7th seed, I'm going to be big upset on that. Before we get out of here, I'm going to throw a little nugget out at you guys. John Lynch went on a radio station somewhere around here and said Fred Warner is excelling at ankle rehab to the point where the 49ers are re-examining a potential playoff comeback. Fred Warner potentially back for the playoffs. I'll throw that out there for you guys to chew on. And it's a fun crossover, guys. What do you guys got coming up today?
I mean,
you guys going to talk about sports?
I think a little bit, right?
Well, Ken's going to be making his debut, so I want to make sure that he gets all the run he needs.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to explain to us why he has a New York Knicks hat on a Warriors radio station.
They can't see that.
People on YouTube can. Our YouTube chat is worthless as they are.
They've
They
been
can see
going
it.
off about it.
We're also going to talk New Year's resolutions, something that everyone wants to avoid.
Oh, God.
And I just sprung that on Ken. He didn't know we were going to talk about that.
Ooh.
That's always the most fun.
There you go. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, it's good stuff. Have a great show to everyone else out there. Thanks for tuning in to Carter and I on the Morning Roast. If you love this edition of the Roast so much, tune in next Friday as Carter and I will kick off 2026. My God, the year is almost over with our own show then. Giddings and Luttrell coming up next. Have a great weekend, everybody. Make good choices.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everyone. What's going on? Hope everybody had a happy holiday, a Merry Christmas, and is moving towards an even better New Year. What do we always say? 2026, the next year, it's going to be the best version, the best me. And I don't know if that's what we saw last night with the Warriors. Might see it this weekend with the Niners. But before we get into all that, Ken Luttrell, everyone. What is going on, Kenny?
What's going on, baby? How you doing?
Well, I love you. And I'm happy to be doing this show with you. And first of all, so people can get a little familiar with your game, in case they're not.
I got game? Yeah, I got game.
Yeah, you do have game. But so everyone's familiar with your dulcet tone because you have an amazing voice, and we've heard you, with the morning show. You've worked with myself and Dan on the weekends. But you're making your debut here on the radio, so congratulations, man.
Dude, I'm so excited to do this, especially with you. I remember when I first got here, you were one of the first people to show me around what to do, what not to do, which I think is even more important.
By example.
But yeah, I mean, just a little backstory. I got here about 5 years ago, and not that it was a dream of mine because I never even knew what 95.7 was, but I'd been listening to New York sports radio. I'm from New Jersey out there, so always wanted to do it, went to college for it, came out here, heard 95.7. I was like, I like these guys more than the other guys. And it was always a goal for me to get in here. And, shout out to the people listening at home. The Luttrells, my brothers, my mother, my wife, Dean, possibly, maybe.
Jimmy Dean.
Maybe some guys in Bayonne, Shout out to those boys out there. Hopefully they're listening. But yeah, excited to get started, man. Really, 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 really going to be fun show.
Yeah, so we're filling in for Steiny and Guru today from 10 to 2. Looking forward to the next 4 hours. And shout out to Carter and Sam holding it down for the morning show. Everyone's going to be back next week as we kind of rein in the new year. But, yesterday, Ken, there was an awful lot going on in regards to sports. We had multiple football games. There was obviously basketball all day long. The Warriors got a win against the Mavericks. The Spurs proved they might be the OKC kryptonite. Nikola Jokic had one of the more unbelievable triple-doubles I've ever seen.
Were you surprised by that real quick?
What?
Jokic in that, what was it, 56, 16, and
15.
And 50.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he had 50, 15, and 15.
I don't know. I don't think I am, though, because it's just like, again, he's like Shaq-esque, but who can shoot a three. Like with those type of numbers. I don't know. It's to me, when I see that, I'm just like, yeah, okay.
Well,
that kind of guy.
He has a quality that Curry does too, which is because you've covered some Warriors games. You've been out there, and it's different when you're watching the game on television as opposed to in person because you're not always aware of what the counting stats are in every single play. You know, when Jokic has a double-double, the broadcaster will call it on TV, oh, Jokic has a double-double, or they'll show a little stat line at the bottom. You're constantly being reminded of where a certain player is at statistically in the game. When you're watching in person, yes, there's a box score in front of you, but if you're just watching the action, you're not really sure, okay, this guy's got 13, he's 3 of his first 4 from three-point range. Curry's the same way as Jokic, which is because of how the game is played at their pace. Curry, Jokic are different body types, but the game sort of bends to the way that they play. You're not always aware of how dominant they actually are in real time. Like, you can see Jokic just go up and float a couple, and you're like, oh, he looks like he's having a good game. Oh, he's got 28 and 16. Curry is knocks down a first couple threes, but it feels like he's been starting slow. Wow, he's up to 21 in the second quarter. That's the kind of superstar quality that I feel like both those guys contain.
Right. It's just that natural, like, oh, yeah, it's really when they don't get those double-doubles. Like, I mean, if Jokic doesn't get a double-double, then it's like, oh, he had a bad night. It's just like, just one of those things where you don't think, it's kind of expected, especially with the way Curry plays, where he does like these under the, like, he's right underneath the backboard, throws it up, kisses the glass, and it just drops in. It's just natural. I think that's just a naturalistic way of looking at these two type of just titans in their industry.
Yeah, so obviously Curry didn't have that kind of game last night because he was 2 for 10 from 3.
He still had, 20, 25, 26?
He got to the free throw line a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, he got to the free throw line a lot, ended up with, I think it was 23 or 26. I can't recall. But I do know that the Warriors had 7 guys in double digits, and that was the way that they sort of won the game. And on the heels of our conversation, the crossover with these guys, is that your jacket over there, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure nobody left
all
that.
Good. I know people keep coming in and out here forgetting things.
Yeah, that's how it goes here at 95.7 The Game. All right, so what was I know you didn't get a chance to really lock in real time because you had family, there's some other stuff going on, plenty of games to choose from, but just sort of at the Christmas mark, and I thought Sam put it well, the Warriors are sort of beginning their portion of the season where a lot of NBA fans begin to pay attention. Not saying Warriors fans haven't been locked in all season, but there's a lot of average or sort of, back and forth viewers that are beginning to finally, all right, I got to pay attention. The NFL playoffs are coming up, but these last few weeks don't really matter a ton unless you're the 49ers. And the Christmas Day game is where the NBA season begins. What do you think a lot of fans sort of saw last night?
I mean, with the Warriors especially, they just saw consistency, right? I mean, and that's something that's been lacking, I feel like, with the Warriors lately. I feel like the consistent minutes that, some of these guys like DeAnthony Melton, Al Horford, even Quentin Post was getting, like, at least a little bit more playing time than he's normally had all year. And I think that's what the league should be noticing out of anything with this Warrior team. Just give me some consistency night in, night out, and let's see what you got. And like you said, Christmas Day is basically when, that's what they say, was when the season actually starts. So, if they can just start from yesterday and move on into this road trip with that consistent lineup, I'm all for it. And then hopefully we can see what they have against the bigger boys.
Yeah, I think they saw the whole team, or the full team, because yesterday was the first time that we saw this entire roster together as promised by the front office this offseason. They had their 23-8 team that they brought back with Butler and Curry and Green, and we can talk about in a little bit, some of the lackluster performances by the big three, but they also saw DeAnthony Melton, they saw Al Horford, and they saw them all, excuse me. I think that's really what I was watching yesterday, and because it wasn't the sexiest game, right? Like, they kind of got a lead in the first quarter.
Yeah,
and just
off.
Use that cushion to...
It was a weird wire-to-wire. Like there was like 2 lead changes, and it was like in the beginning of the game I saw.
Yeah, but it wasn't as if the Warriors were up by 20 or 25 and they just had a ho-hum win.
They had like the largest lead was like 17, and they could, like you said before in the crossover, like they could have expanded on it. They just missed.
Well, especially because the Mavericks lost Anthony Davis in the second quarter. He went to the locker room and didn't return, so it was basically Cooper Flagg and Ryan Nembhard.
I think this is kind of a silly question to ask, but you think the outcome of the game could have changed if Anthony Davis had played the entire game?
I mean, the Mavs cut it to 4 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I didn't think the Warriors were going to blow the game, but based on what you've seen this year, you can't really count a W until the final horn.
And what's been the biggest issue, or one of the bigger issues, for the Warriors this year is size, right? So you put a guy like Anthony Davis out there who plays the whole game, like you said, cut it to 4. Maybe they'd take this game,
Yeah, I think Draymond in the past has generally done a good job on AD, but I think it was Whitley Sandretto who runs our social account. She always is at every Warriors game, and I was sitting next to her, and we're talking about AD, and I was like, oh, well, he's kind of started a little slow, and she made a great point that when the Lakers made the trade last year for Doncic, that made them a much easier matchup for Golden State. When Davis was on the Lakers, it felt like they would beat him from time to time, but they really struggled with the Lakers. Now, with Doncic and emerging Reeves, but I think a more perimeter-oriented Lakers team, that's a little less scary. So that was a good point, and I felt like, I don't know if the Mavericks win the game, but it definitely was going to be a game.
I mean, Cooper Flagg definitely had a great night for himself. I mean, I was watching some of the highlights, and Brandon Podziemski was doing all he could against Cooper Flagg, and Cooper Flagg is like, yeah, no, this is why I'm going to be Rookie of the Year, and more so.
Now, don't count on Con Knipple, another Duke Blue Devil. But
Duke,
it did remind me that Cooper Flagg, when he was on I think it was like the USA practice squad, like the select team, and this was before the Paris Olympics, so I guess, before last summer? Or 2 summers ago? I can't count.
Yeah, I can't remember.
But his favorite teammate, Cooper Flagg's, was Brandon Podziemski. I swear to God. I remember that. It was when Flagg was recently turned 18, and he was all the buzz, right? He knew he was going to be the number 1 pick, best player in the country, all that. And I remember they went through these groups of scrimmages, and Kerr was very complimentary towards Flagg in his game. And they asked Coop who he liked playing with on the select team. And he said Pods.
Wow.
So I don't know.
I
don't know if he enjoyed giving it to him yesterday, but.
Oh, I'm sure he did. And I'm sure they had, fun talking to each other after the game. But, I mean.
That's the real white Shohei, by the way. Cooper Flagg is the real white Shohei.
Got to see that baseball swing. Yeah, no, but you know what? More importantly, Pods got the last laugh because the Warriors got the win. And I think that's, that's really all it comes down to. But, yeah, I mean, we've been talking about, how do the Warriors get consistent just game by game, and then just stay with the roster that you're running at this point. I know injuries are a part of it. That's obviously been, hurting them, especially early on, with Curry, with Kaminga. We didn't even talk about Kaminga in the crossover, but what do we do with him? If we're running this, if we're trying to be consistent, I mean, we can get into it, throughout the day, but what do we do with Jonathan Kaminga now if we're trying to remain in a consistent basis night in and night out?
Well, he's not in the rotation.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So how do we – you have to put him somewhere.
Yeah.
Or don't.
On the bench. No, okay, number one, I do actually want to say that from what I've observed in a few of the home games that I've been to when Kaminga's been DMP-CD'd, I don't think he has bad body language. People may expect him to be the cheerleader and, jumping up. I don't think that's to be expected. I think he's done a nice job of handling it about as well as you can, which is – all right, we're going to move forward with this, but let's get to January 15th and let's figure out where you're going to put me. Because the other part of it, too, is if you're the Warriors, whether you think Kaminga can play, shouldn't be playing, maybe plays a little bit, you can't have $20+ million sitting on the bench and not use it. Not use it somehow. Use it either in a basketball game or you use it to find a player that can actually help you. Because I think we both agree the Warriors, while they're playing better, they're back above 500 for the first time in December. They're a team that still needs help. And Kaminga might be able to get you a guy that can actually help you, because right now Steve Kerr's not going to play him.
Yeah, and I think regardless of what it is, just make sure they're above 6'4", 6'5". Just get something sizable out there.
Well, you don't want another guard?
I was going to say, how many? Me and Dan Devone were talking about this 2 days ago, just saying, like, they have so many guards. And, there was some, I was listening to the morning roast earlier today, and someone was talking about, they should have drafted LaMelo Ball. And I'm like, yeah, they just had one more guard that they didn't really need at this point, especially at that point.
By the way, LaMelo Ball had one of the funniest quotes. It was a couple days ago, and they were asking him after the game, what you're doing during the holidays. And he's like, I'm probably going to be hanging out with the girls, the dogs, just get a nice family meal. Oh, I think we're in Orlando. He just forgot that they had a game, that they were going to be on the road, that he was in the middle of a season. It was just the most LaMelo Ball thing I've ever seen.
When you play in Charlotte, does it really matter?
Well, the Warriors are going to be there in a few days.
Curry's down.
Yeah, Curry's hometown. Should be fun. All right, that is Ken Luttrell. My name is Evan Giddings. We're filling in for Steiny and Guru today. Coming up next, Ken's got a juicy question. It has to do with Steve Kerr. It has to do with the direction of the Warriors, and it has to do with some of the next chapter, if you will, in a season that right now is 16-15 after Christmas Day. All right, that segment was sponsored by the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. It is very foggy out there, and a fire would absolutely be nice. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $1.99 per night. Book your escape now into thetides.com. It's also a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What up, James?
There's some size.
The big, well, not the big ticket. I know someone was comparing him to KG when he was
the big philosopher
coming out of college. The big philosopher?
Wise. Man.
That's a 4. That's an early 4. That's Ken Luttrell, Evan Giddings filling in for Steiny and Guru. I do like that. James Wiseman, by the way, I read he just got signed, I think, to a 10-day deal with the Pacers. So congrats to James Wiseman.
I thought he was already on the Pacers.
Well, he was, and then he got released or waived, and now he's back. So
gotcha.
I don't know who their G League team is, but that's probably where he'll be.
Oh, that stinks.
So, all right, this is an example of why just because you have a 7-footer doesn't always mean that it's a good thing. And while I admit the Warriors have concerned me this season with their lack of 7-footers, because Tito, a.k.a. Al Horford, is probably one of their biggest dudes, if he plays like last night, he's going to help them.
Especially outside, shooting outside the perimeter. I mean, he was lights out. And the one thing is that I feel like people kind of assumed that he would play a bigger role when coming here. I never thought that. I mean, this is kind of who he is now, even with the Celtic team, right? He was like their 4th, 5th guy. He's like, what are you here to do? Rebound and shoot the 3. That's it. That's all we need you to do. I feel like, when he came here, people thought he would play a bigger role. I never had that thought in my mind at all.
Well, he should play more than 11 minutes, which is what he played last night. But I think that was his best game offensively, but the best game he's played so far, you got to go all the way back. I don't know if you remember the home opener against Denver in overtime.
Oh, yeah.
But he was a big part of that closing
That was
game.
his debut, right? Their home opener, but
the Warriors' home opener.
Okay, yeah, that was his home.
Oh yeah, no, that's true because I don't think he played against the Lakers on opening night. I could be wrong.
Right,
but that was I think his best game.
Would you want him to be in a starting role at any point, or
Horford?
Yeah,
perhaps. It doesn't really bother me. This is the other thing too, and we're going to talk about in just a little bit. Ken's got a provocative question about the Warriors and kind of their commitment right now to a particular timeline, but I think that Golden State is a team that currently has 2 spots in their starting lineup that are not guaranteed to close. And the only guys that are Curry, Butler, and Green. I spent a lot of time this week discussing with Steiny how I feel like Draymond Green might be better served coming off the bench. And it's more about limiting his minutes than it is about him being a starting caliber player, because their best 5 in crunch time of a playoff series, I think, still does include Draymond. He just has been so bad offensively that for the 82, I would consider trying to get somebody else in there. But the point is, I think the Warriors, and this goes back to our discussion about what they had on this roster, envision this summer. Curry, Melton, Butler, Green, Horford. I think that's the finishing 5 that they had in mind coming into this season. For a postseason series, a 7-game series, a big game, Melton, they knew wasn't going to be there at first. They knew Horford, to your point, wasn't going to start or play back-to-backs. But when, in fast forward 3 months, when things get tight, I think that's the 5 that they thought this summer was going to be out there. And we got to see that for the first time yesterday.
Are you talking like fourth quarter coming to close out games? Are you talking crunch time close out games? Okay, no.
Like crunch time, final 5 minutes.
Yeah, I got you. Well, okay, so here it is. Because I've been looking at what the Warriors have been doing as far as offense goes, because they're great defensively. Points per game, they're like top 3 in defense in the Western Conference. But offensive points per game, they're out of the play-in pretty much. I forget I don't know if it was Dallas that's a little bit better than them. I'd have to fact check that. But what I'm seeing is that and I took out the Thunder, I took out the Spurs in the West because they're upper echelon elite. Like, they're probably going to be in the Western Conference Finals when it all comes down, in May. But I'm looking at how many field goals their top scorers average per game. And I've noticed something. Most, if not all, the teams that are either in the play-in or a top 6 team, they all have guys that have averaged over 5 or more, right? Like OKC, I just looked at theirs, 7, 7, 7, 7, not points, because it's like, shoot a lot of threes, whatever. It doesn't really matter as far as like that goes. But like, just in terms of just making field goals, everybody has 3 or more. The Warriors have 2. It's Jimmy and it's Steph. And that's fine. Of course you want that. But Podziemski doesn't average over 5. Moody doesn't average over 5. What I want to say is and then it made me look at their minutes. These guys don't play more than 30 minutes. None of them do, except for Jimmy, Draymond, well, sort of now, on the cusp of that, Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph. And all these other guys on these other teams, even the young players, are averaging more than 30 minutes a game. So that's kind of what I want to. Does Steve Kerr trust his players enough? Does he trust his young guys enough? I mean, now that we've kind of gotten an idea of what the roster is going to be, I mean, is he going to allow guys like Moses Moody to get 30 minutes, at least, 30 over 30 minutes per game? That's just where I'm at, because I'm just like, I don't know if he does. I'm really not sure if he does trust his players enough.
Well, do you think that that's what the Warriors should be doing?
I think it's something they should try, because clearly it hasn't been working up until this point.
Well, right now, let's just take last night. So the Warriors basically played 11 dudes. The guys out of the rotation were Buddy Hield, who's a veteran, Pat Spencer, who's a two-way guy but had been playing well, Jonathan Kaminga, and I think technically Seth Curry was unavailable due to an injury, but he hasn't been playing for them, and he's a veteran. So I think what you're seeing is they just don't have a ton of guys that are 30-minute players. Like, who on the Warriors do you think, especially when you said you saw OKC, you're looking at San Antonio, the New York Knicks, these teams that have a cemented rotation, like how many guys?
Even the Suns, who they're right there with, or even Portland.
But how many guys in the Warriors do you want to legitimately play 30 minutes?
I mean, Podziemski, I think, the way Steve Kerr plays him, it looks like he's supposed to get 30 minutes a game, right? Moses Moody, to me, I think has been, what am I trying to say? He's been
good.
Yeah, he's just been solid, and I think he's been more consistent than most of them. And then the D'Anthony Melton kind of brings it in. So you definitely have a kind of a tough choice to make, I guess, out of all three of those guys. But you gotta know what we can find out with at least one of them.
Well, let's go down this road a little bit and do this exercise. So generally, playoff teams have an 8 or 9 man rotation. Like if you get to a 7-game series, and I think one of the bigger issues I've had with this team as it's constructed is I feel like it's constructed for a 7-game series, not an 82-game season. You know, with Horford, with Melton, who are kind of injury-prone players. Curry's obviously old. Butler's old. Green's old. Their best players coming into the season, or more impactful players, are guys that you are trying to win a playoff series with.
So that's an interesting thing you say that, though, because it's like you think Kerr is thinking that far ahead?
No, I don't think he is. I just feel like he's trying to manage those guys so that he can play them a lot when they get to April. I mean, right now, the players that have played the most minutes on the team are Podziemski. He's played the most minutes of anybody, partially because he's also just been healthy for every game. Jimmy Butler, which to me is actually probably the brightest part of the Warriors season, has been the fact that Butler, who during his 6 years in Miami, averaged 55 regular season games, he's been healthy for pretty much all of them this year. And the couple games that he's missed, I think 2 of them have been for injury, and then 2 of them have been just basically load management. Moody's played the 3rd most amount of minutes. Curry's at number 4. Draymond's at number 5. But like those guys that you're asking for, the Podziemskis and the Moody's specifically to play more, they've been playing a lot for this team. Just total minutes allotted.
I gotcha.
You know,
okay.
and I think
I was looking at minutes per game, and that's kind of like what my theory was about, you know, being able to trust guys. I think what you're saying is as a total, yeah, I mean, they've had to play more because guys have gotten hurt or just healthy do not plays, like Jonathan Kaminga. And again, that kind of makes this even worse because it's like if you're suggesting that Draymond Green come off the bench, then does that mean we can get more Jonathan Kaminga at all?
I don't think it does. I don't, especially when. But what I think it means is you're going to play with more of your centers and the 3 guys: Quentin Post, Trace Jackson-Davis, and Al Horford. You know, the Kaminga thing to me is just sort of a lost cause at this point. I really don't see him playing a lot unless someone gets hurt or Jimmy Butler's unavailable between now and when I think they try to move him. But he's just not a factor for me at this point. What I'm trying to figure out is who Kerr, and to your question, who of the young guys does he trust when he has his veterans? You know, last night he had pretty much the full cast of old dudes that were brought in this summer, right? Horford and Melton are veterans. They're included with Curry, Butler, Green, and that was kind of the majority of the old guys who played. So who does he trust from the young pool when everyone's available? I think there are 3 guys. There's only 3 of them. Podziemski's one of them. Moody's one of them. And I'm glad he's finally come back around on this player because he is impactful. While he's not a future all-star, he's a damn good player. That's Will Richard. Will Richard is a dude that those 3 games that he was out, I know that Kerr will lean on his veterans, and that's just who he is, but that kid's got to play. And so I'm glad that these last 2 games, even though Kerr has now had his full complement or cast of characters, that Will Richard's still in the rotation.
That's I love that because Will Richard has shown enough, at least for me, that he can come out there and ball. I mean, he was 1 for 5 from 3 yesterday, and he still had a +1 in his plus-minus. Now, I'm not big on that, but yeah, he's definitely, again, that's the kind of rookie that you want to succeed. One thing I'm noticing, too, is that it seems that, you know, do you think that Quentin Post and Trace Jackson-Davis are just kind of, what do I want to say, seesawing when it comes to, you know, playing that big? Because I noticed they kind of split the same minutes and the same size. Are you more comfortable with Quentin Post being out there, or do you think that Trace Jackson Davis should have a little bit more playing time when it comes to like playing, off the bench? I'm not. It just seems like Kerr's like, listen, I got two bigs. This is how I'm going to do it. Should Quentin Post get more playing time? Do you think Kerr should trust him a little bit more?
I mean, I think he is. And again, this is like a steady climb of trust. But so last year, Post started 14 games and he averaged 16.5 minutes per night. This year, he's started 17 games already, and he's playing close to 20 minutes per game. So, again, that's not like a massive leap, but I think Post has been better this year. He's taken a step back offensively. He's gotten much better on the defensive end of the floor. I still have concerns, as I do about a lot of players on this team, that against the best guys, and you brought this up as a really nice point in the crossover, this next stretch of the season is about just stacking W's to kind of create cushion between the 500 mark and where you could be. But those few games that you play good teams, right? You get OKC at home, you get the Knicks at home, and I think there's one other quality squad they play beyond just Toronto next.
I see Milwaukee, I see LA, no, not LA. You know what bothers me about this?
Tell me what bothers you.
You look at these certain teams and you're like, man, I could see the Warriors losing to these guys when they shouldn't lose to these guys. Like Utah I think is one of the worst teams, but Lauri Markkanen can go off for 45 if he wanted to, and kind of put them at disarray. But I mean, these are, again, we're running it down. The only team I could see them losing from OKC to New York, which would be January 2nd to January 15th, honestly, is Portland, because Portland just. Dude, Portland owns them right now.
Portland is to the Warriors as the Spurs are to the Thunder.
Right.
They can't beat them. It's been 3 in a row now. The Warriors have lost to the Trailblazers, and 3 straight games that the Thunder have lost to the Spurs to start the year.
And I think this is worse, right? Because they have a worse record. They're 5 games under 500, if I'm correct.
6.
And they just lost their head coach to one of the biggest, sports betting scandals.
To Cash Patel. Yeah, I'm not a big Chauncey Billups guy, but
I'm not either. But I'm saying that
seen him getting walked.
You can't let that team persevere over you if you're the Golden State Warriors.
Oh man,
you can't take L's from a team like that.
It's been a tough year for head coaches across different sports. You got Chauncey, Sharon. It's been a tough year off the field for some head coaches in sports.
Yeah.
All right, so the Warriors right now, again, and 888-957-9570, by the way, is the number. Please welcome Ken Luttrell to the program, filling in for Steiny and Guru with myself. Evan Giddings with you here.
You drop for that?
Yeah, of course, man. I'm just going to be saying your full name as much as possible today. People got to get to know you. And the Warriors right now are I don't want to say turning a corner, but they've won 3 in a row. And again, this is where I think we're going to have trouble talking about them. They're going to remain interesting, but I don't know how compelling a lot of these games and wins are going to be, because if you really want to get honest about it, you look at these last 3, they barely beat Phoenix after a night in which they lost a game by 1 that they could have won.
I think they should have won that game. Sorry. But
the one they lost?
Yeah.
I mean, they were also down by 5, and Dylan Brooks commits one of the dumbest fouls I've ever seen. But to your point, yeah, you could have won that game. The Magic, meanwhile, were compromised. They don't have 2 of their top, I would say, 3 players, right? Franz Wagner and Jalen Suggs are out.
Again, another guy with size that was out.
And Tristan da Silva, so they're down really 3 starters of their starting 5. You beat them. You get credit for that because it's a victory. And then Dallas is not the most inspiring win because, number 1, they're the Mavericks. Number 2, they lost their best player in the middle of the game. So the Warriors, I don't think they've proven to me yet that they deserve, a playoff seeding sort of respect. But they're also looking better than they have for about a month. And maybe this is something else, too, that we have to consider is when you have an older team, when you have that sort of grizzly vet sort of group, December isn't necessarily what they're concerned with. it's not where they have their focus.
Because they've never felt like this since, I don't know, before Kerr even took over the team, right?
And back then they were 23 and 24 years old.
Right. Like they were always like, oh, well, let's just wait till April. It doesn't really matter at this point. I was just thinking about it. Is this like the perfect time for Draymond and Steve Kerr to get into it the way they did? Like a blessing in disguise sort of a thing, right? Because like you heard Jimmy Butler, I loved what he said afterwards. Like kind of that little discourse that, that little tiff kind of turned him on a little bit, which, a little weird. But
do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
All right, so let's just play it in its entirety for those that didn't hear after the game. Jimmy Butler was speaking with Anthony Slater. This is the first time, by the way, Jimmy's talked in about a week and a half. So there were a lot of things they discussed, but of course, at top of mind was Butler's interaction on Monday night in the huddle with Steve Kerr.
What's your perspective on the last few days here? Draymond, Steve thing the other night, the apology at practice.
That's just part of the game. When you've been together for so long, y'all gonna have arguments. It ain't gonna be quiet all the time. Like it's okay. You got two fierce competitors that have won it together and that want to continually win. We know what it is. And if you're looking at me, I'm just looking up. Like, all right, I expect that to happen. That's okay. We move on from her.
Did you learn anything about how they handle those type of situations? Being, kind of this was maybe the first.
I like that. Y'all yell at each other. Turn me on a little bit. I'm not gonna even lie. I like that. I like the confrontation. It's good for us.
Jimmy Butler likes conflict.
I was going to say, it's the perfect Jimmy Butler quote. I like confrontation. You guys didn't know this already? No, I mean, maybe it's the right place, the right time. We were talking about it like, oh, what do we do with Draymond? Oh, he's storming off. Oh, but that was supposed to be growth because, if he didn't storm off, he would have said something he didn't mean and it would have gotten even worse and this and that, whatever. Maybe now this is the right place, the right time for this. And now with the schedule kind of like, here you go. These are going to be not easy games, but these are games that you should be able to kind of coast through.
Well, if the Warriors actually are a good team, and that's something that has been in question for a lot of these 31, Kerr said yesterday he thinks they're a good team, not a great team. Okay, well, if you're a good team, you should be able to beat some of these teams. I've wondered whether the Warriors are a good team to this point because they have a lot of suspicious losses on their resume. They have losses against teams who haven't had their superstars. They've had losses against bad teams. They can't figure out the Portland Trail Blazers. They've had guys in and out of the lineup, Kerr questioning rotations. They've had a bunch of questions as a whole. So if you are really getting healthy, your schedule is softening, over these next 15 games, you should be able to go 10-5. I mean, that's really what we're talking about here is the Warriors being able to stack some victories, get in the mix of the top 6-7 teams, which they've largely been out on the outside looking in for, and give us a little bit of hope heading into that trade deadline that opens up on January 15th for Kaminga's contract, that you can use this piece to make a move that has us believing the Warriors actually have action. Because it feels like what we've been talking about the last couple weeks has not really been the basketball. It's been Draymond Green is seeing a light at the end of the tunnel for his career. Kerr is making these kind of cryptic quotes, and he's spurring these cryptic conversations about the Warriors being a fading dynasty. Everything the Warriors have been talking about recently has not been about what's been happening on the floor. So, if Jimmy Butler does indeed think that conflict is good, you do as well, you got to go show me, Ken. You got to show me.
And again, to your point, like some of these losses, I mean, I know it was early. It was like, their 7th game. They lost to Indiana on the road. And that was a game they should have had no parts in having to struggle in. Again, they lost to Sacramento. But then, after getting blown out in OKC, they go to San Antonio and win both games. Like, no big deal. No big deal. I mean, the first game...
Those wins look a lot better now, by the way.
They really do, especially with OKC struggling against a team like San Antonio. And then I think it's this, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back sort of thing that they got going on in their schedule. Get more... It's really... This show, I really want to talk... It's just trust and consistency. All right? Let's trust these guys enough to go out there and play consecutive minutes enough to where we can kind of build a chemistry within our roster, and then just be consistent, and that's how you can stack wins.
But that's the problem. They have not been a consistent group the entire season. So I hope you're right. And if it does ring true, then they'll probably win 2 of these 3 games on the road trip. I think going perfect would be asking a lot because it is a road trip. You have a back-to-back involved.
And Toronto's, they're decent. I mean, they're solid.
I am not a big fan of Toronto.
I mean, they're another...
You know that I question what's going on north of the border.
Drake City.
On and off the floor.
Yeah, right.
They've lost 6 of 10, by the way.
They're weird. They're kind of like the Warriors in the East, right? They've beaten formidable foes, and then they lose to, like, crappy teams.
They're better than the Warriors.
No, I'm saying, what I mean is if you look at their schedule and, like, who they've lost to, they lost to the Hornets. Like, you can't lose to the Hornets.
They beat your precious Knicks.
They sure did. I mean, but then again, that's kind of what the Warriors have been doing. Beating the Spurs, losing to the Pacers. Can't happen. Got to get more consistent. Just have to.
Yeah, and finding consistency on the road is going to be a question as well. The Warriors right now are 6-11 away from Chase Center. They are 10-4.
They've always had this issue, though, right? Like in the last few years, they haven't really had a great.
There was the one year, I think it was the year where Draymond punched Poole, and it was after the championship. They were an unbelievable road team, and they could not win a game at home. I want to say that was 3 years ago.
So,
because Guru had a bet that they would win 25 road games, which to me was just a terrible bet to make.
He loves
and
making
he
those.
won the bet.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he won that bet.
So crazy it might work, huh, Go?
Because they were better on the road than they were at home. I want to say
no, you're absolutely right.
The year they got to the second round against the Lakers. I just want to make sure.
So Draymond just has to punch somebody else, and then they'll get better on the road?
No. We're not going to be doing that this year. Probably because Ryan Rollins is on that team. I don't know if you remember him, but
no, I don't.
Well, now he's on the Milwaukee Bucks, and he's playing really, really well. That was a bit of a snide. All right, we do also have to get in some football later on, but I want to continue on with the Warriors and kind of breaking down what we saw, not just last night, but really over these last 3 games. And as the Warriors, do you think they're beginning to turn a corner, or are you still waiting and seeing? Are you waiting at this point? What are you waiting for? What are you looking for Golden State at 888-957-9570? That is the number. That is Ken Luttrell. My name is Evan Giddings. We're filling in for Steiny and Guru today. That segment was sponsored by Saramonte Ford. Hey, Bay Area, heads up. The Ford Final Days year-end sales event is now on at Saramonte Ford. So get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on new 2025 Fords, plus 0% APR for 60 months on F-150 Explorers, Escapes, Mach-E's, Lightning, and Super Duty. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. It ends January 2nd. So get off your horse. Make a move. Saramonte Ford, right off 280 or online to SaramonteFord.com. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line.
Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't.
Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games.
I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I thought I was in control.
I was wrong.
I just didn't realize.
I was that drunk.
I was that high.
I should never have driven.
DUI. Lost my job.
My family.
My everything.
Don't be the I in DUI.
In 2023, 1,355 people were killed in alcohol-related crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Go safely, California.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sackmaster, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-2299. 800-848-2299. Again, that's 800-848-2299.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. Was back in the saddle last night. It's kind enough to also he has like these homemade Christmas treats that Tim Roy will bring in every single Christmas. He's suited and booted, got a special tie on, and Tim Roy during Kerr's pregame presser was walking around handing out treats.
Oh, really? So like what kind? Like Rice Krispie treats or chocolates or what are we doing?
No, there were these chocolates. I'm not really. I'm gonna be honest. I was thanking him so much for allowing me to sit in his seat, and I was trying to figure out what to say next. And congratulations about his grandchild. That when he told me what the treat was, I kind of lost track. But I had one, and it was really good. It was like this chocolate stuffed with I don't know, kind of like this caramel filling.
Oh,
it was really good.
Almost like was there any nuts in there?
No, but it was
chocolate caramel.
Delectable.
He just keeps on giving you gifts.
I know, seriously. Yeah,
but he
that's
gets
true.
them in return. He's got a brand new grandchild. So
Yes,
good
yes,
for him, man.
yeah. Which he posted on social media was good to see. Was back last night for the Warriors, who won 10-point victory against the Mavericks. They're now 3 in a row. First time they've won 3 games. Officially a winning streak. Curry said that the other day. He said we're on a 2-game winning streak. No, you're not. Now
I thought
you're on a
they
win
did-
streak.
I thought they did win 3 in a row before.
Well, they have before, but I'm saying Curry, after the Orlando game, said it's a 2-game win streak. That's not a win streak.
Yeah, no.
It's just back-to-back
That's
wins.
2 in a row.
Yeah, it's 2 in a row. Now we are on a win streak.
Right.
The famous Lou Brown line from Major League.
That's what they call a winning streak. It has happened before.
It has happened before to the Warriors, just not in like a month.
God. Come on, man.
Dude, they literally were 500 every other game, it felt like, for 2 straight weeks. This is maddening.
I mean, again, you look at it, and again, loss, win, loss, win, loss, 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 win, loss. Like, I mean, now you know why they were 500 for so long.
Well, you know, you've been a fan of teams that have been 500, not just.
I've been a fan of teams that were worse than 500 for a long time.
Yeah, but in a way, I feel like it's easier to be not easier to be a fan, but it's easier to
be self-loathing.
Yeah, just like you can embrace it when your team stinks.
Oh yeah,
you don't have to get your hopes up.
Yeah.
You can look towards the future. Maybe there's a couple of fun stories on the roster of guys you're not expecting. Like on a bad team, there's a lot more of those Pat Spencer weeks than there are you just being pissed off because you don't know whether your team that's supposed to be good is all of a sudden now just really mid.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, I grew up a Knicks fan, so Langston Galloway, wherever you are, I love you. But it's players like that who I just had to watch. Not that he was I don't think he was a bad player. But, I mean, we got guys that were too old. We had Andrea Bargnani at one point. Like, I get the type of fan that is watching this. And I honestly feel like Warrior fans don't know how to feel about this because it's been, over a decade since, they've had a roster that really doesn't look as good as they're used to seeing of recently.
Well, I do think that it's not just that they're used to rooting for a team that's really good, but the players that were a part of those teams that were really good are still on the team. And one guy in particular, Steph Curry, is still playing really well. He's still averaging 28 points a game. In fact, for the first time this season, because he went 2 of 10 last night from 3, his percentage from distance has dipped under 40%. So Steph isn't shooting it well as of late, although weirdly, he always kind of stinks on Christmas. I don't know what it is.
He's mentioned that. He's talked. Didn't he say that before? Like, what was it? Was it 15 or 16 or 17, 18?
Well, they always used to play the Cavs.
The Cavs, right?
They always play the Cavs on Christmas.
I never do well, but
no, I don't know why. Maybe he's was out the night before, staying up, getting presents, gift wrapping. His mind's on other things.
Have they usually played at home? I feel like they have.
Yeah, usually. I mean, typically they play at home. Last year they're at home against the Lakers. I want to say there was one year they were on the road. But when they were winning, it's like the champ plays at home.
Yeah.
And so that's just how it goes. But they have played for now, is it 12 straight Christmases? I don't know.
Really?
Well, so yesterday when 13 straight. Thank you, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
Zach Green's here, everybody. So when I was talking to some people who have covered the team for a long time, Christmas Day it's just a work day. It's a regular work day. There's some presents in the morning, maybe dinner afterwards, but you don't really get to do Christmas. In fact, if you do, you probably do it on Christmas Eve. So I think the reason for that is because the Warriors just played on Christmas for every single day for what feels like my entire adult life.
Yeah, especially when you're on the road too. I mean, you go back and try to do it even today? I guess so. Maybe Sunday you kind of make it a big event. But, yeah. I mean, I don't know do you think, this isn't really like a hard-hitting question, but do you think they'll play on Christmas next year based off of this roster? And
as long as Curry's on the team, they will be playing on Christmas.
Okay.
The bigger question that I have about this team is this the start of the run that we've been looking for the entire year? Because they started out 4-1. And then they lost 4 of 5. They win 3 in a row in San Antonio. They hit their high water mark at 9-6, 3 games above 500. They respond by losing 4 of their next 5. They even went back-to-back games. Cleveland, Chicago. That's the Pat Spencer experience. They lose 3 in a row after. Now they're back to a winning streak. To me, Ken, the question about the Warriors right now is what's going to be different now than was up until this point? Like, what do you think is going to be different about this stretch here than what we've seen so far from this team?
Honestly, from what I saw yesterday, they were moving the ball really well, and I feel like getting Jimmy Butler involved more. I've heard you guys, talk on the station about how does Jimmy Butler impact this team a little more, because when he first came here, it was like, oh, things were just clicking. Now they have a discourse. Now they can't win more than 3 in a row. I think getting Jimmy Butler more involved, trusting players like Moses Moody, DeAnthony Melton, just shooting the ball better, right? Like, I feel like the consistency of their shooting is just like they're consistently inconsistent at times, even with pods, even with Moody, even with posts. I think in order for them to get on the right track and stay on the track, they just have to be, again, we keep saying it, but they just have to get more consistent. And I like the fact that Jimmy Butler can kind of be the field general, but also take it yourself if need be. Be the aggressor when you find the right moment.
Well, now you got me thinking. You said last segment something along the lines of, was the Draymond Kerr argument, was that a good thing for Golden State?
Yeah.
Do you think it was a good thing for Jimmy Butler? Because he says he likes confrontation. He feeds off of conflict.
I kind of like that he said that, and maybe he does.
He's turned on by confrontation.
It's
a weird thing to admit.
Not to, because I've definitely answered your question, but like there was a moment where he was faced off against Cooper Flagg at mid-range, makes a move, gets past him, probably could have taken the bucket and then shot it out to Pods in the corner who hit the 3. Like, that's the kind of thing I really want to see. And if he's got the ability to just take it yourself, dude. And maybe that discourse, he knows how to play in a toxic environment. Maybe after the fact that, even though I guess with it kind of happening before Christmas, before the season really starts, even though it happened then, at least now, okay, fresh start. We're just a game above 500. It's a new season altogether. This is what we can do. This is how we can feed off of that. Feed off the discourse.
I'm generally of the belief that talent, no matter what, is going to win out. But I think for a team like the Warriors, that's the second oldest in the league, with a lot of guys who have played in a lot of Decembers, or been around the block. You do need things to kind of to light the flame, to just incite some passion. Like I think the Warriors have just been like their top players have not been good enough because they're either been in, they've been out. But I just don't think these games are ultimately important enough at this stage of the season for Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. That sort of argument the other night against Orlando, to me, absolutely could be seen as a turning point, because it's like now that there's some sort of juice, there's some sort of added motivation. Like I remember when the best team that I've worked for was in 2019. It was a AA team with the Tigers, and there was a lot of talented players on that team. Thank you. There was 7 first-round picks. 6 of them ended up making the show for the Tigers.
Riley Green was there?
No, Riley Green wasn't on that team, but Tarek Skubal was on that team. Tarek Skubal was...
Sorry to jump you there.
No, he was really, really good.
Future Giant.
Oh, boy.
They're saying they're going to trade him, so...
Listen, if we want to get nuts today, let's just do that.
And by the way, hey, San Francisco Giants, spend more money this offseason than the Pittsburgh Pirates and we can talk. Because it hasn't happened yet. That's a fact. Back to my story. So that team had all the talent in the world, but there was like this internal tussle between the head coach or the manager and all the players. And the manager would constantly find ways. This is just his style. Rebello would always do things to get under his players' skin. And it would kind of borderline on putting them down. Like what he would do is he would, if they didn't play well or a guy was asking about playing time, he just wouldn't post the starting lineup. Or he would post it in places like the laundromat. He would post it in the bathroom. He would put it in urinals. He would put it on the ceiling of the trainer's room.
I don't want to find the lineup or where I'm going to be batting in the urinal, man.
But it's a symbol for this is how you're playing right now.
Yeah, I like that.
He would post these obtuse stats, the WRC pluses, these analytics. He would just leave them in players' lockers when they were doing poorly. This is what you're hitting against lefties, which is 050. That's why you're not in the lineup today. That kind of stuff. However, a lot of these players, again, who were first-round talents, he knew he wasn't going after the underlings. He wasn't going after the guys that he knew weren't going to make it. He would go after the players who he felt like had different levels to get to because those were the most talented guys on the team. It was the best team that I've ever seen. Like every single week, even if they had a stinker or a bad series, they would always respond. And I feel like it was because the manager found ways to kind of use conflict to just constantly light flames under them.
Yeah.
Again, that's a minor league team. We're talking about the NBA here. But I do feel like that's what we saw a little bit of between Kerr and Draymond, where they just needed something to just give them a kick in the ass. They've been lifeless for 30 games. And although Draymond Green did walk out on his team, and I'm not a super fan of that sort of behavior, to your point, maybe that kind of conflict is what the Warriors have been missing.
I mean, it's funny you say that too, because like I don't feel like Steve Kerr is the kind of guy who wants to piss off his players. But if let's say he did, because it could look that way, because what did Draymond do? Like, I'm sorry, when did he get kicked out? The second quarter? First quarter?
Oh, the Suns game?
No, I'm sorry. When he walked off.
That was in the 8:30 in the third.
In the third, okay.
But it was on the heels of the game where he did get kicked out.
Got you, right. And he had one turnover. And are we to speculate that maybe he said something about that turnover? We don't know. That ignited something? We don't know. But maybe the other guy saw that and it's like, okay, well, he wants to walk it off. Listen, I'm going to motivate myself to get out there and do something that maybe Draymond can't do right now. And it's interesting because it's like, I never thought Kerr would be that kind of guy that would try to piss off his players. But if you're going to piss somebody off, I guess Draymond would be the number one person you'd want to.
But it's interesting, though, because I don't feel like going at Draymond Green is necessarily... It's not going to get Draymond to all of a sudden play like 2015 Dre or the 2017 Defensive Player of the Year. I don't think that's necessarily what he's going for. Like, Draymond I don't think he played particularly well last night.
Right.
He was the worst on the team in terms of plus minus. He's now... I'll just say this. Draymond Green has never had a month like this since the 2020 season. And what I mean by that is you can like plus minus or hate it all you want. That's a stat that has sort of built up Draymond Green because he's not a dude who scores 20 a night. He's not a dude who gets, at least anymore, triple doubles as frequently as he used to. Plus minus is where his value lies. He has been a minus every single game the month of December.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it now.
Every single game.
You're right. He was -9 last night. And you know who was plus 14 was Jimmy Butler. It was actually the best in the starting rotation, and he had 2 more turnovers than Draymond Green did. But he offers more. So obviously that number is not gonna falter on him.
Well, it's also because the guys in the second unit were primarily the ones who were leading the charge. The Horfords, the Meltons, the Pods, the TJDs. I thought Moses played well again last night. But like Curry and Draymond might have been the 2 worst guys on the team. Last night, if we're being honest, it was about the role players. And the Warriors last night looked like they actually had role players because Curry kind of stunk by Curry standards. And I don't think Draymond Green was very good either.
Yeah, you guys were talking about when you and Steiny were hosting a couple of days ago. you guys mentioned, like, it should be like hockey. I love that idea. Just run the rotation out like hockey. If once you're off defense, Draymond, come out and let an offensive guy get out there. But you're right. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers now. We had one, two, three. We had 4 guys off the bench score at least 10 or more, and their field goal percentage looks solid to me. I mean, Al Horford obviously 4 for 6, D'Anthony Melton 2 for 7, but again, 16 points in 24 minutes. I'll take that any day. And I asked you, I was like, does he trust enough? Maybe he just trusts these guys, and it has to just be more than 2 or 3 guys. He's got to trust 5 or 6 guys in a certain amount of time. You don't get. You want more minutes? You're not going to get it right now. I just have to kind of wait and see what I can do with you.
I don't think it's that Steve Kerr doesn't trust young players. He just doesn't trust enough of them at the same time. Like, if you notice throughout their careers, he's trusted at points, Moody and Kaminga, but they've rarely been out there like together. He doesn't want them on the floor at the same time because he can only trust one of them at a time.
Like Pods and Moody, right? Are they?
Pods and Moody, I think, are in his good graces.
Yeah, but do they play enough with each other? Like
they do, but not a ton.
Yeah,
you will rarely see, because we talked about earlier. I think the three young players that Kerr trusts right now are Moody, Podziemski, and Richard. You will not see them out there together a ton.
No.
And some of that is, Pods and Richard are both guards. But I think a lot of it is Kerr only has right now room for so much leash with those young players. And he just ain't going to... He ain't going to be coaching a bunch of 23, 24-year-olds, and they're not going to be on the floor together.
Yeah, I mean... And it's what kind of sucks, because you have some real breakout moments for, like Will Richard, when he had that 20-point game. I mean, that's a breakout moment for a player like that. He had some huge, what was that, Denver game early on, their home opener. Huge stop and pops, getting the rebounds, making defensive plays. And then it's like, all right, I'll see you in the next, week or so. I kind of, I want more of that. And if they're going to be the 500 team that they are right now, that's fine. But let's show. I just want to see more showcase. Let's just showcase guys.
Well, you can't showcase guys and expect to win games. That's the other thing I think we've learned.
And it's because of Curry. It's all because of Curry, right? Because you're talking about the system. Curry is the system. So either you work with it or you don't.
Yeah, but last night he didn't have to be the system. I mean, he hasn't shot it particularly well the last few games. The last time he had an explosive scoring performance was against Portland, and that was the game where they lost, that he hit 12 threes. I think the last couple games, sure, opponent absolutely matters, but they're finding other guys that are contributing. So to your point about settling into rotation and giving guys those minutes consistently, I think Trace Jackson-Davis is Exhibit A of that. And people don't think a lot about TJD because he's, on most nights, the third center on this team behind Post and Horford. But Kerr still found time for him. He played more last night than Al Horford did. And it's because I think Kerr has the team's winning, number one, and he's trying to reward him for playing well, which he has. So it's like, I know there's a lot of frustrations with these rotations and guys not getting consistent tick, but it's like, I think he's beginning to find some rhythm there. And it's as much because he's trusting some of these dudes as they're rewarding his trust. Like Al Horford last night, Kerr didn't have to play him. He was going to go with that two-center combo of Post and TJD, threw Horford in, and Horford knocked down 4 threes in the first quarter. It's like that kind of stuff I just don't think has been happening a ton. And I'm sure it makes it difficult to figure out who you want to play.
I know. And again, it's because it's not just about, having the right guys, especially with size. I mean, can they play defense, but can they offer also something offensively? Because that's something that this lineup, the starting rotation, has had issues with. Obviously you're going to have Curry average you, I don't know what he's averaging right now, but it's at least, 24, 25 at this point? And then you have Jimmy Butler, who's never really been kind of like I don't really think of offense when I think of Jimmy Butler. I think he's averaging around like 17 to 19. Again, I'm not a stats guy when it comes to that, but, I think that's what Kerr really wants to have within these other younger players is just like, yes, you obviously are a defensive sound person, but can you get me 10? Can you get 10 points? Can you get me buckets? Can you get me offensive rebounds? I feel like offensive rebounds are something that the Warriors like really struggle with. Second chance points, especially, just that, and that's really what a lot of the better teams they kind of live off of is getting. You look at the OKCs and the Knicks and all like things like that. Those you look at their second chance point stats. It's remarkable because that is how you beat a team, or it's a facet of how you beat a team. And I think the Warriors sometimes have issues getting those extra boards.
Yeah, I also think you brought up something about Jimmy, and that's important. Last night, that's a Butler game where I think he did something that was apparent and that we have to discuss, but we got to get into on the other side. It's about the role that Jimmy Butler played and how that sort of overlaps with someone else, because I thought it was pretty glaring. And I think, honestly, it was the reason why the Warriors won in the way that they did last night, which was just kind of controlling the basketball game to an extent to where they won by 10 points. Right, 126-116 was the final score. As we step aside here, Steiny and Guru, Evan Giddings and Ken Luttrell in for Steiny and Goo. We'll be back for a short segment after this. All right, that segment was sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. We're also taking your calls here on Boxing Day at 888-957-9570. If you want to talk about Christmas, if you want to talk about the Christmas Day game, we're also going to get into the Niners coming up in just a little bit, who got a big Sunday night matchup with the Chicago Bears. All ahead here on 95.7 The Game. And a reminder that this is a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
On January 1st, tolls will go up on all bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or WedgwoodHomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that for Bree's car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Bree's car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Breathe happy for Breeze. La 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 la.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Moses!
You keep shooting it like that, Moses, and actually, I can't come down Moses' road. Moses is my favorite player.
He's parting the Red Sea, my friend.
Moses is my favorite player right now. There's no doubt about that. He was...
I like him.
He's a great dude.
He really is.
He's just a good-ass guy. So, it's funny, we were talking about the... By the way, Ken Luttrell, Evan Giddings, in for Signing Guru, short segment here. We were talking about the shouting match and how that might be a good thing for the Warriors. Jimmy Butler likes the conflict, likes the confrontation. I actually gained a lot of respect for Moses because he was the only guy, the only dude willing to get in the middle of Kerr and Draymond and say, what are we doing, guys?
And he said something after the... Man, I wish we had it. I don't know what he said after the game. Or post or something like that. Yeah, they asked him about it, and he was just like, yeah, man, I'm just trying to keep the peace pretty much. But Draymond looked at us like, no. Get out of my way. I got to go to the locker room.
Exactly. And he excused himself, didn't come back. Now, the thing about yesterday, the Christmas Day game that just slapped me in the face and is kind of... It's been a bubbling thought in my mind over this month in which Draymond is a minus 69. He has been a minus in every game in the plus-minus column, which is the first time that's happened since 2020 in a season which he admitted that he just kind of gave up on, and the Warriors weren't very good. Jimmy Butler plays that role better than him. Like, Draymond's strength is as a defensive player, and I get that. But Butler's performance last night was very Draymond Green-esque. of what Draymond used to be able to do, which is sit at the top of the key. Guys aren't really on you because he's not a major three-point threat. Jimmy's shooting well from three, but it's not like he's a volume three-point shooter. He kind of surveys, direct traffic. And one thing that I've noticed when they're out there together, they're waiting for action off the ball. They're waiting for guys to move, Curry to cut, maybe it's Moody to cut, post, pick and pop. But they're doing the same thing offensively. And that's where they're very redundant when they're on the floor together. And I feel like there has to be a way, maybe it's staggering them. Jimmy plays mostly without Curry, so you have Draymond only with Curry, and he's not on the floor with Butler. But I think the Warriors have to find ways, and it's not an indictment, but they have to find ways to separate Butler and Green throughout the game more, because they do too many of the same things on offense.
Right, so it's too much of
and Butler's just better at it.
It's just too much of a good thing, I guess you're saying, and maybe it turns into a net negative? Is that, just want to make sure.
No, they're just redundant.
Got you.
So
should Butler then run the second unit?
Which he is, but I'm saying there needs to be more of it. Like Draymond's minutes to me, I feel like until he starts playing better, they got to come down a bit, and I would like to see Butler just take those minutes.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea. I just think that would you think that you would sacrifice the defense for that, though? Because, again, I guess you'd have to figure out the lineup in between the opening the game and closing the game are two different things. But in those second and third quarters, kind of the meat and potatoes of a game, you're saying you got to break them up and then have one of them run the second unit and the other one just assist Curry the entire time. I guess I would subscribe to that, but I also don't know if you get into trouble, especially when it comes to getting boards, getting to the line, trying to build a lead. I'm not too sure that would work every single time against every single opponent.
No, but if we're being honest, I think Butler's a better rebounder than Draymond is at this stage in his career.
Absolutely. And again, offensively, he's much more sound. So
in the last couple of games, you saw Butler, he drew the initial assignment on Banchero, who's 6'10", 250. You see him match up with other bigger forwards, and I just feel like it's not as if Draymond's not going to play. But my point is, the things that Draymond used to do as a facilitator, Jimmy Butler is just better at this point in their careers. And I think that's why on a night like last night, you're seeing Butler rack up 9 assists.
Yeah.
He only took 10 shots, but he controlled the entire game. And that's why the whole shoot Jimmy shoot thing is a little tired to me, because he can still help you win a basketball game by only taking 10 shots. Draymond I don't think he has that ability anymore.
Well, it's interesting, too, because he even out-rebounded him from 9 to 5. And also, I'm looking at Brandon Vajemski out-rebounded Draymond. So, again, you're not getting those numbers. So, if you're saying that you want Butler and Green to be separated, who do you run Butler with if it's not Steph Curry? Who's the offensive side of it that you want to run with Butler?
Anybody else? I mean,
it doesn't matter.
No, that's the thing. Draymond can only play with Steph. Butler can play with anybody.
Why can't Draymond play with anybody else?
Because he needs Curry out there for his gravity. Because otherwise,
to make him look better.
No. It's because no one guards Draymond Green.
Yeah,
literally. There was a play last night. It ended up being a nice cut. I think it was from Gary Payton II. But in the second half, there's a still shot. If you pause it, Draymond Green is at the top of the key with the ball, looking for somewhere to pass it. And there isn't a player within 5 feet of him.
Yeah.
That's all the time. And against better teams, I think that's going to really hurt.
And he's been taking more three-pointers this year, has he not? Or been more...
60% of his shots have been from three.
That's right.
That's not who I want taking a large volume of threes.
They're going to let him go dude, whether you make it or not, I don't care.
You can't make enough. Yeah. Draymond Green cannot make enough. But we have a couple minutes here before our break. I want to squeeze in Frank from Atlanta. Frank, Merry Christmas, my man. Happy holidays. What's going on?
Hey, Evan, happy holidays to you, man. Hope everybody had a good holiday.
Yes, sir.
You're hitting the nail on the head. I've been saying this for the last month and a half. The offense, Draymond Green can no longer be the fulcrum upon which the Warriors' offense rotates.
I'm with you, Frank.
We have to go through Jimmy at the high post. Draymond has to become the screener off the ball who screens and rolls, dives to the basket. Because, like you say, no one guards Draymond. So he turns the ball over because he's not a threat, so they play the passing lanes. And that's where the majority of his turnovers come from, is nobody's playing him to do anything but pass. So Kerr has to become a coach now and not a manager. And he has to change the way the Warriors do offense. Because if you're going to, right now, our best offense is, like you were saying, Jimmy at the high post, catching the ball, turning and facing the basket, and the cuts coming from that position. Because when Jimmy starts going downhill, it opens up both corners and it opens up the wings. Because but Kerr won't allow us to shoot mid-range jump shots, so we're a very limited team.
Yep. No, I'm right there with you, Frank. And Merry Christmas to you and yours. I'm 100% with you. I just think, if we're being real about the Warriors and we're trying to figure out how they can get to the next level, Draymond Green he's been a net negative every single game in the month of December. All I'm saying is that I think if they're to reach a next level, I need more Butler. Like, I need more Jimmy Butler, and I need less Draymond Green. And I know that Green's still going to be closing. He's still going to help them. But, again, Kenny, just kind of throughout the game, I'd like to see those two separated more. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. And to what Frank was talking about, the mid-range, I mean, I don't know any team, like many teams, rather, that are shooting a mid-range. Like, I feel like that's a dying, aspect of people's game.
Yeah.
Like, it sucks because I think that's kind of where teams could find a lot of success, but now it's just shoot the three.
Yep, no, you're with it. All right, on the other side, I do want to play for you a piece of sound from yesterday that caught Ken and I's attention. Not necessarily Warriors related, but I figure we can have some fun.
I can't wait for that.
I do want to have some fun. It is the holidays. It's almost 2026. Let's just leave 2025 in the past. And I think this soundbite kind of encapsulates all of that. All right, Ken Luttrell, Evan Giddings in for Steiny and Guru. We'll step aside, come back after this. Also, we do have the Niners coming up, which I want to dig into and go around the NFL as well. All right, that segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 and 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
San Jose high of 57, overcast showers at times.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com.
At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
This is Juan Toscano Anderson, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What up, JTA?
Yo, that's a blast from the past.
That's my guy, man. I used to love JTA.
Great job. Great pull, Zach. Great pull.
East Bay kid, played basketball against a lot of people that I grew up with in high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's an East Bay cat. He's the man. I remember when
Where's he from? Where from, actually?
Well, like Oakland, San Leandro.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he's an East Bay guy. And I remember when the Warriors got him, I think he got his shot during the pandemic season.
Yeah, that adds up. Man, I totally forgot about him.
But he was just a solid player. You know, he was like one of those lovable Warriors that good guy, local cat, always positive.
Yeah.
Always propping up teammates. Had a couple of big games, some good moments. Just a really easy Warrior to like.
Yeah, he really was. He's just a fan favorite, like you said. Oh, he went to Castro Valley High School, though.
Oh, Castro Valley.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Still close enough.
Yeah, I think originally he's from East Oakland. Ken Luttrell, Evan Giddings with you here on Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
Going from that, in a guy who we all really like and respect, and Juan Toscano Anderson, salute to you, so what else did you see yesterday watching some of the Christmas Day games besides the Warriors? I know you're watching your New York Knicks, your Emirates Cup champions that you were so proud of.
It's just the appetizer. Looking for the real thing.
Shut up.
No banners.
That was the first thing they've won since the 70s.
Hey, we know what we've won besides that? Respect. That's all I care about. Because the Knicks were a joke for the longest time.
That's true.
Even when Carmelo Anthony was on that team. Now, I primarily watched that game as I cooked prime rib. But, yeah, and I caught a little bit of the Spurs and OKC, just kind of score watching a little bit. Just showing, because first of all, that tournament was really fun to watch, especially when your team's in it. If you haven't, you should. Again, it really helps when your team's in it because I wouldn't have cared as much if my team was not in it. But watching OKC and San Antonio, that is like a rivalry to come. It just looked like they handled them easily yesterday. And then it was after that, it was Rockets and help me out here.
Lakers.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's what we're going to get to. It was the Rockets and the Lakers. The Lakers got absolutely pummeled by Houston.
I watched zero. I also watched zero football. I thought the football games, we can talk about it later, but the football games are just non-existent in my mind.
Well, yeah, it's also there are a bunch of teams that were on the way out. This is the one thing that really does bother me, though, is I think the NBA as a whole had a lot of pretty good matchups yesterday. I wouldn't consider the Knicks and the Cavs a marquee matchup. Ended up being a good game. But OKC, San Antonio, that's the matchup to watch. That was an awesome game. Even Houston, LA, okay, there's, you got Durant, you got LeBron.
The Lakers are still, record-wise, they're showing that they're a really good team. So I get them.
Lately, they've been sputtering a bit.
Yeah.
We're going to get to why in a moment.
But I'm saying I'm sorry to jump on you, but setting that up, and then you had Nuggets and Timberwolves.
Yeah, that's the other game that's like, those to me are the two rivalries in the West that I really do care about. It is Minnesota-Denver and OKC San Antonio.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say partially because the Spurs just have the Thunder's number.
Yeah, it makes it really, it's kind of fun because you really thought that OKC would just kind of run the table. Starting out, the 27-3?
We can kill the 2016 Warriors wins.
Right, they're not on pace for that anymore, I don't think. No. But again, you just didn't know because they have so much depth, everywhere for the Thunder. And, the Spurs are like, yeah, we got that too. We can run with you just as much as anybody.
Yeah, they're good.
And then you got the Nuggets with that. I think the NBA does a really good job on Christmas. They really figure it out. Even if the matchup isn't the greatest, sometimes the games will be. And that's the most important part.
I didn't like the 8:30 tip.
That's
the only way they could fit 5 games in on one day.
That's Nuggets and Wolves?
Yeah, they tipped off at 8:30 local.
Well, what else?
Mountain time.
Oh, I see.
It's 7:30 here.
I got you. Well, I hate the 8 o'clock NBC primetime games. Although their numbers have been up from what I read.
Well, and that's the thing about yesterday is I'm curious to see when the numbers do come out how the NBA did up against the NFL, because the NFL the numbers are going to be high no matter what. It's football, but last year the highest rated game was Warriors-Lakers, and I think it was 7.8 million viewers. And last year the Chiefs, I think it was Chiefs-Steelers or
Chiefs-Texans, I believe.
Chiefs-Texans, and then Steelers had the other game.
Yeah.
But both of those did well over 20 million.
That's ridiculous. And those games stunk. I remember watching on Netflix.
But I understand if Mahomes is playing. I understand the Steelers have a large fan base. But this year, there's a Chiefs third-string backup.
Oh, no, you're right. It was Steelers, Chiefs, and it was Ravens-Texans.
Ravens-Texans. Yeah, so but if you got Lamar playing, I understand. Yeah. But this year, there was no chance I was watching either of those games. Yeah. Outside of the fact that it was the NFL and they were on in the media room.
Wait, is this correct? Maybe Google's wrong, but it says Mavericks Warriors were last year. Oh, no. I don't know why this is off. You can't trust AI or Google. I'm looking at it, and it's telling me yesterday's games as 2024's games. I'm like, no, because the Knicks played the Spurs, and the Warriors played the Lakers.
Well, you are sitting in Guru's chair, and he does trust artificial intelligence.
Goo,
I love you, Goo.
I'm not a part of this.
I love you, Goo, but
don't put me a part of this.
You can't read everything on the internet right off the top of your head.
Hey, real quick, I want to say something about those two guys.
Okay.
Because they say they'll listen. Do you think they're listening?
No chance.
And
one of them will say they listen, but neither of them are listening.
Like I always had this like idea in my head of like, role playing wise, right? Like Goo would just be like, hey Steiny, what do you think Evan and Ken are saying right now? What do you think they're saying? Think they're talking about us? It's like, well, right now we are.
Well,
what would Steiny say?
You did something that Goo does, and it reminded me of him. What would Steiny say? No. Then he just stopped talking.
Wait, what did I do that reminded you of Goo?
You read something off the internet that was wrong that you said was right.
I fact-checked
But you
first.
fact-checked it in real time. You can't just start talking and then backtrack when you're wrong.
Oh, by the way, I was wrong about something else. Steph Curry is averaging 28 points right now. Not like, I think I said 24.
No,
either way.
He's scoring a lot.
He is.
Not as of late.
He has to.
6 of 18 last night. Be better on Christmas, Steph. There's a lot of people that... a lot of my neighbors who had some money writing on
to go back with the NFL and the NBA, did you? I'm pretty sure we don't have the sound, but I just want to read the quote from Charles Barkley I was telling you about earlier when we were in the green room. The NFL he's talking about the NFL, kind of impeding on the NBA, and because it's always been NBA Christmas games, and now just recently up until last year, you got NFL games on a streaming service that you usually watch like movies and Stranger Things. But Charles Barkley, love this guy. Always, real fun to listen to, especially when it comes to his pre and post game stuff, with him, Ernie Johnson, Kenny Smith, and Shaq. He's talking about the NFL. He goes, the NFL got greedy and started adding Christmas games. We used to have this day to ourselves, but Roger Goodell and them pigs at the NFL always want to hog every day of the week now. I mean, that's a 4 at least, right? Like
Barkley's, I know people don't like him, and I don't really understand why. He's just unapologetically himself, and I think he's pretty funny. But yeah, it's like, butt out. Just because you get a Netflix contract doesn't mean you got to throw games in on Christmas. Come on, man.
It shows how easily it can backfire, right? I mean, there have been games on the, in the NFL, there have been games on Christmas, but that's only because it fell on a Sunday or a Monday or whatever.
Well, one of them was on Christmas. The other one was on Prime last night.
You mean
the Chiefs game was on Prime?
You mean on Netflix?
No. The Chiefs-Broncos game last night was on Amazon Prime because it was Thursday Night Football.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So that was their Thursday night. Gotcha.
Yeah, there was only one Netflix game yesterday.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So it fell. So technically that game was going to be played no matter what.
Yeah.
It just fell into their lap, I guess.
But still, they're trying to take over Christmas Day because they have the ability to do it. And I understand, but I associate Thanksgiving with football, and I associate Christmas with basketball. Like yesterday, even if there were some good games, I don't necessarily, unless the team that I like, the Chargers, was playing, I wouldn't have watched on Christmas Day. Because I'm not watching football on Christmas. That's not, to me, what I grew up doing. I grew up watching hoop. And I also grew up not expecting J.J. Redick to once be the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers and completely rip his team. Zach, do we have that sound, by the way?
The Dan Campbell after the NFC Championship?
No.
What sound?
Active listening, buddy.
Sorry. I was talking to Ken about the Lions.
Oh, well, the Lions are non-factors here. This is San Francisco. Do we have the J.J. Redick sound of him?
We got it. I'll pull it up right now.
One sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, this is what I wanted to get to because I think this was hilarious and kind of contrasted with the way that Kerr will rip his team. J.J. Redick did it yesterday after the Lakers lost to the Houston Rockets. Here's what he had to say.
How do you improve on these things when you can't practice enough?
Well, we practice them all the time. It's not, again, it goes back to what I said the other night. It's a matter of making the choice. And too often we have guys that don't want to make that choice. And it's pretty consistent who those guys are. And so Saturday's practice, I told the guys, it's going to be uncomfortable. The meeting is going to be uncomfortable. I'm not doing another 53 games like this.
How do you...
Okay, so you like that.
I love it.
You like that, Kirk Cousins.
Me and Jimmy Butler. I like a little confrontation. It turns me on a little bit. I like it. Now, I also kind of agree with him because did he say in the clip whether they don't care enough?
Well, this was a part of that was I think the best bit of his 4-minute rant.
Yeah, they don't care enough. Let's get real.
Who cares in December if you're in year 20? By the way, who are you talking about, JJ?
Name names.
Call them out.
I want names. I'm with you. I mean,
JJ Redick better get over himself, man. I'm sorry.
Who do you think goes first, him or LeBron?
This actually is the first year where I think it could be LeBron. But that's the thing is, you got to have a little self-awareness. Like, what team are you coaching? You're not coaching the Charlotte Hornets who are playing 4 rookies. You're coaching the Los Angeles Lakers with a future Hall of Famer, with multiple future Hall of Famers, and guys that are not worried about what their record is on December 25th.
I think his expectations going in, even from because he started last year, right? I think his expectations were completely different from what they are, like what reality is. I don't know what he's thinking. Like he's talking so down to them, and then it's like you're not really. I think it's the opposite of what we're talking about with Steve Kerr and the Warriors and trying to piss people off. And Jimmy's like, yeah, let's get into it. Let's let this light a fire under us. I feel like he's just kicking them when they're down even more so. But they're going through a rut. Just let them go through the rut. Like you said, December 25th is when the season starts for most people. Like, you're going to get into it on Saturday. It's going to be uncomfortable. I'm not dealing with 53 more of this. I don't know. It's like I could see both sides, and maybe that's just the Gemini in me. But, dude, like, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out, and you have time to figure it out.
That's what I'm saying, though, is so the Lakers right now, who, by the way, are above the Warriors. They've been playing pretty good basketball this season. They're on a recent skid, right? They've lost 3 in a row. They've lost 6 of 10. They're not playing good hoop currently, but they've been solid overall this year. To me, regardless of how you're playing, that message is something that, I don't know, like just the way that I'm built, like that message should be private. But I feel like a lot of people love when the head coach does something like that. To me, when I hear a head coach like J.J. Redick rip his team and air out grievances and discuss that he's going to go out of them and practice the next day, and I'm not dealing with this crap, and we got a couple guys on this team that are being selfish, all without taking any ownership for what's happening right now, is a lack of responsibility. You're the head coach, not an assistant coach, not a strength coach, not a development coach. You're the head coach. If your team is not playing well and all these things that you believe are responsible for your 6 out of 10 slide, look inward. Look inward. Hey, JJ, I got a mirror for you so you can take a look at that perfectly coiffed hair and shove it up your you-know-what. Like, yes, your team stinks right now. Yes, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Whose fault is that?
Yeah.
Only theirs? I'm sorry, I don't see it.
Yeah, and, he could take a page out of Steve Kerr's book, and those people who hate on Steve Kerr, that guy takes a lot more, like, look at me, this is my fault. Draymond walks out, and he's like, yeah, this is my fault.
Yeah, that was my bad.
Which I don't agree with, but, like, he steps on, he falls on the sword for any of his players. And I liked what he said, even though Draymond, to me, we both agree, didn't really make the right choice. He explained it, still don't like it. But, Kerr he stuck up for him. He said, listen, I'm going to go to, I'm going to go to war with this guy at any point in time. I'll go to bat. He said, I'll go to bat for Draymond at any point in time. He'll say, I'm not having my best year right now. Like, JJ Redick, take a page out of that, man. I don't know what you're trying to. Do you think it's because he was in media? But like Steve Kerr was on TV before he got there. Like, you think it's because of that, or I don't know why he's giving so much information of like telling the media what his players are not doing right or wrong.
Well, I appreciate the honesty. I mean, you'd like to know that someone is candid. I just think that's who honestly JJ Redick is.
But how honest are you being if you're not even talking about who you're talking about? Like you're not naming.
Well, you're not going to be like, DeAndre Ayton, by the way, who's been a slob his entire career, doesn't want to get back on defense and box out. Like you're not going to say that. You'll keep that private.
No. That's too far.
yeah, exactly. No, I mean it's kind of in jest. Like anytime you say name names, they're not going to do that. But I do believe that JJ Redick is the kind of guy who just takes the flamethrower out and kind of leaves himself out of the wreckage. I feel like that's the player that I saw all the way back at Duke, across his pretty, honestly, damn good NBA career, considering how long he played and how he contributed. And as a media member, he's just always the guy that's pointing the finger. And I think he's a pretty good head coach from what I've seen, but that's not how... That to me is not like, I don't think you get points for that.
Who do you think? I'm not saying he's trying to emulate anybody, but I'm like, what coach is he trying to, mirror in a sense of like, yeah, this is the type of coach I want to be. Like he's worked with Doc Rivers.
No, I don't think it's. I don't think
you
it's
don't think he's out of style that like.
No, I think JJ Redick is pretty himself.
Yeah.
Like he is confrontational,
and it's either you're with it or you're against it.
Yeah, it's just not my cup of tea.
But like, what is LeBron James going to say? You're like, all right, buddy, like we're in the practice, and he's just ripping the team. It's like, yeah, I'm not part of this conversation. I'm on my own here.
Well, and maybe that's when they figure out that this is LeBron's last year with the Lakers. You already got your new cash cows, Luka Doncic, and I actually think it was interesting that yesterday, not to get too deep into Laker land, but I thought it was interesting that, they have all these pregame packages that they do. You saw Curry, Draymond went on ESPN. They did a little thing with the Splash Brothers returning, which, again, is always weird to see Klay in another jersey. But they did a lot of marketing for the Lakers around Doncic and Reeves and their buddy-buddy kind of I hate you but I don't friendship. LeBron ain't really the lead on ESPN anymore when it comes to the Lakers.
It's kind of weird, right? Like, usually LeBron is the face of everything when it comes to NBA, not just the Lakers. And to see him not even in the you said in the marketing era. Like,
yeah, just as far as the commercials and the builds.
Yeah. I guess you have to, though, because the guy's, 41? You kind of have to make a move eventually. Like, I'm talking about in terms of, like, this is who we're going to showcase. And it sucks because,
Well, they're not doing that with Curry. Like, any Warriors-related event is being led with Steph Curry. That's not the case with LeBron anymore.
It's interesting you say that, though, because I don't know. Again, I have to look, but how impactful is LeBron James to the Lakers in terms of, like, as opposed to what Curry is to the Warriors?
Well, Curry's still number one.
Yeah. LeBron's not number one.
LeBron might be number 3.
Right. So I think that's the point, is because, that's probably why they're not showcasing him anymore. I mean, if Curry wasn't putting up those numbers that I got wrong initially, he just fell below 40%, which we pretty sure he'll get back. Then I think he wouldn't be marketed in the same light. I mean, it's just kind of weird. This era is kind of slowly ending. I mean, even Kevin Durant is getting up there now, and he's got like maybe a few years left. But
even he's not.
Was he showcased?
Was
he part of that?
Yeah. I mean, just with Houston, but I don't think he's the best player on that team.
No. Who do you think you would take, Thompson or Şengün?
One of them.
Yeah.
I think probably.
They're fun to watch too.
Probably Şengün.
Yeah.
But Amin Thompson. Dude, if I could get my hands on Amin Thompson, that would be
either
unbelievable.
Even his brother in Detroit, like just
Asar, dude.
Yeah, They're just, and they're local. They're local guys too, right?
Yeah, sorry. They're from San Leandro. From San Leandro. That's why I confused earlier with JTA, who is from East Oakland.
I gotcha. Yeah, well, I was going to say it sucks because the Lakers were, ESPN was showcasing them, and Austin Reeves he left with a sore left calf. So, didn't even get to fruition. But, yeah, they're 19-10. They're 7-5 at home. What are you going to tell them right now that's like, listen, these are growing pains. I know, they lose 6? This is their 6th in a row they've lost?
Well,
or a third in a row they've lost.
And this is the thing, too, that I don't want to be a jackass about this, but J.J. Redick is clearly trying to elevate his team or get them in the headspace that there's another level that they have to get to if they want to win a championship, right? What team was he on that won a championship? Now, Steve Kerr, you could say all you want. J.J. Redick's a better player. He accomplished this, college, NBA, all the rest. Kerr has been associated with and a part of winning championships in the NBA long before he became a head coach.
Well, we know why J.J. Redick didn't really get that far into winning a championship, because he was part of these Clipper teams that ran into the Golden State Warriors and Steve Kerr. So, they beat them in 2014, the Clippers did. The year after, they didn't get to the Western Conference Finals because they got upset 3-1 by the Houston Rockets. So that whole idea that, all right, the Warriors stood in the way of the Clippers, like the Clippers stood in the way of themselves. I'm sorry. They didn't even get a chance to play against the Warriors after that year. Fair enough. And to even deep dive further, like I remember the one thing I noticed that, because I was at the game, the Clippers-Warriors game when Steph made that move on Chris Paul behind the back.
Yeah.
Chris Paul, I was at that game. Like, literally, right. I was high up, but I was...
Which one on Chris Paul? The one on the baseline or the one in...
the one on the baseline.
In L.A.?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It was like one of my first times in L.A., and I took my wife, but then girlfriend, and her family to that Clippers game. And, yeah, I just remember watching that happen. And that was 2015, I believe, right?
Yes.
So that one thing I noticed about that team compared to the Warriors, just the bench. Because the starting rotation for those teams were kind of neck and neck. Although I think the Clippers had the slight edge when it came to their starting rotation. But once that bench came out for the Warriors, was it David West, Sean Livingston?
2015 would have been Livingston, Barbosa, Spates.
Barbosa. Okay, gotcha. Spates was the big guy there at the time.
Iguodala.
The Clippers just did not have a bench. They just had no bench.
No. And
I think the Warriors right now are kind of struggling with that, but yeah.
So Doc Rivers. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's kind of interesting the message and tone that Redick was choosing to take. We do have to hit a break here, though. We got to get out, and we'll wrap this up, and then how about this? We'll get into the NFL, the actual football going on this weekend, not the Christmas mumbo jumbo crap.
Stunk.
Yeah, on Netflix or Prime. Actually, I do want to talk to Devone, who's coming up later today with Dibs, about something he may or may not have heard from the broadcasting part of things. I know he likes to talk about that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by Saramonte Ford. Hey, Bay Area, heads up. The Ford Final Days year-end sales event is now on at Saramonte Ford. Get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on new 2025 Fords, plus 0% APR for 60 months of F1 Explorers, Escapes, Mach-E's, Lightning, and Super Duty. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Ends January 2nd. Saramonte Ford, right off 280, or online at SaramonteFord.com. Ken Luttrell, Evan Giddings, in for Sonny and Goo. Back after this.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, any member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Freedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at freedmansappliance.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take Nyquil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need Nyquil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with Nyquil Intense Flu. Nyquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
Nyquil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, breaking news. Anthony Davis is out for an extended period.
Shocker.
Yeah, he got hurt again yesterday. So I'm like, I understand that there are players that people want to trade for on other teams and that are gettable and stuff, but it's like the Carfax report has got to be at least halfway decent in your favor. You can't trade for a guy that isn't going to be on the floor.
Yeah, his wheels are always deflated at times. Like, I'm out on him. And I think
So are the Mavericks. He's out with a groin.
I think he's a great player, but it's like, I'm reading like stories of like, oh, this team should be interesting in trading for him. I'm like, why? Why would you? I get why. But it comes with, this is what you're going to have to deal with. Like, he's going to be on the injury report at least one time throughout the season, maybe twice.
Yeah, set the over-under at 2.5. I mean, geez.
Has he been hurt? I think he's...
Yeah, he's been hurt and then he's come back, and now he's got hurt again. Then he'll come back in a couple weeks or days, and then he'll be hurt again, and it's just the cyclical nature of the brow. All right.
No, I was going to ask how old he was, but it doesn't matter.
32?
Yeah, I'm good.
Maybe. I mean, he's not that old. Actually, I think he's pretty young. Yeah, he's Anthony Davis is 32. Wow. All right. Kenny.
Hit me.
How are you feeling about this weekend?
Ugh.
Well, I didn't ask about your personal life. I asked.
Hey.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, that's too far.
just an assumption.
No, I'm actually excited this weekend. Wait, before we get into it, I'm going to a place in Napa called Ad Hoc.
You're always going places.
Listen, I'm a traveling man. I've been everywhere. Shout out Johnny Cash. Yeah, man. Well, my mother's birthday, I should say, is on Sunday, so we're taking her out to dinner in Napa. Thank you.
Oh, I might be in Napa on Saturday. Can I come?
Sunday, Evan. Active listening.
Can I come?
Just stay on Sunday and you can come. No, we're going to this place called Ad Hoc, which I forgot it means. It's like something.
Carter would know.
Yeah, it's like for this, but it's like something like I don't know. It's a really good restaurant though in Yountville. Thomas Keller, who also does French laundry. Have you ever heard of that? Oh yeah,
is that a kind of laundry?
It's the best kind of laundry, honestly. I went once. It's like
it's a restaurant.
It's one of the most coveted like restaurants in the world. That's another bloop. But yeah, Ad Hoc means when necessary or needed. But dude, when needed, that fried chicken that they have there, it's some of the best I've ever had. It's hands down really, really elite stuff.
Oh, I only know Black Hawk and Matlock. I don't know anything about Adlock. But so you're going to be going on Sunday. Oh, whatever.
Doesn't matter.
You're going to be going on Sunday for your mom's birthday.
Yeah. But how I'm feeling about the Niners, I mean, listen, this isn't a game you want to win. This isn't a game you have to win. You need to win this game.
What?
You need to
win.
We're
in the postseason, Kenny.
Doesn't matter. We were talking about in the crossover earlier, and we were saying how, they could go from the 1 seed or as low as the 7 seed. I mean, if they're the 7th, whatever, but I'm afraid if they get the 6th seed, that's not going to be great for them because I really don't like the fact that they would go into Philly and have to face the Eagles.
They're beating Philly.
Now, why do you say that?
Because they can beat anybody.
Can they?
And anybody can be beaten.
I mean, well, in this year's NFL, I'm with you because I think this year's NFL has really underperformed, if I'm being honest.
So that's interesting. Why do you think that it's underperformed, and why is it related to the Niners? Because I feel like it is.
Right. So, I mean, I wrote a list of QBs, elite QBs rather, that we're not going to have in the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes.
Well, that's not our fault.
No. This is a part of it, though. Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff. Right? At least, what is it? 3 of those guys.
I would have all those guys in the top 10
in recent years, but 3 of those guys in recent years have been to the NFC or AFC Championship.
Dak hasn't, but the rest have.
No, I said that's why I said 3. Yeah, but anyway, I'm saying out of those guys, they're going to be sitting home watching the playoffs.
Lamar might not also be in the postseason.
Well, and then those are the 2 bubble guys that I have is Baker Mayfield and Lamar Jackson. And he's like, I don't want to compare people, from the NFL to the NBA, but he's also like an Ant Davis where it's like he's hurt. I mean, he's healthy, he's hurt, he's healthy, he's hurt. He's not going to go. I don't think he's going to go tomorrow, is what they're saying.
Who?
Lamar.
Yeah, he's out. It's going to be a Snoop Hundley.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah.
Shout out Utah.
He's done. They're done. It's fine.
Well, they're not done.
But again, that's the way this season has gone. I mean, you have the Broncos, the Patriots, the Jaguars. They're all fighting for those top spots. I mean, it's more so Broncos, Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
But those are the teams that are fighting for the top spot and that you really wouldn't have. And in the NFC, it's really just the NFC West and then everybody else. Because the Niners are one of the top teams, obviously. The Seahawks have overperformed. And, I mean, we kind of talked about this earlier in the year that we thought that the Seahawks would do a lot better than people thought. And then the Rams have shown that they can be the best team at any time. But then they go to Carolina and they lose to the Carolina Panthers. So I really don't know what to make of them.
Playoff team.
Again. But I feel like as a whole, the NFL has underperformed, and that's actually a good thing for the Niners because, again, I'm on this fence or on the side of the fence where this isn't the best Niners team, but they got the best chance.
And I think that's why people look at this year as being a down season, especially here in the Bay Area. It's because this Niners team is clearly nowhere near as talented as the 2023 team. And yet, if they win on Sunday night against the Bears, they will have equaled that team's amount of W's. That team went 12-5.
And again, they also have an easier schedule compared to, so that's obviously part of it. This game is going to be real fun to watch because it's like the first test they've had in a long while. I mean, since the Rams game, which was over a month ago, since the 4-game winning streak.
Who? The Niners?
Yeah.
They're on a 5-game winning streak.
Five game. Okay, so, and I was at that game too. And they just looked completely out of place, especially defensively. Like the Rams had them going. Like, they didn't know which way the Rams were going, especially defensively. This is going to be a fun game only because, we could see this matchup again if they lose this game. And then if they lose the next one, they could possibly be the 7th seed and then go to Chicago and have to play them in Chicago. I mean, I don't know, especially in those elements. It's not, again, this is the test for, especially for the defense, because the run game is good. I think it's like a cumulative of like over 1,300 yards for
Swift and Monangai.
Yeah, Monangai. I mean, Caleb Williams. You talked about Caleb Williams being that home run hitter. I mean, he's still. You don't know what to expect from a guy like that, and I think that's kind of dangerous. And I think that's what scares me when it comes to playing the Bears.
Yeah, I think Kyle Williams, Freudian slip, Caleb Williams, he's like the baseball version of Kyle Schwarber, the football version of Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah.
Because he either hits home runs, he walks, or he just strikes out. But you're scared of him because you don't know what he's going to do. I don't think he's the best quarterback in the league, but he might be the most volatile. You know what I mean?
I agree. I mean, they look like it was like no point. I mean, a couple of things went their way, right? When they beat the Packers on that last was it overtime or the end of the fourth quarter? They just threw that bomb to DJ Moore. A lot of things went their way. They had that onside kick that has been very improbable. It's just an improbable thing for someone to get, for them to be able to get back into a game. But they've had games break their way. What the Niners need to do and focus on is just maintaining and getting out to at least a 10-point lead. Because that's the way they've been winning. It's just outscoring the other opponent, by a decent margin.
Yeah, they've definitely controlled the games they've played since Brock has returned, and part of that is because they haven't played very good teams. You played the Cardinals, the Panthers, the Browns. I know the Panthers are a playoff team, but of the playoff groups, the playoff grouping, they're the worst team by record. Tennessee, and then a Colts team led by Phillip Rivers, who is off the couch after 5 years. I think that I don't know if the Niners necessarily have to play from ahead, but this is the thing that I've kind of been wrestling with all week. I think it was Steiny who brought this up, but some people I've seen on social media, they've described the Niners as being the Vikings of last year, right? A team that was really good by virtue of an easy schedule, had some close wins, and actually had a former Niners quarterback because Sam Darnold was at the helm, won 14 games, got to the playoffs, and got beat. In fact, got handled by the Rams. I don't see that. In fact, I would go as far as to say, to me, there's a very clear team that should be labeled the Vikings of last year. And it ain't the Niners. It's the team they're playing this weekend. It's the Chicago Bears. Think about how many games the Chicago Bears have won on a coin flip, have won in a last-second, crazy, shouldn't have happened, comeback, freak play, bad kick, turnover. Like, all of their victories, for the most part, have been eked out wins. Even against some of the bad teams. Chicago's 11-4. I think they're a good group. They obviously can run the ball. But they have barely beaten the Raiders, the Commanders, the Giants, the Vikings. This is a team that, to me, more resembles the Minnesota Vikings of last season than the San Francisco 49ers, who have proven playoff winners in and around their roster and coaching staff. Like, to me, those two are not the same. So if you're looking at a fraudulent group, I don't like to use that word, but if you're going to label one of them fraudulent, it ain't the Niners. To me, it's the Bears.
Yeah, I'm with you. And, you know, the best win I think they've had on the schedule here that I'm looking at is their win in Philadelphia. I mean, they ran up and down the field against Philly. And that just goes to show that, again, to my point, the NFL product has not been very good this year. The guy is drunk! because the Eagles...
Easy pasta.
I was going to say, who's inebriated
That was each
here?
of the last 2 nights were good this morning.
Yeah. But with Philly, I mean, they've underperformed. And with Chicago, as volatile as they are, they were able to handle that. But I'm with you. I mean, I think when you're comparing them to last year's Vikings, no. I think the Niners' offense is a lot more dynamic. The scheme is a lot better. I mean, Kyle Shanahan has done the Lord's work when it comes to, you know, figuring out who can be next man up, especially with guys like Ayuk out. I mean, Christian McCaffrey has led in every category offensively, right? He's just showing out like that why even though he hasn't been getting the rushing numbers, he's still showing out in many different ways. But yeah, I don't know. It could have been one-dimensional with Minnesota. I mean, they had Justin Jefferson. They had some decent run game. But the only thing I think that you could say is maybe their defense, because I think Minnesota's defense last year is a lot better than the Niners' defense this year. That's what worries me the most.
I do think that the Vikings' defense last year, from what I can recall, was also scheme-oriented because Brian Flores is a really good DC, similar to the Niners this year where they don't have a ton of dudes, but Robert Saleh seems to be the difference for them.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, the biggest issue for them is going to be getting pressure. It's the biggest issue they've had all year, right? We keep just running that number with 16 sacks, 14 games, that whole thing. Like, you just got to get to the quarterback. Because if you can't bum rush them, then the secondary looks weak. And I think that, like, who do you rely on? That's my biggest question when it comes to, like, the defense. Like, who would you rely on? Is it
the offense?
Right, you win defense. And I've had this conversation with many people about, like, what are the best defenses, or the worst defenses, I should say, that have went on a Super Bowl run that were just horrible, And, well, even the offenses weren't that great. And I looked it up, and it's like the 2011 Giants, the 09 Saints, the 06 Colts, and as well as it was the other Giants team with one in 07. They weren't, like, statistically rated that high. But the number one thing that they've all had is a pass rusher. They've all had elite pass rushers. Dwight Freeney, OCU Minora, Michael Strahan, Justin Tuck is another guy for that Giants defense, it was like, I think it was like 26 at one point. They still were able to get to the quarterback, and that's why they won that Super Bowl against Tom Brady a second time, playing the Patriots, and Eli has 2 rings now because of it. I don't think the Niners have that type of pass rusher at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that the 2011 Giants are like the most fluky champions ever. You go through a lot of those games, and obviously the Niners were in their path and dropped a couple punts to not get to the Super Bowl. But that, like, if you're hoping that a team can be like the 2011 Giants, odds are it's probably not going to be. But the fact that is the Niners, if they win out, they're the 1 seed. That's one of the more improbable things that I think I've ever seen in sports. Like, if they do this, and I like them on Sunday against the Bears. I think they're going to beat Chicago. I think it'll be a close game, but I think they're good enough to win that game. And then it comes down to Seattle while you're at home, and it's like I think you like your chances. I think you like your chances because you've already beat them once, and Sam Darnold struggles in big games. That's kind of what you're banking on. But let me ask you this. So, of the teams in the NFC right now, who would you put your money on to come out of the NFC?
I don't know if it's a 3-sided coin. Can you have a 3-sided coin?
I asked you to bet on one team.
Yeah. Bet on one team?
Yeah.
I gotta go with the Rams.
I'm with you.
I gotta go with them. And then right behind them I have the Seahawks.
I'm also with you there.
And then I have the Niners. I think it's the NFC West and then everybody else.
Yeah, I think that's a good bet against the field. But my point is the Rams are the 6th seed. So, because we were talking earlier that, if you like the Niners' chances if they're the 1, but not if they're the 5, the 6, or the 7. I think this is one of the few years where I really feel like the 1 seed's always important because you get the bye and you get a guaranteed home field through the playoffs. But if there was a year where the 1 seed mattered the least, I think this is the year. Because I don't think the Rams are afraid to go into Seattle again. They should have won that game on Thursday night, and they already beat them at home. The Niners have already won in Seattle, if that's the 1 seed. I mean, this is a Seahawks team that's really good. I'm not trying to discredit them, but I'm saying that if they end up being the 1 seed, also, if the Niners got the 1 seed, I think there's a lot of teams around the NFC looking at San Francisco saying, we could go to Levi's Stadium and beat them. So my point is the 1 seed, it matters from the standpoint of rest and recovery, but as far as a dominant team earning the top spot, and honestly, same for the AFC, I really don't believe that this year, the 1 seed is the end-all, be-all of your playoff push.
Yeah, I don't hate that, especially for the fact that the Niners are 7-2 away. So even if they didn't get the 1 seed, like you said, they've been good road dogs. Clearly they can handle that. I mean, they even beat the Rams with Mac Jones in LA, but how did they beat the Rams? Everyone talks about that Rams game and how great Mac Jones was, but if you don't have a peanut punch from
Alfred Collins,
right? You don't win that game. I mean, I think the Rams made a lot of mistakes, and they corrected those mistakes once they got to Levi's and put like 46 on their head.
Well, and that's why I think the Rams are the best team too, but they have a horrific special teams unit, and
they don't have a kicker.
I know, they don't. They're also not great in coverage on kickoffs and punt returns. My point is it's like the most afterthought aspect of football is special teams. But in tight games where the difference is a thin margin, special teams really makes a difference. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Niners to me have been so solid all year, especially compared to last year where they had one of the worst special teams unit
I think people
units.
are still debating whether that special teams unit is good or not. Or
The Niners?
Yeah, I mean,
this year they've been really good.
Right, but I feel like people are a little nervous. Like I'm not trying to name names like JJ Redick here, or not name names.
Oh, I give you 4.
But yeah, I don't know how much people are trusting it. I mean, you know what? To be fair, I'd like to see them, how the special teams unit against the better teams. I think the Bears are obviously a better team that they're going to play this year. The Seahawks game, I think, matters a little bit more, obviously, because I think that is a team that we just ran it down. That's a team who could go on a Super Bowl run, and we think that they are better, obviously, than the Niners right now. That's going to be the game where it's like, all right, let's see what this defense really has and how good the offense can really be. Because, again, they're beating up on the smaller teams. Like, I don't care that they played well against Tennessee. I don't care that they beat up Cleveland. I mean, Carolina was kind of a good win, but a lot of people were underwhelmed by that because Purdy threw 3 picks.
Yeah, but they beat the Panthers and the Rams didn't.
And I like that win. I thought that win meant more to me than Niner fans.
Well, it means more than the Cleveland win for sure. But this is the thing too. It's I think the Rams are the best team in the NFC because their 4 losses, one of which was, by the way, to the Niners, they have been by 3 points or less.
Yeah,
all of them.
And a couple.
Single digits because the Philly game came down to the field goal. They lost on a kick return or a field goal block for a touchdown. But Philly was by a touchdown in the waning moments. The Niners was by a field goal. Carolina was by a field goal. Seattle was by a point in overtime. And it took a ridiculous 2-point call to get you to that W.
But here's the issue with those losses, Ev, is the fact that they had substantial leads in almost every single one of them.
And
the Carolina was kind of back and forth.
That's a good point.
I mean, think about it. The San Francisco one, I can't remember.
They were down 14-0 to the Niners in that game.
Right. So and that's a game they were favored by what, like
double digits?
Yeah, something like that.
Certainly more than a touchdown.
Especially with Mac Jones, going, and you really did. And there was like a ton of guys out.
They had no Kittle, they had no Jennings, they had no Brock.
Right, exactly. So there's a fun. I know Steiny, if he's listening, he loves Seinfeld. And there's a great quote when they're talking. Jerry's getting a car. He's reserving a car at like the airport or something, and they just didn't keep his reservation, right? And he's like, you know how to take the reservation, you just don't know how to keep the reservation. And so that's how I think about that when it comes to the Los Angeles Rams. They know how to take the lead, but they just don't know how to keep the lead, especially when it comes to games like this. Like you said, like that Seattle game. Have you noticed? You know what I thought of when they lost to Seattle? It was 9.5 minutes left in that game. They were up 16, right? 9.5 minutes. Do you know how many times they threw the ball? Or how many times they ran the ball, rather? I counted. This is what I love the NFL Plus app. It shows you the condensed games. It's just every play, back to back, every single play. And it's sped up. You don't have to watch the commercials, anything like that. But they ran the ball 1 time in 2 drives. And they took out, 2 minutes of possession and allowed the Seahawks to make that incredible run that they did. To get three 2-point conversions is just ridiculous.
It is. And we can continue the conversation on the other side. Who in the NFC scares you? What about this Sunday Night Football game scares you if you're a 49er fan? To me, I'm not there yet. By the way, Rome Odunze has been ruled out for the Chicago Bears. That's a big loss for them. I think he's their best wide receiver. And obviously, it would be trouble for the Niners if he was available at Santa Clara on Sunday Night Football. But that's Ken Luttrell. My name is Evan Giddings. We're filling in for Steiny and Guru today. It is a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. Also, that segment was sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
After doing it all, Lazy Boy Furniture takes you from zero to surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. Come try it for yourself at any Lazy Boy Bay Area store during the holiday sale and save 30% on everything, but only for a limited time at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy store.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever. Homes are sitting longer, prices are falling. Have you inherited a home and want to avoid the stress and hassle? Call Wedgwood Homes first to discuss your options. Inheriting a home can be overwhelming. Probate paperwork, multiple heirs, property taxes, repairs, and maybe even an existing mortgage. With Wedgwood Homes, there's no need to clean or clear out the house, and no repairs or updates. We buy as is and provide a reliable all-cash offer with no commissions, no hassle. The Wedgwood Homes team can guide you through the process with experts in probate, trusts, and shared inheritance. Wedgwood Homes offer is firm. No last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Let Wedgwood Homes ease the process so you can help your family move forward. Call 415-888-9432 today for your free, no-obligation cash offer. That's 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then You may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabyte, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we know that Rome Odunze is out for the Chicago Bears against the San Francisco 49ers.
I mean, it helps the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, they're also getting a little bit of help because the Packers don't have a good chance to win this weekend. Jordan Love's out.
Oh, no.
He's got the tongue of Iloa.
Hey.
He's concussed.
I don't know. That stinks. I mean, so wait, we're going to watch Snoop Huntley take on Malik Willis. They're in, right? Packers are in.
They are in. Oh, no, sorry.
Who else could be?
They are in.
Yeah,
but
they're
they're still battling for the North technically. Yeah, they're playing the Ravens. So it's the Snoop Huntley Malik Willis Bowl. That's Ken Luttrell, by the way. Evan Giddings with you, filling in for Stein Anger. We're talking a little football here. So,
they got to win out though. Sorry.
Yeah, the Packers got to win out. Jordan Love is going to be out for that football game. That, by the way, is on Saturday. We're also in the season where the NFL starts to spread things around because the other game, the Chargers-Texans on Saturday.
Oh.
Bolt up.
Yeah, okay. No, never mind.
Oh, this is where I was going earlier, though. This was during the crossover. I forgot about this. So, Carter Chickering was on earlier this morning with Sam Lubman. They did an awesome job. Carter...
Kidding.
I'll give you the floor to talk your crap to Carter in a bit.
I got a problem with him.
I know you do. We all do. So he hates the whole Super Bowl or bust thing.
Why?
Hates it. Why? Because, I don't know, he's a rational fan and believes that there are reasons why teams win and lose and abides by X's and O's and all that type of crap. I hate to break it to people, but we're at the stage in the NFL season where it is Super Bowl or bust.
I mean,
starting now. Whether you have full belief in your team or whether you just are glad you got into the playoffs, the Super Bowl or bust aspect of it, for me, comes from the fact that if you lose in the playoffs, it hurts. Like, I don't care if you're 14-point underdogs and you're not expected to win and you get blown out. It hurts and it stinks when your team gets eliminated.
I mean, especially when your team's not always in the playoffs. Like, oh, poor Chiefs fans, they got to watch the playoffs without their team in it for once in the last decade or so. But yeah, I get it. But I think it's also how you get into the playoffs, how you're looking, in the last few games. Like if the Niners. Let's say the Niners blow out the Bears on Sunday. Then the Seattle Seahawks come to town, and that game will probably be flexed for like a late Sunday game, possibly for the division, possibly for the first seed, and they take care of Seattle easily. You don't think Niner fans are going to be saying, oh, it's Super Bowl or bust, baby? Like, oh,
I'm sorry. No,
you can go.
I thought you were pausing for a dramatic effect.
No, not really. But
no, you're right. I mean, I think that, and this is it too. The Niners season has been such a roller coaster ride because of the injuries, and we don't know how much to believe in them or not because of the schedule. But it's like the path for them continues to play out in a way that I don't get why people don't believe that they have action. Like, I just don't.
I don't understand where
you're seeing other teams. You're looking at their resumes. You're comparing it with the Niners. The Niners are humming right now. They're playing their best football, especially on offense. I just don't understand why it's so crazy to believe that the Niners could win a playoff game or multiple.
I mean, you're playing with house money right now if you're a Niners fan.
Not anymore.
You won
Super Bowl or bust.
Hang on. You won Super
Bowl or bust.
I hope Carter's listening because I honestly, you're 11-4. You won 6 games last year. The only thing that sucks about this Niners season is the fact you don't have your 2 main guys in Fred Warner and Nick Bosa.
You're better without them.
The offense is playing a lot better. The O-line is playing a lot better. Me and Dan Devone talked about that. He was really adamant on that offensive line. I mean, Christian McCaffrey is healthy, people. You know, you have a decent backup running back, right? In Robinson. The wide receiving room is decent. I mean, Jawan Jennings, he's been... people have been saying, oh, they don't have a wide receiver 1. He's been your wide receiver 1. And they've done it without Brandon Ayuk, and they've kind of gotten past his whole dramatic, even though he's still, 80 miles an hour down in Santa Clara, where right next to Levi's. You've gone through all that. You've gone through the injuries. You're 11-4. You have a chance to win to get the first seed. But according to Evan, you don't need to get the first seed because, I mean, anybody can beat anybody at any time, anywhere, any place.
It would be nice.
Of course.
Don't get me wrong. And it would improve your chances to win, certainly to get to the NFC Championship game.
But if you honestly think that, if you can ride the wave regardless of whether you're playing in Santa Clara, Chicago, Philly, anywhere else, hell, maybe Carolina, who knows? I think it's Super Bowl or bust, especially because it's like you going in, there really wasn't like the biggest expectation except for the soft schedule because you didn't know what you're going to have with Brock Purdy. And we already saw that, the turf toe sidelined him for however many games. You had to run with Mac Jones. You didn't know if Christian McCaffrey is going to be 100%, even though, most of the media told us in training camp that he's looked like the Christian McCaffrey of old. You didn't know if the offensive line was going to be good or Trent Williams could play, every single game. You didn't know a lot of things going into the season. And the Niners have shown us, we're going to be fine.
I mean,
they're going to be okay.
They've spat in the face of all the doubt that's kind of, in my opinion, for much of the season been warranted, right? I doubted that this offense was going to be able to get it done with Mac Jones. It did. I doubted that Christian McCaffrey could stay healthy for an entire season. He has. I doubted that Brock Purdy, without Brandon Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall for the majority of this season, would look as good as he has. They've done that. I've doubted, that Trent Williams could stay healthy the entire season at his advanced age. He's done that. I doubted this defense could still keep you in games without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. They've done that. Egg face all over. But now, having gone through and seen all of that, it's like, why can't this team do that? Everyone's always looking for a reason for why the Niners can't win a playoff game or shouldn't be in the position that they are or don't have this advantage or that. And it's like, if I'm going to be objective, I can do that for any other team in the NFC. I mean, honestly.
Easily.
Seattle, they have a plus 164 scoring differential. That is number 1 in the NFL. I don't trust their quarterback. Sam Darnold in big games sees ghosts.
Does not protect the ball.
He just does. If you can get him, if you can get pressure on him, he's going to throw the ball away. He always has. He always will. Chicago, never been there before. Rookie head coach, quarterback who's volatile. They've won a lot of close games. Philadelphia, coming apart at the seams as of 2 weeks ago. Don't give me the Raiders and the Commanders. That to me has not righted the ship yet. You got to prove it that your team is not completely undone from the inside out the way it was 2 years ago before you won the Super Bowl. Panthers, no explanation needed. The Rams, again, I think they're the best team, but they don't play a third of the game, which is special teams. And then the Packers, I don't know if their quarterback in his school is going to be okay. So
officially ruled out.
That's all that I'm saying about the Niners. It's like it is about what they can do as much as the parity right now in the NFC. And you said earlier, which is fair, that this is a down year. And I would disagree from this standpoint. I don't know if it's that it's a down year. It's just that every team is about even as far as the power rankings right now. Like even in the AFC, New England and Denver are both the best squads, but they haven't been to the playoffs before.
And I don't even like either of them. You know what I like?
Or haven't been deep in the playoffs.
Real quick, Jacksonville.
With Denver.
Jacksonville, I think, no one's talking about really because they don't know if they can trust Trevor Lawrence.
Because they play in Jacksonville.
Well, but what did they do just recently? They went into Denver, which is really hard to play in, especially late in the year, and they handled Denver. I mean, you got to commend them on that. And honestly, if I'm a Niners fan thinking far ahead, let's say you get to the Super Bowl, make an incredible run. If you face Jacksonville, I would be worried. I'd be worried because they didn't look to.
Trevor Lawrence is going to turn into a pumpkin?
I just think the defense on that side, it's.
They do have a good defense.
They got the most takeaways. I think they still have the most takeaways still.
See, I always wonder about that, and that relates to the Bears too. So the Bears have the most interceptions in the NFL. I don't know if they have the most takeaways, but they have the most interceptions. So clearly, they get pressure on the quarterback. They are opportunistic. But turnovers are unpredictable. Like, let me run this by you. So the Niners are kind of the antithesis of that, right? They don't turn the ball over. They don't get sacks. And yet their defense is still good enough to get teams off the field enough. In a way, I almost trust that more because that's consistent. Turnovers to me are unpredictable. Now, you can, if you get to the quarterback, you do this, you do that, that's one thing. But the Bears, it's like, I do attribute the fact that they have the most interceptions in the NFL. I do attribute some of that to just luck. Whereas the Niners are fortunes. Like you gotta get interception at some point.
Yeah.
Like a quarterback's gonna give the ball up, or I don't know. He's gonna turn the ball over eventually.
Do you feel like people are worried about the Niners defense because they don't get that many turnovers? I mean, you have no problem with it.
I'm more worried that they don't sack the quarterback than that they don't turn the ball over.
Right, or just allow pressure for him to even throw it away, not even just to throw an interception.
Yeah, and maybe those two are connected, but
and a quick Google, it says that the Chicago Bears do lead the league in takeaways, both total and per game.
Jacksonville?
No, Chicago.
Oh,
but early on it was Jacksonville because they were doing a hell of a job.
Then how the hell do they only have a 33 plus 33 scoring differential? It's like, to me,
this is the NFL now. I don't know.
No, but that's, to me, that's the point. Is the Bears are a team that is 11-4, that's won a ton of close games because they have the most turnovers in football. AKA, hey, San Francisco, who's there? Evan, I'm here to tell you, you take care of the ball on Sunday, you're going to win.
And you know what? I think if they control the ball more. I mean, going back to what we were talking about, like bad defenses or bad teams that have won the Super Bowl and making the Super Bowl run, that 9-7 2011 New York Giants team, you know what they did when they went up against a team like the Green Bay Packers in, the frozen tundra of Green Bay against Brett Favre? You know what they did going against Tom Brady on the biggest stage in the Super Bowl? They held onto the ball. They had the time of possession. They keep the ball from the opponent. And that's just what you got to do, really. Not just, like, because you said, don't really have to score that many, like, a substantial lead. Just play keep away. Just have the ball as much as you can. And I'm with you. I mean, if Chicago, like you said, plus 33 point differential, I mean, that tells me that they're not very safe, or maybe they just don't have the ball enough.
Well, and I mean, I think they do from the standpoint that they run it pretty well, but it's kind of inconsistent. I don't know. Did the fact that the Niners last week kept Jonathan Taylor in check, do you think that was more because of the Niners? The Colts didn't run it much, and does that give you more confidence moving forward that they can stop an elite running back?
Yeah, I don't know. That was really weird to me because I'm like, why? Like, this guy was like an MVP candidate all halfway through the season, so I don't know why they couldn't get it going with him. Maybe they felt more comfortable because they're like, well, we're not going to get that much pressure. So, Phil, go ahead. Throw a few. And he was doing it early. Him and Alec Pierce, they were like Brady and Moss. Like, dude, he was throwing. Listen, I'm not the biggest Phillip Rivers fan, but he was slinging it, especially, in the back of the end zone. He was firing them in there. So maybe that's the game plan. Like, listen, we know they're not going to put that much pressure on us. Let's throw the ball. I just don't like the fact that Jonathan Taylor was a non-factor. Like, why aren't you using him like a Christian McCaffrey-esque, like, get him in the open field? You don't have to hand him the ball. Just throw a little dump off. Let him get in the open field and run, because to me, he's one of the best.
Yeah, I think the Niners...
not the best.
Well, the Niners kind of shut him down. I mean, he had 2.9 yards a carry. I think he had less than 60.
Yeah, that's gross compared to what he can usually do.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. That's Ken Luttrell. My name is Evan Giddings, filling in for Sandy Guru today. Dan Devone and Dan Dibley are coming up at 2 o'clock, and we'll have the crossover and What's Bugging You in just about 45 minutes. Obviously, Devone is in for Willard, so looking forward
Can't
to
wait for that.
That kind of combination. I think they've worked together one time.
Devone and Dibs.
Devone can work with anybody.
He really can. It's so easy with him.
He'll just put you on a couch.
Yeah. He's the best.
He's going to find one thing about Dibs that he likes and just keep hammering it over and over and over. It's going to be an entertaining show.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait. I had this question written down, and I don't know.
We'll ask it.
So the offensive line for the Niners has, to me, they've been stellar this year. And that's one thing I feel like over the recent years people were worried about, especially during the Mike McGlinchey days. Like, I feel like people hated Mike McGlinchey, and then he gets a huge payday when
he's been pretty good in Denver.
I know, in Denver. So maybe just Sean Payton figuring it out for that guy. But so the offensive line has been stellar. Do you need? It feels like we're saying this defense just needs to be okay. Does the defensive line just need to be okay? They don't have to be fantastic. It's like a bend, don't break sort of a defense. I mean, if that's what we're saying, and that's all you need to do in order to win these games, I'm for it. I just think that in order for you to do that, you at least have to get some pressure on the quarterback. Just some.
Or you got to score a lot of points. That's the thing about the Colts is the Niners, I mean, they gave up 27, even before the pick six, but they just had a touchdown lead the entire time because every time they got the ball, they went down and scored. Shoot, what's his name? I forget the name of the punter. Is it Morstead? Zach.
For the Niners? Yes.
Morstead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm forgetting his name because I haven't seen him in 3 weeks.
You saw him doing drills on the sideline on, was it Monday night?
Yeah.
He was doing drills.
I'm sure he just had to get on the telecast because he wasn't going to get on the field.
Let me warm my leg up for whatever happens. If not, he's
been a good punter this year for him.
And that's a great point you made too, because it's like, if I don't need to see my punter ever, that means we're doing something right. I think Purdy did have one turnover, if I'm not mistaken.
He did have a pick.
He did have a pick, but I don't. Although that was kind of because they were down 8 points. The Colts were down like 7 or 8 points at that time, or is it 10? Sorry, my mind goes.
No, I want to say that Purdy pick. Oh, I know it didn't hurt him, but it might have been right after, or before.
Like, it could have been crucial, but they were not.
That's right. The interception was followed by the Colts pick six.
Gotcha.
But the game at that point was already 14. Niners were up 14.
I gotcha. Okay, right. Because there could have been enough time left for maybe the Colts to make a comeback, and what was it? D. Winters, he took care of business.
Yeah, read that audible by old Phil. By the way, why you're like the only person on earth I know that doesn't like the Rivers story.
It's not that I don't like the story. I mean, I was never the biggest Philip Rivers fan. Just
why? Because he was better than the quarterbacks that you used to root for?
No, not really. I don't know.
Although I do remember him, he always seemed to struggle with the Dolphins for some reason.
He did. Actually, it's funny, when he threw that pick six, it reminded me of Kiko Alonso all those years ago playing for the Dolphins and throwing that pick six to end the game, which they could have won. They actually had an opportunity to win. But I don't know. I just think it hurts the we were talking about this. I was talking about this with Devone, the backup for, was it Riley Leonard?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what does that say to Riley Leonard?
That you stink. that you are so bad.
That's just not fair,
that
man.
you cannot outplay a 44-year-old who jumped off his couch.
He was in a national championship game, that guy.
What happened in that national championship game?
It doesn't. Yeah, but I don't know.
You know what? Actually, you know what I remember about that national championship game is them not letting him throw the ball. You can't do that in the NFL. You can't play quarterback keeper for 4 quarters. You got to sling it.
That's not good. Yeah. And then you know what? Let's use that because Brock Purdy has been slinging it, man. He really has.
No. We're going to stay on Rivers before we get to Purdy.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, with Rivers, okay, again, you're bringing in a 44-year-old when you have a younger guy, 20s, his junior, 20 years his junior. Like, that's just a slap in the face, man.
I actually think that what Rivers did, because, he reset his Hall of Fame eligibility.
Yeah,
he improved his Hall of Fame chances by doing what he did.
You think he also did it for the insurance re-up?
No, I mean, I really don't think he did it for that.
It was really just funny.
It was a nice little cherry on top, by the way.
Was.
Yeah, in fact, I thought it was funny that the one thing they didn't discuss about Rivers and his comeback was what they were paying him. I think he's just getting a vet min.
Yeah, right.
Like a vet min game check.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
there's going to be a 30
for the love of the game, dude. He's Kevin Costner out there for his final hurrah.
Who is it? What was his name? Castle. Frank Castle? Not Frank Castle. That's a different guy.
That's the Punisher.
That's the Punisher.
That
Chapel,
would be
Billy Chapel.
Billy Chapel.
I knew it was something Castle
Frank
Chapel.
Castle. He's a killer. Yeah.
Oh, although you know what? Credit to him, man. He had that lead in Seattle. That is a tough place to play, and maybe he gave him the better chance. I don't know.
They had the lead with 30 seconds left.
Ridiculous.
God, that doggone it. If they'd won that game,
oh my God,
you would have never heard the end of it from me.
We would be sitting in here talking about, I'm not worried about Sam Darnold. How do you lose to Phillip Rivers?
And that's why I don't fear the Seahawks, because they almost lost to Phillip Rivers. Yeah. Who was also pretty good. I mean, this is the thing. It's like, to me, it's more of an indictment on quarterback playing 2025 that a dude who hasn't played in 5 years can step off his couch with a freaking boiler and throw for 280 and 2 touchdowns against.
So insane with the padding all.
Dude, he
over.
had $175 and 2 touchdowns against the Niners at halftime. And he was throwing popsicles.
That just tells you how in trouble the Niners defense could be. Well, and that's how much you need to get,
Phillip Rivers also, his velocity, I mean, God, he's like Jamie Moyer at age 46.
Man.
His arm was so bad.
Yeah.
That he made Brock Purdy look like 2011 Aaron Rodgers the way he was throwing the ball. Like, when Brock Purdy threw the ball, it legit looked like he had zip. He had, the sizzle behind it.
Yeah, right. Well, he's also the only Niners quarterback to do something on Monday night nobody else did, right? We've talked about that. 5 touchdowns on Monday night.
Was that the first time?
No Niners quarterback has ever done it.
Since Steve Young.
On Monday night.
Oh.
On Monday night.
Oh, that's a dumb stat.
It is, but it's a stat.
I thought I read that. I was obviously wrong. I thought that they were saying that it was the first time since Young threw 6 in the Super Bowl that anybody had thrown 5.
Oh, I don't know. We'd have to look that up. But yeah,
it sounds like it's wrong because it was just on Monday Night Football.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Monday Night Football it's not that important.
Just because it's prime time, you don't care about that?
Well, you don't say, "Oh, that's the first time on Sunday Night Football anybody's." It's like when they have the Thanksgiving Day stats. It's like, "Oh, who was the guy who did it last year?" Wasn't Dak? It might have been a Cowboy. George Pickens had the first 3 touchdown. I'm just making this up, but he had the first 3 touchdown game on Thanksgiving since whatever. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. All right, we got one more segment left before the crossover, and Dan Devone and Dan Dibley. Yeah, it's moving by fast, buddy, and that is because of you. All right, Ken Luttrell, Evan Giddings in for Steiny and Guru. We're back after this. That segment is sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Tim from Burlingame. Great experience as always. Dale and Klay came out to install a new 14 by 10 foot roll-up door at our bakery. Dale did a great job explaining everything pre and post install. We've been working with RNS for almost 20 years.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Think about it. You take thousands of steps every day. Shouldn't every single one of them feel amazing? Well, with Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins, they can. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. Try Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu, the daytime coughing, aching fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings, Ken Luttrell, one last segment with you before we hand you off to Dan Devone and Dan Dibley. It's a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. All right, we got into your distaste for Phillip Rivers off of that Monday night game. We've discussed why the Niners should have your confidence moving forward and why I am now dubbing it Super Bowl or bust season.
You're putting the stamp.
By the way, it's not just for the Niners, it's for everybody. If you have a favorite team who's still in the postseason, it is Super Bowl or bust.
I mean, why not? Look at the Texans. Everyone loves their defense.
Michael Scott, I'm ready to be heard again.
And they're the 7th seed. They are the 7th seed right now. Do you care? You have more confidence in them or less confidence in them than you do Denver, than you do New England?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm going to say it now. It better be Super Bowl or bust.
For who?
For the Buffalo Bills. This is the year they need to go.
They're not going to win it.
At least go.
They won't win it.
Josh Allen. I read the names. Dude, I'm already taking them off the list now on the bubble. Lamar Jackson, the Ravens, they're done. Patrick Mahomes. No Joe Burrow. No Lamar. You got to face C.J. Stroud, unproven. Justin Herbert, unproven. 45-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence. I think they got the best chance out of everybody just because they play both sides of the ball really well. If Drake May ends up beating you twice, and this time it's in the playoffs, something wrong. And then, or Bo Nix. I mean, they handled Denver last year, but that was last year. This is this year. Much better defense. I don't care how bad their personnel is. Josh Allen has to figure it out. He's got to get there. He's got to do something.
You would like to assume at least that he could come out of the NFC, get to a Super Bowl, which he hasn't. But I got good news for you, Buffalo fans. Chiefs ain't coming back next year, so you're going to have a few years, in my opinion. The thing about the AFC is this, Ken. I'll tell you who right now ain't winning the Super Bowl.
Oh.
Jacksonville, Denver, I hate to admit it, the Chargers, and Pittsburgh. The teams that got a shot to me, a legit chance, are New England, Buffalo, and the team that ain't even in the playoffs right now, but you better watch out for them because I think that they can win multiple playoff games on the road. The Houston Texans. Watch out for Houston. They got the nastiest defense in the NFL, and C.J. Stroud cannot continue to be this bad in the biggest game.
So you're relying on their defense, and we're relying on Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. So it's kind of
you wanted to talk about Brock Purdy before the break.
I did?
Yeah, because he threw 5 touchdowns, so the floor is yours.
No, well, I mean,
spring that on you.
No, you sure did. I don't hate it, but with Brock Purdy, aside from Christian McCaffrey, who we know he's already proven, what is Brock Purdy when he's in the playoffs? He's gotten to the NFC Championship or better.
Both years.
Both years. All right. Yeah, he hasn't been many, but yeah.
Well, 2 out of 3. He's only been in the league for 3 seasons.
Right, which is very impressive. And, you take last year and you just throw it in the trash because that's all it was. I mean, if we're going to say that, well, this team was going to get in because of their defense, this team's going to get in because of this quarterback in particular because they don't really have a personnel. I mean, the Niners can get in with Brock Purdy just because of the way he's been playing.
I am glad that it feels like the last 5 weeks, and it's been because he's played so well, that we're talking about why can't a team go far, holes in their resume. I haven't heard people say Brock Purdy, and I'm happy about that because since he's returned from turf toe, do you know that Brock Purdy has almost identical numbers to Matthew Stafford, who will probably be the league's MVP?
I was going to say, I was actually looking at his TD interception ratio yesterday, and I kind of snuck up on me. Because what is it?
It's 13-4. He is 5-0.
Pretty good, man.
He's completing 70% of his passes. He has a 13-4 touchdown to interception ratio, and he has a quarterback rating of 110. Yeah. That is almost to a T what Matthew Stafford has also done his last 5 weeks.
And I think the most important part about that is not just because he's making the throws, figuring it out. I mean, again, you threw 3 interceptions, but you still won the game 20-9 against the Panthers. With that offensive line, it doesn't look like he's running for his life. I think there was a lot of times he was running for his life in those earlier playoff runs, and that became, problematic, especially when you're going against a team like a defensive line like Philadelphia, in which he got hurt in. And that's what sucks because we'll never know what could have happened in that game in his first year. But again, it was his first year, unproven. I just don't know why you think C.J. Stroud can make a run because we still haven't seen anything except for that one win against Los Angeles Chargers in the first round last year.
He has 2.
He has 2?
Yeah.
Who did he beat before?
Oh, no, sorry. His first playoff trip, they played Baltimore, and they lost.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
This is going to be the year.
This is the year.
No, I think Houston's defense it's so freaking nasty. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
I mean, they made Buffalo look like a JV team.
Buffalo they've had a lot of they have a lot
and
of
you're
games.
right. I think Buffalo is probably the team people are expecting to get over the hump because there's no Kansas City. Even though they haven't lost to them, I don't believe there's probably not going to be a Baltimore. But I just think, look, Houston's the team that no one will want to play because kind of like the Niners, but the Niners had stacked more wins earlier in the season. Houston might be the hottest team in football. And I think the Niners are starting to look like the hottest team in the NFC.
Well, it's funny you say that because Jacksonville
they've won 6 in a row.
6 in a row, so that's what I think. And
Houston's 7.
And I feel like we're getting off somewhere, but the hottest team in the NFC, along with Seattle, is San Francisco. And I think we're going to – I actually I do like Chicago. You asked me before, if I was – if I was scared or what worries me on
about
Sunday.
The Bears, yeah.
Yeah. I honestly, thinking about it, nothing too much. It's really just the defensive pressure. That's what just bothers me the most. I think the offense is going to be fine. I'm really intrigued to see what they're going to do against Seattle. And I know it's got to be one game, week to week, one game, but Super Bowl or bust time, we got 2 games left. This is kind of what you can do now because that Seattle game is going to be everything because then we're really going to be told, if we're saying they're one of the best NFC teams, how good Brock Purdy can be because, yeah, they beat Seattle in Seattle, but that was a week 1 win. And people like to, cheapen a week 1 win because, I mean, look at what do you call it, Las Vegas, the Raiders. They beat the Patriots week 1. Means nothing.
Well, that's a fact.
You know what I mean?
But I think it's not that the week 1 win doesn't matter, although it kind of doesn't at this point of the season, but because the Niners play the Seahawks in week 18, the result of that game will undoubtedly just mean more. It will because it's more recent.
Right.
Week 1 results, they bear weight in regards to the schedule, the record, and in the Niners' case, your division record, because that's the whole, honestly, that game against the Seahawks, and it's all the way back in week 1, and the win in L.A. against the Rams, which again is all the way back in week 5. That's why the Niners are in the driver's seat and control their own destiny for the 1 seed, because they won those 2 games. They beat Seattle. They beat the Rams. You could say they're both coin flips. It doesn't really matter. That's why they're 4-2. And so if they win out, then doggone it, they're the 1 seed. Pardon me, they're 4-1 in the division right now.
I was looking at Brock Purdy's numbers throughout this year, and it's crazy because I feel like he played more games, but he really hasn't because he only played Seattle, Jacksonville.
6-1.
Right. It's such an odd thing to think, but I forgot, like, Mac Jones just had this incredible run. But it just seems like when he protects the ball, they handle their opponent. I mean, even the game, like, he had the same amount of interceptions in Seattle as he did in Jacksonville, and it was 2, and they still won the game in Seattle. Like, the only one in Jacksonville, he had 2 interceptions, but he also threw the ball for 309 yards.
Yeah, he had a fumble. I mean, that's the whole point.
That's right.
He played so poorly, and they nearly won that football
and it
game.
was only, but you know what it says too? He's only been sacked 7 times. Like, that is just a true test. So, like I said, like, we both believe that he can do it, but I also believe that the offensive line can really keep things in perspective, because they're giving him enough time to throw the ball. He's getting enough time to make the accurate throws. The Carolina game, forget it. You forgot about it, you moved on, and you took care of the games you need to take care of, and this is a game they just take care of.
I think that, well, what we're learning about earlier in the year is, I don't know, I heard excuses all season long that the offensive line is why the Niners are not doing as well, and why Mac Jones doesn't have a ton of time, and why McCaffrey's not running the ball efficiently. It's like, get out of here with that. Are they the best offensive line in the league? No, I don't think they're there, but they're acting like Brock Purdy and Mac Jones have been sacked 40-plus times, which is what bad offensive lines have allowed their quarterbacks to be sacked. Brock Purdy, and part of it is also because he is elusive and can use his legs, and I think he's also done a better job. I think what he learned against the Panthers is that it's okay to throw the ball away. Like, it's okay to just get rid of it. And against the Browns, I believe he set a career high for most throwaway passes in a game for him. So it's like, if you just take care of the ball, you're right, you're going to win on most nights. And I think that's always been the case for Niners quarterbacks, but you've seen clearly that when Mac Jones has quarterbacked the 49ers, they've won games, but they have not been running up the scoreboard the way they have with Brock Purdy. They just haven't. With Mac Jones, they failed to score more than 26 points outside of one game. And that was against the Giants. They scored 34. With Brock Purdy, they have averaged 35 points since he's come back.
Yeah, that's...
And again, they had the pick 6. They've got a little help from their defense, but to me, that's the difference. With Mac Jones, they're a good offense. With Brock Purdy, they're a great offense.
Yeah, you could even say elite with that number, that type of average of a number. I mean, when people say, you said it, Christian McCaffrey, like, yeah, he can't break out for an 80-yard run, but like you said, who cares? Just little by little, move the ball up and down they can move the ball up and down the field. They really kind of have like full tilt when it comes to, how they want to run their offense. And it's just like all these different moving parts. So it's like, yeah, why are they so successful? Brock Purdy's playing well. Christian McCaffrey's playing well. It all circles back to Kyle Shanahan. I mean, the guy last week, there was a questionable touchdown catch in the back of the end zone near the corner. And Kyle's like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. I got something for him. I'll take care of that.
Still scored.
Yeah, easily. Much easier than they did, than the play that he could have challenged. But it's like you said, it's like we keep saying, like, I mean, maybe the defense doesn't have to be as elite as it needs to be. And once you get into the playoffs, things happen. I mean, we're looking at reports that, Fred Warner might be back.
Yeah, John Lynch mentioned that.
Rehabbing 6 hours a day is what I'm reading. So why would you rehab for 6 hours a day just for next year? Like, what's the possible need for that?
Well, would you bring him back if he could go at risk of injury?
Why not? Because if this is the year we're saying they have I think this is the year they have the biggest or best opportunity to go and run the table. Even though it's not the best team. And if he makes you better, some people say, oh, well, that's too risky. But listen, if you could win at any point in time, whether you're the 1 or the 7 seed, why not have your best, why not have your leading defender on the field at the same time?
That's a good point. 888-957-9570 is the number. A few minutes here before we hand things off to the crossover and bring in Dan Dibley and Dan Devone. On the Niners conversation, Richie in Queens wants to talk about it. And I got to introduce you to a fellow East Coaster. Meet Ken Luttrell, Richie. So I'll just let you guys have at it and welcome you to the show. Happy holidays. Richie? What's up? Richie.
Giants. I love the Niners. I am a New York Giant fan per se, but my second team are the Niners. I'm looking at their stats. They're 18 giving up yards per game, but they're 11th as far as giving up points per game. And it's amazing because the top guy Farrell is the only guy with 4 sacks, I believe. So they've got 9 sacks, which is 9 below the second worst team. So it's amazing what they're doing. I give Salah all the credit. Obviously, looking forward to this game against the Bears. I mean, Williams has been great closing games, not so good beginning of games, 57% accuracy. So their offense, and I want to see, obviously, Kittle's got to be back. I don't know if he will with that ankle sprain, but, watching Purdy, and I haven't been a real big fan of him at times because his arm strength, but he just looks more solid. And McCaffrey has been incredible. So, Salah coming over and all the grief he got as a head coach and what he's doing is what he should be. They're talking about him being maybe a coaching prospect again. There's certain guys to me that are just, they're coordinators. And he's one, Spags is another, McDaniel. So it's a good story. And I've been saying to you guys, I think he should be up for a possible coach of the year. I know they're talking about the Rams, and I know talking about certain, maybe even Jacksonville at this point, but Shanahan's done a tremendous job. So I think it's really incrediable. And can I make one comment, too, about the NBA real quick?
Absolutely, Richie. Floor is yours.
What Draymond Green, I'm 78, and I've followed the NBA forever.
God bless you, Rich.
Lost a little touch, but now I'm getting back into it again. And, obviously you can say the old guy in the balcony, the three-point plays, not playing defense anymore. But Draymond Green is an absolute disgrace. And Kerr has earned the right to just tell him to get off the court and not to come back. And when you defer to a guy like him, and what really bothers me, because the image, when I fight about the image, and I want the NBA to succeed because I think it's such a great sport. New York goes wild. New York goes berserk when the Knicks are playing well. So my point is, at this point, for him to dominate and to him to make the threats and him to do what he does, and then he's on a show at the end of as a guest. It's a disgrace what he does, and it just really shows that there are certain times I think you've got to make a stand for individuals like that for the good of the sport.
Thanks, Richie.
Appreciate it, Rich.
What'd you think of your brethren, Kenny?
Well, he told us what he liked about the Niners team. I kind of wanted to know what he thought about, what kind of concerns him going into this playoff, Super Bowl or bust playoff appearance, I should say. I don't know. With Draymond Green, a lot of people think he's a disgrace, but at the same time we talk about it, it's just who he is. And if he's showing growth by walking off, heading into the locker room, then that's fine with me. But yeah, Richie, I get it. You're set in your ways, and you're probably going to feel that way about Draymond, but it's just like, who cares?
This isn't so much directed at Richie as it is directed at New York City. So give me a minute.
Be careful.
You ever think that maybe the way that East Coast fandom looks at and treats their players is one of the reasons why they kind of struggle? Not named the New York Yankees. Well, it's a pretty tough market when it comes to criticism.
Sorry, go ahead.
Draymond Green has been a part of and been a focal point of 4 championships. The New York Knicks have not been to an NBA Finals since 1999. Maybe if you guys were nicer to your athletes, maybe if you guys appreciated the good with the bad, these players would be allowed to reach their ceiling, to be themselves the yin and the yang, and help you actually win something.
See, I don't know. I don't know if I subscribe to that because, I mean, there's been multiple times where players have been problematic, and then have played for the Knicks, for the Mets, for, the Rangers, what have you. And honestly, we're just too honest. I think,
and that's a problem.
The Bay Area people, you guys are too soft when it comes to letting your players know how you feel. Although there's a lot of Draymond, haters in the comments section on YouTube, on the Boxer and Gerson injuries or whatever text line. People call
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys.
I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher that.
I know.
But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong though. I would say we're not as bad as Philly, and I think that plays a part. Although they've at least had a couple of championships in the last 10 or 15 years.
Not the Sixers.
I just think, trust the process. Trust that it's over.
No, I mean, look, it's a little tongue in cheek, but I think that.
No, I get where you're going, but
So, you figure out which athletes the juice is worth the squeeze, and I'm beginning to rethink it. But I think up until recently, it's kind of been worth it with Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I think if he was in a market like New York, it'd be the same thing. I think he'd be fine.
What?
Yeah.
They would kill him in New York.
Absolutely.
He almost swung on a coach in his fourth season.
But the love would be just as great. The love would be a lot, I think, because that's what we do. We hate hard, but we love harder, I feel like. We really
Keep telling yourselves that. Keep telling yourselves that.
As long as you perform, and because there's tons of distractions.
Wait until Tyler Kolek goes 2 for his next 25 from 3-point range. You're going to be crucifying this young man.
Don't you worry about that Marquette man. He's going to be just fine.
You guys think he's better than Pods?
I mean,
just because he's white and left-handed doesn't mean
we got a lot of left-handed guys.
I know.
Who was it? Devone? Someone was saying that they don't like left-handers. It just feels weird. I think it was Devone, and I'm like,
well, that's
dude.
an idiotic take. We have to talk about that.
I've gotten used to it, although it was weird watching Julius Randle for years, and I'm just like, yeah, it seems a little bit off. But
lefties do literally everything better than right-handers. It looks everything they do looks better.
What about quarterbacks? You like lefty quarterbacks?
Well, whether they perform well or not is something different. When they throw the ball, have you seen those videos of when they've switched hands? They've had Tua throw right-handed,
and it actually looks good. Or
I'll tell you.
See, I think it's the opposite for people. I think people don't like Tua because he's lefty, and when he throws righty, it actually looks more natural to their aesthetically, pleasing eyes.
Well, it looks normal, but it looks worse because the ball still is floating in the air.
I feel the opposite.
No, I don't think Tua looks great as a righty. I think he barely looks great as a lefty.
He's not going to look great as anything because I don't think he's going to be playing in Miami anytime soon.
No, but baseball players, pitchers, everything looks better left-handed.
Yeah, that's a different animal,
Name
though.
any of your favorite swings from when you were a kid. I guarantee you they're all left-handed.
Pretty much.
All of them.
Yeah. I would say...
Except for maybe Gary Sheffield.
Jeff Bagwell. Yeah.
But that's just because they kind of got that little hitch.
You're right.
All right, speaking of hitches, we got to bring in 2 of them. Dan Devone and Dan Dibley are coming up here in just a little bit. We also got What's Bugging You during the crossover, which is brought to you by Atco Pest Control. I'm not sure. We'll find that read during the break. But Ken Luttrell, it's going to be your first What's Bugging. Do you have one ready?
I was thinking about it yesterday, so I got a little something. Should be
fun. Does that have to do with family?
Yes.
Your wife's listening.
It's got to do with the holidays.
Your son's listening.
He's probably not listening. He's probably enjoying.
Jimmy Dean.
He's probably about to have nap time about 20 minutes.
Is that because you didn't have nap time last night?
Up all night, dude. It's the perils of having a toddler.
Well, I'm sure you and Dibley can
really
connect over that. I guarantee it'll be the first thing that we talk about here. All right, coming up next, the crossover on 95.7 The Game. That's Ken Luttrell, Evan Giddings in for Steiny and Guru. And that segment was sponsored by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
In 2023, 1,355 people were killed in alcohol-related crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Don't be the I in DUI. Go safely, California.
All right, Bay Area, lock in, because the clock is ticking on the Ford Final Days year-end sales event, and it's happening right now at Saramonte Ford. And trust me, you do not want to miss this. Right now, you get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash, on top of all other offers on brand new 2025 Fords. That's real money, and it gets even better. How about 0% APR for 60 months on Saramonte Ford's most popular rides? We're talking F-150, Explorer, Escape, Mustang Mach-E, Lightning, Transit vans, and Super Duty trucks. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Yeah, sit with that for a second. Every new 2025 Ford in stock qualifies, and there are more than 5 to choose from with that extra $1,000 open bonus cash. But don't wait, this deal ends January 2nd. And when it's over, it's over. Get to Saramonte Ford right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. Final days, big trucks, bigger savings. Saramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Already a contentious crossover. We got Ken Luttrell and Evan Giddings in for Steiny and Guru, and Dan Dibley joining us here on Boxing Day, and Dan Devone. Yeah, you gotta pot that up there, buddy. You know, this is one of those things that after Christmas, everybody's still a little relaxed and, you know, just trying to wade their way in. Thank you, Pasta.
Do I need to go over there and share a mic with somebody?
There he is. You can come over here if you want.
I'm already in the...
Oh, you guys are on the same team. You both have 3-year-olds.
We are.
Yeah, fair. And we live about 3 miles apart. So
that's true.
There's that. But I'm already in the... What the absolute Ford C frick am I doing here today? And it's on me. And I put my hand up to the scorer's table.
Yeah,
like
you had a
Draymond
chance.
After a turnover. And I blew it. So I'm thrilled to be here. We got a pair of double Ds going from 2 to 6.
Yeah.
And who doesn't like that, right?
You had to throw him the lob on the 3-year-old. You don't think we would have got there?
Oh, damn.
Well, he walked in. He goes, "Hey, you ready to watch me fight Dibley for 4 hours?" There you go.
I mean, at least I showed up with my own headphones ready to go, plugged in.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's been in the business since like 1994, and he's still... Can I get headphones, and can you untangle them? Can you plug me in?
I'm very
so
new
needy.
to radio. You know that?
Yeah, you're so not new.
Radio is very different to me.
Yeah, well, you're usually the old grizzled veteran, but today it's Devone who's kind of leading the charge in that
no doubt.
department.
Way older than me. Like,
wow.
Way older.
Someone's drinking from the holiday punch.
And he hates that. It's early, but yeah.
Jingle juice.
It is kind of a running bit on Saturdays that no one actually knows how old he is. He could be 48 or 70, 72.
It's because he dyes his hair and his skin is impeccable.
That doesn't happen, but there was... So I got a funny story. So I'm at the sauna, right? It's always good when stories start with half-naked
It's either that
men.
or you're in the Pacific.
So we're in the sauna.
He was in the pool.
And it was like high, you never know. It's very eclectic, the crowd in the sauna. It could be, we sort of stay away from politics, but anything goes in some of the most fascinating conversations. But this was very much, I was swimming with this guy, Chris. He's this big Bostonian. He looks like, I think I was telling you this, Peter Griffin.
Yeah.
He's like Family Guy, man. He
Peter
can
Griffin.
smell clam chowder. He's just, so he loves to talk New England football, right? And so I happened to be in the sauna this one particular day, and it was all guys talking football, and they loved to pick my brain. We were getting into it. And then this one guy who was flamboyantly...
Flamboyant.
Go there. Yeah, sure.
So he walked in, and a good friend of mine, and sort of like there was this awkward pause in the conversation, and he just said, "Dan, are you dyeing your hair?" And it was very awkward considering the other people that happened to be in the room that looked at me like, "Dude, I thought you were one of us." And I was like, no, you kidding me? Doesn't happen? All right.
Well, we did do some deep diving, and I don't want to put it out there, but we found the year you graduated from U of A.
Oh, well, that's not accurate.
Well, nothing about you is accurate, to be honest, but wait, so what, you put falsified information on your LinkedIn?
No, I've seen that before. It's just like they pick up stuff that sometimes is flattering and other times it's not.
So were you a Sigma Epsilon?
Sigma Phi Epsilon.
Sigma Phi Epsilon.
That you definitely can't go off of because that's going off of a charter.
So you weren't a part of that fraternity?
No, but so the charter
I got
that
you.
you're getting, yeah, whatever.
We're getting somewhere here.
We're getting off track. How was your guys' Christmases?
I mean, just one follow-up. Were you at U of A when Steve Kerr was there?
I was not. I missed Steve, but not by much.
Okay.
So we're close. Dirtbags we share, which is the bar. Are you familiar with Dirtbags or Tucson?
Yes, my wife, current wife, went to U of A. So,
Oh, so she knows Dirtbags.
She knows a little bit about that Tucson life. So, yeah.
You might have asked where she's from?
She's from Moraga. Yeah, U of A. Yep.
And so she went to U of A. So that means she couldn't get into Cal and UCLA like the rest of us.
She actually was a two-sport athlete at U of A, so she actually went there to be an athlete as opposed to you just hanging out in a bar called Dirtbags.
Absolutely.
Slightly different.
Wait, what were the sports?
Track and softball. She actually played with Jenny Finch.
Weren't they the same season, though?
They were, and so she was able to toggle early on, and then she realized that softball, she wasn't going to get much PT, and then track, their practices were at 4 in the morning because it was so hot, or 5 in the morning, the track gets up to like 138 by the time you get to noon, so she realized maybe it's not for me.
Yeah, Arizona it's awesome for those fall and winter sports, but God, you get to the spring and it's like some of the showcases or tournaments preseason we'd had to go down there and do, even in like February, starting to still creep up there.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of the desert. But, okay, so let's just move there and get this out of the way. I spent my Christmas at Chase Center. I have thoughts on that later on what's bugging you. But you guys actually got to enjoy your families. So, first of all, Merry Christmas. And I hope you guys had a good time. Was it a happy holiday?
It was great, yeah. And
for me, it was great.
Yeah, as mentioning earlier, as a parent of a 3-year-old, when you have a 3-year-old, it's like this is the first time you actually get Christmas where you're not just a blob, like unable to open presents. And so our 3-year-old came down and she saw presents and she's, trying to open everything. And so it was the first time that Christmas was like, yeah, it's Christmas. She got the bit.
Yeah, when my 3-year-old came in, he actually saw his mother, my wife, and he was excited to see her first. And we're like, yeah, turn around. There's a bunch of, and he turned around and said, oh, look at this.
Look at that.
Look at that. It was great. But for him, it was more so like, all right, I got this gift. Awesome. That's cool. What's the next one look like? And he just keeps grabbing.
Oh, yeah.
I can't even believe you said that.
Yeah, he's probably listening like, what's wrong with you? Why are you ratting me out here? But yeah, he had an awesome time.
How was the roast beef last night?
Oh, dude, solid recipe. I mean, again, someone in the YouTube chat was like, it's not that hard to make. Yeah, it's not that hard to make, but I've also seen it messed up. Like, it came out perfect. That recipe was easy.
He was breaking down. Did he tell you this? How he put together this roast beef?
Yeah, cooked a prime rib reverse sear.
Oh, wow.
So solid.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
that's pretty impressive.
You got to go through the manual to understand what it is that he was talking about.
It's just a slow cook.
Now, was it the first time you'd done it that way?
Yeah, and it was...
A little bit of pressure there.
A little bit. A little nervous, especially because you put one of those, what do you call it? Those prodded, like, thermometers. Like, you just stick it in there, and you have the temperature outside of the oven, like, kind of giving you a gauge. And I saw it started off at, like, 70, and then it was just sitting at 76 after, like, an hour. And I'm like, and this thing has to get up to 120.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, no. I'm like, keep climbing, please. But slowly but surely, we thought we were going to eat at 2. We ended up eating at 3. It actually worked out perfectly. But I was looking at it like, please go up, please go up. You don't want it to stall at any point. But again, low and slow, and then you just take it out and then just sear it in a pan.
Love that. Love that.
It's so good.
A lot of work, man.
No doubt. How is? Well, I know you had a chance to watch.
Do you spatchcock a turkey?
Yes, I can.
He always does.
I could, and I don't even ask the butcher to do it when I go there. I could do it myself. I got the shears and everything.
Well, nice. I was going to ask you, so did they serve prime rib at Balboa Cafe? Because I'm sure that's where you were
I was
during
not at
Christmas.
Balboa Cafe. We're all about fish. So I bartered. I think I was telling you this the day before Christmas. I bartered with this buddy of mine. I gave him some Japanese whiskey, and he gives me this. He's this fisherman. So it's yellowtail, bluefin, like amazing salmon. We're a big, like for
that seems like a lopsided deal.
Our immediate family. So for Thanksgiving, we do crab. We gave up on turkey years ago, which
I like that.
So yeah, we're all about the fish. We had that, and so I'm trying to get back to New York tomorrow, but apparently there's a huge storm in the Northeast.
Oh boy!
So I'm on standby, and I may not get out till Monday, which would really complicate things. But yeah, Christmas is ongoing. How about you, man? Did you ring it in with Al Horford?
Yeah, he celebrated his first Christmas as a Warrior. It was about time. I mean, we hadn't seen him in 3 months, it feels like, but yeah, it was got there about noon. It's always a really chill day because most of the media members have been doing Christmas I don't know, over the last 10 years. So it's just like another day at work. And they had some, I don't know, some honey glazed ham and like potatoes au gratin. But I will say, I went out afterwards to my brother's place, and my parents were in town, so we all did dinner afterwards. We had prime rib and real potatoes au gratin. So I kind of got to compare the two. The media spread just didn't have it. But right. I don't know if you guys felt like...
Wait, let me ask you a quick question.
What?
So, when you went back to
what?
Chase...
Oh, yeah.
And you had to do we all love the pre and post game show, but you're in your little makeshift studio and you're not front and center.
Oh, man.
The voice of the Golden State Warriors. Was there a little bit of like, it's not the same, man.
No, not really. If I'm going to be honest, I was a little under the weather yesterday after a long Christmas Eve. So I don't know if I could have done the game on Christmas Day. No, but I don't know. That day, I think I told you this, but it went by so fast just because the moment you get to the arena, there's always things to do, and you don't really have time to, I don't know, like sit down and just be present until after the game. So,
but my point is that now when you go to the arena, you're like, really? I'm doing a pregame show?
Oh, you feel less? You're saying does he feel lesser than he had to walk in there?
He calls the game for the Golden State Warriors, NBA basketball, and he called a good game. Yeah. And now he's relegated to, tossing to Tim Royal.
Yeah.
2 hours before tip.
That's what I told Sonny Goo.
But yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I told Sonny Goo every time I got to go back behind the glass, I'm like, I got to sit here and listen to you two knuckleheads.
Exactly. You two yahoos, no doubt.
Yeah, but no, it was a fun time. The actual Christmas Day game, in a way, I'm kind of glad I didn't do that game because it was a little bit of a sleepy win. I'm going to be honest. Like, the Warriors got 7 in double digits, but that was a game it felt like they probably should have won by 20 if they were a better team.
No doubt. And, I mean, at this point, a sleepy win, they'll take it because they're not good enough to look at a sleepy win and really cry about it because they've had some sleepy losses. They've had some ugly losses, and they're barely a 500 team. So, yeah, sleepy win is a good win. And I do think that they're starting to finally figure out who they want to play and who they don't want to play. And, Buddy, you're out. JK, you're out. Pat will call you. TJD, you're in. And the rotation with Draymond Green playing not less and less and less, but he's kind of being limited a little bit more than we thought.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the best way to
sure.
do it. We were talking about it earlier. I feel like since him and Jimmy Butler, they're kind of redundant at this point, especially since Draymond is so inefficient offensively that you keep Steph and Dre together as much as possible. But then Jimmy can just take, like, he could take the four of us out there and it feels like hang with another group in those non-Steph minutes. So, to me, I was left feeling like, all right, more Butler, less Green. And if it means more Horford off the bench, if you got to go to Trace Jackson-Davis, like, I know he's your boy, Dan, but at least they look like a team with some centers.
You know what? That's a good point because it actually looks viable now. Because before, I would always tell Ev, your centers are Quentin Post and Al Horford. And Al Horford, I put him out on a pumpkin patch. I thought he was done. I'm like, good luck walking down whomever out in the West. But now it looks a little legitimate because Quentin Post, if you have Quentin Post and he's limited and he's your sort of stretch five or whatever the hell it is that he does, and Al Horford's giving you some, and Trace Jackson-Davis, who can run the floor, he's springy, he's an athlete, the center position now suddenly kind of rounds into form.
Yeah, and I think, especially when it comes to that, because you were talking about, with the roster and solidifying, that's what we were talking about earlier today is this trust and consistency within this rotation and even the roster. Like, Dan, we talked about Moses Moody. I thought he had a great game yesterday, but so did other guys, and you should reward them with more minutes. And to go with the bigs like TJD and Quentin Post, they split the time. So it's like, can we do this with two bigs and then have Al Horford shoot the three, on the outside and then get rebounds as well? Because that was the big issue, or it has been a big issue so far this year, is their offensive rebounding. And if they can get that type of consistency, especially from the big guys, and create more, opportunities, let's see what we got. You're
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Latrell and Giddings in for Steiny and Goo. Dibley in the house alongside Devone. It's time for What's bugging you? Are you ready?
Don't look this way. I don't.
No.
I
just want to make sure that someone told you that we were doing this.
Yeah,
today.
but can I not play? Can I abstain?
have to play.
You got to find something.
It's not shtick. Something is bugging you for sure.
I'm actually
the guy in the sauna.
Absolutely.
The segment is bugging you. It seems like.
Let's start to your left.
Well, first of all,
let's go.
When temperatures drop, Dan, spiders, as you well know, they move indoors because they're looking for warmth. Suddenly, corners, closets, and ceilings become their favorite spots, and Atco Pest Control can remove them and the insects they feed on. So visit atcopest.com today. Mention you heard about Atco on what's bugging you. Get 10% off any spider treatment this month.
I'll give you $100 if you read my reads for the next 4 hours.
Just hang in there. You're a pro.
You did great the other day.
Yeah, right. The first one I missed. He totally blew it. And I was listening, and
I was trying to.
He threw the break, and then it was dead air, and all of a sudden he goes, "Oh, I'm supposed to read that?" And then he read it, and he's like, "Are we good?" And then we went to break.
I said, "Yeah, do the read."
It's pretty funny because it was like 2 seconds of clear talk back, and I was thinking maybe the board op missed the button or whatever.
No,
but
the board op was just fine.
It was a Devone
but
issue.
He did great.
It was me.
After that was it.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I envy what Dibs does, where you just sit there on Warriors This Week, and I just throw my left jab, and I go back to the corner, and I just sit there and let you do what you do.
Well, I don't have any reads on Saturday.
Yeah, but you still got to drive this thing wherever the hell it is that we're going.
Yeah.
You're right. Well, do you want to drive this?
You decide where we're going. I'll start. That way you can kind of, think about what's actually bugging you other than me.
Right. I'll go through.
What's bugging me is wrapping paper that is not recyclable. And that's the majority of it where, you wrap these gifts and your son probably got 8 to 10 and my daughter got 7 to 9. And, I got a couple, my wife got a couple and whatever. I can't wrap gifts. I'm terrible at it, but it all gets ripped and then you put it on the floor and you can't recycle it because none of it is recyclable paper. So you think about the landfill, some of the great landfills on our planet and all of this Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Diwali, etc. wrapping paper, you can't recycle it. So that's what's bugging me.
Speaking
you see,
of
Dan, you see what you do?
Oh, yeah, you went environmental. You did a PSA there. That was like a public service announcement.
There's a lot of things that are bugging you, so go ahead and stew through.
No, we're going to go over to Jersey.
I was going to say, I feel like the Japanese got it down because you ever see that? Have you seen that video where they are able to angle the gift and just use the right amount of paper and they basically just fold it in? They don't use any tape. It's kind of amazing how they use it. So it's minimalist, which still isn't great.
Yeah.
But they figured out a way to not use.
So you're saying that the Japanese are bugging you?
No. I'm
Okay.
saying
I'm asking.
They shouldn't bug you.
It's a follow-up question.
No, they shouldn't bug you as much because they're using less paper. So
sure.
So hopefully, that can be more environmentally safe. I don't know.
Oh.
But
thanks for the transition back there.
For me, it has to. It's funny you mentioned, wrapping presents or unwrap. Mine's about unwrapping presents because I've seen videos where, people are unwrapping gifts and there's a weird version of it because in my family, the entire time I've been around, we've always opened gifts one goes, then another person goes, then another person goes, and another. And then I'm seeing videos on TikTok where someone's like, yeah, I'm at somebody's house where they're all just opening gifts at once and it's utter chaos.
No.
And I'm like, wait a minute, people do that? And I started to read the comments section. It's like, yeah, I'm not waiting for anybody. And I'm like, that's what's bugging me. How can you just take all the gifts and everyone just grab them and are all ripping the paper up all at once and things are just flying everywhere? I mean, the best part about, when it comes to Christmas, it's not just getting gifts, it's giving. And you want to see those people opening the gifts and seeing their reaction. And you guys can communicate that and share that with each other. I mean, you take that away when you're ripping up gifts all simultaneously and you don't know what's from. And it's just like, oh, it's just paper. I'm just going to rip it all up and I'm not going to look at who gave it to me.
Did you grow up in Whoville? It sounds like seriously. It sounds
Poor
like
Cindy Lou Who.
Yeah, are you the Grinch? It's not about the presents. It's about the family. It's about being together.
You know what? That's it.
I know. Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Oh wow.
He knows I like Mariah. So yesterday.
Wait, it's my turn.
When you finally figure it out.
Hurry up.
So what bothers me is like people from the North Bay.
It's what's bugging you. It's brought to you by a bug control company. Go ahead.
What's bugging me is people from the North Bay who want like their city papers, even though they're from Marin. It's like if you're Bridge and Tunnel, just accept it. Don't necessarily walk around as though you're from the city because we're sort of a select group. And I'm not naming names. I'm just saying there's people from like that part of the world that want to pretend as though they're from within this very unique sort of these city limits, which I'm sorry, at the end of the day, you are not. Despite how long you've worked here, despite how long you've lived here. And it's just doesn't really bother me. What's up, Dibs?
It's actually good. It's fair because, I mean, I grew up in Marin, and so
I love you, man.
If they still delivered papers, I might actually subscribe to the Marin IJ because I'm still curious about what goes on in the place where I grew up. And I lived here for 10. I lived in Oakland for 20. I lived in Sonoma County for 8. So I get that. But nowadays, like, nobody gets the paper,
like
right?
a Navy brat.
I got a great story for you. So Jeff Pearlman was talking the other day. How well do you know, seriously, Marin City, which I don't know. Did you?
Very well, yeah.
So he was talking about how obviously Marin is so affluent, and they want to get rid of that thing forever. It's public housing for those of you that don't know. And that's where Tupac grew up.
Exactly.
And they can't do it because it has some sort of historic background behind it because it's Frank Lloyd Wright, I want to say.
Yeah, well, it was inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright. Like, it wasn't technically built by or architecturally built by him, but it was inspired by him.
So it's protected federally in some level, which is sort of fascinating because it is this eyesore. They perceive it as an eyesore.
They've been trying to get rid of it for years.
And they can't.
Right. The NIMBYs perceive it as an eyesore.
Yeah.
The people who have a greater perspective understand that is the only diversity that Marin has, other than the canal section of San Rafael, which is incredibly dense and all Latino. You've got that, and you've got Marin City, which is historically African-American, and beyond that, it's a bunch of NIMBY white people.
They still have the flea market out there? That's gone?
In Marin City?
That was the only real thing they had. Oh, was that Marin City?
They had one in Marin City back until probably the early 90s, and then they took it out and they put in some shopping center that is lightly traveled, lightly trafficked. But it used to be that the Marin City flea market was like a Saturday or Sunday epicenter. Yeah.
So, wow, I was rolling in Marin City.
You were?
I didn't even know.
No doubt.
All right, man. I didn't even have the right colors. That was good.
Well,
what's up, Hallie boy?
You're on my bleep list. I swear, you are getting Kohl for the remainder of 2025. All right, what's bugging me is actually it's kind of Chase Center. Now, it's not the people inside of it.
Fresh off the gig?
Yeah, I know, exactly. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful here. So yesterday,
he's coming at Tim Roy.
No, I'm not. He's fantastic. And actually, congratulations to him and his daughter on their grandchild. So her child, his grandchild, neither here nor there. So
Kevin Dan is reachable.
You got to stop. You really got to stop.
Cannot stop.
You got to stop.
Can't stop. Won't
He's got to
stop.
get his licks in because you're not doing a show tomorrow. Is that right?
Yeah. Also, oh that's right. I won't.
Dude, I'm gonna have withdrawals.
Thank God. Okay.
Glad to remind
I'm going out tonight. So during the second quarter, they have this video about like the temperature outside. It's sponsored by somebody, and they say forecast end of the game snowstorms at San Francisco. So I'm like, all right, they'll play, end of the game will happen, and then they'll drop some paper mache snow down on all the fans, and it's going to be one of those things, look in the sky, there's snow, blah, blah, blah. They didn't drop paper. They dropped soap. They dropped little liquid soap pieces from the sky.
What?
And this was, I understand there's not a lot to pick up. You're given your environmental PSA earlier, so I'm sure there was along those lines. But the problem was, we almost had an entire media section of short-circuiting. Everyone's got their computers open.
I didn't even think of that.
And soap is falling from the sky on top of these electrical items, and everyone's slamming their computers, putting them in their bags because we don't know if it's going to light a flame. So, Chase Center, just a note, Brittany in communications, I love you. This might be to the marketing team more so. We can't have soap falling from the sky with electricity in the arena in abundance. That's all I'm going to say. So that was what was bugging me yesterday.
Can't do it.
Yeah. In addition to Dan Devone and his just ridiculousness and the fact that guy gives me crap every step of the way. Love you, buddy.
Are we done?
Oh, you're just starting. You are just starting.
Long way to go, my friend.
Yeah, you're filling in for Mark Willard. Just a reminder, in case you got to do these reads and ins and outs, it'll be Willard and Dibs in, Devone in for Willard, coming up on 95.7 The Game. Big thank you to Ken Luttrell.
Had a blast, guys. Thank you so much.
His debut. Shout out to him.
Debut?
Yeah.
Man.
Lots of debuts this week.
Yeah, it kind of felt like that the whole way, actually.
Thanks, Dibs.
You're welcome. That's what we do.
I love
Devone's got me in a certain place, so stay tuned. Double D and Double D. We're going to burn this thing down now.
On what?
On 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And hi again, everybody. It's Dan Devone filling in for Willard. Dibs is here.
Yeah, happy to be here, Dan.
How did this happen, man?
I forgot to take the day off. I took off next Friday, which is January 2nd, I guess, and I looked at my schedule about a week ago, and I was like, Casey Schmidt. I forgot to take today off, so I actually sent the boss an email over the weekend. I said, hey, any chance that, I know it's last minute, it's cool if you can't, this and that, and he's like, let me try. And he tried, and he's like, you're working. And I said, with who? And he said, Devone. And I said, I couldn't be happier.
Damn straight.
That's a lie, but I mean.
No, you're like the one guy, because I know how it works. They'll ask the anchor, like, hey, who do you want to work with? You okay working with Devone? That's why my phone never rings. But I think he's the one guy that actually says, yeah, bring him on.
Bring him on.
I'll do it.
We've actually done maybe one or maybe two other shows.
Bring it on, man.
Yeah, and I remember at the end of I think it was just one show you and I did, and about 3 hours in, I was like, I can't stand this guy. But about an hour in, I'm like, I think I like this guy. And 2 hours in, I was like, I'm not sure. And 3 hours in, I was like, oh my God, I hate him. And at the end of 4 hours, I was like, I think I like him.
What's the over and under? He's going to hate me within, it's like a half an hour today.
No, I like our chances.
No, you're good people. You know why? Because you know why we connect? You got a real vibe about you.
And a little bit of sass.
You do.
Like you're kind of.
What attribute that to? Is that Marin? Or is that just a family dynamic?
It's the family dynamic. I'm the youngest of four.
Oh, same with me.
We grew up in Marin, but I grew up in the 60s and 70s in Marin, and my parents didn't have a lot of money. My mom and dad both worked, and when you sat down for dinner, it was, here's your food, and you eat it, and you get no more, and you shut your mouth, and you don't complain, and you may not like broccoli or asparagus or cauliflower or Brussels sprouts, whatever. You shut up and you eat, and that was it. And if you don't eat, then you go to bed hungry. So even though it's Marin, it was kind of old school Marin where, you had to work for what you got.
So do you pass that down to your kid, not the 3-year-old now? Or is it, now just come claim with me.
I will.
Do they get to pick and choose what it is that they want? Or is it like back in the day, I'm with you. Mom's cooking dinner.
Yep.
This is what we eat. And if you don't, well, then you're going to bed hungry. Your kid, it's a different world. So
it is. My 24 and 22-year-old, they grew up in that same ethos. We raised them in Oakland, my ex-wife and I. And so it was much more like the way I grew up and the way my ex-wife grew up, which is here's dinner, you eat, and that's it. My 3-year-old, she's growing up in a little bit of a different environment. I'm older. Her mom is an older mom. She's mid-40s, and we live in a community where we have a little bit more than we did the first time around. So she is given a little bit more grace, and she's given a little bit more latitude just based on where we all are.
But the principles have to be in place. Maybe it's not at dinner. At some point, there has to be handed down sort of what it is that you learn.
Yes.
So that they're well-grounded people and well-adjusted people going forward.
No doubt. And she's 3, and she now understands things like consequences where, if you don't A, then we're going to have to do B. And we have a saying in our house, and it's kind of a song. You got to eat to get a treat. You got to eat to get a treat. So if she doesn't eat her dinner, you're not getting an ice cream cone. You're not getting a cookie. You're not getting a brownie. You're not getting anything.
Now, why doesn't she want to eat? Or that's just the behavior
She's
of a 3-year-old?
She's not a big eater. Yeah.
Okay.
She's 3, and it's, part of it is the control of being a toddler where, you understand that your parents want you to do something and you see that. And so you do something else. And it's a little bit of the push-pull.
I mean, she'll eat, just not the protein and the vegetables.
Correct.
She'll crush the ice cream and whatever.
Exactly. So,
got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to get the 3-year-old and Christmas out of the way so that
we can pick and pop all the way through? We can go. We can do a deep dive right away on Steve Kerr and Draymond Green and how that is somehow like arousing to Jimmy Butler.
Oh, that was hilarious.
I thought it was awesome.
Jimmy Butler. When Jimmy Butler wants to, and he gets in front of a live mic, he's pretty good.
He's awesome.
Yeah, and last night he was on. You could see the smile. I mean, he hadn't done one of those, I want to say, in the last 3-4 games.
Right. I mean, what's to do where you're losing and things are bad? And the thing I miss, and we may never see it again, is the Jimmy Buddy comedy, because Buddy doesn't get to play anymore.
Yeah, there's nothing funny about Buddy these days.
Well, they did a whole bobblehead thing with the two of them.
Yeah.
And now Buddy doesn't play. And so, I mean, Buddy doesn't show up, and Jimmy's there, and the whole thing has really been dramatically changed.
It's like Abbott and Costello, Lewis and Martin, but he lost the second half. He doesn't have his sidekick.
That's right.
But your sidekick has to play a little bit and contribute in order for this act to happen.
And the act is over.
Yeah.
Right. That's it.
Buddy Hield has been a disappointment. But aside from that, I thought last night's win was pretty significant. Because, we do Warriors this week, and we get excited to a certain degree when the Warriors string together a couple of wins, especially in the beginning of the year. But I always felt, Dibs, that it was a bit of a bubble. Steph will go off for 45, play well in those 2 games against San Antonio, or he had 48 or 49. Jimmy Butler will have big gains. But it's like, yeah, but, is that sustainable? What happens when Steph doesn't have the big game? Well, we found out what happens. This looked like and I've been down this road and had this Kool-Aid before, but it just seems as though this is a little different. That there was some substance here, there was some balance. I talked about the center position looks to be making sense and a little solidified. And dare I say that the bench and those younger players now look exactly like what it is that you envision when you talk about sort of a winning scenario for the Golden State Warriors. I thought last night's win wasn't just another win. Yeah, 3 in a row. I feel good, but it hit a little differently last night.
Depends on how much staying power there is with this, because, you had, the role players. Al Horford comes in and hits 4 threes. Great. You had a 40-point first quarter. That's awesome. And that kind of, to me, was the ball game, where the first quarter you came out and you blitzed them. But if you think about these guys, the role guys, the young guys, Quentin especially, and TJD, and even if you go all the way down to Pods, are they going to be able to be consistently good night in and night out? Because Steph Curry, while he has a good average, his point total, he's not playing great in terms of shooting. Draymond Green's offense is mostly non-existent. So I do think that this thing is kind of a night-to-night experience where you look at last night and you've got a lot of guys who are 25 or younger who you're going to rely on. And they generally don't be that consistent as players.
I thought last night the bench play, and I like it when Steph isn't going off and you still win a game.
Yeah.
So your point is you just don't think that this team has this sort of consistency for you to get behind them right now?
Not quite yet. And, that was a home game, and it was a Christmas game, and, Dallas is not really what you would think Dallas would be. And shocker, Anthony Davis goes out. And I was joking earlier with Willard last week about the expression "not on my bingo card," because we all say that now. Oh, I didn't have that on my bingo card. Well, you know what I had on my bingo card? Anthony Davis in a non-contact injury. I had that on my bingo card, and go ahead and mark that space because that actually happened. So you beat Dallas without Kyrie, thank you. AD goes out early, and you still you didn't have to hold on, but that game got a little close-ish in the fourth quarter a few times. So nice win, good win. Every win is quality, but that's a team you should have beaten by 20 plus.
That's why I would never even entertain trading for AD when people throw that out.
Never.
Like, that's inevitable, man. You know that's just a matter. You can sit your watch to that.
Right. It's like trading for Zion, right?
That's exactly what it is that's going to happen. Yeah, well, Zion, yeah.
It's different, but, I mean,
Zion still is a tease because he's so young. But I feel you. Like, the eating and the fact that I just don't think
eating.
Well, he just doesn't have a body type that's sort of conducive to playing in the NBA. That dude's just going to self-combust. Like, that's who he is, man. It's just like when his shoe exploded at Duke, you're like, yeah, I don't know if this dude's body, it's amazing what he's doing, but this isn't going to last very long.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happened with him. I just don't think he has a body type for the NBA, man. But listen, I think, and you're sort of like me. Maybe it's something about that chair. I'm always throwing water on the Warriors, even after they win a couple in a row. But I'm buying it right now to a certain degree because, well, when I say buying it, I'll qualify it. It looks a little different. And one thing I do want to get into, they only had 11 turnovers last night. And you want to know why?
I know why.
To know where, go ahead, because I'm going to shoot you down.
Because they didn't play Draymond that much.
Okay.
I mean, and that's my cynical view, and he played 28 minutes, but he only had 2, and he's averaging more than 3 a game. So, I mean, that feels to me like the biggest issue is the Draymond turnover.
You walked right into it, man.
Uh-oh.
See, I don't put it on Draymond, and I don't put it on Steph. I put it, we're not going after Steve Kerr. I know he's your buddy. When do you guys talk to him? Every Monday or Tuesday night? He's
every week. He was supposed to come on today, but he heard you were filling in, and I'm told by my sources that he balked.
I would have gone after him. No, Steve Kerr, we love Steve Kerr, but the turnovers, that's on him, man. And it always has been. And I don't blame him because that was just sort of the price you play when you're winning as often as they did in 2016 or going back to 2013. It was a style of play. But now, the reason why you turn the ball over as frequently as you do, not only this year, but going back over the last 5 years, it's not because of Draymond, it's not because of Steph, it's not because of fill in the blank. It's because somebody has created and cultivated that culture, and it's accepted. To me, he's one of the most undisciplined coaches when it comes to that, specifically the turnovers. To hear him talk about turnovers and that it repeatedly happens, and it repeatedly happens the exact same way, unforced. But suddenly, there was this cause and effect, as you saw the other night with Draymond Green. I think essentially that huge blow-up started with the impetus was turnovers. I don't know verbatim what they were talking about, but I do think that's what started this whole thing. And now suddenly, it's not coincidental that after that huge blow-up, and now he put it out to both Draymond and Steph, I don't want more than 5 of you guys, 5 turnovers from you guys collectively, and they only had 11. Like, I think that there's...
Well, those two did have 5.
Well, they're at their quota.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
But the team collectively had 11, and you could live with 11. And I do think that there's something to it when Steve Kerr drops that edict like enough is enough. And I think it took that blow-up with Draymond Green to shoot that proverbial shot across the bow.
Yeah, I do think that it's about the type of turnover, and I'm going back to that game where they had the proverbial blow-up, quote-unquote. The turnover that Draymond committed, he was left side just across half court.
You're talking about last night?
No, I'm talking about the one that led to the blow-up.
Oh, yeah.
And he was left side.
Exactly.
And he dribbled with the right hand, and he tried to throw a one-handed diagonal cross-court pass that was easily picked off. So every turnover is not created equally. And Jimmy, your boy, last night with 4 turnovers of his own. So it just depends on how the turnovers come.
But you don't think culturally sometimes, we'll get into this. I got to read some stuff here. Don't say anything.
Good luck. You got to put on your readers. Guy your age, I mean, I'm concerned.
Right here, let's play. Let's on the bridge of my nose as we talk about. We are sponsored by Bayview Restaurant at Inn at the Tides. Ring in 2026 in unforgettable style. Join the Inn at the Tides Bayview Restaurant for a New Year's Eve celebration with guests of honor. Kate McMurray. Enjoy a luxurious multi-course wine-paired dinner and a sparkling midnight toast. Reserved now at inatthethides.com. All right.
You had to vote. 1 for 1.
We're going to a break. We'll have much more. I want to talk turnovers. It's Dibs. It's Dan Devone here on 95.7 The Game. Why Dibs is here, no one knows, but we'll do it nevertheless. Back with more after this.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at freedmansappliance.com today.
Make money predicting sports, politics, culture, and more. Legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin, the Oscars, and even politics. If it matters, you can trade on it. Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
After doing it all, Lazy Boy Furniture takes you from zero to surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. Come try it for yourself at any Lazy Boy Bay Area store during the holiday sale and save 30% on everything. But only for a limited time at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy store.
All right, Bay Area, lock in because the clock is ticking on the Ford Final Days year-end sales event, and it's happening right now at Saramonte Ford. And trust me, you do not want to miss this. Right now, you get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on top of all other offers on brand new 2025 Fords. That's real money, and it gets even better. How about 0% APR for 60 months on Saramonte Ford's most popular rides? We're talking F-150, Explorer, Escape, Mustang Mach-E, Lightning, Transit vans, and Super Duty trucks. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Yeah, sit with that for a second. Every new 2025 Ford in stock qualifies, and there are more than 5 to choose from with that extra $1,000 open bonus cash. But don't wait, this deal ends January 2nd, and when it's over, it's over. Get to Saramonte Ford right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. Final days, big trucks, bigger savings. Saramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car running or not can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's Cars with a K.
All of us at Wedgwood Homes wish you a joyful holiday season and a prosperous new year. Celebrating 40 years of revitalizing communities in Northern California and thankful to be a part of yours. Best wishes for the season from your friends at Wedgwood Homes.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.com or .tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. And if anyone swears you get to hear it, subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. And make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube if you like this show. Dibs, you want to talk a little football?
I do, and I think that you should get to YouTube right now because we have a special appearance from the NFL Film senior producer, Greg Cosell. We've got a tie on, ladies and gentlemen. The scouting report is in. We've got a coat. We've got a dress shirt. We've got a tie. I didn't have this on my bingo card, Greg.
Well, somebody needed to bring a little class to the operation, don't you think?
There it goes. And you knew it wouldn't be me. And I don't know how well you know my partner, Dan Devone, but neither one of us reeks of much class, although he does much more than me.
Well, we shot my matchup show today, so I just figured I'd leave my coat and tie on for you guys.
That's awesome. I really appreciate that. And when you shot the matchup show, how much of it was dissecting Jared Goff's performance and maybe like putting a headstone on his season? And I won't say their run, but what'd you see from Jared Goff yesterday?
Well, we're a preview show, so that wasn't part of what we do. So we're previewing Sunday's games, and I did watch that game live. I did not watch the coaching tape, and it was an odd game, But I'll tell you what, Brian Flores, he is an absolute master as a defensive coordinator with what he does with it, with his pressure looks. Sometimes he brings pressure, he drops into coverage. I mean, he does so many things that dictates protection and then changes the picture pre-snap to post-snap. He makes it really difficult on quarterbacks. The fascinating thing is last year, the Lions beat the Vikings twice, and Gibbs had something like 370 total yards in the two games against the Vikings and 6 touchdowns. And this year, Gibbs was not a factor in either game.
Greg Cosell, senior producer, NFL Films, joins us on the River Islands guest line. Greg, let's stay with the quarterbacks and Caleb Williams. Of course, that's who the Niners are going to see coming up on Sunday night. Listen, he has been remarkable in terms of some of the throws that he makes, especially that game winner. The dime he dropped to DJ Moore, ridiculous.
No question.
But it seems to me, and I want to hear from you in terms of what you're seeing on tape, because it seems like some of the easier throws, quote unquote, are a little bit more challenging as opposed to some of the throws that he makes like that of DJ Moore.
Yeah, well, the thing is he's capable of making those throws. I mean, he's a great thrower of the football. He's got great mobility, throws really well on the run. What's been up and down, the thing that's been a little uneven has been the fact that he's missed some routine throws. And that's one reason why his completion percentage isn't quite exactly what I'm sure Ben Johnson would like it to be. But the thing is he's such a special talent that he can make those special plays at any time in a game. You can't go into a game with the idea that, he's going to miss some, and he may miss some, but their defense has been really solid this year. So for the most part, it's kept them in games, and therefore he's been really difficult in the fourth quarter when his throwing ability and his mobility become factors in the game.
What do you look at when you see the Bears run game against the Niners run defense? It feels like the Bears have been so good at their two-headed monster. Do the Niners have the scheme to be able to slow that down?
Well, I'm sure there'll be tweaks in whatever it is Robert Saleh wants to do, but at some point, the interior, particularly of your defensive line, has to be able to hold up. They have to be able to win individual blocks. They have to be able to hold their ground against double teams. bad run defense usually, guys, is not, it's not rocket science. It's guys getting blocked. It's guys playing with poor gap integrity. Once guys get to the second level cleanly, backs that is, then it becomes much, much more difficult. So it's really about being able to hold yourself at the point, and then how do your second level defenders fit in? But the Bears, because of Caleb Williams, no one's talked about the Bears run game, but I think right now they're either second or third in the league in rushing, and they have been a very good running team. And the backs are a little different. Swift has a lot of juice to him. Monunge is physical, gets those dirty yards, those hard-earned yards, the kind of yards where if it's blocked for 3, all of a sudden he gets 7, and you go, oh my God, it's 2nd and 3. So they're two different style backs.
Let's talk about the 49er run game. Suddenly it was Christian McCaffrey that had room to run, was getting to the second level. What was the offensive line, or what did you see that they were doing differently, specifically against Indianapolis as opposed to the last 4 or 5 games?
Well, without knowing all the minute details of the way things are taught, I would say it didn't look like they were doing a whole lot differently other than it was being blocked better. And by the way, I think McCaffrey this year has been the best back in the league at getting the dirty yards that I just spoke about. He is such a physical inside runner. But there's no question in this game there were runs where he did get more cleanly to the second level. I love what they do with their motion in their offense. I mean, this new thing that they started this year, I think it's new. I don't recall seeing it in the past, or if I have, not much at all, where they line up Juszczyk as kind of a tilted wing player, and he motions into the backfield, and they do so many things off of that. I think that's really added another wrinkle to their offense and made them more difficult to defend, because you just don't know what kind of concepts are coming off that particular motion.
And when you saw them last week, Greg, it felt like the 49ers were starting to establish the run a little bit better, but they may not have George Kittle in this game, and Ricky Pearsall, we don't yet know if he'll be able to come back. What do you see concept-wise from the Niners in the run game that makes it work?
Well, they're really multiple with what they do because of all the motion elements that are involved. I mean, the pre-snap movement, they're probably every year in the top 5 in the league in terms of pre-snap movement. That's a big deal because it often changes run support, and that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to win the numbers game. You're trying to have the defense not have the numbers necessary play side, and therefore you can win that. That's what you try to do in the run game. Obviously, you've got to win individual blocks. Kittle is clearly a big factor in that. So we'll see if he goes. If he doesn't go, that will probably to some degree impact how Kyle calls the run game, because we know that Kittle can block defensive ends, and the Bears are a 4-man defensive front. So he would be blocking a defensive end. Maybe that changes some of the concepts, and maybe they go with some different concepts because they don't feel they can have a tight end blocking a defensive end one-on-one.
Greg Cosell, the senior producer from NFL Films, joins us here on the River Island guest line. And Greg, when we talk about the 49ers wide receivers, they're really sort of without a number one. And when you talk about their best receivers, it's McCaffrey and it's Kittle. What is it that Shanahan's able to do to isolate McCaffrey and get him on those linebackers? And is that by scheme or what?
Oh, yeah. This is a highly schemed pass game. I mean, this is a choreographed pass game where the quarterback drops and the routes really work exceedingly well together. There may be no better offensive coach in the league who understands and attacks, I would say, the conflict players in zone coverage better than Kyle Shanahan. I mean, he is so good attacking zone coverage with his route concepts. He knows the stress points. He puts coverage defenders in conflict. Obviously, this is more the case versus zone than man. But when you talk to defensive coaches, and I've had these conversations with them when I'm at the Combine, they always talk about the stress points in their zone coverage concepts. And there's always stress points in zone. Otherwise, everybody would play the same zone. So there's stress points in every zone coverage. There's conflict defenders. And I think Kyle has such a great understanding of that it really allows Brock Purdy to play at a really high level as a sort of a post-snap operator, because it's mostly what we call pure progression reading. He's not necessarily studying the defense as he drops back. He's going through a pure progression, but very often that primary is there because of Kyle's understanding of how to attack zone coverage.
And he's coming off an amazing game. And I wonder about that same idea on the other side where Caleb Williams is getting to be a much better reader. And I know he has a great head coach who was the offensive coordinator in Detroit as well. How does the passing game of Chicago match up against what Robert Saleh will try to do?
Yeah, well, that's a different kind of pass game. This is a pass game that attacks much more at the sort of intermediate vertical levels of an offense. They work between the numbers really well at the intermediate levels. They attack you vertically. If you're going to play, let's say, quarters coverage, which is something that the 49ers play a lot of, where it's 4 across on the back end, they really attack that. They understand the responsibilities of the 4 back end players in quarters. They attack that really, really well. This is a difficult offense to defend, a difficult pass game to defend. And then if they can't get any pressure on Williams and that you get those deeper drops, that's the challenge in this game. I don't know how it'll play out. I'm not going to sit here and say they're going to do it or not do it, but that's the challenge in this game. You've got to be able to generate some pressure, and then if he does move, you've got to have a plan for when he moves, because he's a terrific thrower on the run.
Ben Johnson has obviously made an impact with the Chicago Bears. What jumps out at you when you see this team on tape as opposed to Eberflus of a year ago?
Well, I think the number one thing, obviously, is the pass game. I mean, this Ben Johnson, I just spoke about Kyle Shanahan. I think Ben Johnson is phenomenal with his spacing and his route concepts. Because, when you play zone coverage, and the Niners are not a high percentage man-to-man coverage defense, so it's more zone. When you play zone coverage, what you're trying to do is minimize space. What you're trying to do as an offensive play caller with your route concepts is trying to expand space. That's really what the pass game is in terms of attacking zone coverage. You're trying to find the voids, you're trying to expand space, and a defense is trying to minimize space. So to me, that's really what Ben Johnson is so good at, and that's really the matchup in this game. But there's one thing, I was thinking about this all week, and I know it's Friday, so last week's game against the Colts probably seems like it happened, 20 years ago. But I thought that game was such a great contrast between quarterback play, because you had one quarterback in Phillip Rivers who was a master of what would probably be considered more old school quarterbacking. He is a pre-snap master. He controls the game at the line of scrimmage, whereas Purdy is a post-snap operator. And Purdy is so good once the ball snapped within the context of their pure progression passing game. So to me, you saw 2 totally different quarterback styles and philosophies, both really executed at a really high level.
And Purdy was able to do that at a high level in part because he wasn't really pressured. Do the Bears have the scheme to really get him with 4, or do they blitz a lot, Greg? What's going to be like for Brock Purdy, what you've seen on tape?
Yeah, I mean, the Bears are not a high percentage blitz defense. I mean, they're probably middle of the road. The one thing they do is they do use defensive backs a good amount as pressure players. So that's something to be aware of, because a lot of teams, when they blitz, they use linebackers. They don't really bring defensive backs into the equation. The Bears do. So that's something that the offensive line has to be aware of, because very often defensive backs are not in the immediate vision of your offensive line, because they have their hand in the dirt. So that's something you have to be aware of when you face the Bears, is that defensive backs are part of their blitz equation.
And on the other side of the ball, it's the 49ers defensive front that has had such a difficult time getting home and pressuring quarterbacks. What are you seeing on tape? Can you throw us a bone in terms of this defensive line potentially getting better? We saw C.J. West and company putting pressure up the middle, but is there anybody on the edge that can supply that same sort of pressure?
Well, Huff has had good moments this year, and he is a good edge rusher. So, I mean, obviously, look, the Bears play a rookie left tackle. The Bears are a very interesting offensive line, because the right side and the left side are totally different, guys. The right side, they have guys that are strong, and they're mauler types. The left side, the left guard and the left tackle, including the rookie Trapillo, they are more athletic guys. So it's really kind of a difference in the right side versus the left side. But, Huff has been able to do it. I mean, look, we all know that they haven't been able to generate consistent pressure. we'll see. And Robert Saleh is not necessarily a big blitzer. I don't think he's going to come out and start attacking because, then you get into how you want to play on the back end. And the last thing I think he wants to do is compromise coverage too much. I don't think he believes in that generally as a philosophy.
Greg, thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you next week.
All right, guys, really appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Greg Cosell, senior producer, NFL Films. As always, stopping by, talking a little football. Segue as we go from the Warriors. We'll get into Sunday night's big showdown with the Chicago Bears. Sort of your overall thoughts on the 49ers' last win and, of course, going into this huge contest against the Bears.
I think Brock Purdy was amazing, and I think going into this game, it's going to be a really difficult game just based on what Chicago does and what the Niners don't do great. They don't stop the run very well, and you've got a two-headed monster in Chicago and a quarterback who is mobile, and I think that when you look at what the Bears have been and what they've done this year with Ben Johnson as the coach, and I saw a tweet earlier today or yesterday about the fact that what the Lions have done this year means that Ben Johnson is the coach of the year, because the Lions lost Ben Johnson and their offense has taken 1 or 2 steps back, and now Jared Goff is seeing ghosts and he's not what he was, and the Bears have taken a step forward and they're going to win that division. And so, yeah, Ben Johnson's been amazing for Chicago.
He has been amazing, but I don't watch all the Chicago Bear games, but I peek every now and then. Is that team lucky or is it good? Like, I don't know, and lucky is a terrible word to use for anybody in the NFL, but the Packers, I'll take that for example. Like, so many things had to go right, including recovering an onside kick in order for you to win that game. Who the hell recovers an onside kick in 2025? But they did. But that's the way it's gone for this team the majority of the season. I read somewhere where they have more, in the history of the NFL, more come-from-behind wins, 6, while trailing with less than 2 minutes to go in a game. So, yeah, they call him the Iceman. Part of that's legit with Caleb Williams. But I think part of this is like, yeah, at some point, it's like playing blackjack. Those cards will flip at some point.
They will, but I wonder about the idea of luck, and I'm glad you used that word because I think it's a 4-letter word, and I think about the 49ers last year where they went 6-11, and you could look at 3 games that were in the balance, and the 49ers did not make the play they needed to make. One of them was a Ronnie Bell conversion. They threw it right to him on 3rd down. He dropped it. And then you had another game where you had a punt return, you gave up 50 yards, and then a PI, and you found ways to lose games last year. And then you look at this year, you had Jake Tonjes catch a ball that was basically thrown up for grabs in the opener, and you won. You beat the Rams on Thursday night because you punched the ball out from Kyron Williams on the goal line. And if you think about luck, for me it comes down to a lot of these games are 1-score games, and either you make a play or you don't make a play. And so Chicago this year has made the play. And last year, Kansas City, I think they won 10 or 11 games that were 1-score games. They made the play, including the opener last year where the tight end for Baltimore caught the ball and he had 1 toe out of bounds. And so KC beats Baltimore. A lot of this comes down to, for me, not luck, but clutch. Can you make the clutch play in the clutch moment? And yeah, they recovered the onside kick. It's because the Packers didn't make the play. Everybody recovers the onside kick except Green Bay, and so Chicago put themselves in position to make a play, and they did.
See, I'm glad you mentioned Kansas City because that's a perfect example, because a lot of people pointed that at them last year and maybe didn't use the luck word, but they're like, and also would go as far as saying the referees are giving you some favorable calls here.
Yeah.
And then look at them this year. And that's sort of my point with Chicago. Is this a bit of a bubble or is this legitimate? I would push back that good teams usually have separation like that of what it is the Niners did with Indianapolis in the latter part of that game, and you win going away, or you create that separation early on in the contest. That's usually, and granted, their schedule has been a lot easier than that of Chicago and a lot of other teams, but that's usually when you're like, okay, that's a legitimately good team. When you're winning like that of Chicago, all right, we won't use the luck word, but there's some questions as to whether you're legitimate or not.
For sure. And it's not sustainable. Like, you're not going to do this year after year. And you look at Chicago and all the games they've won that are 1-score games. You beat the Raiders by 1. Then you came back off your bye and you beat Washington by 1. And, you beat Cincinnati by 5. There have been a lot of 1-score wins. That's not sustainable over the long haul. But can you sustain it over the course of a season? Absolutely. And the Niners this year have kind of been that team where they've won all the games they lost last year. They're winning this year because they're making the plays. Now, does that mean Chicago is going to win the Super Bowl? I don't think so. But at 11-4, they're legit because you have to put yourself in a spot to where you can make a play to win these games.
Are you buying Caleb Williams?
More than I did last year, but still no. Like buying him to where he's going to be a guy who can win the Super Bowl? No. Will he win a playoff game this year? I would bet no, pending the matchup. And let's just say this. Let's say that they win their division and they are the 3 seed. So you're the 3 and you're going to face either LA, Seattle, or the Niners. You're going to lose.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yes, that should happen, but I see the NFC this year so wide open, man.
Right.
Everybody has flaws.
But if you're the home team,
if this is a year ago, I'm like, yeah, you're not beating Philadelphia.
But even
I'm
if,
right there with you. But this year,
it's wide open. I think if you're the 2, the 3, or the 4 seed, no matter who you are, the division winners, you're going to have your hands full. And I'm assuming that the winner of the West is going to be the 1. So then you're going to have either Philly or Chicago or Tampa, Carolina. All 3 of those home teams in the wild card round, they're going to have their hands full.
Kayla reminds me of a guy, just to go back to basketball, like somebody who can hit a corner 3 with 2 guys draped on him falling out of bounds and then botches a layup or a bunny. That's sort of him, like the routine plays. It's hard to invest in a guy like that right now, and he's still maturing and he's still getting to that place where he's going to be, I think, a special quarterback. But right now, if I'm a Bears fan, and I know these coconuts, man, they're all over the place, and they're living and dying with this guy, like he's still holding on to it a little bit longer than you'd like. And then, as Greg said, the routine plays like he's in the flat. Just put it on his shoulder, and he sails it. But then, he drops back in overtime and somehow throws a seed to DJ Moore. You're like, well, who is this guy? What the hell's going on here? But that's how you're living and dying with Caleb Williams this year. So I don't really know what it is you're going to get out of him.
Yeah, I think it's still a work in progress. And you look at the numbers, and he's at a 58% completion percentage, which is awful. Like the league average is about 66, so he needs to do a lot to improve that. But I also look at a quarterback in terms of who your coach is. And Trevor Lawrence is a great example where he got Liam Cohen now in Jacksonville, and he has gotten better. Now, did he get better, or is the system better, or both? Probably both. And that's how I look at Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I'm still not buying him either.
Oh, I am, yeah.
Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, no doubt, yeah.
Well,
no doubt. I mean, I'm not buying him as like a top 5 guy, but I'm buying the fact that you get a good coach, a good coordinator, and you get better. And think about Brock Purdy. Like, what if Brock Purdy was in Cleveland?
You would have never heard from him.
Thank you.
It's a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And we are sponsored by Safeway. What do you want to do next? We want basketball, and all of a sudden we're in the NFL.
Let's go back to basketball.
Let's go back to basketball. That's right. We'll get into the Golden State Warriors and talk about that big win against the Dallas Mavericks, because I think they turned a corner. All right, it's Dibs and Dan Devone here on 95.7 The Game, the day after Christmas. Back with more after this.
Head to Safeway this week for the Signature Select 80% lean ground beef mega pack. 6 pounds or more, just $3.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Blue and gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shane Cole, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shane Cole today.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight. And I need it more. My kid was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The smoking dead short smells like a dog car. And Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Dillard and Wibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Dan Dibley and Dan Devone here on a Friday, the day after Christmas. Was there one gift that sort of stood out for your kid that she's playing with today?
She got an easel. Yeah, she got an
they
easel.
still make those, huh?
Yeah, she got an easel with a dry erase board, a chalkboard, a roll of paper, bunch of paints, finger paints, paint brushes, chalk, dry erase markers. Yeah, it was the whole thing.
Is the Slinky still a thing?
The Slinky is still a thing, but for a 3-year-old, a little tough because all they want to do is like pull it apart and then twist it up. Slinky, R.I.P.
What about the Etch-a-Sketch?
She actually got an Etch-a-Sketch from her older brother, who's now a middle child. Sorry about that, Keon. He was the youngest for 19 years, and then he got middled when he was 19, and he got her one of the mini Etch-a-Sketches, which probably a little advanced for her. The whole, the left knob goes to the left and right, and the right one goes up and down, and you got to really be patient with that one.
But it's always good for the mind to sort of explore and do these sort of things and learn. You know, when I
want some more of your childhood gifts, like Light Bright, Light Brights on the phone.
When I was a little bit older than her, I took my much older than her because I was kindergarten. I took a picture.
Yep.
And I had this big gash on my nose.
Oh.
And it's because Natalie Belaski, who is our neighbor, threw an Etch-a-Sketch.
Come on, Natalie.
Yeah. No, well, I probably deserved it.
I was just going to ask you what you did to Natalie Belaski.
But that's how we rolled back in the day.
Dude, when in doubt, throw it.
Right?
And were you always, and I asked Steiny this because I knew the answer, when you get mad, are you a thrower or a puncher?
Well, I don't do either, man. I'm throwing up the double digits and I'm meditating and we can jump in the bay together.
But when you would
hold hands.
Sure, shout out Aquatic Park. But when you were younger and you actually had passion, no, were you a thrower of objects or a puncher of things? Like you get mad, you get frustrated, you either throw something or you punch something.
I would probably throw something, inclined to throw something.
Right.
And you? Were you
a thrower?
Yeah.
Yeah, I threw a meat cleaver at my brother Mike.
Okay.
Had to be 1979. Yeah.
A meat cleaver.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
Right.
Missed.
Thankfully.
Well, thankfully
all
for
the
him.
digits are there, yeah.
I mean, not thankfully for me because I took on 5 or 6 unanswered after that.
Right.
He was 6 years older, but yeah, I'm much more of a thrower. The idea of punching something, my sister was a puncher. Famously, in 1977, Hurricane Gale, the caner, we call her, we locked her out of the house, and I'm mocking her through the window. Yeah, you can't get in. Boom! Through the window. 17 stitches later.
What kind of a window?
Like one of those old school single pane. Back before there was double pane.
So you had your mug smudged up against the window.
Correct.
Like I'm on the other side of the window.
I'm in, you're out, you can't get in.
Just said the hell of it.
Straight right.
I don't care. And so it went boom, through the glass.
And she's bleeding and I'm crying.
What's she doing these days?
The caner?
Yeah.
She works for Birkenstock.
Can we get her on the horn?
Oh, I'll text her.
That's beautiful.
You would love my sister.
Awesome
you would love the caner.
See, that's it.
Deep voice, sports passion.
But if that was to happen today, she would have been put away or something. There would have been serious consequences, right? Like back in the day, that just happened, right? And you laugh about it at Thanksgiving or a couple of years later. But today,
she went out to take out the garbage or whatever. And this was back before you actually had recycling. You just threw everything in the one can and, whatever. Whatever plastic. There was no plastic bottles even back then. Yeah. And so, she goes out. And you lock the doors, and then she can't get in, and it's nya. You can't get in, and then straight right, artery severed, gusher, and that's the way that went.
Was there one sibling that was more than the others that would tee off on you?
It was all 3, because my oldest brother was born in 1962, and then the 2 knuckleheads were both born in 1964. One in January, one in December, Irish twins. And then I was about 3.5 years later. So we lived in a 3-bedroom house. So I lived for my first almost 8 years with my 2 brothers in 1 bedroom. So believe me, it was a bunk bed and I was in the trundle, the drawer. So there was
like a Seinfeld episode.
There was many a morning
You're like
when
one of the Japanese guests.
I would wake up and I had been trundled back under. And so I woke up and I'd have about 4 inches of space. And I could look out through the crack and see them both on their stomach. So, yeah, it was equal torment in different ways.
Well, it was brotherly love last night for the Golden State Warriors. So I had a brother who was
incredible transition right there.
My brother was much older, but the minute Dad would leave the house, I used to have like helmets. Like I had an Oakland Raider helmet. And I was a little kid and I'd run around with that thing. And the minute Pops would leave the house, he would just grab me by the face mask and drag me all over the house. I'd be just looking out of the ear hole, screaming and crying. But that's the way we roll. That's just, I don't know, that builds character, I think, to a certain degree, which is lacking in today's.
That's what they told me, but it built as much trauma as it did character.
You're screwed up for sure.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Have you seeked professional help?
No. How soft is that?
Well, no, that's part of the problem. We need to
Therapy.
We need to talk about these things because
I just did.
They're obviously manifesting in the back of your head, right?
Your therapy dibs is the radio, right?
Pretty much.
It's the audience.
My
right?
therapy is the fact that I've done better than all three of them combined. Scoreboard. Thank you.
All right. So the Warriors last night with a big win over the Dallas Mavericks as Golden State wins convincingly, but for some reason you're not. I see this as a bit of one of those games that's there's an asterisk next to it because I think that's something you can build off of because it wasn't all Steph. It wasn't all Jimmy Butler. It was well balanced. And there just seems to be, here's that word. Are you ready for it? There's an identity.
Oh, boy.
There's an identity with this team. And it just looks as like things they're shaping up. Again, they could lay an egg next time out. We all know that's possible, but there just seems to be, and we always talk about paring it down, get into a rotation. You can't play 13 guys. There just seems to be some semblance to normalcy after last night.
Even though they did play 12 guys, so, I mean, I guess they're paring it down a little bit, and they have their identity. And their identity is dribble, 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 throw it back out, and hope we make it. They were 14 for 50 from three-point land. That's terrible. And part of that is Steph, and part of that is D'Anthony Melton. Oh, my God, ice, baby. Without Al Horford, you probably lose that game. So it's a nice win. You beat a Maverick team that's not very good. Their best player just turned 19. And I love Klay Thompson, but he's now an eighth man. Anthony Davis had to bow out due to injury. Kyrie Irving's not limping through that door. You beat a team that's really not very good, and you kind of had to dig deep to do it. So good. Winning is better than losing, but I looked at last night or yesterday afternoon, rather, and thought, good win. Good-ish win. It wasn't like, wow, you beat Denver, or hey, impressive win over the Clippers back when the Clippers were actually something. You beat a Dallas team that you should have beat, and you kind of had to work to do it.
Yeah, but they've won. It's not the opponent so much. It's the way you win. And again, I've seen this team win and compile wins, but it's all Steph. It's that one-trick pony where Steph is going off, and he's got to throw in 35 or 40 or 45 points. That's not what's been happening of late. So I do think there's something to it, and I don't pay as much attention to the opponent as opposed to the way they're playing. And I love the fact that they couldn't shoot threes last night. That just tells me that you're not living and dying by that, and that you're getting it a different way. You're getting it in the mid-range, and you also got putbacks, and you were getting it in the paint, which is something that they've really struggled at, not only this year, but going back to last year as well. Really quick, before we dive into the Warriors a little bit more, Cooper Flagg, man, real deal. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Cooper Flagg is exceeding expectations.
When you think about the fact that he just turned 19 last week, and yeah, we all want to make the comparisons to LeBron when he was 18 and he took over the league, whatever, and Kobe when he was a pup. This kid is 19 after 1 year at Duke, and he's playing with a team that is usually overmatched. And yeah, I love his game.
They put the ball in his hands in crunch time already.
Right,
take
all
us
the
home.
time. And he plays with physicality. He doesn't play with any sort of timidity. He plays like he's been out there for a long time. So the sky's the limit for Cooper Flagg.
No, he is really, for a lot of people that haven't been able to see Cooper Flagg play this year, I mean, he's exceeded everything that we thought he could. You know, usually when there's a Wembanyama or Cooper Flagg, you're waiting for them to and I remember in the beginning of the year, people were like, hey, it's Knipple out there in Charlotte. No, it's just, the kid Edgecombe doing his thing in Philadelphia. No, stop with that nonsense. Like, keep an eye on this kid, Cooper Flagg. He's carving it up. But just to get back to the Golden State Warriors, I'm telling you, man, do you listen to Warriors this week? We break this down every week.
I usually do.
This team.
You guys are on usually, either 9 to noon or 12 to 3. No, it's Saturdays. It's either 9 to noon or 12 to 3. It's usually
12 to 3. You believe this guy?
Well, it's because I'm usually out getting lunch because my daughter goes down for her nap, and I do a little lunch run, and I put it on, and I play a game in my own head. How long can I listen before Devone pisses me off? And a couple weeks ago, it was actually 3 minutes. It was good on you.
That's the hook, man.
You and Evan actually have a great back and forth.
No, don't sugar it now, man. Come on. You want to throw a haymaker? Stay with it.
It's sugar and spice, dog. It's what we do.
God. He went after me, and then all of a sudden he wants to sugar this thing.
I went after you
there,
in a playful way. I actually listened to it, and then, invariably, you probably, you get to me because you like to poke. No, you poke and you poke.
But one of the things that we talk about...
It's 9 to noon, right?
I'm not even answering.
Just promote the show.
You kidding me? Yes, it's 9 to noon.
You're welcome.
3/4 of the city's listening to it, except you and your kid.
I don't live in the city.
She's old enough.
Tomorrow. What's a Devone, Daddy? Never mind, honey.
Not
Tune him out.
Don't qualify that you're bridging tunnel. Don't draw attention.
You
to
just
that,
said 3/4 of the city listens to it, but not me. I don't live in the city.
Oh, well,
I used to.
I know, but I just let that go. Don't highlight the fact you don't live in the city, man. Where I'm from, that's how you get your butt kicked.
Well, I mean, you're an OG. I mean, you've lived here, what, like 18 months now? Pretty impressive. This guy.
Have you ever lived in the city?
Yeah. I lived in the city for 10 years.
What part?
I lived in the outer Richmond.
Okay, that's
42nd and Clement, right by the VA.
What's Richmond?
I mean, we call it the outer Richmond.
Yeah.
Once you get past, like, Lincoln Golf Course.
It's like living in Transylvania.
A little bit.
Fog, like
super fog, like 350 days a year. And then I lived
42nd and Clement. Oh, so you're out by the VA towards
exactly,
the bridge.
Literally like 5 blocks away. We would have some of the VA residents asleep on our stoop.
Okay.
Shout out the 90s. And then I lived...
so that's not happening in Marin.
No, and I don't live in Marin. I lived in Masonic and Geary for 5 years.
Okay, so you stayed
in a 600 square foot apartment.
Well, let me give you a shout out, Masonic and Geary, Masonic Trader Joe's.
Correct. It used to be Toys R Us.
Toys R Us.
And like literally across the street from Wallenberg High School.
Okay.
And we were there for 5 years, had a baby, and
corrected, man.
600 square feet. No, it's not working.
All right.
And then 20 plus in Oakland, and then now through the tunnel.
Where would you hang? Like if you wanted to get a beer, would you go to an Irish pub on Geary Street?
Yes.
What is it you would do? Would you throw darts?
Pig and whistle, right there. We do a little pig and whistle.
Let's do this again. Give me a hug. Come
Lucky
here.
Penny for a little late night brekkie.
Let me kiss you on that forehead.
Dude, trust me.
Where does the forehead start and where does the head begin?
Everywhere.
Okay.
It's all a 4 head, then you get to the 5 head, then the 6 head, not 5, not 6. Whatever, pasta. You'll be there.
Pig and whistle.
Dude, pig and whistle.
Good knowledge.
Stumbling distance.
Yeah. A lot of USF people hanging at the pig and whistle.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right. What the hell are we talking about?
We're talking about how you're like so giddy over the Warriors beating a bad Dallas team.
Not giddy. I'm just saying that I've seen enough of these games where I feel as though for the first time that there is some semblance of something that you can buy into. Like it's not as amorphous as some of the previous wins. What? You went timidity. Don't even, man.
Yep.
You're having an issue with amorphous?
No, I don't.
Go to a break.
I have no issue with amorphous.
Oh, okay. Because you threw timidity at me, which I had to Google.
I was just trying to wake the board op up, who is just so smitten. Shout out smitten. With this pairing.
He's smitten. He's smitten on one person who he's going to get engaged to, and you and I are going to the wedding, and it's an open bar. We're just going to crush him.
Yeah. I just love the discussion. I lost track.
It's a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. We are sponsored by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. I promise we will get to the Golden State Warriors. It's Dibley and Devone here on 95.7 The Game.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway.
Right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over.
Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. And if anyone swears, you get to hear it. Subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. And make sure to hit the thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show. Dan Avone and Dan Dibbly Dibs was just giving me the rundown on the career, man.
Oh, not enough time in the break for that.
Fascinating, man. You are a survivor.
Yep.
And
Ciao,
you've been in this
Beyonce.
market forever.
Yep.
You've worked with some of the legends. And listen, I hate sucking up to you, man. You know that. But
take your time.
You're good, though. You're good at what you do.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Like, that's, I can recall when I wasn't living in the city, coming back and had no idea who the hell you were. And I was like, yeah, Dibs and, can we say Radnich? Yeah, why not? Yeah. Like, that was good radio.
Oh, yeah. The best.
Was
he
it?
made
I mean,
me.
did you have fond memories?
I had so much fun, so many fond memories. And
then at the break, you're going to tell me I couldn't stand the guy.
No, we didn't talk during the break.
Oh, all right.
And his whole thing was...
No, I meant at our break.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I didn't say that during our break.
No, I'm just saying, like, sometimes you talk to people at the break and it's completely dissimilar what they say on the air.
Completely. Gary's whole thing was 9 to noon. Like, between 9 and noon, he was an on-air persona. At 12:01, not don't talk to me, but like, he would go to his car and it wasn't like, hey, Gary, that 11:05 break, it's over. It's just 9 to noon. Everything was 9 to noon. And my favorite part of that was, and this is kind of what got me started, 2006, when I was working with him, early days of the internet, his whole bit was, hey, Dan, look this up. Because he was not very internet astute. And so I'd be back there on Ask Jeeves or Lycos or Google or whatever the search engine was at the time. And, he'd be asking a question openly on the air and I'd be Googling it and then I'd have the answer. And he's like, where are you getting this knowledge? And I would never tell him, Gary, it's called the internet, dude. Like I'm literally like typing away back here and, hey, yeah, Willie Mays, 51 homers in 1958. Where are you getting this knowledge?
When I was in Seattle, NBC Sports Bay Area flew me in for some position, like the Giants pre or post or something. This is sort of like they'd only been up for a couple of years.
Right.
And I remember I forgot who it was that I interviewed with, but they said, yeah, you're kind of like the Gary Radnich of Seattle. And I didn't know how to take that because I know he had this reputation of a dude who was kind of, well, he's a legend, right?
Legend.
I almost dropped lazy. I won't say that, but he was one of those guys that sort of showed up just before the show.
Yep.
Right? Like that was his thing. And so when they said the Radnich thing, I was like, yeah, I don't know how to, like, is that good or bad? So
it's
I'm assuming it was good.
It's good. And he is a savant. Like he would do radio and then he would, go home and whatever, grab a nap or hang out with the family.
Jag.
And then exactly.
Yeah.
And then go do TV at night. He'd do like 3 sportscasts at night and then go home and start and do it all again.
But the one thing about Radnich is he really did sort of change all of this because until Radnich came on the scene, and you correct me if I'm wrong because I wasn't in the market at the time, but he was, everything was just sort of like by the numbers, right? You talked sports and you broke it down. And unless you were a hardcore sports fan, you weren't listening to this, right? But he took it to, he sort of drove outside of the lane, right? And he was more about people in the area. He interjected humor. And then all of a sudden, people were developing these personalities in order to be a sports talk radio host. Like it was a prerequisite that you can not only talk sports, but you got to expand beyond that. And I think he did that sort of organically because that's just who he was.
And it was all through a guy named Tony Salvador, who is an absolute legend. He was the one who was running that station at the time. And you had Pete Franklin, rest in peace, who was the old school East Coast, like flushing callers, including Guru. Guru would call into Pete and get flushed. And you had Gary kind of doing the, like you're saying, semi-pop culture, semi-sports, and then you had the Razor and Mr. T in the afternoon with Ralph Barbieri with his unbelievably unique voice and Tom Tolbert, the beloved former NBA player. So it really was the first Bay Area station that was a number of different things all at the same time. And yeah, Gary was a big part of it. He did mornings for a while. He did 9 to noon, and Tony Bruin would join him. And yeah, that was really kind of the salad days for that station.
They drove the lead car. Now it's a joke. It's like intern hour over there. It's all nepotism. No, I shouldn't go there. Whatever.
That's actually better coming from you.
You better be careful.
Let's get back to them Golden State Warriors. The Warriors who coming high, I think you just need to there's wins that the Warriors have stacked up because I do this show from 9 to 12 called Warriors This Week.
Oh, I've heard of it.
We talk about the Warriors, just about every victory, and I'm telling you, I have charted every one of these wins, and some land a little bit differently, and I'm telling you last night, because it wasn't all Steph, it wasn't all Jimmy Butler, but it was more about the team, the collective, and I think that there's actually something that we can buy into. I know you're so focused on Dallas and they suck, and you're wrong.
It was fine.
I want to get to a caller.
Do it.
All right? Steel Toe out in San Mateo. What's going on, Steel Toe? By the way, where the hell were you the other night when I had 4 hours by myself and nobody called?
Oh, yeah. I was, kind of doing something on the side. You know what I'm saying? But
I don't know what you're saying. What were you doing on the side?
Oh, man. You want me to reveal my secret to you?
No, not if it's going to get me in trouble.
I'm just calling to say, I think we could kind of change things up and fix the game all around since, that Bozo the Clown commission is trying to change something with the draft. I think we should try to – what do you guys think about getting rid of the three-point line and we could find out who's the real athlete, who's the real head coach is here, get rid of the nonsense of that three-point line. I want to see some athletes. I want to see stiffs shooting threes. You know what I'm saying? Well, what do you guys think about that, getting rid of that three-point line? Thank you.
It's not going to happen, but I like the notion of the three-pointer. Let's make the three-pointer great again. And I'm not trying to borrow from other slogans or jargon, but if we made the corner three an actual three, Dan, I do think that would get some of these jokers off of just being able to be, and this is not an indictment of Quentin Post because he actually was showing – yesterday, he had a couple of moves.
When's the last time he made
put it
one?
on the deck? It doesn't matter, but Quentin Post is not just one of these big stiffs who goes to the corner and just waits with his hands up, waiting for a...
That's exactly who he is.
Did you not watch the game yesterday?
I saw it.
He had a play where he got the ball. There was a little pumpernickel, two-handed lefty dribble into the mid-range. Quentin Post, you can't stop him. I mean, you can.
It wasn't a mid-range.
Whatever it was like a little lefty, little bunny, little bun.
Dub Nation, it's Quentin Post.
Yeah. Hey, Dibs, your picks a stink. Make the corner three like the other threes. Widen the court. Make the three count again. Do you know who's the all-time leader in three-point field goal percentage? And do you know why?
Chris Ford. I know he hit the first three.
Correct.
Are we doing... buy or sell, higher or lower?
Higher or lower coming up today, 5:15. The answer is Steve Kerr. And the reason why he's...
Don't give me rhetorical. Just say Steve Kerr.
The answer is Steve Kerr, Dan. And the reason why he's the all-time leader is because in the 3 years where the three-pointer was 21 feet flat, Kerr went off. He shot, I think, 52% one year from three.
Really?
It was gaudy.
Wow.
And so make the three matter again. Widen the court. Make the corner three... What is it, 23-9?
Yeah.
Make it all 23-9. And then we'll see how many of these big stiffs can actually shoot
But
it.
see, I think something's changing here. You know how things are cyclical in sports, especially in basketball? I think that was an argument or was a conversation that we could have had maybe a year ago, 2 years ago. If you look closely now at the NBA, the mid-range is coming back. The mid-range is, and teams are not as reliant on the threes as they were even as close as a year ago. I do think that there is a shift, and you're not seeing teams nearly being shooting it or being as reliant on three as they have been. And the Warriors, I think, are a little slow to that party. And I don't think this idea that you have to address the three and everybody's got to shoot threes. Oklahoma, yes, but if you look the majority of the teams, including Houston, including Denver, they don't shoot it at the same sort of clip as we've seen in the past, and they're very successful. And the same could be applied to teams that are leading out in the East. And so I do think that we are actually seeing somewhat of a change in the way offenses and the teams are addressing the three-point line. It's not, it's not Daryl Morey, 5 guys out, a 6-foot and under league, and let's all shoot threes or layups or free throws.
And maybe that's the problem with the Warriors because that's how they play.
Exactly.
And they lead the association in 3-point shots attempted per game at 44, and that is a little bit down from Boston. I think Boston last year averaged about 50 threes a game, so you're right on the surface, and perhaps it's just, the Warriors who, they don't have the roster really to play the way Houston does, and you look at Houston, and they are 30th in threes attempted per game because you've got guys who can go to the basket. KD's not a three-point shooter. Şengün doesn't shoot threes. Thompson, your top 3 scorers, none of them really live at the three-point line. So maybe it's more of a Warrior problem, but when I watch games in the association too often, and maybe it's just because I'm watching mostly Warrior games, but too often it's, penetrate and don't try to finish, but penetrate
that kills me.
and just kick it out, to a guy who can catch and shoot.
The Warriors are one of the biggest culprits of that.
Yep.
Nothing frustrates me more. Can we play that game again of what bothers me, what pisses me off? Whatever.
Yeah.
It's just, how many times is Jimmy Butler, and I get it, Butler likes to pass, and that's sort of what gets him off, but I think that the Warriors, there's nothing more frustrating than when a guy like Jimmy Butler or a big, stay with me here, back in the day.
Oh, I love it.
If you were a big, and first of all, you're not playing 30 feet from the hoop, but let's just say if you have a step on a defender and you get to the, I saw Joel Embiid do this repeatedly last year and throughout the years where he's got to step to the hoop and he's 7 feet tall. Instead of getting to the rim and either getting fouled or throwing it down or just giving a little bunny, he's kicking to the corner for a Tobias Harris 3. I don't care what planet you live on or how many times we've played this game. There is no way in hell you're going to tell me that a center, a talented center who is 4 feet from the hoop, passing up that shot, it's a prudent decision or a more high percentage shot to give it to anybody on his team, and I don't care how frequently or how well they shoot the 3, that's a good decision. But for whatever reason, it's accepted. And we just, even the announcers, I'm appalled by the way they address this thing. It's just sort of like, oh, and a pass to the corner, he missed the 3, and we go back down the other way. It's like, no, what is it that I just witnessed? What's going on here? How does Jimmy Butler beat a guy to the rim and then think it's a good idea to kick to Podziemski in the corner for a 3? How does that happen repeatedly? And it's, again, I think it gets back to the culture. And until Steve Kerr, who is the most undisciplined head coach, puts his foot down and said, let's stop doing that. Let's not do that.
Well, they're not going to stop doing that, and it's built around Steph Curry. So when you no longer have Steph Curry, maybe you can play differently, but right now this is what your offense is built around.
But there's Steph, and then there's Podziemski, and there's a difference between those two when it comes to threes.
You need to take Podziemski's name out your mouth because he's actually playing very well of late, and if you want to look at three-point percentage, I believe he's still above 40%. The pod slander, I'm not here for the pod slander. He's actually playing very well this year, and he's shooting it pretty well. And so, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and allow you to cast aspersions.
He's got to lose the black high tops.
He's got to lose a lot in terms of the stylistic nature, but his game right now, recognized game, Devone.
No, he's playing well.
He's playing great.
No doubt.
Yeah, and so I'm more...
It has to be a little more sustainable, though.
And I'm more put off, like what you're saying about the Steve Kerr offense. I do think that a lot of that is Steph-centric, and when Steph's off the floor, do they play different? Sure, a little bit, but think about a Jimmy drive to the hoop. At best, it's going to be 2 points. At really best, it'll be 2 and 1, which is a 2.7 because he's shooting 70%. Or you kick it to Pods, and it's a 0 or a 3. So the whole idea of 3 being greater than 2 with this team, I think it's the way they have to play.
Yeah, but when you have an opportunity at a bunny, like that's a little frustrating. And you're passing up dunks. It doesn't make any sense. And I just think philosophically, for whatever reason, it's been sort of accepted as the norm. And I'm like, in what planet does this make sense? And it happens way too frequently. Yep. Just to get back to Pods, I know this is going to piss you off. I mean, I'm with you. He's playing so much better. But long term, Pat Spencer's a better player.
Stop it. Stop. I mean, stop.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Kind of. Yeah.
Whoa, Pasta. You serious? Let's not forget who brought you into this world.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Pasta, it's me, man. Your mentor, for crying out loud.
We're like family in here, Pasta. One paisan to another, right? Am I right?
Well, he's only half paisan, right, Pasta?
I'm full-blooded.
Oh, you are? All right.
I got to pick between you guys?
Nah, you can always pick Devone. He's a short timer. Let him leave today at 5:57.
That's why people love me, because they only see me once a week.
It's tremendous. That's why I give you like half a segment every Saturday and think this guy, see you next Saturday. Oh, wait. I'll see you on Friday. I think that Pat Spencer, he's been phenomenal. It's a great story. And by the way, he is 7 years older than Brandon Pajemski. So if you want to make the comparison, give Pods another 7 years to grow up and be a 29-year-old.
Right now.
Yeah, right now Pods is better. And he's playing better. And Pat Spencer's great in small doses. He's the Dan Devone of Golden State Warriors.
Here's why Pat Spencer
that's what we do.
And Dan Devone
set up my own joke
should get
right there.
a lot more time, right? Why both of them need a lot more run is because Pat Spencer.
Both on a two-way contract, by the way, also.
But very good with it. Unlike Pat Spencer, I'm good with what it is that I'm doing. Here's the thing with Pat Spencer as opposed to Pajemski is that he's a little more fluid. And I think you just, listen, it's not fair, these little fragmented where he gets a run and then goes back into the doghouse. Like, if you lean into him, put him in the rotation, I think that this guy, he gets into your offense, and it's much more smooth. He knows how to balance the floor. And he can get his own, and it's not as clunky. It's not all these kneecaps and elbows and left-handed scoop up and under sort of awkwardness. Like, Spencer, to me, is a point guard. And that's something that's lacking on this team. Steph is sort of a combo or two. Pat Spencer, and I know it sounds ridiculous because he had, that little run, but if you want to lean in on this guy, I'm telling you long term, and I know these things, that guy is a baller. And he is much better than long term. Well, I shouldn't say much better. I just think that he works better for what it is that the Warriors are looking for out of a true point, which I don't think Pajemski is. And Pajemski, again, I know that doesn't make a lot of sense because he's playing so well, and I don't mean to undermine any of that. I recognize it. I just need to see a longer body of work because he's done this before, and then he disappears. I do think that Spencer is the real deal. I do think that he needs a longer leash. Actually, I shouldn't say that because none of us have seen him play over an extended period of time, but I do believe that if we did, Pat Spencer would surprise a lot of people and be better than that of Pajemski.
If there were no DeAnthony Melton, I would kind of lean in your direction a little bit as far as what Pat should get or what Pat deserves to get. But Melton does everything that Pat Spencer does, and he does it a little bit better. Other than shoot, right now, Melton's not.
But he's a 2.
I'm kind of. I mean, when he's in there, you got Steph. Is Steph a 1? Steph's a 2. The whole numerology of the NBA really confuses me because Draymond Green, he is your 1 on offense, and he's your 5 on defense. So what does that make him? Your 3 based on a 1 and a 5 divided by 2? The whole thing is a little bit curious when you talk about this Warrior team. And so I think about Pods. He does more things well than Pat Spencer does.
Right now. But there's always going to be the other shoe that's going to drop with this guy. And you know that I like what it is that Steve Kerr says. Is like if you can get the ball out of his hands, we need to get the ball out of his hands. Because the one issue I have, and I think Steve Kerr would agree, is that he has a tendency just to stick. And then, he starts getting a little happy feet and it all, goes to hell. Stop paying attention because I'm getting ready for the read. Or am I a little early?
You're early.
Okay.
You're early. Just why don't you go ahead and do a pre-read? That way you can feel comfortable when you actually get to words and make sure that you can pronounce and read all those words. And I'll say this. Nice win over Dallas. Great. Sure. Fantastic. Dallas is not very good, and you're able to win a game at home that you're supposed to win. And now you go to Toronto, to Brooklyn, to Charlotte. Come home 3-0.
Well, you should.
Right. Okay.
Toronto's pretty good.
Yeah, fine. I mean, you do have rest, and then you have Brooklyn on the back-to-back, and then you've got Charlotte on New Year's Eve. And let me say this before Steve Kerr does, and I love Steve, but 3 games in 4 nights in 3 cities. I mean, so already Al Horford won't play Sunday and Monday, and you've got, older guys, who's going to rest when, and, the travel and all the rest of it. Don't get me started on customs because you got to go through customs twice. So, yeah, 3 games in 4 nights in 3 cities in 2 countries. The excuses are built in. If you're for real, you go 3-0 on this trip.
I don't know if they're for real. I'm just telling you that there are more positive signs out of last night's win and the previous win than we've seen all year long. Aside from that, of the 4-1 start to the year. Like, that was when they beat the Lakers, the first game of the season. Steph had like 23, which is sort of pedestrian for him. But I think Kaminga chipped in like 17 or 18. Butler had 27 or what have you. And I'm like, oh, wow. The 20, 25, 26 Warriors, this is something you can buy into. And they're actually reverting back to that for the first time. There's been this sort of
now, yeah.
ugly. Well, yeah, I'm just saying.
Well, they're 3-0 in their last 3. They're 3-3 in their last 6. They are 5-3 in their last 8, and they're 5-5 in their last 10. So it depends on what you want to look at, and even beyond that, they're 6-6. They're 7-7 in their last 14. They are this team. You are what your record says you are, Devone.
Bill Parcells?
I believe that.
Or Denny Green?
It's Parcells, and my partner, my regular partner, not my current partner, who he's growing on me, I'll be honest. Willard hates that expression.
Hates what?
You are what your record says you are.
I kind of like it.
This Warrior team is 16-15. That's the kind of team they are.
Okay, shh. Time for me to read.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan DeVoe. No glasses. Almost 60 with no glasses.
We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And we are sponsored by Saramonte Ford. Bay Area heads up. The Ford Final Days year-end sales event is on. Now at Saramonte Ford. Get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on new 2025 Fords, plus 0% APR for 60 months on F-150, Explorer, Escape, Mach-E, Lightning, and Super Duty. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Ends January 2nd. Saramonte Ford, right off 280 or online at SaramonteFord.com. Nailed it!
That's a 4.
We'll be back right after this.
Yay! Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. Got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you
recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
Historic ones.
For 4,000 for Stephen Curry.
Joyful ones.
My joy back, as some would say.
Winning ones. The moment needs you to manifest it, to chase it, and put the opponent to sleep.
All the way down the floor.
Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the Rivers Island guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. We have no guests. Usually I listen to these guys in every 30 seconds. Let's go out and talk to whomever.
Oh, not us. Not us usually. Like, no? We'll get Cosell usually on Tuesdays. We've got Mongo, John Feliciano. I don't know if you've heard much of the Mongo, former Niner offensive lineman. You talk about a guy who likes to swear. He'll cuss it up.
I tried to bring him on when I did the solo. I asked Lucas, I'm like, he tried to give me Greg Cosell. Cosell's not on any longer, right? And I was like, that's not really my style, man. I don't need Cosell. That's a Dibs thing. They can break things down technically.
We do Mark Schlereth Stink every couple of weeks, and we do Steve Kerr on the weekly, although not this week because of the holidays. And we were hoping to get him on Tuesday, which was the day after the what I like to call Shoutgate, when he was apparently shouting and he and Draymond going back and forth. But Steve Kerr decided to take an early holiday, which is great. So
yeah, I wanted Joe Feliciano, not to be confused with Jose, which, by the way, is during this Christmas season the best sort of Christmas song jingle.
Jose Feliciano. Yeah, Feliz Navidad.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, can we get an opportunity, Pasta? Any excuse to play Feliz Navidad? Thank you very much.
I might actually have that. Stand by.
All right. So, a couple of things before we move off of the Golden State Warriors. Do you want to talk Jonathan Kaminga? Where are we at with that? Is it even a story any longer?
It's not. I mean, I was channeling my inner Dave Fleming. Go on, because he's either gone off the team or gone out of the rotation, and we could talk about whether or not it's a shame or they did him wrong or he overplayed his hand or whatever we want to go through with all of the Kaminga. And our joke on this show, Dan, is that all roads lead to Kaminga. So here we are, and we're following the road, and it leads to Kaminga. And, you know, they're winning right now, so nobody really is that worried about him not getting minutes.
Well, let me ask you this. How's it going to end? He's traded, right?
He has to be.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen, I think, is that he's going to get traded, and they're going to get maybe not pennies on the dollar, but nickels on the dollar.
But isn't that their undoing? Because they could control that narrative.
They could, and you could argue that they should, but there's a couple different things at play here. One, I think that the front office wants to quote, get something for the asset, which is why they signed him to that deal. That way they can trade the contract, much like they did Jordan Poole, where they signed him, and then a year later the contract was about to kick in, and they traded him after the league year. That way they could recoup that salary spot. This is what is going to happen here. So are you going to get like a $24 million player who's really good and ready to help you? Probably not. You're going to get somebody else's detritus.
Detritus. Hello.
Detritus.
Okay, Pasta, you want to look that one up?
That's like leftovers.
That's Yiddish is what it is.
Uh-huh.
That's right, your wife is...
Yes, and I'm now Jewish, as I like to say.
So do you...
She's a Jew, and I'm Jewish.
Is there Shabbat on Friday nights?
No, but we definitely rocked the menorah. We were 8 for 8 on lighting them candles.
Let me just tell you,
there were some dreidels that took place.
For your wife,
there were latkes.
Latkes, good stuff. Kugel, have you had Kugel?
I don't think so.
Okay.
You got to Kugel it.
You're not really Jewish, but if you don't know what Kugel is, but that's okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. OG. You live in New York, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You got an inside track.
So thank you very much. And I have been to Shabbat. And let me just tell you to my friends out in New York and to your wife as well, because I'm assuming she's been to her share of Shabbats.
Oh, yeah.
Manischewitz is the worst thing I've ever put down my throat.
I've never even thought about eating gefilte fish. I look at it in the grocery store in the, it's Safeway. It's in the ethnic foods aisle, which I always thought to be a little curious. Like, we're just going to lump everyone into one aisle, but it's neither here nor there. I love Safeway, but I look at the gefilte in a jar, and I think that's going to be a no for me, Rabbi.
Well, Manischewitz is the wine.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Do you drink, by the way, or do you... you strike me as a guy that doesn't.
Right, yeah. Never have.
Really?
I'm drunk right now, Devone.
God, I was scared. I don't trust people that don't drink. Unless, of course,
you're probably at like a glass of wine 3 days a week.
No,
your body is a freaking temple.
I'm sort of feast or famine. But when I go hard, I'll go hard.
Okay.
I'll throw them down with you.
I mean, because a guy your age, you're in phenomenal shape.
Evan Giddings, how long, Poss, has he been trying to get me out? He's like, Devone, come on, we got to go do something. And I took him out, and I just crushed him.
Oh.
He petered out at midnight.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty much every day that Evan's with Dan, that's kind of an ask of Evan to go out with Dan. It's on his bucket list for sure.
And so I took him up on it, and he couldn't roll to the Balboa Cafe at 1 a.m.
Balboa Cafe,
Thank you very much.
Shout out the bus stop, too. And the Triangle, I don't even know when you came out here to the city,
You really want to go Triangle with me?
I'm going to throw the Triangle and just based on like it had to be like 1991, 90, when I was still living over across the Golden Gate, and we'd make a run to the Triangle,
right?
And there was action, brother.
Well, the Triangle, I don't think is the Triangle any longer.
I don't think
there's
so.
Just the Balboa Cafe, and I don't know what were the three? Was it the Golden Gate Grill?
I think so.
What was the other one? Pure Street Annex?
That sounds right.
Okay.
Yeah, these are not places that I knew as much by name as I did by, like, we're going to the Triangle, and there was action.
Yeah. Just to date myself, so I was out with Ev the other night, and I said, well, let's go over to the Chestnut Street Bar and Grill and get one. Apparently that hasn't been around in the last decade plus.
Boy.
So anyways.
Anyhow.
All right, so the Golden State, before we move off on the Golden State Warriors, another guy that I just wanted to sort of highlight. So we're done with Jonathan Kaminga. I just think it's weird. It's just gotten to a place now where we went from the contract, that's all everybody talked about, and then he started well, and we're like, oh, God, this is working. And now we're here. Like, I just think this has just been very bizarre.
Yeah.
The entire episode to where he's healthy DMP'd. I mean, is he really that bad? Or is there something that we're just not privy to?
Both. I don't think that he's really that bad, but the thing that struck me, and Willard and I talked about it, where Steve Kerr came out after a couple DNPs and said, yeah, Jonathan's been doing great. He's been doing all the right things. He's been working hard, and he's back in the rotation. He played 9 minutes. 9 minutes and 23 seconds, and then he hasn't played since. So he came back, and he kind of got like a little baby cup of coffee, like one of those mini espressos cup of coffee. And he wasn't great. I don't think that he was terrible, but that was it. No more Kaminga minutes. So that to me is the curious part of it where, he's healthy and he's not playing. And now it's fine because you're winning, but are you going to get...
Yeah, I think a lot of this is obviously on Jonathan Kaminga, but Steve Kerr, I think, and he's admitted as much, that it's been sort of a little curious as to the yo-yoing back and forth, in and out of the doghouse, play well, but then all of a sudden we don't see you. And the one thing that, and you can even see it with TJD, and I heard this, and this, I hate that he qualified this last night. And he said, TJD's playing well, so we got to get him minutes. Like, TJD to me has always played well. Every time he gets run, he is something that the Warriors don't have, and that is energy, a young big, and a big that can run the floor, somebody you can go pick and roll with, somebody that you can alley-oop off the break, which you never see. But Podziemski fed him perfectly, and he loves... See, the one thing about an older team is that they don't like to run. Like, they conserve energy. And it's not necessarily load management and they're not playing, but they pick and choose. Older players, and LeBron is the best at this, they pick and choose their spots throughout the course of a game, right? So that they have their legs in the fourth quarter. And as a result, you miss out on opportunities, whereas young guys, the minute they get on the floor, Podziemski's hair's on fire. He'll go the full 48 minutes if you let him, right? He'll go end line to end line. But the one thing about TJD is that he's energy, he's springy, he's always active around the boards, he rim protects, he's something that you just simply don't have. But again, Steve Kerr qualifies it that he has to play well, whatever well is deemed in the eyes of Steve Kerr to get run. And I'm just like, nah, just lean on the guy. Put him in the rotation, and that's it.
Just depends on who you have him out there with, because the problem with the Warriors is you're going to be a very three-point heavy team. We know that. And whether you agree with the approach or not, that's the approach that they're going to take. So when you have Jimmy, who doesn't shoot a lot of threes, and Draymond, please stop shooting threes, and then you get to TJD, he doesn't really shoot the three. You start to get a lot of guys in your rotation who don't shoot threes, or you don't want to shoot the three. So then you kind of have to balance out their minutes. And so I think TJD yesterday, that's a great spot where that's exactly where you want him. 10 to 15 minutes, like you're saying, run the floor, rim run, alley-oop, defend a little bit, go ahead and grab rebounds, mess things up defensively. That's the role that he needs to play.
And then all of a sudden, the center position, as I said at the top of the show, makes sense. Because now you have what it is that you just described at TJD, which is something that you don't have with the other two bigs. And now you stretch it with Al Horford and Quentin Post. I know you're big on Quentin Post, but when's the last time that guy made a three? Like last year?
Oh, it hasn't been that long. That's mean-spirited, but I get what you're saying. He was on fire early, but to your point about the center position, last night you had Quentin for 13.5. You had TJD for 12.5. That's 26. You had Al for 11. That's 37.5. So Draymond only played about 10 minutes at the 5. And if this team's going to do anything, you need to limit Draymond's minutes at the 5.
We have a friend of yours on the line, apparently.
Oh,
is this your sister?
We're going to find out. I can't see the board.
All right.
Why don't you do the legal before we, oh, jeez.
Am
I getting double pay today?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KG. I told you, man, to come sit over here at the beginning of the show. Literally, we were fighting over this. Like, let me sit there. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, in Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors, and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I think I know who this guy is. First name, Mark.
Oh.
Legend.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Legend.
I'm just stoked that you got to read right.
He's serious. I mean, that kind of hurts, bro. Seriously.
Oh, there it is.
Let's get out to my man.
Let's do it.
Mark, who's standing by. He's friends with Dibs. Mark, who are you, my man?
I'm a friend of both of you. I hope, What? Both of you. How's it going, guys?
So this is the one and only Mark Ibanez?
Yes. I am. I'm gonna take the blame for that right off the bat.
The pride of Sanderfeld High School. I love it. We're doing great, Mark. Thank you for calling in. Man,
the
it's an honor.
real sportscaster this market has ever seen.
That hurts.
Now it's just these homogenous. Oh no, wait. Is Beal still doing sports?
I think so.
Okay. Other than that, it's just a bunch of coconuts that you can't distinguish one from the next. Like back when I was growing up, it's like, do I watch Ibanez? Do I go to Radish? But you knew who they were, right?
Right.
Like they were. Like he has a style, and
Joe Fonzie, Fred Inglis,
right? And now it's just like I don't know what the hell this is.
Well, let's just say it's a changing landscape from when we were doing it. But, the thing that got me to call in is I loved hearing the talk about Gary Radnich, who another friend and, obviously legendary. And the thing that stoked me up is to hear him being given credit for kind of getting away from the nuts and bolts of sports and putting the, humorous, lighthearted, it's not life or death aspect into it on a nightly basis. So I think he deserves a major tip of the cap for that. And he needs to know he's not forgotten out there. So love Gary. And you worked with him pretty closely, right, Dan Dibley?
Yeah, without a doubt, for about 5.5 years. And I actually was able to talk to him about 5 months ago, and he's doing great. And he's living his best life, where I think that his youngest son is a senior, so they've got time in the South Bay, and he also, of course, is bebopping to other properties that he may or may not have. So Gary's doing awesome, as you are, Mark, in retirement.
Yeah, I like, I miss the people. And as a retired guy, just heard, I'm stealing this line, he said, I don't miss the circus, but I do miss a few of the clowns. So, that pretty much describes it. I do miss hanging out in the sports department and going to the games from time to time. But, it's kind of nice not wearing a watch and not getting that little butterfly in the stomach at 10:52 every night. It's nice. I like it. Up in Napa these days, guys.
Oh, it's so good.
Hey, Mark, were you in the market before Radnich, or did you precede Radnich, or how did that work out?
If memory serves, I started in 1979, and I was the weekend guy behind Gary Park, and I don't believe Gary was in the market quite yet. I think early 80s for Gary, and Joe Fonzie was down in Salinas, and then he came up to Channel 5 in the early 80s too. So 43 years total for me.
Wow.
At Channel 2.
So, Mark, when he came on board, and I'm talking about Radnich, and he had this unique style, were you at the time, and the rest of the sportscasters, were you like, whoa, who is this guy? Like, what's going on here? Did it really sort of stand out? Because it was sort of a little bit unconventional, to say the least?
Yeah, I thought so. And truth be told, it probably took me a little while to warm up to it, because at Channel 2, and so both of you guys, I take it, grew up here from way back when, and enough to know that Channel 2 was very much nuts and bolts, no nonsense with the news. And if you did, in those early days, try and throw in a little bit of humor, I'll never forget this. I thought I said a couple of funny things during the sportscast, and at least the cameramen and the producers were laughing. And we go off the air, and Dennis Richmond, you remember him?
Oh, yeah.
He looks at me and he goes, and Dennis gives me that hardcore stare, and he goes, "So we're doing funny sports now, huh?" And let's just say that threw me back a few months and inhibited me a little bit, but I learned so much from Dennis, that he was definitely a mentor to me and the big brother I never had. But I wish you guys could see Dennis's face the first time I ever showed up on the set, just wearing shorts, because you couldn't see under the desk. So I had a habit, as people who worked with me know, of not really being a fan of wearing a suit. And so Dennis just gave me that stare, and he was a military guy, man. And he gave me a look that just basically said, "Oh, no, hell no, you're not wearing shorts on my set." So, he taught me a lot about being a professional, but at the same time, you have to grow into, you guys know this from having been in the business a long time, you can't fake it. You can't have a shtick for too long. Eventually, you have to be yourself, and people are going to like it or not. And I, garnered enough respect from Dennis over the years where he let me kind of like express myself and be a little more opinionated and funny from time to time, or try to be, I should say. But definitely so happy to have been able to be a sportscaster during that era. If you think about it, man, I came in right before the Niners got really good, got to go to all their Super Bowls, and obviously the Giants and the Warriors got in at retired at the tail end in 22 of the Warriors' last championship. So it's been a pretty perfect time to have worked in the Bay Area sports-wise,
Yeah, it's Mark Ibanez here on 95.7 The Game with Double Dan. So I guess we can kind of blame you for the demise of the local teams. You retire, now we don't win championships, huh, Mark? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know what I wish I could lose? And I honestly think this is one of the secrets to lasting over the years is I grew up, as you know, Dan, in San Rafael, and I loved the local teams, like since I was a little kid. And I wish in retirement I could lose my ability, if you want to call it that. I wish I wouldn't get nervous watching these games. Like, it's ridiculous. I'm a grown man. Why am I getting nervous down the stretch of these games? But I think listeners and viewers, they kind of realize that this guy really cares about these teams. And I think they could get people who'd go, man, I could tell you were really ticked off at the Giants last night. I'm like, yeah, you're right. It ticked me off in a big way, and in a way, I think viewers and listeners always can kind of tell if you have a little skin in the game emotionally. And I think that was always a difference for me. And I strayed, walked that fine line between, I didn't want to be a homer, but I kind of, was being sincere about it. It wasn't like I got a job in L.A. and pretended to like the Dodgers. You know what I mean? It was real, and I veered off, but hopefully I didn't go total homer on people either, too.
Was it KTVU? I'm almost certain it was, when Will Clark in his rookie year, after they won, where they clinched. And was that you, or was that Gary Park, where he just started dropping F-bombs and expletives?
Yeah, no, that was definitely Gary Park. He was in the clubhouse after they won that, and Will, I think he was a rookie, right? Or I think that was his second year. No, he came up in
Mark,
86.
you know why it was his rookie? You know why I remember this? Because I've seen this on YouTube. It's because he said, I've waited my whole damn career for this, and he was a rookie.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. He's waited, not very long. But anyway, he's dropping F-bombs on live television, and Gary Park just looks at him very calmly, professional that he was, and he goes, "You're over-modulating, Will." Take a hint, pal. You're going overboard, and that was a classic moment in Bay Area television. Sure.
Just one more, Mark, before we let you go. Just an actual sports take, because you mentioned how you watch all this and you're so locked in. The Warriors, they're up and down. They're coming off of 3 straight wins. Are you seeing them as a team that turned the corner, or are they really just a 500 club no matter what?
I think you're seeing what you're seeing, and it's real. I think they've obviously had a fantastic run, and I heard this line. It wasn't meant to be, directed at the Warriors, but when you have success over a long period of time, doesn't matter what the subject is or what the team, it tends to bring on amnesia. In other words, I think a lot of fans, because of the success, they have amnesia with regard to how this team was, and you guys lived through it, the down years, to say the least, and people are getting so uptight and upset about what's going on, and I just kind of remind myself, this has been such a great decade of Warrior basketball, but I lived through the Joe Barely Kerr years and all of that stuff. And I think that you just have to keep that in mind. In other words, what I'm trying to say nicely is the dominant era is over. they're back to normal in that they're going to have to scrap to make a playoff slot. They're going to have to set their sights a little bit lower, and the fans are going to need to adjust to that. This is no longer a dominant team, and they're not going to be dominating, but they have a chance to be really entertaining and kind of like last year, make it into the playoffs, do some damage, and you never know, and then you roll the dice and good stuff can happen. But let's not forget how bad things were where the playoffs weren't even a question, before the whole Steph era began.
Mark, thanks so much for joining us, man. It was a surprise, but you just made our day.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Merry Christmas to you guys. I really, I'm running errands today. I actually went into a parking lot of a well-known department store, and I said, "Oh no, I'm not taking these back today." It was mayhem in the parking lot. Everybody returning stuff. So I was listening to you on the way over to Corte Madera, and thought I'd wish you guys a belated Merry Christmas, and hope you guys have a great year. And I like listening to your show, Dan DeBone, on weekends too. When is it? It's on 1 to 4, isn't it?
Oh, that's my guy, Yvonne.
Seriously, Mark?
Get silent.
Really? Wow. That hurts, man. That hurts.
That was great.
Mark, thanks so much for joining us, man. Good stuff. There was a guy, by the way, I have friends too on my phone.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so a guy by the name, we all know Dave Gingona.
I love Dave Gingona.
He just hit me up and asked if we were there at the same time. We were not. Because Gingona, I interned over there.
At Cron?
Yeah, way back, mid-90s.
Really?
Yeah.
In other words, were you and I there at the same time, or you
we gotta go.
and he? Because
no, I know him, so he was asking if I knew you from KRON.
That's crazy, because I was there in the same time.
Were you doing an internship?
I'll tell you all about it on the other side.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Why'd I open up that can of worms? We are sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. Back with Dan DeBone and Dan Dibley after this.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville, or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The holiday season is a time of giving, and for the 17th year in a row, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to give back. From now until January 2nd, get a great vehicle and support a great cause. Because with every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru and Stevens Creek Subaru are donating a minimum of $325 to charity during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, happening now at Stevens Creek Subaru. And if that's not enough, buy or lease any new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru until December 31st and receive 2 Sierra at Tahoe season passes from Stevens Creek Subaru. So you get a great deal on a new Subaru, get 2 free season passes to Sierra at Tahoe, and help some great charities at the same time. It's a win-win-win at Stevens Creek Subaru. Located on Stevens Creek Boulevard near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or WedgwoodHomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
In San Francisco, windy periods of rain and a high of 60 degrees.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com.
At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
We can't do lyrics?
No.
It's a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Keep it going. Keep it going.
A Football Friday.
Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Turn that up, Pasta. Feliz Navidad. I'm going to get out of this chair. How many people are watching at home want to see Dan Avone just cut this out? This is good stuff. Yeah, no, we need the lyrics. All right.
You could offer them. You apparently are some sort of Jose Feliciano expert.
Feliciano.
Hey, you called John Joe earlier. Don't correct me.
What did I call him?
You called him Joe Feliciano. It's John.
Oh, is it really?
I was going to correct him, but I kind of wanted him to do it again so somebody else would.
I kind of did too, but now when he's coming down my road, I got to re-road his road.
Good thing he didn't come on the show the other day then. All right, stay where you are,
Mongo.
Joe. Is it, why Mongo? Because he swears?
No, because he's gigantic and he looks like a Mongo.
All right. Well,
all right.
Let's just segue into
blow me off with that.
Perfect.
Oh, all right.
Perfect segue into the 49ers, right? We done with the Warriors?
Sure.
All right.
Let's talk about anything. I love it.
Let's go into them San Francisco 49ers. I think that the Chicago Bears, I don't know what to think about the Bears. Seriously.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
Well, that's Denny
and we let
Green.
them off the hook.
That was Denny Green.
Yeah, one of the all-time great rants.
At that time. That was Matt Leinert's debut.
Oh, God.
Against the Phoenix Cardinals, yeah.
Matt Leinart.
Denny Green, a former Stanford head coach.
Thank you.
Former Northwestern. You couldn't go Northwestern, could you?
I probably wouldn't have pulled that out.
Yeah, Northwestern.
Yep.
Buck stops there. You got anything else, Denny Green?
Great mustache.
Yeah. He looked like somebody.
He looked like Denny Green.
No, there was somebody else.
Rest in peace.
No, actually, he looked like one of the Eddie Murphy characters. What was Eddie Murphy played like 8 different characters? What movie was that?
Not the Clumps.
He looked like the dad of the Clumps. Yeah, he was the dad.
Huh. All right.
No?
I'm not sure if I've ever seen that. I'm not sure if I can really place that character as it relates to Denny Green. But yeah, the Bears are who we thought they were, Dan.
Well, the Bears are, I don't know whether they're lucky. I won't throw that word out there again, but this is a team that's been very fortunate. I mean, there's some things that have bounced their way, not only in one game, but a succession of games. And so I'm a firm believer that if you get separation early in a game, or if you can run away and hide like the 49ers did against Indianapolis, to me, that's a little bit more legitimate. There's more credibility in your wins when you're doing that as opposed to what it is that the Bears are doing. So I think that there might be some serious holes on this team that just have not been exploited. And again, I'm a law of averages kind of guy. And I think at some point this stuff comes up and bites you in the ass.
But when do the law of averages come home to roost? And this is where the idea of luck and law of averages, and the one thing that we know historically that is not sustainable is turnover differential. And the Bears' turnover differential is by far and away the best in football. So does that change on Sunday night? Does it not change until next September? Like, at what point does the law of averages come home to roost? And that's where things like that and what you're talking about with quote-unquote luck and the rest of it, you get 60 minutes of football, us against you, and who goes out there and plays better? And I think about yesterday with Minnesota and Detroit. Minnesota had, 4 yards passing net, and they won by 2 scores over Detroit because Jared Goff couldn't stop giving the ball to the other team.
A lot of people felt, and you'll hear this from time to time from people who don't really get into it or look at the numbers or the stats, that Jared Goff and Brock Purdy, Jared Goff, better quarterback, as good of a quarterback. If not, I bet the consensus around the country, if you were to say, who's a better quarterback, Jared Goff or Brock Purdy, the majority of the people would pick Jared Goff, and they're not even close statistically.
Right, and you would say that like back in August, but would you say it now?
No.
And this is where this conversation it drives me a little bit crazy because everything is so contextual because Jared Goff no longer has Ben Johnson as his offensive coordinator. The coordinator that they brought in, who I can't even name, he lost his play calling duties halfway through the year, and Dan Campbell, we're biting kneecaps, we're going to go for it on 4th down. He took over. So you go from one of the best play callers in football to a guy who lost his gig basically halfway through the year. So Jared Goff takes a step back. Are we surprised? Meanwhile, Brock Purdy has Kyle Shanahan. And the big knock on Brock was, Brock can't do it unless he has A1 talent all around him. And this year he's got Demarcus Robinson, he's got Sky Moore, he's got Kendrick Bourne off the scrap heap, and Juwan Jennings. So that argument goes to the side. For me, it's really about your play caller, your offensive mind, and your quarterback. That, to me, is much more of an important marriage than who is a better quarterback.
I mean, doesn't that apply to Mac Jones and Sam Darnold?
Absolutely.
When you think about Mac Jones coming into the league. And
think about Sam Darnold last year. When he went to Minnesota with a great offensive mind and good skill guys around him, he had a phenomenal year. This year, they're more of a defensive team. They've got Smith and Jigba as a receiver. They can't run the ball. And their head coach is a defensive-minded guy. So Sam Darnold's not as good this year.
Well, he's pretty good.
But he's not as good as he was last year.
That's true.
And I do think that we have to think about that in terms of context always when it comes to quarterbacks.
Yeah, especially if you're someone like that as Sam Darnold. You come out number 3, and the worst thing that could happen to anybody is you go to the New York Jets. And Adam Gase was the head coach at the time. I don't know if you remember Adam Gase's introductory press conference Like his eyes were going.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
That was pretty strange, yeah. And then he goes from there to Matt Rule in Carolina, so it's going from bad to worse. But that's the thing about Shanahan, where he sees something in these guys. They're like, I can work with that. Like there's an aptitude that he recognized, and that's why Kyle Shanahan is who he is. When you think about it, and maybe they learned the hard way, there's not a big difference between the Washington Commanders and that of the San Francisco 49ers. Although the Commanders are 5-12 as opposed to a team a year ago that went to the NFC Championship game. But they lost their quarterback. They lost Zach Ertz. They lost Austin Eckler. They've suffered injuries, but so have the Niners.
Yep.
But look at the Niners. The Niners are heading the other direction. They're about to go to the potentially the NFC Championship. At least it's in the conversation. And meanwhile, Washington is so bad. Well, why is that? And I think a lot of it is Dan Quinn versus Kyle Shanahan.
Agreed. And also, I think when you look at the skill position players around Washington versus the Niners have Christian McCaffrey. And you mentioned, Washington lost Eckler, and they've had to go to less experienced running backs as a result. And, wide receiver-wise, Terry McLaurin missed games. Deebo Samuel's not really a one anymore. But, yeah, it comes down to a lot of things. And it's scheme, it's personnel, and it's the quarterbacking. And that's why back in March, on day one of free agency, when the Niners went out and they signed Mac Jones, I said at the time, this is a brilliant move, just in case something were to happen to Brock Purdy. And by the way, something happened to Brock Purdy. You brought in a backup who was a legitimate, highly drafted backup who might be able to thrive in the system.
Well, I throw love to Mac Jones. And I think anytime we talk about the 49ers and the position they're currently in, you have to recognize what it is that Mac Jones did. You're not here without him.
Right.
And let's not forget that Mac Jones, when he was a quarterback of this team, had no offensive line, had no one to throw to. He had Christian McCaffrey. There wasn't even Kittle. And he lost everybody on defense. And I don't know literally why he's still alive after that Rams game. Like, not only did he get punished, but he won that thing. And I don't think Brock Purdy wins you that football game. I'm not going after Brock Purdy. I'm just saying that when we retell the story, should the 49ers get to a bowl this year and finally win that thing under Kyle Shanahan, let's not forget to recognize one Mac Jones, because Mac Jones, he plays a huge role in the success of the 49ers this year.
Well, that was the game, honestly. That was the game that...
And Atlanta, too.
Sure, but Atlanta, I mean, you were able to kind of control that game from the outset for the most part. The Ram game, and it's funny because you talked about luck, and I don't believe in luck, and that game you had a Blake Corum fumble, you had a punch out at the goal line, and then Sean McVegas goes for it on 4th and 1 in overtime instead of, tying the game up with a field goal, and you got to stop. So the 49ers, when plays needed to be made, they made the plays because the Rams are going to go in and score a touchdown and take the lead late in that game, but you got a punch out at the 1 yard line. And so is that luck or is that skill? To me, it's skill, and I think it was Alfred Collins who fought off a double team and didn't give up on the play and was able to fight back through and get the hand down on the football and punch that thing out at the goal line. So that's not luck to me. That is your guy coming through with a big-time play in a big-time moment. So, yeah, can the Bears continue to get, quote-unquote, lucky and recovering an onside kick and winning other games late that are semi-flukish? Maybe they can't, but at the same time, you have to make plays in these games to win.
You do, but when you're reliant on comebacks and you're reliant on recovering onside kicks, which never happens in 2025, listen, I'm always reminded that the ball's oval. So a turnover means that, okay, you're fortuitous, maybe you're not lucky, but that thing, who the hell knows where that thing's going? Unless you have a Peanut Tillman that's doing his thing.
Yeah, Fred Warner's a guy who does it a lot now. That's
skill. But if you're winning the turnovers and you're winning because of turnovers, that's just telling me that that oval thing is bouncing your way more often than not. And again, to get back to the law of averages, at some point it's going in the other direction.
But at what point? And that's where you're not wrong, law of averages, but it doesn't mean that it has to happen this Sunday or even this year. The law of averages eventually kind of work their way out. And think about this, the game against the Colts. Brock Purdy drops back, and he is pressured, and he's hit, and the ball flies out of his hand. It's a fumble, but Luke Farrell happens to be just kind of cruising by. I don't know if he was waiting for an Uber or if he was just going in motion, but he picked that thing right out of the air and got 3 yards. That is fortuitous. And you could say that that's luck, or you could say that's a guy who was, aware and made a play and was able to keep a possession alive.
You want to know why Luke Farrell was there? Because he got his ass beat by the guy that
and he was chasing,
Brock Purdy. So he was just
Brock,
trailing
look out!
the play. Right?
Run, Brock!
No, I get what you're saying. I think that the more games you play, eventually it's going to catch up with you. And that could be the case with the Chicago Bears. But there's no denying it's a good football team. They can run, right?
Yep.
And they're going to run right the hell at you. And I think that that's something that you're going to see a lot of, because a lot of people feel as though that the 49ers have to prove, although they did do a good job of shutting down Indianapolis in their running attack. And I think that they got sort of surprised maybe a little bit, not to take anything away from Phillip Rivers, but the fact that Phillip Rivers threw as often as he did, especially when they ran like 80% of the time in Phillip Rivers' in his inaugural return against the Seahawks. And then all of a sudden he's getting shotgun right from the jump. I think that sort of surprised the 49ers.
A little bit, yeah. And if you look at like the fortuitous nature of each season, the Bears' offense has only turned over 10 times. So you could talk about the defense and how many takeaways they have, and maybe some of that is good fortune, but the offense has been very Spartan, very prudent with keeping the football. The Niners' offense has 20 turnovers. The Rams have just 10. So that it's ultimately what decides a lot of these games, but I think in this one especially, the 49ers cannot afford to give the Bears extra possessions.
And this always gets back to, and I said this the other day, can you recall off the top of your head, all right, no looking down at your laptop or your computer, eyeball me. What movie was that? Was that, what was Richard Gere's movie in the military? You eyeball me, boy. You eyeballing me, boy.
Officer and a Gentleman?
Yeah, remember that? With Lou Gossett Jr.?
How old are you?
You don't remember Officer and a Gentleman?
Of course I do, but we're dealing with an audience of younger people. That movie came out in 1982.
No, it did not. Pasta, you're an old soul, my man. Do you have any knowledge when it comes to Officer and a Gentleman?
I feel like I'm an old soul, but not that old, unfortunately. So you don't have me.
You know what year that came out?
You're intimidating the hell out of him today. Usually he's in my hip pocket.
You know why? Because you need to be put in check, Devone.
What year? 82?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll wait.
But it's a classic, right?
I will wait.
What do you want, an apology?
You're damn right I do.
So he was saying, don't eyeball me. So this is where I was going with this.
All right.
Look at me.
82.
Heads up.
I'm looking right at you, Devone.
When you talk about the 49ers, no, I just saw you, man. You're
I was closing out the window.
Ready to, like, you and your keyboard, man. Just, can we just
My hands
talk?
are up. Yeah,
can we interface?
Just talk?
I mean, does everything have to be head down? Come on. You're from that generation. We've lost the ability to communicate.
We have.
Right?
We have.
So let's do it. You and I, right now, man.
Couple of double Ds born in the 60s.
Let's go. So here's the thing. When you talk about the 49ers, can you recall, as excited as we get about potentially going to the NFC Championship, a Super Bowl, is this the year? And I'm not throwing water on this, but can you recall the last time a team even went to a Super Bowl that did not have a guy who was coming off the edge, at least as a threat to sack the opposing quarterback? Has it ever happened?
For this team or any team?
Any team. In the history of the league. Can you recall?
I can't, but AI can if you give me a minute.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to do it.
Go ahead.
No, I'm trying to think back where...
Play with tickle your keyboard. It's over. We looked at each other for 10 whole seconds.
And you're a good-looking guy, so I'm not, sad about looking at you.
I mean...
I'm not remembering a team. And Mark Willard, who comes back on Monday, Willard and Dibs.
Maybe.
Yeah, although he might be getting pipped. And be more on that coming up in higher or lower. But we were trying to talk about whether or not defense wins championships. Can you remember a team that had just a mediocre or a subpar defense that won the whole thing? And it happens more now than it used to, because now, defense is kind of like almost unnecessary. But to answer your question, I cannot remember a team that didn't have at least a guy who can, wreck shop up front.
Just give me one. And it's usually somebody who's setting the edge. Like every team has at least one of those guys.
Yeah.
I looked at this statistically. I think the New York Giants, one of those years they got in as a wild card with Eli, that might have been the year that the New England Patriots were looking to set the record for the most wins or consecutive wins. They had statistically the worst defense. But you had Strahan coming up. That was Strahan's year.
Yep.
Right? But defensively, they were terrible. Their linebacking, the coverage was just mediocre at best. So I don't know that it's ever happened. Again, maybe this is the first. And the one thing I guess you could say about the 49ers defense, much like that of the Rams a year ago, is that they're young, but hopefully they're getting better. Because the Rams' defense was sort of mediocre. It got better, and then it was sort of this crescendo at the end of the season where they just destroyed Sam Darnold and the Minnesota Vikings. And now it is carried over to this year. So maybe you can bet on that scenario with the 49ers. They're young, yes. They weren't very good, but with every rep, with every play and every game, there's more experience, and they're going to hit a different stride come the postseason. I don't know.
It just depends on how you go about playing these games. And the one thing that I have been tracking throughout the year and actually throughout Shanahan's career, two things. One, when they win the time of possession battle, they win all the time. And when they rush the ball 30 times or more, they're 8-0 this year. And also, when they have the lead at the half, they're 10-0. So this Shanahan team is built one particular way. They're built to get the lead, at least by halftime, run the ball, and not have to come from behind. They don't come from behind a lot. Now, they do have 2 fourth-quarter comebacks this year. I think there's a Mac and there's a Brock, and that is impressive. But the Shanahan model, especially with this defense, is, get the lead early. That way your defense can play bend but don't break, which is what Saleh likes to do. They don't blitz a lot. And like you're saying, even when you do blitz, you don't usually sack the quarterback. You don't hit the quarterback. You don't get a lot of sack fumbles. So you're mostly going to rush 4, cover with 7, and try to keep them in front of you. And then when you get in the red zone, where defense is a little bit easier, hopefully you can try to have them only get 3.
I haven't heard this bantered about. And this is one of those, and this was sort of a network, quote-unquote, take. Because locally, I don't think we think like this. But from afar, and if you've got a show, and I think this might have been Rob Parker, who's with Fox, or somebody was doing a podcast, and they were talking about, well, here the 49ers are again, with the potential to control their own destiny, get to an NFC championship game. You could be the number 1 seed. So Kyle Shanahan, here we go again. You better win the damn thing.
Right.
Like, this is it. You've knocked on the door. This is the year you kick that SOB down. Like, is that really, unless you really followed that team, I don't think that that's a fair assessment of Kyle. Granted, he's let some Super Bowls get away, potentially. We could talk about that, but is that really fair to apply to this year's team and where they're at right now?
I don't think so. I mean, this year feels more like, not quite house money, but it feels like no matter what happens, I personally will be satisfied with what they did this year. You lost your quarterback for half the year. You lost Bosa for most of the year. You lost Fred Warner for more than half. You didn't have Kittle for more than a month, and yet you're 11-4. So you're going to the playoffs with a team of babies on defense, and your offense has been McCaffrey, a little bit of Kittle, some Purdy, and a bunch of guys who nobody would have thought were going to have the years that they're having. Kendrick Bourne had a 2-game stretch where he was Jerry Rice. Juwan Jennings has again been phenomenal, especially in the red zone. So I look at what they've already done, and I'm not going to hold his feet to the fire if they go one and done, or even if they go all the way to the Super Bowl and they lose. This year is a little bit of found money. Last year was different, where it was kind of Super Bowl or bust last year.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're right. But I don't think that that's the way this thing is going to be digested. Like, I
agree. It's not, and nor should it be.
And I also think as fans, while that, again, that's practical, if they're one and done in the playoffs, if they don't get the number 1 seed, Kyle Shanahan's going to hear it. And that's just sort of the nature of that beast.
Right.
And that's what you sign up for as a head coach. But that's just sort of where we're at when it comes to the 49ers. If you come this far, do not tease me again. Let's win one of these damn things.
I think about Sean McDermott as an example in Buffalo, where, at what point does he hear, and maybe he already hears it. I don't listen to a lot of Buffalo sports talk radio, but he's had less success in Buffalo, and you could say he's had as much at his disposal as Shanahan has. And, Buffalo makes the postseason almost every year, and yet Buffalo finds a way to lose virtually every year. I don't believe that McDermott's been to a Super Bowl in Buffalo. I'm positive that he hasn't. And so I wonder how much criticism he gets. And Zach Taylor in Cincinnati, he made the 1 Super Bowl, and he's got this amazing, shiny quarterback, and he's got 2 high-paid receivers, and yet they struggle to even make the playoffs most years.
It's funny you mentioned the Buffalo Bills for a couple of reasons. I also heard that comparison, that Kyle Shanahan is the modern version of Marv Levy. That he's going to go not 4 consecutive Super Bowls, but he's that guy. He's going to Super Bowls and he's not winning them. I don't think that that's fair either, especially this year. But you mentioned the Buffalo Bills. We're West Coast. You're definitely West Coast. We don't hear from enough people from the New York area that sound like they're from the New York area. And I know you said you don't necessarily follow the Bills all that closely.
Yep.
I got a buddy, I just texted him. He's so Buffalo, and he's so New York. He'll scare the hell out of all of us. I just hit him up, and I'm like, just please call into the show, because we're going to hear from a true New Yorker. And this guy, you want to know what his name is? First name James, last name Guccione.
Oh,
and they
not Guccione. Guccione.
He's an Italian.
Thank you very much. He is Guccione. Sorry.
Yeah.
And
I got you.
They call him the Gooch. So I just reached out to the Gooch for all of you. And this is the tease of the year. You're not going to get this from Willard. I'm teasing that we're going to get a guy. Hey, oofa! New York City's going to call in and talk Buffalo Bills. It has nothing to do with the 49ers, the Golden State Warriors, Marin, North Bay. No, this is all about New York. And James Guccione's going to talk Buffalo Bills.
I want to know if he thinks that Sean McDermott's a choker. Because he can't even get to the bowl. At least Shanny's been to a couple.
I wouldn't do that to him.
I'm not afraid of him. Some guy from New York. And by the way, I meant to say this earlier because you were so wrong earlier.
Nice.
You were wrong and you were out of line. You were crying and whining about, we got our first call here. Nobody called the other day. Boo-hoo-hoo. The block was hot. And I heard the call. The block was hot, and Shamari was awesome.
Isn't he the best?
I haven't heard him in a couple years, and when he came on with that voice, and I can't even pretend to do a facsimile of it. It's so deep and good and strong, and you're like, the block is hot.
Oh, man. Well,
and then today you're crying about no calls.
Because I had to reach into the personal network.
There you go.
Block,
there you go.
He drives for Bart, by the way. We got a little, He's a Bart conductor.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he is.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's like, Devon, I see so many tracks, I'm losing my mind. Let's talk about football. Thank you very much. Shamari Block, shout out. It's a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Oh, look at this. It's like a Christmas tree. We're lighting up. We got calls. Oh, I saw James, but it's from Richmond. Nah, that ain't Guccione.
We're getting closer.
We're not going to Richmond. I'm just joking. James, don't go anywhere, man.
We need you.
I'm tired of staring at this guy. Back after this.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family. Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
ilovejax.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Toyota-thon is on, and you know what that means. Unbeatable deals on your favorite fuel-efficient Toyota models. Hurry in to get a low-cost lease on the 2026 Corolla or the 51 MPG all-hybrid 2026 Camry. Or choose the fully redesigned all-electric 2026 BZ and get 0% financing plus $3,500 finance cash. These are the deals you've been waiting for. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction. Ends 1/5/26.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Hang in there.
Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. I've never been to Lathrop.
Oh, it's nice.
Is it?
Really nice. Yeah, you get out to Tracy and you head towards Stockton, and then you head in, and man, all these wonderfully planned master communities right there on the Merced River. Hello, I'm Dan Dibley for River Islands. Actually, I went there many years ago, right when it was in its nascent stage. Nascent.
Jesus. Nascent. Put that on the list. How many of these we have now?
7 or 8.
Have any of you guys been to Linden?
I have.
of?
I'm like Woody Allen, man. I don't leave the city unless I'm going to the airport.
There was a baseball player named Aaron Judge who was perhaps going to come to the Giants.
That's right.
So I had an idea. Why don't we go to his hometown of Linden, California? We'll do a live show there. We'll talk to the local folk and see if we can't lure him, recruit him to the Giants.
How'd that work out?
As badly as you would imagine. We did a show from a drafty Elks club with 3 people around us. Not a single person in the town would speak to us on the record about Aaron. Not his high school coach, not either of his parents, not even the local cashier at the Gas and Sip. So basically, we drove to Linden and did what we've been doing all day.
Gas and Sip.
Stared at each other.
So Linden, I want to say, is Central Valley?
Ish, yeah.
Okay.
It's you get toward Stockton and then you head toward like Jackson.
No,
California.
Jackson's. Okay, look at me. Look at me.
I'm staring at you.
Stay right
You
here.
need to
Stay
get
with
out
me.
more often.
Stay here.
I'm here.
Who? Oh, come on, man.
I'm looking at the phone.
Up here. Who is, off the top of your head? Oh, actually, there isn't a right or wrong answer. The most famous athlete out of the Central Valley.
The most famous athlete? Like, what do you consider the Central Valley?
Well,
let's start there.
Okay, I'll say from Los Banos to Merced.
Los Banos to Merced? We're not going down to like Fresno and up to Stockton?
Merced is past Fresno, so Fresno's included in that.
Fresno is south of Merced.
Okay, let's have Fresno be the cutoff. Or Tulare.
Can you please clean up your parameters? The answer is Lorenzo Neal.
Oh, okay. Well, you just didn't want to get punched. Well, first of all, it's Aaron Judge, Josh Allen, and Dave Henderson. Do you know Dave Henderson?
I do know Dave Henderson.
And The Life of Donnie Moore?
Yeah, Donnie Moore, we called him back then.
Yeah.
And you know that Josh Allen's from Fireball.
That's Central Valley.
I guess, yeah.
Isn't it? I believe it is.
Again, it depends on what you consider Central Valley. If you want to go from the Grapevine up to like Tracy or Stockton, now we're talking about a different thing here. Define your parameters.
How many times I hit that Grapevine on my way to Los Angeles? Like, the Grapevine. You lose all your reception, so you got no radio, and you just got to talk. It's kind of like now. I got to talk to the person next to me.
It's tough, yeah.
Across from me.
Yeah, we caught one of those 5-hour delays where, and I always check Waze. We were coming off the Grapevine, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're not moving. And then you check, it's like, oh, there's not only an accident, but there's a fire.
Oh, no.
Road closure, and you're 38 miles from the nearest exit. You're stuck.
What's the amusement park?
Magic Mountain.
Have you ever been?
Many times. I went to Cal State Northridge.
Oh, okay, you're right.
I spent 5 glorious junior years there.
Were you there for the earthquake?
No. Actually, I was there for the 89 quake, and then the 94 quake there. I was back here.
You didn't feel the 89 quake out there?
No.
Oh, okay.
But we were watching the game on TV, and my roommate was talking to his grandma here in the city. Oh, Matthew, we're having an earthquake.
Do you know that Al Michaels got the Emmy for that?
He should have.
But it wasn't a sports Emmy.
It was a news Emmy.
I know.
How many Emmys do you have?
5.
No way.
5 Emmys, man. And we did not rehearse that. No one has ever asked me that because...
Well, it's because I have an Emmy. And so
you do?
I got... Like, you have the baby Emmy. You don't have, like, the real Emmy.
Are you kidding me? Best individual sports anchor. None of this, like...
In what market?
Best story, best package.
Oh, my
best,
God.
like, one-night appearance. I'm talking about best sports anchor in the country. Give him the award.
Then the follow-up question's easy. What the hell are you doing here?
Well, the bottom fell out about 5 years ago.
Devone, I did ask you where you store them the other day.
My mom has some, and I actually, they're actually really...
Oh, my God. On your LinkedIn, and I
didn't put that together. But...
Okay, first of all, I just Googled Dan Devone Emmys. Up pops his LinkedIn. Dan Devone. Picture from about 2002. Hey. Dan Devone, Emmy Award-winning founder. And then below it...
I did not do that. But...
Dan is a 5-time Emmy Award winner. TV Sportscaster of the Year, COO, CMO, radio host, that should be in quotes, co-founder, TED Talk speaker, and I'll ask you one more time, what the hell are you doing here
Where else would
on
I be?
Friday with the Dipper? You'd be running things.
I'm telling you, I took a left-hand turn somewhere, and it's just been all downhill since, man. Life has been cruel. James, hanging out in Richmond, wants to join us. James, how are you?
I'm doing good. I heard you ask about New York accents, and you got your friend James in Buffalo. But here's the thing, man. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, Coney Island to be exact, and I'm a Bay Area transplant. And the problem is, if you want the accent, like if you want Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, the Bronx, you're going to be talking to Giants and Jets fans. You're not going to be talking to Buffalo Bill fans. All right? That's the problem. The accent comes from the 5 boroughs. And then, just because I don't want to hog all the airtime, I know you got people waiting. I moved to the Bay Area around the time that the 49ers lost to the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl, Colin Kaepernick, you know what I'm saying? And I'm with you guys. Like, can we just win one? Like, I'm not even that big of a fan, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, just come on, win the Super Bowl already. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, James, let me ask you, be honest with me here. Can you get a slice since you moved out here? Can you get a pie, slice? Forget about a pie. Just give me a slice. What's your go-to slice in the Bay Area, or is there one?
I got 2 for you. Can I do 2?
Yeah.
All right. The first one is Arenell in Berkeley. They used to have one in the Mission. Arenell. You know Arenell?
No, I don't.
Okay.
All right. The Mission one closed down. And the second one, I hope I don't sound too cliche here, but here we go. Joe's Slice House in Little Italy.
In Little Italy, right here in the city.
In San Francisco.
Yeah. Okay. Good
Joe's?
Yeah, that Joe's.
We're going thin slice?
Dave, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Absolutely.
What's up?
Yeah, this guy's lived here for 50 years. He's won 5 Emmys. He can't get a slice.
It's because Joe's must have popped up in the last year or two. And we're talking thin slice, right? We're not doing that deep dish casserole crap.
No, and we're not doing the Detroit square pizza either. No, it's not pizza.
Joe's is thin. The slices are huge. It gets my seal of approval, 100%.
I like
James
it.
from Brooklyn.
Bringing it.
Thanks, James.
And condolences on your football teams. That's got to be rough. Where, I mean, the Jets, one of my former neighbors is on the staff. Great young kid, and now he's like 30, and so I'm a Jets fan. He was with the Lions last year. He moved over with Aaron Glenn, but they're just god-awful. And then the Giants, just when you start getting excited about Dart and Scattaboo, well, Scattaboo gets hurt, and Jackson Dart is going to get hurt again and again and again. Tough times in New York.
Yeah. Scattaboo is, I hate to even make light of this, but you talk about CTE potential. Like, that guy, my goodness, stop running into things, Scattaboo.
Yeah.
And Jackson Dart, yeah, that got old really quick. Really, my man Pasta, will you once again, and just say this publicly, some of the food that you had the other night? Because thankfully I don't have James on the line any longer. But go ahead and tell me what it is that you had last night for Christmas dinner.
Yeah, it was a classic Italian holiday. We had some gnocchi, some ravioli, some lasagna.
Okay, stop right there.
Pasta.
What's wrong with that?
I didn't make any reaction. The only thing that I was wondering, I thought it was gnocchi.
Yes,
but
it's gnocchi.
It's gnocchi.
Thank
it's
God
not
I didn't have
gnocchi.
James. I don't know what it is that you said, but it's gnocchi.
I made them with my hands, actually.
You made your own potato gnocchi?
Every year, my grandma and the cousins, so grandma 87 years old now, we all gather around the table and we all roll the dough and stuff, and we make the gnocchi, apparently. That's what it's called.
Right. What was the sauce on that gnocchi?
What did we put on the sauce?
There's only one. It's a marinara.
Yeah, we put the marinara.
I like the pesto on the gnocchi.
You
but
would.
Pesto is a big plus.
Gnocchi?
Yes. Pesto on the gnocchi. The basil with the potato with the basil.
All right. Is it good? I'll keep an open mind.
Marinara is for children.
No, a good marinara dominates any Italian. I don't care if it's whatever the pasta is, a good marinara. Because they're all...
I'll give you that. Marinara greater than Alfredo. Alfredo to me is
That's a Cheesecake Factory.
It's an unnecessary use of milk or cream. A good marinara, yeah, with the fresh tomatoes, I'm with you.
There's 2 things out of Italy. It's the cheese and it's the tomatoes. And if you do both of those right, your marinara sauce is spot on.
Okay.
That's the go-to out in Italy. In the old countries, we call it.
Look at you.
Yeah. We did James.
How about we go to the person who's actually on hold?
Bobby's in Los Altos. Is this the guy that's dreaming about you and waking up?
I dreamt about Bobby, although I've never met him. And no, Bobby, you're yet to reappear. How you doing?
Oh, man, that's the only reason I called. Okay, well, that's sad to hear. Hey, first of all, look, I lived in the godforsaken quote-unquote city for 10 years. The other gentleman that just called, said what I was going to say. I don't understand why you think someone from New York has anything to do with Buffalo. You know, people in New York City, where they get 10 miles north of the Bronx, and they call it upstate, as if, like, the whole entire part of New York, outside of New York City, is considered upstate. So whoever you're going to have call you has no credibility with me, and they have no business talking about the Buffalo Bills. But I got a question. I got a question for you, Dib, because you're a rules expert, and I wanted to actually ask you this. You know, when Pinheiro kicked that one field goal attempt and it hit the middle, you know, he barely missed that, 64-yarder, right?
Yep.
When they had that back camera, it was so straight. I actually thought it was going to hit, and I don't know the words for these things, but it's a thing that connects the crossbar. I think it might be called a stanchion, but, you know, the actual thing that connects the crossbar to the ground. If it were to actually hit that thing and then bounce backwards through the field goal again, would that count as a field goal?
Yeah, that's a super question, Bobby. I don't actually have that one in front of me, but if that object that you're describing is beyond the scope of the crossbar, then yes, it would count. Once the ball goes through, no matter what it hits after it goes through the uprights and above the crossbar, then yes, it would be good.
Okay, all right. I knew you would have a good answer for that one. And then since you're, I guess, throwing out vocabulary, first of all, props to you because you're probably the only host. I haven't been listening this week. You're probably the only host that's actually a regular host that's working this week. So props to you. And then I just want to say I really appreciate us talking about the Niners. I fully expect them to win a playoff game. My only concern is if they do get the number 1 seed, then most likely the Rams would be the 5 seed, which means that our first game would be against the Rams at Levi's. Would that be correct?
If they're the 1 seed, then yeah, they'd all be at Levi's.
No, he wants to know if it's against the Rams.
Rams would be the 5 seed. Presumably they'd beat the 4 seed, and then we'd have to play the Rams at Levi's. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if the Niners are the 4 and the Rams are the 5, I don't even know if that is possible. That would mean Seattle's the 1, and the Niners I don't think can be the 4. It's impossible for them to be the 4.
No, he was asking if they were the 1, whether there was any scenario where they could draw the Rams, who would be, there's a good chance they'd be at the number 5. But I got to do a legal ID.
If they're the 1, they would play the worst of the teams that advance. So if the Rams were the only team that advanced out of the 5, 6, and 7, then yes, they'd play the 5.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's just fascinating to think that we're talking NFC Championship buys for a team just a month ago that it's like no way in hell, right? I mean, I think this is Kyle Shanahan's greatest coaching job. I think that, you know, for him to have this team relevant, and a lot of it was done beforehand by getting Salah, by getting Mac Jones. He put the pieces in place. But it's also been a remarkable coaching job just to keep this team together and for them to even feel as though that, you know, they have a shot at winning this thing. I don't think that the schedule certainly didn't hurt them at all. But Kyle Shanahan's been coaching his ass off. And now that you have that offensive line doing what it is that they're doing, I've always felt the key for Kyle Shanahan is obviously establish the run. I know a lot of people will say, no, you know what? You don't know what you're talking about, 49er football. They set up the pass, sets up the run. All I know is that when Kyle Shanahan can run against you and then he goes play action, say goodnight. I mean, if you're biting on the play action and he has your head on a swivel and you're a linebacker or you're a safety and you don't know what it is that the 49ers are going to do, he will take full advantage and he will carve you up. And that's all starts with the offensive line and to me with the running game and Christian McCaffrey.
Well, the run game hasn't been that good this year if you look at the averages, but they've run it effectively enough to get to what you're talking about, where even if you get 2 yards on first down, it's 2nd and 8, and you get 3 on second down, now it's 3rd and 5, and there still is that threat of a designed run, a scramble run, a short pass, and two things that I've noticed most about the Niners this year. One, they use the pass to McCaffrey like the run. He almost has 100 catches, and a lot of them are near the line of scrimmage. And those are glorified runs, in my opinion. And the other big piece, especially lately, Dan, is this offense does not self-inflict. They do not have a lot of self-inflicted wounds with penalties especially. And I talk a lot about the parking tickets in football, which are the pre-snap penalties, false start, delay game, illegal motion, illegal formation, all the rest of it. Those are parking tickets. You get into moving violations, holding, or illegal use of the hands, or ineligible man downfield, intentional grounding, all the rest of it. Those are the ones that you hopefully can avoid, but the ones you have to avoid are the self-inflicted ones where on 1st and 10, you try to throw it, and now you hold, and now it's 1st and 20. Your drive is done. You can't run it at that point. So that's been as effective to me as their ability to just take, micro gains on the ground.
That to me is in direct concert with the coaching. Like I did the Mike Holmgren show back in the day. Whoop. Yep, thank you. I'm very proud of it. He hated me, by the way. Man, there are certain people.
Was that in Seattle?
There was two guys that used to scare the crap out of me. Did you ever interview or talk to Mike Holmgren?
Oh, he's a prince of a human. He's just a great guy.
No, but he's so big. He's just a huge human. He's like about 6'5".
He's a city guy, right?
Oh, yeah. Lincoln High School.
Yep.
In fact, the two best quarterbacks coming out that year, and he'll tell you this if he was sitting here right now, it was him and Jim Plunkett.
Wow.
Yeah. And he went to USC. He was a quarterback at USC, never played, never saw the field. But he's huge, man. But he's bulking. He's got the huge shoulders. He's got a bit of a boiler. He's just so darn intimidating. But he used to say, there are two things, Dan, that I can control. And that is penalties and turnovers. A guy misses an assignment, drops a ball. That's on the player. That happens, right?
Yep.
I can control penalties and I can control turnovers. The Seahawks were the least penalized team. And if you were a running back and you coughed up the football, you were not playing for him. You just simply would not play, or you would get traded. That's why, not to take this all the way back to Steve Kerr and the Warriors, like when you're a disciplinarian and you set that bar, you can impact turnovers. It's not on Draymond. It's not on Steph. It is to a certain degree because I get it. They're the guys that are committing the turnover. But there's a culture that you can create. And so just to bring it back, we're done with the Warriors, but to bring it back to the 49ers, I do believe that's a cause and effect with Kyle Shanahan.
It is, and it's also of having a stable system where you get into the cadence, and we saw this with the Colts, right? When they had Phillip Rivers come in, and they had a couple of false starts because, Phillip's cadence on his hot, and, whatever he's going through, it's not what it usually is. When you have different centers in, they had a new center come in, they had a new quarterback, and all these other interchangeable parts. And you mentioned it before about the offensive line. They've got their group now. You didn't have Brendel for a while. You were going between Burford and the other guy at left guard, and Trent's been rock solid all year, and Pooney actually is now healthy. I think he was a little banged up earlier in the year, and McKivitz, say what you want about him, he's a good, solid, sturdy right tackle, but now your offensive line, your 5-man unit, they're rock solid, and it's a little bit like the Warriors and what Steve Kerr wants. He wants to start this 5. He wants this to be his starting 5, Moody, Post, Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph, and if he can do that, well, then his rotations become a lot more predictable and a lot more regular.
Well, the difference being is that, like, this week is a short week for the 49ers. You don't have to load manage Trent Williams. So it's not like you have to sit an offensive lineman, which is what Steve Kerr wants a starting lineup, but how much can you rely on guys in basketball when you battle attrition, 82 games, and you can't have these guys or roll them out every single night? So, but I think the 49ers offensive line, I'm a big O-line guy, man. You remember Keith Jackson?
Oh, yeah.
The big uglies up front.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What was his other thing? Nelly. Whoa,
Nelly, yeah.
Whoa, Nelly.
And speed. You can't teach it. You can't coach it, but you've got to have it. That was another classic Keith Jackson.
Somebody gave me this name, and I was like, yeah, I do remember that name. So he used to do, if you can give me his analyst, man, I seriously, I'll throw down the headphones and just do a cartwheel.
Keith Jackson. I mean, he had a number of them over the years.
Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was who did ABC college football? Who was the voice of college football before him?
Oh boy, I can't remember before him. Was it Bob Greasy who did it with Keith?
No.
Okay. I mean, this is no Googlage. I'm just trying to look you in the eyes, Devon.
I think it was a guy by the name of Frank Broyles.
That sounds about right. Former coach of Arkansas.
Keith Jackson, yeah. Hey, Keith, yeah, that's, what did you say? Yeah, AD at Arkansas.
I thought he was the coach, but yeah, AD. That sounds probably more accurate.
Anyways, so when you talk about the guys up front, right, to me, that's where it begins and ends. Like, if you have if you can get to this, there's a hole for McCaffrey, it's got to be the offensive line. Brock Purdy is a good quarterback when he has time and is able to go through the progression, which is why, again, not that all roads go back to Mac Jones, but he did not have this offensive line in weeks 2 through 5. And he would stand there and know that he was going to get plastered, and he still put it on the numbers, man.
But also, they had to run the offense differently because you watch Brock Purdy now, and there's a lot more boots and designed rollouts, and his ability to escape the pocket as well keeps things alive, and that's not what Mac Jones does. So, yes, the O-line was not as good, and the play design was not one where they wanted him to be, rolling out. And also, remember, Mac Jones, he hurt his knee in camp. He had that, I think it was a PCL issue, and he was wearing a brace, and you mentioned it. There was times where it's like, oh, my God, he may not get up. And then he'd go to the sideline, and he's just wincing in pain, and comes right back in and quarterback some more.
What do you think of him buying T-shirts for the offensive line?
Mac Jones?
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
it's not a Rolex, but...
Exactly. Yeah. And I also like what Brock did this year. Last year he bought Toyota trucks. Well, let's play along with the bit here, Dan, because of course he didn't. He's a Toyota sponsor, so I don't think that he went in there and filled out the paperwork for all 8 of them. John Feliciano actually got a truck because he was a backup O-lineman last year. But this year Brock Purdy bought, quote unquote, trucks for I think 10 deserving families that are struggling to make ends meet. And so, instead of giving it to the O-lineman this year, he did it for families.
Do you think he'll ever... Well, that tag of being the last guy drafted, Mr. Irrelevant, that's always going to plague him, right? I talked about the comparison between him and Jared Goff. If you were to put them up side by side, you'd be like, what are you talking about? He's so much better than Jared Goff. But Goff went number 1, right? And so I think when it comes to Brock Purdy, it's always going to be something that's going to be hovering and he's going to have to deal with. And the fact that he's smaller. I like my quarterbacks who are much bigger than... I like my quarterbacks to be like politicians, people that I look at and I'm like, I can vote for that dude. I want somebody who can look over an offensive line and be somebody that looks imposing. And I think those two things, I don't care what it is, he can win a Super Bowl, and they're never going to go away. So, I'm apparently doing a solo here. So we're back to Friday, or we're back to the other day. Shamari Block on line 2. No, thankfully we have somebody calling when we see you. 888-957-9570.
I had to get my charger. We're going to do higher or lower here in about 10 minutes, and my computer's dying, and we can't do it without the computer. So I had to get my
because you overused the thing. There's smoke coming out of its ears.
Incorrect. I haven't been using it, and I just need to charge it up. That way we can do higher or lower. And today we're going to honor Ricky Henderson, one of the greatest
we're doing
athletes.
That right now?
No, we're doing about 10 minutes.
Okay.
I got to get my computer back on. But yesterday would have been Ricky Henderson's 67th birthday.
Wow.
Yeah, if he was still with us. So I was thinking about Ricky yesterday. He's got a Christmas birthday, and so I thought today we could do a Ricky-themed higher or lower. So that's coming up. Yeah.
Okay. So we do have some calls we want to get to. So the 49ers, they're favored over the Chicago Bears. I can't really tell you what sort of Chicago Bear team you're going to see. And listen, Dibbs is right. I don't think you should apply the lucky word to professional sports. Whatever it is that you want to call it, skill. They're a team. I'll just throw this stat at you. It's never happened in the history of the NFL where they have been trailing with less than 2 minutes and they've won the football game. It's happened 6 times. I just don't think you can hang your hat on that every single week, but that's who they have been. And coincidentally, they lead the league in turnovers. They win that way. And again, when it's an oval football and you're relying on turnovers, that thing can go in 35 different directions. So if the 49ers come out and they win that thing convincingly, I would not be surprised. I have a lot more confidence in the 49ers and where they're at least offensively, than that of the Chicago Bears.
Well, the thing about Chicago, and I mentioned this earlier, they've only turned it over 10 times in 15 games. So as much as they've been fortuitous and they've been, lucky, if you want to use that word, to get so many turnovers their way, a lot of that is by design. They're not a great defense, but they go after the football. They're a defense that is out there trying to put the hat on you, and they're trying to take chances to get the ball away from you. The Niners don't play that way. They run anathema, Dan, to that, or counter.
The thesaurus, or what is that word?
Anathema.
All right.
Anathema. It basically means opposite. The Niners
Isn't that when you're
approach.
cleaning your bowels?
No, that would be an enema.
Okay.
This is anathema.
Thank you.
Just real quick, Dan, and higher or lower coming up here in about 8 minutes. As a child, I would sit in the kitchen with my mom, and she'd be cooking, and I'd have the dictionary, and our game was I could flip to any page and find the hardest word on either of the two pages and read it, learn to pronounce it, and she would know what it meant.
Wow.
My mom.
So was your mom an academic?
She was smart, but she was not an academic. She went to Cal for a year, and it just wasn't her bag.
That's great.
And then she transferred to College of Marin, where she met my father. And
I used to swim at the College of Marin. Is the pool still there?
A beautiful pool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the 10-meter high dive.
That was a big treat for us. We're going to College of Marin, which means we were leaving the city, which meant two things. Going to College of Marin, and you get McDonald's on the way home, because there was no McDonald's in the city when I was growing up. That was a burb thing.
Yeah.
Like you would go and you would swim, because where are you going to swim in the city? Larson Pool? Why don't I'll just drink the urine straight, thank you. Like I go swim in Larson or Rossi
Would you ever
Pool.
go down and get a Zim burger on Zim's right there?
Yes, good call.
Come on, bro.
God,
my great grandma lived. My great grandma lived by Commodore Sloat down there.
Commodore Sloat,
just outside of St. Francis Wood.
Yeah,
and so we would go by Zim's.
West Portal.
You knew when you went by the Zim's on like Terraval and 19th, somewhere in there. You knew you were close.
Yeah, it was right there. I want to say on 25th or 19th.
19th, yeah.
19th. That's right. You would take the 28. If you're going to the Stick back in the day, that was the bus you would take. In fact, Larry Barrow always talks about it because he grew up in the avenues. He would take the 28, which would go down 19th, and you would see Zim's out of the right side of the passenger seat, and then you could take that thing all the way out to Hunters Point.
And where'd you live when you grew up out there?
I was on 21st Avenue between Lake and California. So I was
okay.
So I was more on the lakeside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Insert joke here if you want.
Well, I mean, a little snobbish, quite frankly.
No, it was.
Silver Spoon.
Not like O-Town. That's where Drew is. Drew, what's going on, my man? How are you today? Let's talk Warriors.
Gentlemen, happy holidays.
You as well.
Hey, a couple of things. I appreciate you guys having Ibanez on. That guy's a legend. There's no one like him. And so the reason I called in, because you guys are talking about the Warriors and their starting lineup. So I have season tickets to the Warriors games, and I sit pretty close. I'm over behind the bench, and to my right is Stephen Curry's family, always really nice people. And so yesterday, I believe the seats in back of me are owned by the Warriors, because I ran into Rick Barry when the pickleball tournament was in town. Oh, the drops. Yeah, exactly. So let me get to it. Yesterday, I'm sitting there, and I heard the distinctive voice, none other than the Glove, Senior. And I look up, and I'm like, hey, that's the Glove. And I look down, and GP2, he's got the white hoodie on in between when he's coming in and out, and he's pointing to somebody, and he's waving, probably his nephew or something. So then he gets into it with his crew. He's got about 4 or 5 guys with him. And the youngest, the kid, he's like, hey, why don't they play Kaminga? He just got a signed deal. He's like, because they don't want to play Kaminga. Here's the thing, he said. And one of his buddies was like, who's going to waste $28 million or whatever it is and not sign and not play him? He's like, they had to, because they're, and in his words, you know, the Glove, he's got that distinctive voice. He's like, they had to keep the money right, because they needed to overpay him and then team him up with somebody like Pods. And in his words, he's like, I can't stand him. They need to get rid of him too. They need to they're going to lump them up and get rid of him. So they had to pay him now. So when they do the exchange, it's money for money. And this is his word. So, and by the way, Devone, he was agreeing with you. He's like, who plays basketball? You get the ball and you're under the hoop and you don't shoot it. You look for someone in the outside corner. He's like, when I got the rock, I took it straight to the hole. So it was cool hanging out. He was right behind me. And another one. He's like, I said, what about Ben Simmons? He's like, I'd take Ben Simmons and teach him how to shoot again. The media scared that kid, he said, and now he didn't want to shoot anymore. But that was all the media is doing and his teammates. So I just wanted to share all that with you. So he thinks Kaminga and maybe Pods is going to be, shipped off here in the next month or two.
Drew, hey, Drew, do you play hoops out in Oakland?
No, not really. I got a bad knee.
Oh, okay. Do you know Mosswood Park?
Yep.
All right. I was legendary back in the day out there.
Oh, in the town, huh?
Oh, under the freeway, man. They still got my
right
initials
on the right side.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. I know where it is. Hey, you fellas have a great New Year's. Appreciate it.
You too.
Just any opportunity to show some street cred.
Yeah, and your street cred is waning a little bit because it's not actually under the freeway.
Oh, you know it.
I go by there all the time. I went by there about 4 hours ago on my way to MacArthur Bart. Mosswood. Resurfaced. Redesigned.
Really?
I used to coach Little League there on the Little Diamond. I
recognize it if it was resurfaced.
But it's not like super resurfaced, like fancy nice, but it's still out there. The real run, and I used to play a lot of pickup before my knees went south. Probably the worst run ever is the one in Golden Gate Park in the Panhandle.
Oh, God.
Like,
yeah, it's dudes on fentanyl and crack.
Every trip down the floor is a fight. Like, you call a foul, that's no foul, mother jumper.
Yeah.
You hit me in the eye, son. Yeah. And then can we just play?
Yeah.
Can we shoot forward or ball up top or something?
Well, that's how I met Steiny. But we used to play at Moscone. We used to play early in the mornings.
Yeah.
And he's the exact same dude, man.
Yeah.
Like, you had to call your own, and he would not let you get away with anything. And he did not care. And you get the rebound, you go back down the other way, and he wouldn't go down and play defense. He would just scream, stay here. You're not going anywhere.
Would he call a lot of fouls?
Are you kidding me?
Like,
that's what he did.
You breathe on him
But he was a baller, though. I have to give it up.
Yeah. Worthless.
No doubt.
He was a really good player.
Are you ready for a little higher or lower?
Let's do it, man. Let's do it. This better be good. You've been teasing it for the last 2 days.
It is good. And
by the way, before we get into this, can I just tell you?
Kill the music.
You scared the hell out of me.
Stop the damn music.
Because I'm looking at this has never happened in my distinguished radio career, which goes back like 2 years.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at you, and you looked at me and said, I'm not talking, and you went to the corner of the room. Like, are you familiar with the Blair Witch Project? It was sort of Blair Witch. He was standing in the room, in the corner of the room, just like, I'm not talking anymore. I'm just going to sit here. And does that predate you, Blair Witch?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course. Are you talking about when I went and got my my plug?
I don't know where you went. You just stopped talking.
I gave you the sign of
I didn't
talk.
know what that is, man.
This is you talk. I'll be right back.
It was just like I have nothing to say as I look to you, and you're like, I have nothing to say.
I've got nothing. I had to get my cord
to the corner of the room.
You were so panicked. You started dialing Shamari Block.
I'm going to stare at you,
Dibs. I think you have to realize that Devone just hosted a solo show for 4 hours, and he might have some trauma from that. Some flashbacks.
PTSD is what they call it.
Whatever. You're good at talking. And let's see if you're good at guessing, because it's time to play. Higher or lower? Take two. Hi, everybody. It's time for Higher or Lower. I'll be your host, Dan Dibley, with a couple of newbies and another guy who actually's won the bit. But we start here with my partner, Dan Devone. How you doing tonight, Dan?
Well, how are you? Wink Martindale?
Doing great. Zach Green is about to make his debut. Don't love your chances, but you're here nonetheless. How you doing, Zach?
I'm doing great, man.
And one man who's one of four to ever win the bit. They call him Pasta. Steven Risotto, one-time champ. How you doing, champ?
It is good to be here. I'm hoping that win is not too far in the rear view, and we could have another chance this week.
I love it. So for those of you new to the game, which is basically everyone but Risotto, I'm going to give you the theme, and today's theme has to do with Rickey Henderson, who in his great career as a Major League Baseball player, he had 1,406 steals, the most in the history of baseball. And today we're honoring Rickey. Yesterday would have been his birthday. So the number you need to keep in mind, and I'll repeat it throughout the game, is 1,406.
Lou Gehrig.
That's not going to be one of today's items, but I will give you 10 different items, and you have to decide whether or not that item is higher or lower than 1,406. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Wait. Can I get a pen? Or is that cheating?
You can, but you can just answer verbally.
Okay.
Well, you know that Dan's not going to look at his computer or phone because he's been getting on dibs for that all day.
Exactly. And there's no sense in that. So I'll keep score. We'll start with you, Double D. We'll go to Risotto, and then we'll wind up with ZG. And we are ready to play higher or lower. Dan, we start with you. And everyone gets to answer each item. That's how we play. Higher or lower than 1,406. Jerry Rice's regular season career catches. Did he have more or less than 1,406?
So,
Jerry Rice.
Career
regular season catches.
I'm going to say higher.
Risotto?
I'll go lower.
Zach Green?
Higher.
Yeah, it's higher. 1,549. Point to Devone. Point to Zach. We move on to item number 2. We start with you, Devone. Again, this is higher or lower than Ricky Henderson's career steals, which is 1,406.
Can I go through my thought process, how I'm deducing, arriving at this number?
If you do it briefly.
Okay, forget it then.
Are you ready, Dan, for
Yes.
item number 2? Total distance in yards in 7 furlongs.
Lower.
And Risotto?
I'll go lower too.
Zach Green?
Lower.
It's actually higher. You're all wrong. A furlong is 220 yards times 7, 1,540 yards in 7 furlongs. No blood.
You know where my mind went? I immediately went Derby, but go ahead.
Yeah, the Derby is a mile and a quarter, I believe.
Yes.
Which is, that'd be 10 furlongs.
Yeah. And well, that's what they always say. It's the 10 furlongs. And I knew mile and a quarter, but my math wasn't quick enough. Go ahead.
No, I like your rationale.
Yeah.
I mean, you're the co-host here. You got another 34 minutes to speak your mind.
No, I'm
until
just saying
Saturday,
that I'm
9 to
trying
noon.
to arrive at an educated guess here, and not just simply like I used to do with my Scantrons when I was.
Feels like a C.
Exactly.
You know, higher or lower than Ricky Henderson? Career steals 1,406. Devone with 1. Zach with 1. We start with Devone. He's our co-leader. Jeff Kent, career regular season runs scored.
Ooh.
Higher or lower than 1,406. Devone.
I'm going to say lower.
And Zach Green?
Higher.
And Risotto?
I'll go lower.
It's lower, yeah. Point to Devone and Risotto. 1,320. Devone's in the lead with 2. Risotto and Zach with 1 apiece. We start with our leader, Dan Devone, item number 4. Higher or lower than 1,406. Total hot dogs eaten by Joey Chestnut in his career at the Nathan's 4th of July contest. Total dogs eaten and buns by Joey Chestnut in his long and storied career.
So it's about going on a decade. Oh, wow. I'm going to go, I'll go higher.
Risotto?
I think I'm going to go higher too.
Zach?
I'm going higher, but I want to know how you came up with that one.
I looked at every contest and did the math, Zach, and the answer is lower, 1,255. And I think he's done 17 contests, and when he does great, he gets about 70, 75.
Yeah.
So it's going to take him a few more years.
I went 100, and I went 15 years.
Yeah, I like the rationale, but even his best years are only in the mid-70s.
I had no idea. I thought he was well over 100.
No points there. Devone with 2. Risotto 1.
Shout out San Jose State.
Zach 1, absolutely, yeah. Sure. Item number 5, we're nearing the halfway point, and this is in honor of Ricky Henderson and his career steals total of 1,406. This is higher or lower. Devone, we start with you. Regular season free throws made by Draymond Green in his career.
I'm going to go lower.
And Risotto?
Higher.
And Zach Green?
Lower.
It is lower. Point to Devone. Point to Zach. The total is 1,279 for Draymond Green. So Devone in the lead with 3. Zach's got 2. Our former champ, Risotto, in a little bit of trouble at the halfway point. We start with Devone, inexplicably in front as we get to item number 6. Higher or lower than 1,406. Total strokes taken last year by Scotty Scheffler in the Players' Championship and the 4 majors.
Wow, okay.
5 tournaments, 1 golfer, total strokes. Scotty Scheffler.
I'm going to say over. 18 holes.
You're going to say higher?
I'm sorry, higher.
And we'll go to Zach.
Lower.
And Risotto.
I'll go higher too.
It is lower, 1,384. Close. Wow. You're talking about 20 rounds. Because he made the cut and all. So 20 rounds, and if he shoots 70 every round, that's 1,400. Yeah. So that's a close one. I like that one. Devone 3,
Very
Green
good
3,
question.
Risotto 1. We're going to start with Zach Green here because he's the last one to get one right. And this is higher or lower than 1406. Ricky Henderson's career steals total. Zach, we start with you. Driving distance in kilometers from San Francisco to the Canadian border. Higher or lower, Zach?
I would say higher. I mean, I drove from Indy to here, so probably higher.
Devone? We're talking about kilometers here.
Hoosier, do not let me down. All right, Indy? Mendoza freak. I'll go higher.
And Risotto?
I'll go lower.
Yeah, guys, it's higher.
Oh!
1522 is the distance
Bobby
in
Knight,
kilometers.
baby.
That's right. Devone 4, Green 4. Risotto is in real trouble here with just one correct answer. We're down to our final 3 answers. Green, we start with you. Higher or lower than 1406. Buster Posey career regular season hits. Zach Green.
Higher.
Devone?
Pasta, come on, man. Give me an indicator.
Devone?
Higher.
Risotto?
I know this answer. It's higher.
Can you do it as Dave Fleming?
Higher!
Thank you. Yeah, it's higher. This one's probably too easy. What's the number?
I think it's 1,500. He got it on the last
On the
game
dot.
of the year in
Ah, that's
2021.
right. Good
Pasta, yep.
knowledge.
All right. That was too easy.
You walked right into his wheelhouse.
I did. Kind of threw him a bone. Green 5, Devone 5, Risotto 2. He has been eliminated. We have 2 answers left to go. We're going to start with Green. Higher or lower than 1406. That is Ricky Henderson's career steals total. Zach Green. Total number of regular season games played in the NFL since 2020. Total games.
I'm going to go lower.
And Devone?
I'll say lower.
And Risotto?
I have nothing to lose. Let's be a Maverick here. Let's go higher.
Yeah, it's higher, guys. 1,587. You've had 5 years of 17 games times 16, 1 year of 16 times 16, and we're not all the way through this one. The answer is 1,587 regular season games.
Wow.
Devone 5, Green 5, Risotto 3. For this one, we do the honor system. You have to write this answer down. That way you guys can't play off of each other. In other words, if Zach goes first, you can't automatically go opposite. So we're going to write this one down, and if we're still tied, we will go to the rarely used tiebreaker. This is item number 10 in higher or lower. We're playing off of Ricky Henderson. 1,406 career steals. This is the last one. Highest single season rushing yardage total for Ricky Waters. Higher or lower than 1,406. You'll write your answer down. And
I just won.
But he might have the same answer.
No, he won't.
Has everyone written down their response? Zach?
Yeah.
Pasta? Devone? Zach, we'll start with you.
I got 2,508.
The game is called higher or lower.
Oh,
I thought you write it down, like you guess it. And
No,
then whoever
you just
closer.
have to write down the higher or lower.
So you think that he rushed for 2,500
So
yards?
higher.
Okay,
Higher.
so you think higher. Okay. Devone, what was your answer?
Lower.
And Risotto.
I'm holding up a sign that says higher.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner in higher or lower. The winner, the pride of Indiana, Zach Green.
Ricky Waters, baby.
1,411.
Oh, see, are you kidding me?
1,411.
I mean, you may as well
Correct.
just give that to me.
No, we won't because it's higher or lower.
He said he had 2,500 rushing yards.
He was
essentially just
he was dropped as a baby. That's a theory. Congratulations.
I am not conceding anything to 2,500 rushing yards.
He was off by a skosh. 2,500. My
The
God.
greatest- Ricky Waters did not surpass. Who is it? It's the guy from Oklahoma, Peterson, Adrian Peterson, for the most rushing yards in the history of the NFL
In a season, yeah. It's not even 2,100, but, well.
That was fun.
That's the way
Are you
that went.
serious?
Yeah.
You put that all together?
Yeah, we
How
do
long does that
them all the
take you?
time. Yeah, it
Do
takes
you
me.
rotate it, or is that just you?
It's just me.
Wow,
and I
man.
do it thematically. So up next, we have, because we're all off next Friday, but on the 9th, it'll be higher or lower 49er playoff wins all time, which is 39. They have 39 playoff wins. And then the week after that, we'll do higher or lower Martin Luther King Jr. would be 96. So in honor of MLK birthday, he'll be 96, so we'll play off the number 96.
How long does it take you to put together?
It's about half an hour.
Really?
Yeah, I think
cool, man.
I think of a theme, and I try to do some baseball, some basketball, some football, some random sports, and then some just out of nowhere, completely randoms.
That's actually really. Yeah, I bet Nahagi must love that. That's a guy who's putting in his work.
That's pretty fun. It's just something different, and it gives Mark a chance to play off the ball a little bit. Gives me a measure of control.
Hey, Caddy Zach, I love you, bro. That was just beautiful. I'm just giving you
gutsy.
Yeah,
that's the Indiana education.
No. Indiana's. Are you? We can throw you a little Indiana. You got 30 seconds to talk Hoosier football. Are they winning it? Is it over? Is it the Hoosiers this year?
I was kind of mad because you guys didn't throw to us for what's bugging me, but it's Indiana right now. Like, I mean, first of all, I wasn't there for the success, but everyone's asking me like, "Are you guys gonna win? Are you guys gonna cover?" Like, I have no idea. It's Bama, but we do rank like first in every category. So, yeah.
Are you a Mendoza's kind of hard not to like, right, Dibs? I mean, that dude is. Have you ever heard him speak? He's
incredible.
Yeah, he's pretty amazing, man. Yeah. So wait, did he go to 3 schools? Did he not go to Yale his first year?
I believe he did go to Yale. So he didn't have any. He had like 2 offers and like out of high school, and then he went to Yale, to Cal, to IU.
And he's a graduate of the Haas Business School at the University of California, which is no easy feat. Smart dude. Very, very smart man.
No easy feat to
let's
even
hope he
get
doesn't
into
go to the
Haas.
Jets.
Well, let's hope he does because he left Cal. Like, well, come on, man. Don't leave Cal. Even SAG isn't going to leave. Sagapolitelli isn't leaving Cal.
Right. Not yet. I mean.
No, he's coming back next year.
Right. And is that his last year?
Probably. But 2 years. You'll take 2 years.
Sure.
I mean, this day and age.
That is what's so sad. And the portal is so broken, and NIL is just a complete joke. I'm not saying these guys shouldn't get some money when, coaches are making $40 million in a buyout, but the ability to just go from portal to portal year to year, they got to figure out a way to try to give these athletes maybe one chance. You get one trip to the portal. After that, you got to stick it out. You got to stick something out in this day and age.
I think it's a good lesson learned to build character, right?
Yeah, you make a decision, and you're allowed to make a mistake. And I mean, this is coming from a guy who's worked for 9 different radio stations in a 28-year career, but some of that was against my will. But you make a decision, you got to stick with it at some point.
Yeah, I think that when you're talking about the NCAA right now, that is so broken in so many different ways. I mean, I've got Notre Dame people that I'm very friendly with in the fam, and they are just, I don't know if you know any former Notre Dame graduates. They're called domers in the Midwest.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're so annoying, man. And so this year, I think with good reason, they are just up in arms. They cannot believe that Notre Dame isn't in the postseason or in the playoffs. And I am telling you, man, they will talk your ear off, and they will break it down. They'll go Jeremiah Love, and they'll talk about how you take Tulane, JMU, like what the hell is going on. But in the larger sense, they're right. They're right because it's such a broken system. Like, it makes no sense.
It makes no sense. And just what the ACC did, where Duke wins the conference championship game at 8-5 or whatever, but they don't get to go because they're not worthy, they're not good enough, and I get that. But we need to do away with the whole conference championship game and just get these conferences into a spot where you can actually have an 8-team conference. So you have 2 SECs. And if you win your division, you go. And if you win the other division, you go. Instead of having these cockamamie title games that don't even really matter.
Are you a Duke guy?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, they don't offend me like they do other people. Different Duke players have always struck me in different ways. Like, Leitner, kind of an irritant for sure. But then you go to like Grant Hill, absolute prince of a guy, class act all the way.
I don't like him.
No, that's interesting.
I had a personal run-in with him. He's not as nice as he appears.
Look at you.
Yeah. His parents are amazing. Yale graduates, academics. He's a little, I mean, the parents are incredible. Grant Hill Jr. or whatever his name is, just not a good person.
Okay, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at Devone.
I'm coming clean. Hey, listen, man, do not do that to the kahuna because it will come back and bite you.
Are you the kahuna?
That's me, yeah.
That was a third-person reference with a nickname?
Never trust those people either.
Right.
That refer to themselves in the third person. But you do drink.
And by a nickname.
You do drink, right, from time to time.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
course.
We should go out and throw them back once in a while.
Yeah, coming up in 15 years when my daughter is out of the house, I'll be ready to roll.
Let's go to David in El Sabrande. I don't even know if I said that. What are we're saying goodbye?
No, one more break. Butcher, one more read, and then we'll get David on the other side.
Man, I thought we were going right to the end.
Not 5:40.
Hang on, David.
All right. David, sorry for that.
I mean, are we going to get Kurt and Hayward Hills? Or?
Go throw the golf ball up against the side of the house. What else are you going to do in El Sabrande?
It's Sabrante with
Who
a
cares?
T.
I've never been there. Where are we? Hold on, I got to read stuff. It's a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. We are sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. Next, we're going off to El Segundo. Okay.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tarek Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 and 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever. Homes are sitting longer, prices are falling. Have you inherited a home and want to avoid the stress and hassle? Call Wedgwood Homes first to discuss your options. Inheriting a home can be overwhelming. Probate paperwork, multiple heirs, property taxes, repairs, and maybe even an existing mortgage. With Wedgwood Homes, there's no need to clean or clear out the house, and no repairs or updates. We buy as is and provide a reliable all-cash offer with no commissions, no hassle. The Wedgwood Homes team can guide you through the process with experts in probate, trusts, and shared inheritance. Wedgwood Homes offer is firm. No last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Let Wedgwood Homes ease the process so you can help your family move forward. Call 415-888-9432 today for your free, no-obligation cash offer. That's 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com. The Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present the fourth quarter game changer, Danae LaBragna. From day one, Danae's brought passion, leadership, and unstoppable energy to every brand she touches. Thank you, Danae, for everything you do to make our team shine.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's Cars with a K.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Is that your guy?
That's Curtin Hayward Hills, yep. He's a Friday staple normally, but maybe it's just when Willard's there.
Hey, there's the boy. There they are. Willard Dibs. 95.7 The Game.
Point.
Boys.
I like it. Boys, yeah.
That's all right, brother.
I'll tell you what, that Mahomes, he's a little runt. That was his bit last year before the Super Bowl.
Where is he?
They're gonna put him in the dirt, the little runt. He does the whole thing. It's
Did
pretty
I scare
funny.
him away?
I doubt it. You know, it's the holidays, and you know it's not the regular flow, but that normally is the signal that we're ready for the weekend. But
Pause, it sounds like their version of Mitch.
I
in
think
Jersey?
it is. Yeah, they know Mitch in Jersey. He calls during the week sometimes.
Hey, guys, it's Mitch in Jersey. Hey, am I banned? Hey, he banned me? Am I banned?
Pasta, are you going to let him outdo you?
Mitch is actually a granddad this week again, from what we've learned.
On the 26th.
Hey, you think the Giants should go give a Boba shit there? A good ball player could hit for contact there. Yeah, good player. My dog is bigger than me.
That's really good. That's a really good Mitch in Jersey.
I give him run. We don't talk about sports, but he was trying to say Sagapoltelli's name. Oh, dude, it was classic. And then he talked about some quarterback from Clemson. He was butchering names left and right. All right, let's get out to El Sabrante. Sabrante. David, you know what? Don't put this on me because they have it Sobrande.
It's because the kid from Indiana, he struggling.
Who thought Ricky Waters had 4,000 rushing yards in one season?
Cue up the Joe Namath struggling. It's El Sabrante.
I thought you were going to do Joe Namath.
You guys there?
Yeah, we're here.
David, yeah. Wait.
Am I banned?
Hey, David, you're interrupting us. Hold on. We're not done. Now go ahead, David. It's all you.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to talk a little bit of Bears-Niners this weekend. And I want to tell Dibs first, I've been listening to him since he was on the other station. Been listening to him for years. Just keep doing what you're doing. I really appreciate what you do on the radio.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you being out there. Thank you.
And I did leave my wallet in El Segundo one time, but Q-Tip and Fight Dog returned it to me.
I got to get it. Got to get it.
But back to the Niners. I heard you guys talking about how lucky the Bears were this year. I'm a diehard Bears fan. I don't want no trouble, guys. 49ers are a very good team. Not hating on them at all. But there's one thing I think everybody's forgetting about the Chicago Bears. 2 Pro Bowl offensive linemen and a running game that's 5th in the league, I think it is not lucky. And I believe that one of the weak spots of the 49ers defense is stopping the run. So that might be an issue for the 49ers defense this weekend. I'm saying the turnovers, I agree with y'all. Sometimes it can be fluky, but when you practice that type of style, it's practice. It's not luck. They go in, strip the ball, peanut punch, all that stuff. That's not an accident. They go in there and strip the ball. It's not just people dropping it like we saw Jared Goff yesterday with 6 turnovers for no reason. It's not that. They're going in and making stuff happen. So I think it's going to be a great game. The 49ers are a great team. And whatever happens on Sunday night, I have a feeling that these two teams might meet again. So regardless of what happens, I think it might be a rematch in the foreseeable future between these two teams. So I wouldn't get too up or down on either side what happens this Sunday night, because both teams are phenomenal. And the way Purdy's been playing, that's going to be a problem. I think the Bears' only hope is to keep him off of the field and take advantage of that running game. So that's all I wanted to say. It's not all luck. There is some skill involved in those 11 wins. So I just wanted to throw that out there and just, speak on the other side. But like I said, I don't want no trouble. The 49ers are a very, very good team. I'm not hating it by any means. So you guys keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate you guys taking my call.
David, way to come strong.
Yeah, have a great weekend. Absolutely measured and responsible. And I didn't realize that they had 2 Pro Bowlers on the offensive line. And I do think that that's exactly what the Niners are going to try to do as well, which is keep Caleb Williams in the run game off the field, because the Niners defense is the weaker unit. So if you're trying to beat them, the Niners, you want to keep that defense on the field as long as possible.
Yeah, one of the guys you're talking about is Dolan. And one of the reasons why I think Kansas City, I want to say he came from Kansas City. And I think the Chiefs really, really missed that guy this year. Their offensive line was putrid. But Dolan is for real. That O-line is for real. And he's right. There's nothing fluky. There's nothing lucky about running the football right the hell at you, which is what I think the Chicago Bears, if they find any sort of success, they'll pick at that scab all day. And it hasn't been a strength. It was against Jonathan Taylor last time out, but the 49ers can be susceptible in that area. And then when we talk play action, now you become somewhat of a guessing game for that of the 49ers. And if Caleb Williams is putting on his hip, things can get a little dangerous.
They can, and, you want to obviously get the Bears into a spot where they have to throw it. Caleb Williams below 60% completion percentage on the year, which is, to use your word, putrid. So you want to get the Bears into a throw mode. If they can dictate with their offensive line and their 2-headed monster in the running back, and also have Williams be able to run some of that read option and, fake the handoff and pull it and get himself involved in the ground game, Niners could be in some trouble.
Who's winning the game?
The Bears.
Oh, didn't see that coming.
I made the pick already this week.
Did?
The pick is in. I took the Bears and